Tang Bu'er, frequently tormented by his senior brothers, pilfered a forbidden tome from within the sect, intent on avenging his humiliation. Unfortunately, he was discovered by an elder of the sect, who punished him by assigning him to guard the cursed tower. By a cruel twist of fate, he encountered a terrifying creature that had just escaped from the cursed tower, which swiftly silenced him. Thus, he was reborn into the world of Harry Potter. Regrettably, he had never read the original work. Chapter 1, Rebirth, or perhaps it was merely water added to the Mangpa soup. Volume 1, Mei-In, Mei-Lu, and the Black Pearl of the Undead. Prologue. A sharp arrow pierced the inky black night sky, followed by the unmistakable sound of a blade meeting flesh. With a thud, a mottled gray owl plummeted from the heavens, struggling and shrieking in agony. Suddenly, a diminutive figure darted from the shadows, swiftly pinning the owl's head and twisting with great force. A crack echoed as the owl met its demise. Mei-In tore the letter from the owl's beak, examining the wax seal resembling a shield. It bore a grand letter H, with a lion, badger, serpent, and eagle coiling around its four pillars. This marked the 99th owl he had hunted this year that carried such a missive. To be frank, the taste was mediocre, the meat rather tough and chewy, yet not particularly delectable. Perhaps this was due to the absence of seasoning. As the owl succumbed to death, several other slender figures crept closer, gazing hungrily at the lifeless bird. Mei-In waved his hand, and the group quickly transported the owl to a secluded, hidden spot where a pot and firewood awaited them. The group adeptly boiled water, plucked feathers, and removed the owl's entrails. Once everything was prepared, they placed the entire owl into the pot to stew. Meanwhile, Mei-In discreetly cast the letter into the flames, for this owl was evidently domesticated. The evidence had to be obliterated. His Chinese name was Tang Bu'er, a name he had chosen for himself, while his English name was Mei-In Mei-Lu Merlin. He was approaching the age of 10 and belonged to the Asian ethnicity. It was said that both his grandfather and great-grandfather were pure-blood Eastern royalty. By the understanding of most modern individuals, he would be classified as a time traveler, specifically one reborn into a new body. However, Mei-In did not share this sentiment. He believed that water had been added to the Mangpa soup at the time of his rebirth. This, he reasoned, explained his retention of past memories. In his previous life, he was known as Tang Bu'er, a disciple of the local Taoist sect, the Maoshan school. His cultivation was of the authentic Xianmen lineage. Yet, the Xianmen lineage had a significant drawback. The path to enlightenment was slow, demanding high moral standards from its disciples. Tang Bu'er spent 3 arduous years barely entering the Tao, his talent neither exceptional nor lacking, often bullied by his fellow disciples during competitions. Frustrated, he stole forbidden texts from the sect to enhance his cultivation, hoping to retaliate, with predictable consequences. While he successfully acquired the book and noted several formidable Maoshan techniques, he was apprehended by an elder before he could practice for more than a few weeks, resulting in his punishment at the Cursed Tower in the back mountains. As fate would have it, he encountered a formidable horror that had just escaped the Cursed Tower, which swiftly subdued him. Thus, Tang Bu'er, bearing the memories of his past life, was reborn into the world as a distant branch of the illustrious Merlin family in the Western continent. He became known as Mei-In Mei-Lu Merlin Ambrosius. The precise dilution of the Merlin bloodline remains uncertain. It can only be surmised that a distant ancestor was indeed Merlin himself. Tragically, a year prior, he had been abducted by 3 dark wizards and raised in this orphanage. After feasting, the others expressed their quiet gratitude to Mei-In and stealthily dispersed into the night. Everything was conducted in hushed tones, with meticulous care, as if they were avoiding something ominous. Once they departed, a glimmer flickered in Mei-In's eyes. Confirming that no one was nearby, he extended his left hand. A nearly transparent, mottled gray owl appeared in his palm, visible only to him. This was the lingering spirit of the owl he had just hunted, which shrieked in terror at his presence. Alas, normal ears could not perceive its cries. As Tang Bu'er continued to form seals and summon, a succession of owl spirits emerged from his very being. In total, there were 7. Once summoned, the spirits seemed bound by an inexplicable force, unable to stray far from Mei-In's presence. With a resounding impact, Mei-In cast a spell, enveloping the 7 owl spirits in an intangible, spiritual flame, refining and compressing them. Soul refining and spirit merging. Ultimately, the 7 owl spirits were amalgamated and transformed into a singular owl wraith. This wraith was far more corporeal than the spirits, displaying a more vivid and lifelike demeanor. While it possessed no formidable powers, it could at most prey upon lesser spirits to sustain its existence. Nevertheless, it was sufficiently capable of being commanded by Mei-In, serving as a vigilant sentinel. Yet, as Mei-In continued to form seals and cast spells, another 6 owl wraiths emerged from his body. Soul refining and spirit merging ensued. Under the influence of the intangible spiritual flame, the 7 owl wraiths ultimately fused into one owl vengeful spirit. Such entities could exert influence over the material realm. Vengeful spirit, amalgamate. The owl vengeful spirit soared down and entered Mei Yin's body, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a pair of owl wings sprouted from Mei Yin's back. With a flap of his wings, he ascended silently into the air, concealing himself in a shadowy nook over 100 meters from the orphanage dormitory. Mei Yin alighted, and the wings dissipated. As he continued to cast spells and summon, another 6 owl vengeful spirits returned in succession, merging into his body and disappearing. Once everything was in order, Mei Yin made his way towards the orphanage dormitory. Along the way, he appeared fearful, glancing about anxiously, resembling an ordinary 10-year-old child afraid of the dark. Suddenly, a child of similar stature materialized before him, calling out, "Mei Mei-lo, come play with me." Mei Yin appeared oblivious, seamlessly gliding through his surroundings as he continued onward, involuntarily shivering for reasons unknown. A mere 30 meters from the entrance of the dormitory, 7 or 8 children emerged, eager to engage Mei Yin in play. Yet, they were disregarded by Mei Yin, as though they were mere figments of imagination. It seemed he yearned solely to return to his bed and rest. What a pity! Does Mei Yin not see us? Why can he not perceive our presence? The children tilted their heads in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Upon returning to his small bed, Mei Yin burrowed under the covers and let out a long sigh. With the 7 owl spirits now possessing a modicum of self-defense, I can finally execute the 7 mystical body technique. This technique is one of the profound arts recorded in the forbidden texts of the Maoshan sect, surreptitiously pilfered by Tang Bu'er. This art requires a certain foundation in esoteric practices. When mastered, it transforms into the authentic 7 spirit body technique of the Xianmen, wielding immense power. However, if practiced poorly, its potency can be even more formidable. Yet, without a stable foundation, one risks a dangerous backlash from the vengeful spirits, potentially succumbing to madness and becoming a vessel for their souls. This phenomenon is colloquially known as the wild Maoshan, or simply the Maoshan evil cultivation. Nevertheless, Mei Yin could hardly concern himself with the possibility of becoming an evil cultivator. What he desperately needed was the strength for self-preservation. Otherwise, when his turn came, he would possess neither the will nor the power to resist. The morning sunlight was far from radiant, as if shrouded in shadows, perpetually imparting a sense of gloom. However, this did not deter the children from their slumber. Naturally, this windfall would not be generously bestowed upon them by the matron of the orphanage. Each morning at precisely 6:30, someone would be dispatched to awaken them, as punctual as a cuckoo clock. Today, the early risers were particularly cheerful, diligently grooming themselves, striving to appear clean and presentable. This was due to the impending visit of a benevolent benefactor to the orphanage, who would select 1 or 2 children for adoption. As orphans, they all yearned to escape the confines of the orphanage and bask in the warmth of parental love. Even if they were not biological parents, the prospect of being chosen brought hope. Moreover, whenever a benefactor arrived to adopt children, the quality of their meals would significantly improve. At the very least, they would have the luxury of a hearty meat soup. Of course, all this did not apply to Mei Yin, who had no desire to be adopted, nor did he wish to partake of the meat soup. Chapter 2, allow me to share a secret. I am now a little witch. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of moldy porridge accompanied by a slice of dark bread. It was neither delectable nor satisfying, yet quelled my hunger, at least for the moment. Subsequently, under the direction of the matron, I assisted the caregiver in washing dishes and sweeping the floor, striving to present the orphanage in the best possible light for the benevolent souls who came to adopt children. The plump lad, Danley, exerted himself the most, for the matron had proclaimed that the child who performed best would be given priority in being recommended to these kind-hearted benefactors. Even in the absence of such benefactors, well-behaved children would receive small rewards from the matron. Resources were scarce within the orphanage, prompting a fierce competition to shine. "Step aside, you little runt. You shan't steal my work," Danley exclaimed, shoving Mei Yin aside and seizing the broom to begin sweeping vigorously. Mei Yin, taken aback and seemingly bewildered, appeared somewhat adorably foolish. "Really, Danley, how can you treat him this way? You constantly bully Mei Yin," interjected a little girl named Dillalai, her fair skin radiating a strong sense of justice. Her cute face, framed by a serious expression, lent her an endearing aura, lacking any semblance of intimidation. This only emboldened Danley, who grew more menacing in response. "You two, back off, little squirt. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you suffer a bit," he threatened, brandishing the broom as if to strike Dillalai. However, before the broom could descend, Mayeen was forcefully dragged away by Dillalai. Mayeen, you can no longer remain so meek. Otherwise, they will continue to bully you, Dillalai admonished, clearly displeased with Mayeen's retreat. Internally, Mayeen chuckled. He had deliberately chosen to act so, for who could wrest the spotlight from him if he truly wished to shine? Yet, maintaining his innocent demeanor, he curiously asked, "Then what should I do?" Dillalai responded, her tone stern and agitated. "You must learn to say no. You need to learn to assert yourself and resist. You know, with your unique Asian heritage, there will surely be kind-hearted individuals eager to adopt you." She scrutinized Mayeen with an honest gaze and continued, of course, before that. "You ought to take a proper bath and tidy yourself up." Mayeen nodded, but did not act. He had intentionally allowed himself to appear disheveled. He wished to avoid drawing attention, particularly from the matron, and thus earned a reputation as one of the filthiest children in the orphanage. Seeing Mayeen still in a state of bewilderment, Dillalai sighed. "Fine, let me assist you in tidying up your hair and appearance a bit. Perhaps the benefactors will notice you alongside me." With that, she eagerly led Mayeen to the basin, intent on washing his hair. Oblivious to the pitying glance he cast her way upon hearing her mention being adopted, Dillalai was lively and bold, unconcerned with trifles. Not only did she possess a strong sense of justice, but she was also deeply compassionate. Mayeen was not the first child she had felt sympathy for, nor was he the first whose hair she had helped to wash. In truth, Mayeen had no desire to wash his hair at that moment. However, the matron had issued a strict decree that everyone must tidy themselves. If one refused to wash, then she would do it for them, though it would come after a whipping. Mayeen had initially resigned himself to enduring a beating today, yet Dillalai's enthusiastic invitation changed his mind. "All right, I concede you may not be excessively dirty. It's merely an appearance. Besides, you lack the unpleasant odor that some of the other boys carry. Furthermore," she added, "Mayeen, did you know? You are the most handsome Asian boy I have ever seen. Your skin is exquisite, surpassing that of many girls. Is it a trait unique to your heritage?" Dillalai was quite talkative, while Mayeen remained reticent, akin to a bashful child unaccustomed to conversing with girls. "Oh, Mayeen, you must strive to change your demeanor. You are far too somber. You need to learn to smile, you know." "Smile?" Mayeen raised an eyebrow, unable to recall ever smiling in her presence. Noticing his skepticism, Dillalai leaned closer and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you, Mayeen. My magical powers have awakened. I am now a little witch. I can discern the sadness and joy etched upon a person's face. I can even see ghosts. There are many in our orphanage, all of similar size to us. It's marvelous, though regrettably, I have yet to receive even one acceptance letter from a magic school. Oh, how I wish I could attend Hogwarts. Do you know of it? It is the finest magic academy in all of Europe." The little girl exuded an enchanting fragrance as she spoke, drawing Mayeen into a daze, stirring within him an impulsive desire to lean closer and breathe in her scent. He suddenly felt that such a generous, beautiful, and charming girl should not be lost, and he ought to assist her somehow. Upon hearing Dillalai's question, Mayeen blinked. "What did you just say?" Dillalai was equally astonished, realizing that her previous whispered secrets had seemingly vanished in a thin air. "Oh well, it's nothing. It's only natural that a muggle like you wouldn't know of Hogwarts. Come, let us gather some flowers to welcome the benefactors as a show of respect." Mayeen nodded in agreement, and together they gathered a handful of wildflowers around the orphanage. Along the way, Mayeen produced 2 sweetened berries, pretending to discover them by chance. They each took one and savored the delightful sweetness, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Clink, clink. The crisp sound of glass striking drew the attention of everyone in the orphanage. The matron, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Children, let us welcome the esteemed benefactors, the Modric couple." She was the first to clap, and soon the hall resonated with excited applause. The rhythmic sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Mayeen furrowed his brow momentarily before regaining his composure. As the footsteps approached, a middle-aged couple entered, hand in hand. They exuded an air of nobility and elegance. The man appeared distinctly gentlemanly, while the woman radiated the grace of a refined lady, perfectly embodying the fantasies of all the children in the orphanage regarding their future parents. All the children cast yearning gazes towards the couple, hoping to be chosen. Mayeen was no exception, though he primarily scrutinized them. Their height, build, and shoe size were identical. No, even their shoes resembled those from their last visit, not to mention the unmistakable sound of their footsteps. No matter how their appearances or attire changed, they could not escape Mayeen's keen observation. Whenever a child within the orphanage awakened their wizarding bloodline, these two would appear in various guises to adopt them. That very night or the following evening, the spirits of those adopted children would reappear near the dormitories of the orphanage. This was precisely why May-een wished to avoid being adopted. Benefactors? No, they were demons. Chapter 3 The Sweetened Berries and Gurgling Stew. As soon as the couple entered, their gazes quickly fell upon Dillalai. She was agitated yet composed, clearly having anticipated her impending adoption. Not only that, but she generously pulled May-een forward to stand beside her. Mr. and Mrs. Moderick, greetings. I am Dillalai, and this is May-een. I wish you every success, and may fortune's favor be upon you. May-een, feeling bashful, followed Dillalai's lead, presenting the bouquet of flowers. Mr. Moderick accepted the wildflowers from Dillalai's hands, his face beaming with a broad smile. What a delightful young lady you are. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant relationship moving forward. Dillalai nodded joyfully, her enthusiasm palpable. Finally, it was her turn to be adopted, and her excitement made her little braids almost stand on end. Meanwhile, Mrs. Moderick had accepted the handful of wildflowers from May-een, which had already lost several stems due to his nervous grasp, and she smiled with delight. What a shy yet beautiful little boy. Look at you. So anxious that you've crushed quite a few flowers. You're simply adorable, darling. Shall we take him home with us as well? She inquired of Mr. Moderick. Mr. Moderick, observing May-een's bashful blush from the compliments, but unable to voice a response, smiled and said, Of course, as long as our little gentleman agrees. Mrs. Moderick bent down, affectionately asking, You are May-een, aren't you? Would you like to come with us and allow us to be your guardians? At this heartwarming scene, no one was happier than Dillalai. She never imagined her actions would genuinely help May-een secure a chance for adoption. This meant she wouldn't be lonely in the Moderick household and would have a little brother. It seemed like a rather splendid arrangement. However, the other children who awaited adoption revealed expressions of disappointment. A benevolent couple could adopt a maximum of 2 children from the orphanage, and this reality had become an unspoken rule. With both spots now filled, they had lost their chance to be chosen. Curse May-een, curse Dillalai, whispered Dillalai, feeling that he should have been the one to be selected. With the opportunity gone, how could he not be infuriated? It appeared that Dillalai was already a predetermined choice. Unless May-een declined, there was no chance for anyone else. Of course, such a refusal was inconceivable. Not a single child would wish to forego the chance of being adopted by kind-hearted individuals. If one did, they would undoubtedly be an anomaly. Could one truly refuse? Certainly not. May-een had no desire to be that oddity. He was certain that if he declined, his ghost would appear near the dormitory that very night. With a bashful nod, he acknowledged Mrs. Moderick. Overjoyed, she pulled him close, speaking in a motherly tone. From this moment on, you shall stay by my side and go nowhere until we complete the paperwork and take you away. Mr. Moderick then turned to Dillalai with a gentle smile, saying, You too. Yes, sir, Dillalai replied, her small white braids bobbing in delight. Before finalizing the adoption paperwork, the Moderick couple decided to share a farewell lunch with Dillalai, May-een, and the other children at the orphanage to soothe the little hearts of those not adopted. Today's meal was sumptuous, featuring delectable goulash soup paired with chicken curry rice. The orphanage had not enjoyed such high-quality fare in quite some time, and the children savored every bite. May-een was particularly pleased. After a few sips of goulash soup, red spots began to emerge on his arm. Dillalai, sitting beside him, was equally affected, although she had yet to realize it, while May-een feigned ignorance and continued to eat. It wasn't until the children were halfway through their lunch that Dan Lee, the chubby boy sitting across from them, finished his portion. He looked up, burped, and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, goodness, what's on your faces? His voice drew the attention of everyone present. Following his gaze, all eyes widened in shock as they noticed that both Dillalai and May-een were covered in red rashes, densely packed, and causing one's skin to crawl. This condition suggested that they were likely afflicted all over. Oh, what on earth has happened? How could it be like this? The matron exclaimed in alarm. The Moderick couple immediately rushed to examine the two. Upon seeing each other's appearances, both May-een and Dillalai burst into tears. Dillalai was genuinely distraught, unable to comprehend why this had occurred. So ugly, so terrifyingly ugly, she sobbed. May-een, aware of the cause, felt compelled to cry as well. Otherwise, his secret would be exposed. Crying was something all children could do, and if the emotions didn't come naturally, a firm pinch on the leg would suffice to ensure the tears flowed freely. It was a reaction to the red berries and the goulash soup-esque seasoning. Both had been poisoned. After a thorough examination, Mr. Moderick quickly provided a diagnosis, exchanging a solemn glance with Mrs. Moderick and the matron. The matron then inquired with concern, Is it serious? Mr. Moderick frowned, stating, The poison isn't severe. There's no danger to their lives. However, this eczema will accompany them for at least a week. Oh dear, what shall we do? Mrs. MaraudersEra lamented. We have already invited friends and family to the gathering tonight, intending to introduce our two little ones. Now, in this state, how can I possibly bring them back? Upon hearing this, Dullily and May cried even harder, clearly understanding that Mrs. MaraudersEra might abandon the idea of adopting them. Seeing that their lives were not in danger, the matron sternly questioned, how could you two have eaten red berries? Did I not warn you not to eat things from outside? May remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Dullily, while weeping, attempted to explain. We saw them while picking flowers for Mr. and Mrs. MaraudersEra. Woe is me, the red berries are not poisonous. We have eaten them before. True, the red berries themselves were harmless, but combined with the potion in the goulash soup, the outcome was uncertain. However, the matron would not disclose this to the children. Moreover, May's hands had been all over the berries. At this moment, the rashes and red spots on their bodies were even more numerous than a toad's warts. An utterly grotesque sight. The matron chastised them. The berries may be harmless, but what if they were contaminated by some poisonous creature? Snakes, spiders, toads, each one is a common, yet toxic entity. You two truly baffle me. Ultimately, the matron, in her anger, confined Dullily and May to a small dark room to prevent them from disturbing others. Meanwhile, the MaraudersEra couple selected two other children for adoption. Dandy, the chubby boy, achieved his desired opportunity, along with a little girl whom May was not familiar with. From her small window, Dullily witnessed this scene and cried even harder, her entire body trembling with sorrow. In contrast, May let out a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement within. Well done, he had secured at least a week's reprieve. As Mrs. MaraudersEra departed the orphanage, she licked her lips, gazing longingly in its direction. What a pity. We finally found a magical awakeners, only for such an incident to occur. Mr. MaraudersEra approached, wrapping his arm around her waist, and, with a somber smile, remarked, no need to rush. They're still on our list of potential candidates. Once they recover, we shall return. Chapter 4, The Orphanage. No, I believe this place resembles a pigsty more than anything else. Today marked the most sorrowful day for Dullily since her arrival at the orphanage. Not only had she lost her chance for adoption, but she had also become one of the ugliest children in the orphanage, now resembling a large toad. She was covered in little spots. Exhausted from crying, she was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. Upon waking, she found May equally disfigured, staring intently out the window into the night. What are you looking at? She asked, her voice trembling with lingering sadness. May waved her hand, beckoning her to the window. Curiously perplexed, Dullily inquired, what are we looking at? Aren't you even a little saddened that the MaraudersEra couple no longer wants us? May responded solemnly in a hushed tone, come and see for yourself. I assure you, after you look, you will no longer feel sorrow. Dullily approached the window and gazed outside, scanning the surroundings with confusion. There's nothing here? May urged, did you not claim you could see ghosts? Utilize your abilities as a sorceress. Upon hearing May's words, Dullily suppressed a shiver, channeling her magical energy into her eyes to focus intently. Indeed, not far outside floated a ghost, aimlessly drifting without direction. This was nothing unusual. She had encountered this ghost before. However, in the next moment, May tapped her shoulder, directing her gaze toward the spot she was pointing at. Dullily looked and saw the spectral forms of a chubby boy and a similarly sized girl loitering at the entrance of the orphanage dormitory. They were Danly and Wenwen. How had they returned? Wait, why had they turned into ghosts? A chill coursed through Dullily as she realized that she had witnessed Danly and Wenwen being adopted by the MaraudersEra couple earlier that day. How could they be ghosts now? They were dead. How could this be? Yet their apparitions had returned to the orphanage. She had seen it with her own eyes. Surely it could not be false. Dullily was no fool. In fact, she was a remarkably clever little girl and immediately deduced something. They were murdered. The MaraudersEra couple is evil. Come on, May, we must inform a matron. However, she found her arm firmly grasped by May. What are you doing? Dullily asked, puzzled. Thinking May was afraid, she reassured her, don't worry, ghosts cannot harm us. But May shook her head, indicating otherwise, and scoffed. Our dear matron is not here. Then we can seek out the caregiver to contact her, Dullily insisted. They are also absent. In fact, all the adults are gone tonight, May stated with conviction. How can that be? And how do you know this? Dullily asked with curiosity. May replied, I saw it. Seeing the sincerity in May's expression, Dullily's heart raced with a burgeoning sense of justice, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Suddenly realizing, she stared at May in shock. You can see ghosts too? You have awakened? May nodded, yes, and much earlier than you. Dullily circled around May, clearly noting her transformation from the shy girl she had known during the day. It was as if Maine had concealed her true self all along. Why? Did the matron know about this? Dilly asked inquisitively. Maine smirked and replied darkly. She certainly must not know, or I would not have survived until now. Her words sent Dilly's heart racing with trepidation. She sensed she had stumbled upon a profound truth. However, Maine did not allow her the luxury of contemplation and continued, "You've been here for 8 months now. You are lively, beautiful, and charming, the very type that benevolent people wish to adopt. So why, when so many kind souls have come to adopt children, has no one shown interest in you until the day after you awaken your magic, when a matron informed you that someone wished to adopt you?" A cascade of questions left Dilly momentarily speechless. Individually, they seemed trivial, but together they posed a significant quandary. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure and quietly asked, "Maine, what have you discovered?" Maine spoke gravely. Whenever a child awakens their magic and informs the matron, the next day, benevolent individuals arrive to adopt them. On the night of their adoption or the following night, without exception, those children's souls return to the orphanage. This was a chilling revelation that sent a shiver through Dilly. If this were true, then perhaps not being adopted today was a stroke of luck. Wait, Maine knew too much, and she had been the one to give Dilly the red fruit. Could it be? Dilly, clever as she was, sought confirmation and asked directly, "Did you tamper with the red fruit that turned us into this?" Maine nodded. "If we had not transformed, do you think the moderate couple would have given up on adopting us? What do you believe would have happened to us after being adopted? I certainly do not wish to become a ghost wandering the orphanage." Dilly felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively crouching down and hugging her arms. What should we do? Who can we trust? Isn't this an orphanage? How could such terrifying things occur here? Maine's voice was hoarse and low. An orphanage? No. I believe this resembles more of a pigsty. Have you ever seen an orphanage with only children aged 8 or 9, without any representation of other age groups? Have you ever encountered an orphanage where children are served stew made from gristle? Have you ever seen one surrounded by a security line, forbidding children from stepping beyond it? Why is it that all the children here conveniently forget their biological parents and families, with not a single relative in sight? And you, Dilly, since you are an orphan, how do you know about magic, and even mention a magic school without any surprise? A torrent of questions left Dilly bewildered, as an invisible shadow seemed to envelop the entire orphanage, compelling her to reflect. Indeed, I am Dilly, but what is my surname? Why can I not recall anything prior to arriving at the orphanage, and why have I consistently overlooked this issue? Instead, I have accepted being an orphan as a matter of course. Why, after awakening my magic, did I realize I was a little sorceress and understand certain aspects of the wizarding world? The name Hogwarts frequently echoed in my mind. Moreover, the most pressing question remained, why, once magic is awakened, do individuals come to adopt us? And why do adopted children die, their spirits returning to the orphanage? Such occurrences are taboo in the wizarding world. Why do I know this is a taboo? Who am I? Am I truly an orphan? Dilly clutched her head, deep in thought. Chapter 5. What I need are companions, not saints. Dilly was terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably. After a moment, she forced herself to regain composure, taking Maine's hand and stating with seriousness, "No, this place is far too perilous. We cannot simply sit here and await our fate. We must escape." Fortunately, the door was not locked, and Dilly grasped Maine's hand, leading her outside. Though fear coursed through her veins, the thought of being alone terrified her even more. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, Dilly gazed at the spectral forms of Dan Lee and Wen, her grip on Maine's hand causing her palms to sweat. Though she understood that such ghosts could not harm her, it did little to quell her fear. Who could remain unafraid upon seeing lively friends transform into ghosts overnight? Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and anxiously asked, "Dan Lee, Wen, can you tell me what transpired after you left the orphanage? How did you come to be like this?" After becoming ghosts, it seemed their intellect had diminished considerably, and upon hearing Dilly's question, Donley pondered for a while before murmuring, "Little brat, why should I tell you? We have indulged in a plethora of delectable delights." Dilly, exasperated, found the chubby boy insufferable. Even in his ghostly form, his tongue remained sharp. Meanwhile, the little girl Wen tilted her head in contemplation. "I too am unsure why things have turned out this way. After leaving the orphanage, we followed our new parents to a splendid manor. It was filled with many peculiar individuals, yet they were all kind, providing us with an abundance of delicious food. And thereafter, I remember nothing. When I regained a semblance of consciousness, I seemed to see the matron along with the caregiver. They appeared to be engaged in a gathering with our new parents, and inexplicably, I found myself back here. Yes, it was indeed a gathering. I caught sight of a golden roasted piglet, quite plump and enticing. However, this pig seemed peculiar. Its head was round, and I could not see its large ears. Alas! I missed the chance to taste it, and suddenly found myself back here. What a pity, Donley lamented. Upon hearing their exchange, Dillalai appeared to have an epiphany, trembling involuntarily. She gripped Mei Yin's hand tightly, her mouth agape in fear, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Donley, ignoring them, called out to Mei Yin, "Hey, little one, have you gone mute? You didn't even greet me." Yet, Mei Yin remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and turned to Dillalai, asking, "Who are you talking to?" Dillalai, startled, gazed at Mei Yin in bewilderment. "You can't see them?" Mei Yin winked at her, and, curious, surveyed the surroundings, disregarding Donley and Wenwen's ghostly forms. "Who are they? What have you discovered?" Wenwen inquired. "Lily, what on earth is happening? Why can't Mei Yin see us? Why have we become like this?" Dillalai shut her eyes, ceasing to respond, and quickly pulled Mei Yin away towards the orphanage's exit. She yearned to escape this terrifying place, but they soon became breathless, with Mei Yin halting their progress. "What are you doing? We must leave here first," Dillalai urged urgently. Mei Yin glanced at the faint outline of the fence nearby, stating, "There's a fence. We cannot get out." Dillalai insisted, "How can we give up without even trying? Moreover, you clearly can see them, so why pretend you cannot?" Mei Yin shrugged. "If I were to act as though I could see the ghosts, within 7 days, no, perhaps even sooner, we would be taken away under the guise of adoption, just like Donley and Wenwen, and end up as roasted piglets served on a table." Hearing this, Dillalai stared at Mei Yin in shock. Covering her mouth and lowering her voice, "You knew all along that the matron and the others are Death Eaters?" Mei Yin nodded. "Indeed. Your survival thus far has been my doing. Therefore, in our forthcoming actions, you must adhere to my guidance." Taken aback, yet grateful by this revelation, Dillalai found it hard to accept as she questioned, "If you knew this, why did you not prevent Donley and Wenwen from being taken away, watching them perish?" In response to Dillalai's inquiry, Mei Yin's gaze hardened, contemplating that without distinguishing the bigger and smaller threats, their team would struggle to survive. In the next moment, Mei Yin suddenly erupted, grabbing Dillalai and pressing her against a nearby tree, speaking in a low, serious tone. "Listen, Dillalai, what I need now is a teammate, not a saint. You must understand a harsh truth. Although we have awakened our magical powers, granting us abilities beyond those of ordinary people, we remain weak and powerless. If they discover that we know they are Death Eaters, do you think either of us will survive? Do you understand the principle of a friend dies, but I do not? Do you wish to sacrifice yourself in an attempt to save them? I can assure you, even if we both sacrificed ourselves, we cannot save them. We are merely the ingredients on their menu. If we cannot break free, it is only a matter of time before we are served. I understand. Please release me." Dillalai managed to utter. Mei Yin let her go, and Dillalai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "What should we do next?" "We should be able to climb over this fence." Mei Yin regarded Dillalai and smiled. "You can go ahead and try." Seeing Mei Yin smile, Dillalai felt an ominous premonition. However, having come this far, she could not back down. Cautiously, she approached the fence, wary of potential dangers. Yet, instead of danger, she felt her strength waning. Weak in body and spirit, she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily before she could even reach the fence. Moreover, as she drew closer, an inexplicable pain gripped her heart. Her ears buzzing with noise, and a cascade of negative emotions overwhelmed her. Only when Mei Yin pulled her away from the vicinity of the fence did her condition begin to improve. "Do you feel that? They are not afraid of us escaping because we cannot surmount this fence," Mei Yin remarked, exasperated. After regaining some strength, Dillalai, in agony and despair, declared, "It's the weakness charm and the heartache curse. The fence is the medium preventing our escape." Mei Yin's eyes brightened. "Oh, you know what this magic is?" Dillalai was taken aback, then responded suspiciously, "Well, I'm not sure how I know. After experiencing these negative sensations, those thoughts just popped into my head." Mei Yin gazed at Dillalai and suddenly chuckled. "It appears my Miss Dillalai is quite extraordinary. Before coming here, you must have been remarkable, at least knowledgeable about magic. If I am not mistaken, you likely hail from a wizarding family and were captured by these Death Eaters, who then altered your memories. Dillalai, even in such dire circumstances, you still find time to laugh," she said, frustrated. "We should be devising a plan for our escape." Mei Yin nodded. "So, have you come up with a plan?" Dillalai fell silent. "No, not yet." Mei Yin smiled. "In that case, you will follow my lead from here on." Chapter 6. Dark Magic from the East. "What? You want me to lure those soon-to-disappear ghosts over here? What are you planning?" Dillalai gazed at Mei Yin in disbelief. Mei Yin lowered her voice. "You know I am of Asian descent. I possess a type of magic from the East that can rapidly enhance one's power, but it requires the consumption of souls for cultivation. Consume souls. Upon hearing this, Dillalai felt a chill run down her spine. She had never anticipated that Mayeen would resort to practicing dark magic. This was a taboo in the wizarding world. How could he so boldly state it? For a moment, Dillalai was at a loss for words, even feeling a tinge of fear. Just moments ago, Mayeen had effortlessly pinned her against the tree. If he truly intended to do something to her, she would likely find it difficult to resist. Noticing the fear in Dillalai's eyes, Mayeen looked sincerely into her gaze. Dillalai, I do not wish to practice dark magic. The backlash from such power is significant, but I have no choice. If we do not become stronger in a short time, we will indeed become the ingredients in those Death Eaters' mouths. Donley, and one of the most vivid examples. I do not want to become food, nor do I wish to see you, my only friend, meet the same fate. If practicing dark magic transforms me into a dark wizard or even a demon, allowing us to save our lives, then I am willing to bear that consequence. Furthermore, if we can save ourselves, we will indirectly save the other living companions. This is a tremendous honor. I need your help. Mayeen's words were imbued with sincerity, and his gaze was fervent, causing Dillalai's cheeks to flush. Surrendering to the moment, she inquired softly, is this truly feasible? Will mastering the dark magic from the East empower me to vanquish the headmistress and her allies? Without a moment's hesitation, Mayeen replied, no, they are formidable. Each one is at least a certified sorcerer. Then what purpose does your dark magic serve? Dillalai asked, her curiosity piqued. Mayeen elucidated. Practicing this dark magic will expedite the enhancement of my spiritual prowess, enabling me to command my owl's vengeful spirit to venture farther afield and attract more owls to this place. Attracting owls here? What utility does that have? Dillalai's confusion deepened. Mayeen chose not to elaborate, for at that moment, a white owl clutching a letter descended abruptly from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, startling Dillalai. The white owl was alive, yet seemed to writhe as if possessed. With swift reflexes, Mayeen approached and firmly grasped the owl's neck, twisting it with determination. A snap reverberated through the air. The white owl perished, and a grayish owl spirit erupted from its body, landing on Mayeen's shoulder, leaving Dillalai feeling a chill run down her spine. An owl ghost. What a powerful apparition, she gasped, astonished by the emergence of a gray owl spirit from the white owl. It was evident that its fall was due to this very phenomenon. Duos bosses sus. The answer was affirmative, for Dillalai witnessed Mayeen extract yet another spirit, this one a perfect replica of the white owl. The surreal scene unfolding at this late hour felt both sinister and terrifying. Remarkable. This owl is so potent that it can materialize an entire spirit upon death. One is worth 10, Mayeen mused, subsequently sealing the white owl spirit away. Dillalai muttered under her breath, you butcher. How could you take such a lovely owl's life? Ignoring her comment, Mayeen tore the letter from the owl's beak and handed it to her, saying, take a look at this. Dillalai, perplexed, accepted the letter and gasped upon seeing the wax seal on the reverse. It's an acceptance letter from Hogwarts for new students. Oh my goodness, this is Hogwarts Owl. You've landed us in serious trouble, Mayeen. Mayeen shrugged nonchalantly. Is there a situation worse than ours at present? I even wish for the owners of these owls to arrive swiftly. That is our hope for escape. Hearing this, Dillalai's eyes brightened, a flicker of hope igniting within her. You intend to lure an investigation from Hogwarts by hunting their owls, thereby creating an opportunity for our rescue? Mayeen nodded, commending her, Miss Dillalai. You are the most astute young which I have encountered, quick to grasp the essence. He continued, my pursuit of dark magic aims to empower my owl's vengeful spirit to reach distant realms. By intercepting these special owls, I hope to provoke their owners to investigate, thus disrupting the equilibrium here and granting us a chance to escape. Seeing Mayeen's resolve, Dillalai lamented, poor owls. Mayeen shrugged in consolation. Their sacrifice bears significance. So, Miss Dillalai, will you assist me in gathering those lingering spirits? This time, Dillalai did not refuse, though she still queried, why don't you collect them yourself? Given your prowess, it shouldn't be difficult, even for the complete spirits. Glancing at the owl spirit perched on Mayeen's shoulder, Dillalai stated with conviction, you could manage this. Mayeen promptly explained, the ghosts in the orphanage are finite. If a few were to mysteriously vanish, it could attract the attention of the headmistress and her associates. Moreover, the complete spirits possess strong attachments or lingering resentments. Assimilating them to enhance my soul power risks being influenced by their malice, potentially leading to my own corruption. To me, complete spirits and lingering spirits are akin to bones and broth. The broth is far easier to digest. As for why he wouldn't take action himself, he continued, I suspect the ghosts in the orphanage may be the headmistress's spies. They are aware of your magical awakening, but remain oblivious to mine. Thus, Mayne left the thought unfinished. Yet the astute Dillalai comprehended his intent. He aimed to conceal himself as a contingency. No wonder he previously feigned ignorance towards Donley and Wunwin spirits. With their objectives aligned, Dillalai set out to gather the drifting spirits within the orphanage, while Mayne found a concealed spot near the fence, commanding 7 owl spirits to disperse into the surroundings. Should any owls or other aerial messengers pass by, the owl spirits would beckon them, leading to their demise. Simultaneously, Mayne began to refine the soul of the recently acquired white owl, intending to make it his familiar. His practice of the 7 spirits convergence technique, or the 7 mysteries convergence method, encompassed the manipulation of spirits, convergence, and soul consumption. The art of controlling apparitions was one he had already mastered adeptly. Convergence involved allowing the controlled apparitions to attach to his being, amplifying his own power through their strength. Meanwhile, soul consumption entailed fortifying oneself through the absorption and refinement of souls. This entire technique exuded an air of ominousness. Labeling it as dark magic from the East would not be an exaggeration. Just as Mayne completed the refinement of the white owl spirit into his familiar, Dillalai rushed back. Her hands clenched, a mix of fury and fear evident on her face. After a few deep breaths, she exclaimed, I've discovered a place brimming with numerous lingering spirits. Oh dear, what horrors have these demons inflicted upon people? These are merely a few I managed to capture. As she spoke, she opened her hands enveloped in magical energy, releasing 6 translucent orbs the size of broad beans, which swelled to fist-sized as they caught the breeze. Within, the vague shape of a human form could be discerned. Yet the lingering essence was entirely absent, floating motionlessly. Chapter 7. The Disappearance of Hogwarts Owls. These lingering spirits were exceedingly feeble, devoid of any remnants of their former selves, hardly qualifying as soul fragments. Exposed to the elements, Mayne estimated they would dissipate naturally within a few hours. He swiftly captured them, incinerating impurities with the flame of the soul and employing the 7 mysteries convergence technique to assimilate them. The primary obstacle within the remnants was the residual resentment of the souls. Without such attachments, these lingering spirits resembled harmless, easily digestible soul tonics. In no time, Mayne had consumed and refined the 6 lingering spirits, utilizing less than a minute of his time. Although their weakness only marginally enhanced his spiritual power, it was nonetheless beneficial, and he felt no discomfort. While these lingering spirits were indeed feeble, their lack of residual resentment made the process of refinement remarkably smooth. You just mentioned discovering a location abundant with such lingering spirits? Mayne inquired, his eyes alight with interest. Dillalai nodded. Yes, it's in the abandoned warehouse behind the dormitory. It's teeming with these lingering spirits. Mayne asked, are there any regular ghosts in the vicinity? I mean, those who lived with us previously? Hearing this, Dillalai shuddered involuntarily. There were some on the way, but none near or within the abandoned warehouse. All the ghosts seem to linger around our dormitory, while the lingering spirits prefer the abandoned warehouse. Mayne nodded. That is fortunate. In that case, when the time comes, you'll help divert those ghosts, and I shall stealthily pursue a grand opportunity. Tonight, while the dean and her associates are absent, I must seize the opportunity to enhance my abilities. Dillalai, I implore you. I cannot allow them to discover that I, too, am an awakened one. Dillalai nodded solemnly, with a determined heart. She ventured forth to engage in conversation with the spectral entities, thereby creating a pathway for Mayne. Meanwhile, Mayne discreetly evaded all apparitions and made her way to the abandoned warehouse behind the dormitory building. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with a multitude of spectral remnants, both large and small, floating within the confines of the warehouse. The sheer number was staggering, if not quite 10,000, certainly around 8,000, sufficient to nearly fill the entire space of the deserted warehouse, presenting an eerie and terrifying sight. Oh heavens! I cannot ascertain whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. I beseech you, dear remnants, to bestow upon me the remnants of your power. I shall devise a means to vanquish those wretched beings outside. With that, Mayne ceased her astonishment and commenced the process of subduing, devouring, and refining these spectral remnants. It was not until dawn broke with the faintest hint of light, causing the remnants within the warehouse to vanish, that Mayne, satisfied with her efforts, withdrew. Although a single spectral remnant may be feeble, their overwhelming numbers proved bountiful. Mayene had consumed and refined nearly 3,000 remnants, feeling her spiritual strength swell considerably. The most evident manifestation of this enhancement was the ease with which she commanded 7 owl spirits, their effective range expanding from 3 kilometers to approximately 10 kilometers. Good morning, Mayene. How has your dark magic training progressed? Dillalai quietly slipped through the crack of the warehouse door, her voice barely above a whisper. Mayene smiled knowingly. Quite well indeed. My control over spirit manipulation has significantly increased. Last night, I intercepted 2 owls delivering messages. That's wonderful. I hope this method proves effective. And what are the remnants? Have you consumed them all? Dillalai exclaimed in surprise. Mayene replied with exasperation. How could that be? At the break of dawn, they simply vanished. I am quite curious as to what secrets this abandoned warehouse conceals. What should we do now? Dillalai inquired softly. Mayene responded gently, of course. We must return to rest. Let us not forget that we are currently confined under the Dean's watchful eye and are forbidden from venturing out without her permission. Oh my. Mayene, you actually refer to her as Dean Mother. How do you manage to say it? Mayene regarded Dillalai with sudden seriousness. Dillalai, you must understand our predicament. Certain matters must remain concealed within our hearts. We cannot reveal everything. You must learn to perform, or else we will not even have a 7-day grace period. Seeing that Dillalai grasped the gravity of the situation, Mayene's tone softened. Now, repeat after me. Dean Mother. Dillalai stuttered as she attempted to replicate, Dean, a mother. Mayene sighed. No, that is not correct. Speak fluidly and with emotion, just as we did yesterday. Let's try again, Dean Mother. In the city of Mortalric, within the Tavern of War and Wine, a sudden stammering scream shattered the morning tranquility. Oh, Hagrid, you're squashing me. Quickly, remove your thigh. Oh, my apologies. I shall move at once. A giant with a beard resembling a mountain abruptly awoke, shifting his massive leg and revealing a lanky man beneath, nearly gasping for breath. Do you know, Hagrid, I was almost crushed to death by your leg. Chilo stammered in terror, having never experienced such a suffocating ordeal. Yet, given Hagrid's size, it was somewhat understandable. What happened? How did I fall asleep in the tavern hall? Hagrid rubbed his enormous head, wincing from a headache. Chilo knocked his own head. I'm in the same boat. Logically, our drinking capacity should not have faltered this much. The two sat up, regaining their composure, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, creating a stark contrast. Hagrid, what did you say you were doing in Mortalric last night? Chilo queried. I came to investigate the disappearance of the Hogwarts owls, Hagrid replied. The Hogwarts owl disappearance incident? What is the story behind that? Chilo asked with curiosity. You see, Hogwarts is about to welcome the new batch of young witches and wizards. All acceptance letters have been dispatched, except for those from Mortalric, which have yet to receive replies. Then it seems unnecessary for you to intervene. That would be overkill. Why not just send an upperclassman to handle it? Hagrid shrugged. That was the plan. However, the student assigned to the task happened to be visiting Professor Trelawney. She foresaw a portent of death in him and subsequently performed a divination. Do you know what the result was? Pray tell, Chilo urged. It was death. Should he dare to take on the task in Mortalric, death awaits him. Complete annihilation. Leaving no trace behind. What? Such severity? It's merely an investigation into a missing owl. Why would it result in such dire consequences? Chapter 8. Trelawney's 3 Prophecies. Hagrid's expression grew grave. Though it is termed a disappearance, it is more likely that, unfortunately, those owls have met with misfortune. Chilo, do you have any idea how many owls Hogwarts has lost this time? Chilo, clearly unaware, made no attempt to guess, simply gesturing for Hagrid to continue. Hagrid's heart ached. 99. Before I set off, Hogwarts had already lost 99 messenger owls of remarkable lineage. Oh my goodness. I cannot fathom what calamity they encountered, resulting in not a single one returning. So many. Was there no forewarning? Chilo exclaimed. Hagrid continued, none. After learning of this, Professor Trelawney performed another divination. The signs indicated that all missing owls perished at the hands of a singular individual. Moreover, I have gathered information from other channels indicating that many owls en route to Mortalric have also lost contact. In total, no fewer than 300 to 500, suggesting that a veritable owl butcher lurks within Mortalric. Upon hearing this, Chilo gasped, what a terrifying event. Has Hogwarts not considered reporting this to the Ministry of Magic? Hagrid replied, if we at Hogwarts cannot resolve this, handing it over to the Ministry would yield the same result. What do you intend to do? Chilo asked. I have brought along my white owl, capable of sensing the remnants of other owls. She is a remarkably intelligent and beautiful white owl. By the way, where's my white owl? Why is she missing? As Hagrid gazed at the empty owl cage, his mind cleared in an instant. Chilo advised, "Do not panic, Hagrid. Since you claim she is intelligent, it is entirely reasonable that she could not be confined by a cage. Perhaps she has gone out to find food, considering we have neglected her, haven't we?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. That does make sense. She is clever and powerful, at least compared to other owls, so she should be fine. I believe the issue lies with us. Chilo, do you think a mere 2 cups of wine could keep us asleep all night? Chilo furrowed his brow. Certainly not. I know my own limits. Even 10 times that amount would not incapacitate me. Hagrid nodded and said, "I feel the same way. Are we being targeted? Whether it's a threat, a warning, or something else entirely, it's uncertain whether it's directed at you or me." Quirrell speculated. Hagrid nodded in acknowledgement. "I recall that the student serving us drinks last night seemed to be new. I've never seen him before." Quirrell remarked, "In hindsight, he did appear a bit unusual, especially upon seeing you." Hagrid, however, dismissed this notion. Any normal person would momentarily become flustered upon encountering someone of my stature for the first time, wouldn't they? That's a valid point. Do you have any further discoveries? Quirrell inquired again. None, but it is true that Moldrick City has been behaving strangely. You know, Quirrell, after Professor Trelawney conducted her divination, she suddenly seemed to lose her wits and made 3 peculiar prophecies. Hagrid leaned closer to Quirrell and whispered, his expression laden with confusion and even fear. Seeing this, Quirrell's interest was piqued, for Professor Trelawney's prophecies at Hogwarts had proven to be remarkably accurate. When they come to pass, they create quite a stir throughout the wizarding world. Could you share them with me? Quirrell asked curiously. Hagrid nodded. Others may not be privy to this, but you, being a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, certainly can. Furthermore, I believe one of the prophecies may pertain to you. Hagrid's words deepened Quirrell's curiosity, and he gazed intently at Hagrid, awaiting further elaboration. Hagrid glanced around to ensure they were alone, yet still feeling uneasy. He drew his wand and cast a soundproofing charm. All right, now we can speak freely, especially since one of the prophecies involves the Dark Lord, Hagrid whispered. Quirrell gasped. Although the Dark Lord was deceased, his legacy was indelibly etched in the minds of many, and no one wished to utter his name. After gathering his thoughts, Hagrid began. The first prophecy from Professor Trelawney is quite strange. Quirrell inquired, in what way is it strange? Hagrid lowered his voice. She foresaw that in Moldrick City, there exists a soul from the East, embodying both justice and evil, whose powers are the natural nemesis of the Dark Lord before his resurrection. What? The prophecy suggests that the Dark Lord has not truly perished, and he will rise again. This is unimaginable. Quirrell exclaimed, wait. The prophecy states that his current state as a wraith has a natural counter in the form of an Eastern individual. Quirrell was astonished, uncertain whether this prophecy was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Hagrid shrugged, who knows? You understand that divination is a mysterious art, even to us wizards. Quirrell took a deep breath, setting aside thoughts of the Dark Lord, as he was now deceased, and continued to question Hagrid. What is the second prophecy? In contrast to the first, Hagrid answered the second prophecy with much more ease. Professor Trelawney's second prophecy foretells that a dark artifact, known as the Black Orb of the Dead, will soon manifest in Moldrick City, heralding the impending doom of countless souls. Upon hearing this prophecy, Quirrell gasped, recognizing its severity, akin to the implications of the Dark Lord's return. He instinctively offered a silent prayer to the deity of wizards. The Black Orb of the Dead, an ancient artifact of the deceased, is about to emerge. This is indeed dire news. May the wizarding gods protect us from further calamities. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, Hagrid rarely smiled. Your prayers may have borne fruit. The third prophecy may bring you good news. What prophecy? Can it bring me joy? Quirrell asked. Hagrid nodded. Indeed, Professor Trelawney's third prophecy indicates that the dark figure you have been investigating, Devin Moldrick, shall be imprisoned in Azkaban, receiving his just deserts. Oh, this is indeed splendid news. It appears I must exert myself to ensure that he is the one I send there. Quirrell finally displayed a smile. Noticing the bar owner sleepily entering, Hagrid whispered, keep this to yourself. It's not for public knowledge. With that, he dispelled the soundproofing charm and greeted the bar owner alongside Quirrell. Unbeknownst to them, a small wooden stick, blending with the color of the table, suddenly twitched, sprouting a flurry of tiny legs as it scuttled towards a hidden corner beneath the table. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Mayene and Dillalai were enjoying a rare lazy morning. They were only allowed to venture outside once the matron permitted them at noon. Observing the 2 large toads, the matron couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, delivering a few half-hearted admonishments before handing each of them a vial of dark green potion. Quickly now, drink this. It will hasten your recovery. This is a rare compensation from the Moldricks. Seeing the matron's authoritative gaze, Mayne expressed her gratitude and gulped it down. Thank you, matron. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Moldrick. Pleased with Mei Yin's response, the matron nodded approvingly before turning her attention to Dillalai. Dillalai, what about you? Why haven't you drunk yours? She inquired sternly. Dillalai, still not fully returning to her former self, cleverly conjured an excuse. Matron, this looks rather disgusting. Chapter 9. Dillalai heard another terrifying tale. Reluctantly, Dillalai downed the dark green potion, striving to appear disgusted by the concoction rather than revealing her inner turmoil. Very well, you may rest now. No chores for today. Focus on recuperating, as that is of utmost importance. Especially you, Dillalai. The Moldricks have high hopes for you. If you can swiftly regain your former self, you may even earn their favor. The matron offered Dillalai an encouraging smile. However, the matroness' encouragement did not elicit excitement from Dillalai. Instead, it caused her to shudder inexplicably. Though she quickly composed herself, the matron noticed. What's wrong? Do you no longer like Mr. and Mrs. Moldrick? The matron frowned, her gaze darkening. Dillalai's mind raced, fearing any slip that might reveal their knowledge of the Moldrick's true nature as Death Eaters. Surely, that would not bode well for them. After a moment of nervous hesitation, Dillalai finally expressed her concerns. But have you already taken Dan Lee in 1-1? Do they still have the capacity to adopt me? Oh, I see that's what troubles you. Such a sensitive little soul you are. However, there's no need for concern. The wealth of Mr. Moldrick is beyond your imagination. You see, the majority of our orphanage's funding comes from the Moldrick family. Do you think that adopting a little girl like you would burden them? The matron explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Dillalai's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet her heart raced with trepidation. She needed to maintain a facade of excitement while feeling unwell. Is that true, matron? Dillalai confirmed eagerly. The matron smiled and nodded. Of course, it would be a privilege for you, provided you recover swiftly. At that moment, Mayne timidly interjected, Matron, may I go too? Hearing Mei Yin's request, the matron's expression grew slightly more serious. Perhaps, but I cannot guarantee it unless you can awaken your magical abilities like Dillalai. Mei Yin's face reflected confusion as she asked, Awaken my magic? What do you mean? The matron leaned closer to Mei Yin, her voice low and enticing. It's about magic. As long as you can awaken your powers and become a witch like Dillalai, the Moldricks would not mind taking in another child. Director Mama, are you referring to that kind of magic which I comprehend? Does such a thing truly exist? Mei Yin inquired, filled with curiosity and doubt. The director replied with a smile, Of course it exists. Dillalai is now a young sorceress, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Noticing Mei Yin still had numerous questions, the director promptly interjected, All right, that will suffice for now. Should you wish to satiate your curiosity, you may consult Dillalai directly. By the way, the concoction you just consumed was specially prepared by Mr. Moldrick for you. It not only cleanses the toxins from your bodies, facilitating your swift recovery, but it also has the potential to awaken your latent abilities. Dillalai, you may feel your magical energy surge once more. And Mei Yin, seizing this opportunity, perhaps you too will awaken and become a sorceress endowed with wondrous powers. After offering them encouragement and painting grand visions, Dillalai and Mei Yin were returned to their previous little room, where they were confined once more. It was evident that their current appearance was deemed too unsightly. The caregiver, upon witnessing them enter the room, promptly closed the door and hastily departed. After a considerable time had passed, Dillalai quietly remarked, Mei Yin, why were you so eager to be adopted by the Moldrick couple? Aren't you afraid that Director Mama might actually send you over there? Mei Yin whispered back, If I do not appear to anticipate being adopted, that would be abnormal, Dillalai. Our time is running short. What can we do now? Dillalai asked softly. We must wait. We cannot show any signs of abnormality. Otherwise, with a mere spell, they could erase our memories of the past and weave new thoughts to keep us under their control. Mei Yin cautioned in a hushed tone. Hearing this, Dillalai's eyes widened significantly. Are you suggesting a memory-altering spell? I am uncertain, but you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. It truly makes one wonder about your origins, Mei Yin replied. Dillalai, unable to recall, realized that she often remembered certain things when related questions arose, indicating that her previous knowledge was indeed substantial. The inability to recall past events was likely due to being affected by a memory-altering spell. The two lay on their small beds, resting and closing their eyes, in hopes of achieving greater insights come nightfall. After a while, Dillalai suddenly became restless, incessantly scratching and rubbing her skin. Mei Yin, do you not feel unbearably hot and itchy? Dillalai asked, discomfort evident in her tone. Soon, she received Mei Yin's response. You mentioning it makes it impossible for me to hold back. It's terribly itchy. It must be the potion. Delirally. Please help me scratch my back. You must assist me first. It was clear that the potion had significant side effects. Both were not only plagued by itchy skin, but also felt an unusual heat and emotional turmoil within. Guided by the potion's effects, their magical energies surged, leading to a dizzying state where sparks of an unfamiliar kind ignited as they assisted each other with their backs. Time passed, and Mei-Yin was the first to return to a semblance of clarity. She realized she was cradling something warm, undoubtedly delirally. However, their current positions were rather embarrassing. Upon opening her eyes, she saw that most of Delirali's eczema and red spots had significantly diminished, with the remaining marks losing their prior vibrancy, suggesting they would soon vanish entirely. Mei-Yin's movements roused Delirali, who then caught sight of Mei-Yin's form and blushed deeply. Quickly, she grabbed her clothing to cover herself, exclaiming, "Do not look! Turn around at once!" Obediently, Mei-Yin turned away, adhering to the principle of discretion, at least under normal circumstances. After donning her clothes, Delirali noted Mei-Yin's remarkable compliance and chastised, "You must also dress, and you are not to speak of today's events to anyone else. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." Mei-Yin nodded, understood. Delirali. This was an unexpected incident. "Then why are you not dressing?" Delirali said, her face flushed. Mei-Yin replied, somewhat exasperated, "While you're sitting on my clothes." As they both dressed, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Being a precocious young girl, Delirali was certainly aware of what had transpired between them during their disoriented state. She felt fortunate that Mei-Yin was still young, with an undeveloped body. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a predicament. Mei-Yin, possessing the soul of an adult, certainly understood Delirali's thoughts, yet, as someone who had been single in his previous life, he was uncertain how to communicate with her in this moment. This perhaps illustrated the generational gap in their mindsets. After some time, Delirali tentatively asked, "Mei-Yin, what exactly was the potion we consumed? Its healing properties appear remarkably effective. I sense our blemishes will be cleared by tomorrow." Noticing Delirali's attempt to conceal another effect of the potion, Mei-Yin chose not to delve deeper, understanding that further inquiry would only heighten their unease. After some contemplation, Mei-Yin suggested perhaps it is a type of magical elixir, one capable of forcibly awakening latent magical powers. I sense that had we not already awakened our magic and established a foundation, consuming such a potion could lead to either death or a state of idiocy. Delirali nodded, echoing Mei-Yin's sentiments, and curiously asked, "What, then, is their intention behind this?" Mei-Yin whispered, "Do you not understand, Delirali? What they desire is not our souls, but rather our bodies imbued with magical potential. Hence they are indifferent to whether we perish or become fools after consuming the potion." "All right," Delirali thought, now confronted with a chilling narrative. "What should we do now?" she asked, unwittingly viewing Mei-Yin as her anchor. Mei-Yin, undeterred, declared, "We must inform Director Mama about my awakening of magical powers." Delirali gasped, "You intend to reveal your true abilities?" "Why?" Chapter 13. Mei-Yin. "You're truly a magical genius." "Not entirely, at least not in full measure. I merely plan to disclose the fact of my awakened powers," Mei-Yin clarified. Delirali, intrigued, inquired why. "Did you not wish to keep it concealed?" Mei-Yin pondered. "Concealment is no longer feasible, Delirali. I can feel that the potion has significantly enhanced your magical abilities. If I remain inert, that would be rather abnormal. I have retained a level of magic akin to yours, which creates a semblance of parity. Only in this way can I better mask my anomalies and dissipate any unnecessary suspicions they might harbor. This would allow them to lower their guard, granting us more time to prepare for other matters. Initially, I believe we had nearly a week to stealthily develop, but considering our recovery rate, it appears we may revert to our original states in no more than 2 days. Delirali, our time is limited, and we must act swiftly to ease their vigilance." After much deliberation, they made their way to Director Mama's office to share the strange occurrences surrounding them. Naturally, Delirali took the lead in the conversation, while Mei-Yin appeared somewhat dazed. However, Director Mama seemed unconcerned with Mei-Yin's intellectual demeanor and, after providing some guidance, dismissed them. Upon returning to their small room, Mei-Yin concealed himself behind the window to observe. Sure enough, it was not long before their esteemed Director Mama left the orphanage alone. "You guessed correctly, Mei-Yin. She has indeed departed. Is she reporting our situation? Why not use an owl?" Yet, as soon as she voiced this thought, Delirali fell silent, instinctively glancing at Mei-Yin. It was apparent that he would not permit even a single owl messenger within his hunting grounds. "Poor owl, what should we do next?" Delirali asked. Mei-Yin whispered softly, "Once night falls, I shall continue to enhance my strength and delve into the secrets hidden within the abandoned warehouse." "And what about me? How may I assist you? Dillalai inquired. Maine pondered for a moment before responding. Since you possess a wealth of knowledge concerning magic, perhaps if you reflect further, you might recall some spells for self-defense. Alternatively, methods to dispel the weakening and heartache curses would be invaluable. Once those curses are lifted, I will have a means to extricate you from this place. Let us not forget, we have already awakened our magical potential. Mastering the art of spellcasting is merely a matter of time. What we currently lack is knowledge of magic and incantations. Can you think of anything? Upon hearing Maine's words, Dillalai rubbed her head thoughtfully for some time before responding softly. I do recall some knowledge regarding magic and spells, but it seems of little utility to us. Maine's eyes lit up as he urged, please do share. Dillalai continued. For instance, although we have awakened our powers, we remain at the apprentice stage of wizardry, and our control over magic is insufficient for casting precise spells. Therefore, to wield magic, we require a medium to channel our power, such as a wand. As for spells, I can think of 2 minor enchantments we might cast. What minor spells? Maine asked, curiosity piqued. Dillalai explained, for instance, we could cast a restoration spell on slightly damaged items to return them to their original state. Additionally, if our clothes become soiled, we could employ a cleansing spell to remove stains and dust. Maine was no novice in his studies. He understood that magical power is akin to a cultivated force. It bore a resemblance to the mana flowing within him. As he listened to Dillalai's discourse, he endeavored to interpret the essence of magic through his own understanding. He took a branch from the window, broke it in half, and then summoned his inner magic. Pointing at the fracture, visualizing the intact branch, he intoned restoration. A stream of invisible energy emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the break, and soon, under the influence of this magic, the branch mended itself. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Maine's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this magic? It seems rather simple. It appeared as though the minor spell was a result of his thought guiding the flow of magic. Dillalai, astonished, stood speechless. She had not anticipated that Maine could perform a spell merely by recounting her description, and moreover, without the use of a wand. Wasn't wandless magic a skill reserved for grand wizards? Before she could express her amazement, Maine mused, why do I feel as though my magic can transform into any substance? Could it be possible for me to cast spells of other elements? For instance, a fireball. He extended his right hand, and a small fireball manifested, hovering above his palm. Waterball. He chanted again, and a small water sphere appeared in his left hand. Earthball. The fireball vanished, replaced by a small earth sphere. Windball. The water sphere disappeared, supplanted by an invisible air sphere. Dillalai was utterly flabbergasted. After a prolonged silence, she exclaimed, Maine, you are truly a magical prodigy. Could you enlighten me on how you achieved this? Maine readily shared his insights, but despite numerous attempts, Dillalai could not replicate the spell without a wand. Maine, what is the reason for my failure? Maine contemplated before responding, perhaps it is due to your spiritual essence not being sufficiently strong, hindering your ability to control the flow of your magic for wandless casting. My own capacity for wandless magic may stem from having absorbed many lingering spirits, which have fortified my soul's strength. Another possibility is that your magic lacks elemental power, though this is merely conjecture. Despite this, Dillalai held Maine in high regard. However, the extent of his abilities seemed confined to such minor spells. Dillalai, can you recall any other potent incantations, ones capable of causing injury or even death? We require formidable means to safeguard ourselves. Since Dillalai had been able to recall some relevant magical knowledge, Maine candidly prompted her. Upon hearing Maine's sinister suggestion, Dillalai shivered, as if something within her mind stirred to emerge. Yet after much contemplation, she could not remember precisely what it was, only vague impressions surfaced. I know of 3 unforgivable curses: the killing curse, the soul-stealing curse, and the heart-piercing curse. But why can I not recall anything more specific? Suddenly, a clear metallic ringing echoed, striking 9 times in succession, startling the 2 deep in thought. It was the bell summoning everyone in the orphanage to gather swiftly. What has transpired? They both wondered, glancing out the window to see figures rushing towards the hall. Let's go see what is happening, they decided, trailing the crowd to the hall, where 37 children and 5 caretakers had assembled. To their surprise, their matron had returned as well. As she saw everyone had gathered, she brandished her teaching staff and called, "Children, look here." Everyone turned their curious eyes toward her, hopeful for good news. However, in the next instant, with a cold demeanor, she commanded, "Sleep." An invisible force surged from the tip of her staff, striking all the children. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 11. The House Elf Bill. The spell of sleep struck at their very souls. Except for Mayne, all the children fell into a deep slumber under this enchantment. Just moments ago, sensing the invisible wave of spiritual force, Mayne had swiftly employed an owl spirit to absorb the impact of the attack. To avoid revealing any anomalies, he followed suit and feigned unconsciousness, carefully regulating his breathing to match that of the others. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed once more, and although Mayne did not open his eyes, he recognized who had arrived. It was Mr. Moderick, the man who frequently altered his appearance to adopt children. All the children have succumbed to sleep. They will remain unconscious for a while. What should we do next? Mayne overheard the matron address the newcomer with an unusual respect. Let me weave a new fate for them, Mr. Moderick replied. Oh, by the way, Shamira, I have arranged for more children of various ages to come. Please take good care of them and ensure that the North District Orphanage maintains a semblance of normalcy. Also, deal with the ghosts here. We cannot allow any anomalies to be discovered. Understood, Mr. Moderick. I shall arrange for their transfer shortly. However, what of Dillali and Mayne? They have awakened. If any wizards come to or pass by the orphanage, they will surely sense the magic radiating from them. Matron Shamira continued. Mr. Moderick pondered, for now. Hide them in the basement of my Rose Manor, keeping them out of sight. A few days should suffice for them to fully recover. They can be saved for our next gathering without issue. Matron Shamira replied, Very well, Mr. Moderick. I will make arrangements to send them there shortly. By the way, is the news published in the Daily Prophet true? Should you not take some time to lay low? Upon hearing Shamira's words, Mr. Moderick chuckled. Shamira, prophecies concern events yet to unfold, and since those events are uncertain, they can indeed be altered. Do not fret. If Dumbledore does not intervene personally, who do you think could possibly send me to Azkaban? The dialogue between the two sparked a whirlwind of thoughts in Mei Yin's mind. It became evident that a certain event had transpired, prompting their heightened concern regarding the orphanage in the northern suburbs, lest their unusual behavior be detected by passing wizards. Subsequently, Mordlick cast a spell upon the multitude of children. Uncertain of the spell's effects, Mayne nonetheless chose to endure the consequences through a spectral owl, shouldering the burden in silence. Furthermore, through the act of hand-holding, Mayne transferred one such owl spirit to Delilah, safeguarding her consciousness. Then, Mayne felt the embrace of an unseen force lifting them into a carriage. The familiar scent emanating from this figure indicated it was one of the caregivers who tended to them daily. As they approached the fence, this caregiver produced a wand, lifting the heartache curse and the weakness curse from the two. This action seemed driven by a fear that, as they passed the fence, they might awaken in agony or succumb to the debilitating curse. The good news was that Mayne and Delilah had finally freed themselves from the enchantments and departed the orphanage. However, the bad news swiftly followed as they were ushered into a strange location, confined within a concealed basement. Throughout their journey, Mayne dared not reveal any sign of abnormality, lest the two caregivers escorting them, who appeared innocuous, uncover the truth of their identities as genuine wizards. It was not until the basement door closed, and he sensed the distance between them, that Mayne dared to open his eyes. The basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of light filtering through a vent. Yet this posed no obstacle for Mayne. After all, what are owls most adept at? Flight and night vision. With the spirit of the owl at his back, he possessed the same capabilities. The basement resembled a cell, containing little more than a bed, a table, and a toilet. Notably, there's also a half-burned candle on the table, suggesting that it had housed previous occupants. Testing the basement door, he found it formidable and ironclad, immovable. The space beyond was expansive, and as Mayne surveyed the area, he realized their room constituted only a small fraction of the entire basement. Soon after, he noticed a ghost, an oddly monstrous apparition with pointed ears and a sharp nose. Diminutive and aged, with sparse hair that hardly resembled that of a human. Rather, it bore the appearance of an elderly goblin, save for its non-green skin. Observing Mayne's unwavering gaze, the ghost floated over, passing through the iron door, and circled him twice. Two more lambs, awakened with magic, appeared, but their appearance left much to be desired, resembling large toads, truly unappealing. Mayne fixated on the apparition, causing it to feel uneasy. Why do you keep staring at me? It inquired. Without wasting time, Mayne retorted, I wish to know what manner creature you are transformed from, Spectre. You, young lad, are quite ignorant, not even recognizing a house elf like me. It appears you lack any familial lineage and are but a half-blood wizard born of muggles, are you not? Mayne refrained from answering directly, choosing instead to mock. If house elves appeared as you do, I would drown them all in a chamber pot. For you are a blemish upon my vision, you hideous creature. His words incited the ire of the house elf spirit. "You wretched brat. You insult the great Uncle Bill. Apologize at once, or I shall devour you." But in the next moment, an owl spirit surged forth from Mayene, pinning the ghost to the ground, preventing its escape. Oh heavens! An owl! How could there be an owl, especially a spectral one, and such a formidable owl spirit at that? Bill the ghost struggled in alarm. But in comparison to the owl spirit's prowess, his own was utterly insignificant. No matter how fiercely he fought, the owl spirit's grip only tightened. "So, Uncle Bill, I have several inquiries for you. You shall respond to my questions, and should your answers fail to satisfy me, I shall command the owl to take a bite out of you. How does that sound? Oh heavens! You control the owl spirit? Are you truly a wizard apprentice?" Bill gasped. Bill's shock was palpable, for even low-level wizards could not command spirits. How much less could a mere apprentice? Mayene, displeased by Bill's reaction, furrowed his brow. "You must understand that speaking out of turn before I pose my questions warrants punishment." With that under his command, the owl spirit swiftly pecked off one of Bill's hands. Witnessing his hand consumed by the owl spirit, Bill's terror escalated. If the spirit could devour his hand, it could surely consume him whole. Realizing this, Bill promptly fell silent, stifling even his cries. "Good. It seems you're now acutely aware of your predicament. Now tell me, who are you?" At that moment, Mayene bore no semblance of a child, his gaze filled with malicious amusement, sending shivers down the spine of the ghost. I am Bill, a house elf serving the Mordlick family," he stammered. "Be more specific, my dear Bill the house elf. You must learn to elaborate on your answers. I desire to know more about you and the Mordlick family you serve." Chapter 12. Angel or Demon. Half an hour later, with only a ghostly head remaining, Bill could no longer hold his composure and, succumbing to despair, cursed aloud. "Oh, you butcher of devils! You are no human. You are more loathsome than Da Vinci. Grant me a swift end. I yearn not to live." Mayene crouched across from Bill, observing his remaining head as it raved, and could not help but smile faintly. "You, a ghost, speak as if you still live. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. After all, I am quite benevolent, often fulfilling the requests of those who seek to end their lives. No, what you seek is annihilation. However, my owl, whether in life or death, relishes the act of savoring its meals, tearing them apart piece by piece. Are you certain you wish to experience that?" Bill was in a state of collapse, caught between life and death, never having anticipated such a fate after becoming a ghost. Who was this child, possessing such means to confront a specter? "My lord, I surrender. Please cease tormenting the poor Bill. I shall tell you all I know. Just grant me a swift end." Observing the weeping head of the house elf ghost, Mayene could not muster any pity, for this creature was too cunning. Of the 10 statements made previously, hardly 3 were truthful. "Very well. I shall grant you another chance. Should your response fail to satisfy, then," while noting Mayene's smile, Bill was engulfed with overwhelming dread. Mayene fixed his gaze upon Bill and inquired, "There exists a way to leave this place, does there not?" Bill opened his mouth to deny it, but upon meeting Mayene's penetrating gaze, he fell silent for a time before timidly responding, "Why yes, there's a way to leave." Upon hearing this, Mayene smiled knowingly, refraining from further probing, and continued, "Do you know the incantation for the illumination spell? What must one be mindful of when casting it?" Without hesitation, Bill replied, "The incantation is Lumos. When casting, the flow of magic must be steady, and the initial output should not be too forceful, lest it blind onlookers." Mayene extended a finger and murmured, "Is that so?" Lumos. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted at the tip of his finger, illuminating the entire room. "Oh heavens! Non-verbal spellcasting. My lord, are you truly a wizard apprentice? What miracle have I just witnessed?" Bill was utterly astonished, his shock momentarily eclipsing his fear of the light. Mayene chuckled. "You should be grateful that I was able to cast the spell successfully. Otherwise, I would have deemed everything you said before to be a fabrication." As Bill regained his composure, a flicker of awe mingled with his fear in his gaze. "My lord, everything I just stated is the truth. Please, you must believe me. Bill will no longer deceive you." "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, what are the 3 unforgivable curses?" Mayene fixed his gaze on Bill, making him unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, Bill was overwhelmed. He certainly knew of the 3 unforgivable curses. However, such perilous magic was certainly beyond the reach of a wizarding apprentice. Yet, since Mayene posed the question, it was evident he was already aware of something. If Bill chose not to answer, he might inadvertently say something wrong and attract danger. Would he truly vanish? Although Bill felt a desperate urge to cease existing. Who truly wished for death when life remained, even in a ghostly form? Cautiously, Bill replied, "They're the killing curse, the cruciatus curse, and the imperius curse." Mayne nodded approvingly and continued. Excellent. A most accurate response. Now, tell me the incantations for these 3 spells, as well as the conditions and essentials for casting them. My lord, I implore you, do not press further. The Ministry of Magic has decreed that no fully fledged wizard or magical creature may impart any of these unforgivable curses to underage wizards. Otherwise, they will be condemned to Azkaban for the rest of their days. Bill was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend why this young wizard was so intent on probing such dangerous magic. Mayne furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems you have forgotten your own predicament. Do you truly believe that even if you divulge the information, anyone would come after you? Who would imprison a fractured ghost like you in Azkaban?" Hearing Mei Yin's words, Bill was taken aback. Just as he was about to wail, Mei Yin interrupted him. "Quickly, tell me what you know, so I can compare the curses I possess with your own." Bill's eyes brightened. "You already know these 3 spells?" Mei Yin gave him an unassailable look. "What do you think?" Realizing he had no choice, Bill collected his thoughts and began the killing curse. Its incantation is Avada Kedavra, and it requires a sufficient intent to kill when casting. The Cruciatus Curse. Its incantation is Crucio, and it necessitates a strong malice towards the target to be effective. The Imperius Curse. Its incantation is Imperio, and it requires one to guide the actions of the victim using their own mental consciousness. However, all 3 of these spells are classified as advanced magic and require a wand to execute. While you may understand them, you currently lack the ability to cast them. Mayne noted. He then asked once more, "Is there truly a way out of here? A safe one?" "Yes, my lord. There is, but I cannot guarantee its safety." Bill answered, his voice tinged with anxiety as he dared not lie. "Very well, lead the way. You are aware of my capabilities. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing midway." Bill lamented, "My lord, my spirit is too weak to float any longer. Please spare me, and I promise to reveal every route I know." Without further ado, Mei Yin commanded the owl spirit to regurgitate the remnants of Bill's spirit that it had consumed. He then employed the soul refinement spell to meld Bill's head with his fragmented spirit, shaping it anew with soul fire. Bill, expecting to be obliterated, was astonished to find himself restored to his former state. "Oh heavens, I am restored, truly restored. What kind of magic is this? It is simply miraculous. My lord, you are an angel, the greatest saint I have ever encountered. My adoration for you transcends mere words." Now fully restored to a complete ghostly form, Bill was overjoyed. Swirling around Mei Yin, darting rapidly through the basement. Mei Yin said little, merely observing as Bill floated about, increasingly distant until he vanished. Silence enveloped the basement. Yet, a sly smile crept upon Mei Yin's lips. As an ancient saying goes, a ghost's words are often deceitful, and he certainly could not place his full trust in Bill's claims. Bill himself had stated that a house elf cannot betray its master. Mei Yin doubted that a simple threat could completely subdue him. He needed to stoke the flames further. Just as Bill was reveling in his newfound freedom, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him. The flames surged, ravenously consuming his spirit, impervious to extinguishment, as if specifically targeting a ghost. Bill was in despair, perceiving Mei Yin as a demon emerging from the abyss, orchestrating everything. He finally understood why Mei Yin had remained indifferent when he fled. It was because he had already prepared a contingency. Before 3 minutes had passed, Bill, engulfed in flames and gripped by terror, rushed back, collapsing at Mei Yin's feet, weeping. "My lord, please spare the wretched Bill. I recognize my errors." Chapter 13. The Silver Dragon Heart won very well. You must either submit or face obliteration. Bill was thoroughly subdued by Mei Yin, obediently answering every inquiry without mischief. Alohamra. Mei Yin, carrying Dillalai, invoked the unlocking charm to open the door, following Bill down to the 2nd level of the cellar. The cellar was suffused with a delightful aroma of wine. Yet Mei Yin had no time to linger on such pleasures. If they were discovered to have fled, a search would surely ensue, and he lacked the strength to confront such dangers, especially with Dillalai in tow. The Modric family had held their legacy for so long that the younger generation only knew of the 2 levels beneath the Rose Manor, unaware that there was a 3rd layer hidden beneath the 2nd level wine cellar. This ignorance could not be attributed to their foolishness, for the passage to the 3rd layer was quite unique and deceptive, said to be imbued with hidden magic. Mei Yin had seen it on an ancient map, and the 3rd layer contained a secret passage leading beyond the estate. Bill rambled on, assuring Mei Yin that he had not lied, and under his guidance, Mei Yin discovered the entrance to the 3rd layer of the Rose Manor. To his astonishment, it was located at the top of a corner in the 2nd level wine cellar. Who would have thought that the entrance to the 3rd layer opened upwards? As he pushed aside the top panel of the wine rack, He found an ancient door and lock on the wall. Due to magical barriers, ghosts could not enter. Bill respectfully suggested, "Sir, try the unlocking charm. Perhaps it will work." Alohamra. The lock clicked open, and after sensing no immediate danger, Mayeen proceeded along the passageway into the wall, with Bill leading the way. As expected from the map, the passage opened into the wall and then descended further, where another door waited. After walking several meters and descending another flight of stairs, Mayeen arrived at an ancient door. Without delay, he invoked the unlocking charm once more, Alohamra. It must be said, sometimes these minor spells proved quite practical. The lock clicked open, and sensing no danger, Mayeen cautiously maneuvered the owl spirit to push the door ajar. When no peril materialized, Bill let out a sigh of relief, fearing that hidden traps might exist. Should anything happen to Mayeen, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. The third layer was not shrouded in darkness. It radiated a soft, luminous glow. Mayeen was not entirely certain of what lay within, but Bill, recognizing it immediately, glided in and exclaimed, "It is moonstone, exquisite moonstone. It has been ages since I have seen such quality gems." The owl's vengeful spirit entered first to survey the surroundings. Upon finding no immediate danger, Mayeen subsequently carried Dillalai into the chamber. The third level was rather modest, featuring a passage that divided into two rooms, one a bedroom, the other a study. It appeared to have been long abandoned, the air suffused with a faint layer of dust, yet it retained a freshness, lacking any hint of mildew. Mayeen conducted a thorough inspection and discovered 3 peculiar items upon the desk in the study. A silver-white wand measuring 12 inches, a black leather spellbook adorned with a hexagram, and a deep blue crystal pendant. Each item radiated an ethereal glow, imperceptible to the common eye, safeguarding the desk from dust's encroachment. Oh dear, the silver dragon's heart wand, the azure pearl necklace, and Mr. Sejanus's spellbook. These are the personal belongings of Sejanus Morderic, and they are astonishingly stored here, Bill exclaimed, his voice filled with awe upon seeing these treasures. He attempted to approach for a closer examination, but found himself unable to draw within 3 meters of the desk. Oh, how could this be? Bill was bewildered. As a house elf of the Morderic family, he had served them for over a century. These items should not have been repellent to him. Is this truly a wand? Bill pondered in disbelief, yet Mayeen faced no such impediment, directly seizing the silver wand. Instantly, a radiant silver light erupted, unleashing a violent surge of magical energy that stirred a tempest, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. It felt as though an immense force sought to wrench free from his grasp, yet Mayeen held on tenaciously. So this is a wand? It feels rather formidable, albeit somewhat obstinate. Is every wand like this? Mayeen remarked, discomfort evident in his tone. Not all, sir. Each wand has its destined partner. The renowned wand makers of the Ollivander family believe that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Clearly, this one does not suit you, Bill retorted, unwilling to concede that an outsider like Mayeen could inherit Sejanus Morderic's legacy. Such treasures were best reserved for the heirs of the Morderic family. Upon hearing Bill's words, Mayeen scoffed, analyzing, "I surmise that a wand chooses a wizard only if it possesses a self-aware consciousness. If a wand fails to amplify spells or perform magic, it likely indicates a mismatch with the wizard's inherent attributes. This wand, called the Silver Dragon's Heart, I can sense its pride and resistance. Its consciousness is strong, disdaining me as merely a wizarding apprentice. If my soul's power were any weaker, I would scarcely be able to approach it." Bill explained, "That seems plausible. After all, the Silver Dragon's Heart is indeed Mr. Sejanus's wand. Sejanus Morderic was the most powerful wizard in the Morderic family 3 centuries ago. Without exception, it harbors its own pride." Wizards? Are we not speaking of wizards? Mayeen caught onto the subtleties, waiting for Bill's clarification. Bill hesitated before responding candidly. "For what I glean from the ancient texts of the Morderic family, it appears that Sejanus's wizarding lineage is not entirely pure. He is of mixed blood, and his journey as a wizard was fraught with challenges, yielding limited achievements. However, his mastery of elemental magic is profound, particularly within the 4 elemental schools, earning him the moniker Master of Calamity. Quite impressive and terrifying. Wouldn't you agree? It is only natural for his wand to possess a sense of pride." Mayeen nodded, yet he did not relinquish the Silver Dragon's Heart wand. Instead, he addressed the wand directly. "I am Mayeen Mele Merlin, and I hereby solemnly inform you, wand, either submit to me and serve my will, or I shall obliterate your consciousness, giving rise to a new wand spirit that will serve my needs." Upon hearing Mayeen's unyielding declaration, The silver dragon's heart erupted in a dazzling silver light, compelling Bill to scream and retreat from the third level of the basement. Mayene felt as though he were grasping a burning stick, his hand being seared by the wand's emanating silver glow. Enduring the intense pain, he persisted, unleashing an invisible soul fire that surged back through his palm. Refine the soul, meld the spirit, consume the essence. Concurrently, 3 owl spirits surged into the wand, their presence intensifying the struggle. The wand's silver light flickered and intertwined chaotically, echoing the roar of a silver dragon and the low hoot of an owl. Simultaneously, an intangible magic was refined and extracted, coursing up his arm and melding into his being. Sensing the depletion of its core, the silver dragon's heart wand struggled fiercely, its awareness burgeoning. Yet, it was met with yet another owl spirit that dove into the wand. The odds had shifted from 3 against 1 to 4 against 1, and with his own soul refining the spirit, Mayene was resolute that he would not fail to subdue this wand. Another wave of consciousness emanated from the wand, targeting the spellbook. Upon contact, the spellbook trembled slightly before radiating 4 colors of light, preparing to open. However, in the next moment, a pair of owl talons pressed it firmly shut. Chapter 14. Subduing the Spirit of the Spellbook, Sejanus. In the third level of Rose Manor, the cries of the vengeful spirits and the surge of magic forced Bill to retreat into the passage, too afraid to approach any closer. Mayene closed his eyes. Concentrating his spirit and exerting all his might, he had released all 7 owl spirits, for engaged in a fierce struggle with the wand spirit, while the remaining 3 restrained the spellbook from opening, remaining vigilant against the azure pearl to prevent it from exhibiting its own consciousness. In the ebb and flow of the owl spirit suppression and Mayene's soul fire refining, nearly a quarter of an hour passed before the silver dragon's heart wand could no longer withstand the pressure, retracting its magic and ceasing its resistance, emanating a gentle sheen. However, Mayene did not relent. He directly inscribed his soul mark upon it and employed Eastern techniques for ritualistically refining magical artifacts, conducting a blood refinement. Given that the sentient wand could betray him during moments of weakness, Mayene was cautious. Throughout this process, the spirit of the silver dragon's heart dared not resist. Having sensed Mayene's malevolence, if it did not submit, it would be completely consumed and refined by Mayene today. With the silver dragon's heart subdued, Mayene turned his attention to the black leather spellbook and declared, "I now present you with 2 choices, either submit or face annihilation." Though Mayene appeared diminutive, in the company of the 7 owl spirits, he projected an aura of terror and malevolence. With the silver dragon's heart already subdued, the black leather spellbook ceased its struggles. Its cover opened, revealing a passage of text as though someone were penning it. "I am at your service, Mr. Mayene Mele Merlin. I am the spirit of Sejanus Morderic's spellbook. You may call me Sejanus, or grant me a new name." After a moment of contemplation, Mayene replied, "Since you are willing to submit, I shall grant you this courtesy and refrain from renaming you. Sejanus it shall be. However, for our future harmonious relationship, you must undergo my ritualistic refinement to become my blood-refined magical artifact, not merely a blood-refined magical tool. This blood refinement can be viewed as a magical contract, binding our bloodlines together. You cannot betray me, and I cannot abandon you. Otherwise, we shall both suffer backlash. Do you accept?" The text on the pages faded, only to re-emerge with a new line. "Thank you for your sincere disclosure. Sejanus willingly accepts the role of your blood-refined magical artifact, and believes that following you will be as splendid as accompanying Lord Sejanus Morderic." After blood-refining the Sejanus spellbook into his magical artifact, Mayene proceeded to blood-refine the azure pearl as well. Unlike the silver dragon's heart wand and the Sejanus spellbook, the azure pearl did not develop sentience. Nonetheless, it proved to be an excellent magical energy reservoir. Though its abilities may be singular, its value is by no means inferior to that of the silver dragon heart wand or the Sejanus grimoire. This azure gemstone, known as the Sea Soul, possesses the remarkable capability to store a reservoir of magical energy equivalent to that of a top-tier archmage. In simpler terms, it acts as an enhancement of magical prowess, significantly augmenting Mayene's magical endurance. As the unusual phenomena within the room dissipated, Bill cautiously peered inside, only to find that the silver dragon heart wand, the Sejanus grimoire, and the azure gemstone had vanished. The only sight that met his eyes was Mayene, pallid and motionless, reclining in the chair with his eyes closed. "Sir, what has happened to you?" Bill ventured to inquire softly. Yet, Mayene offered no response, remaining still as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. His complexion was so ghastly that, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he might have been mistaken for a corpse. Bill called out to him several times, but still, there was no sign of life. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the 3 items left behind by Sejanus. After a fruitless search, Bill's gaze fell upon Mayene once more. However, it seemed implausible that such a large grimoire could be concealed beneath his garments. Just as Bill contemplated approaching for closer inspection, he suddenly felt a chill run through his very essence. Meeting Mayene's profound gaze sent him drifting away in fright. After a moment, he cautiously stammered, "Yes, sir. Are you all right?" Mayene continued to fixate on Bill, causing him to tremble with uncertainty, unable to ascertain how to proceed. The depth of Mayene's gaze instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within Bill. He could not fathom why a mere child could exert such terrifying pressure upon him. "Mr. Bill, it is time for you to lead the way," Mayene stated blandly, devoid of emotion. Bill, with great caution, guided Mayene to a wall, saying, "The exit marked on the map is right here, but it requires the corresponding magical incantation to unlock." Mayene gestured for Bill to continue, who then hesitantly recited the incantation. Upon receiving the spell, Mayene extended his hand toward the wall and intoned, "Light of the sun, light of the moon, light of the stars, converge as one to open the door to illumination." Magical energy surged toward the wall, yet it yielded no response. The incantation had failed, and Mayene cast a dubious glance at Bill. At that moment, Bill, gripped by fear, hastily explained, "The incantation I saw inscribed on the map was exactly this. It shouldn't be erroneous. Perhaps other conditions remain unmet. Please believe me, sir, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Look, the prior inscriptions are all accurate. We have indeed reached the 3rd level of the Rose Manor, and the subsequent records should be correct as well." Upon hearing this, Mayene slowly nodded, pondering for a moment before grasping the silver dragon heart wand, which materialized in his hand. He then waved the wand and recited, "Light of the sun, light of the moon, light of the stars, converge as one to unveil the door to illumination." The silver dragon heart emitted a gentle luminescence that surged into the wall, illuminating a pristine white point of light that swiftly traced a doorway upon the surface. The portal opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway leading to an unknown destination. "Indeed, ici un passage existe. It seems that the key to unlocking this subsequent door lies within this wand," Mayene remarked. "Spectral entity, arise." With a flick of his wand, a spectral owl surged into the passage. He then cast a levitation spell upon Dilly, ensuring she was safely carried upon his back as they stepped into the darkness. Bill, initially reluctant to follow, complied after catching a glance from Mayene, observing the appearance and disappearance of the silver dragon heart wand. Bill realized that the 3 items had indeed come into Mayene's possession. Each of these magical artifacts was of extraordinary worth, and if they were to leave the confines of secrecy, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among wizards eager to claim them. He was astonished at how effortlessly Mayene had acquired them, and even more bewildered by his ability to wield them. Time passed within the passage, and Mayene felt his stamina waning. He finally discerned a tightly sealed magical door radiating with magical energy. Rather than immediately attempting to open it with magic, he set Dilly down and crouched to catch his breath. He needed to rest. It was imperative, for he could not guarantee his endurance would hold. The blood ritual performed on the 3 items had drained him significantly, and he suspected he was becoming anemic. Moreover, he was famished, having not eaten for quite some time. After a brief respite, he resolved to seek sustenance. Mayene steeled himself, compelling his weary body not to succumb to slumber. After resting for a quarter of an hour, he rose, brandishing his wand toward the magical door and invoking the opening spell, Alohomora. The door creaked open, albeit only a crack, and a dazzling golden light streamed through the gap. Chapter 15. The Treasures Left Behind by Sejanus Modric. Dilly stirred awake, her body languidly twisting as she stretched, producing a symphony of metallic friction. The sound was enchanting, one she had heard many times in her dreams. She blinked her eyes open only to quickly shut them again, fearing that if she fully opened her eyes, this wondrous scene would vanish. Gold, a sea of golden riches, a vision only witnessed in dreams. Am I dead? Dilly recalled vividly that just before she was lost, their matron had cast a spell upon them. Yet upon death, one's spirit was not meant to wander an orphanage. So how could she find herself amidst a sea of coins? Do not be alarmed. You are not dead, Dilly, Mayene teased, observing her adorable countenance. Hearing his voice, Dilly's eyes flew open as she turned to gaze at Mayene, who stood nearby, smiling sincerely. Realizing the truth, Dilly came to accept that they were indeed alive. But where were they? The room was overflowing with towering piles of gold galore, and there were even mountains of silver and jewels. What is this place? Have we fallen into a treasure vault? Mayene? Dilly stammered in disbelief. Mayene approached her, seating himself atop the coins, producing another delightful metallic sound. His charming smile rendered Dilly utterly entranced. Settling down, he gazed at Dilly with joy, said, "Allow me to regale you with the tale of what transpired after you lost consciousness." Mayene recounted the events following their arrival at Rose Manor, captivating Dilly's attention. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she were listening to a fairy tale. "Oh, is everything you say true?" Dilly asked incredulously. Mayene nodded, scooping up a handful of coins and letting them fall freely, grinning as he replied, "Indeed, this is the finest proof of our fortune. This is the legendary treasure left behind by the Calamity Mage, Lord Sejanus Modric, a treasure sought after by the Modric family for centuries, yet never found. By the heavens, we are rich, Mayene, haha." Mayene chuckled. "Yes, Dilly, I have indeed struck gold, but I wouldn't mind sharing some with you. Thus we are both wealthy. Look here, I have selected something special just for you." Saying this, Mayene produced an exquisite ruby necklace, holding it before Dilly for her admiration. Her eyes shimmered with delight, unable to conceal her affection as she reached out to touch it, fearing she might mar its beauty. Mayene gently placed the necklace around her neck. "It is splendid," he declared. "Now, take a look at this." With that, he retrieved a pink ring adorned with rubies and deftly slid it onto Dilly's right ring finger. Though the ring appeared oversized, it magically resized to fit her perfectly. Dilly gasped in astonishment. "A magical ring." Mayene nodded and said, "Of course, we are comrades bound by life and death. I must choose the finest treasures for you. Ding, ding, ding. Now let us see what this is." As she spoke, Mayene produced a pink stick, approximately 10 inches in length. Upon seeing the wand, Dilly gasped in delight, exclaiming, "A wand! Is it for me?" Without further ado, Mayene placed the pink wand into Dilly's hands, urging her to give it a try. The moment Dilly grasped the wand, it resonated with the magic within her, enveloping her in a soft pink glow. "Wow!" Dilly exclaimed in disbelief. Mayene, filled with envy, remarked, "A perfect match. My judgment is indeed impeccable. This pink ensemble suits you splendidly." Overjoyed, Dilly threw her arms around Mayene, causing both of them to tumble into a pile of gold coins. After reveling in their excitement for a while, Dilly suddenly pondered, "With such wealth, how shall we carry it out?" Mayene smiled and replied, "Excellent question, Dilly. You have not been blinded by the treasure and still recognize such a crucial concern. However, you see, my butler, Mr. Bill, has already arranged everything for us. Those 2 large storage boxes are more than sufficient to hold the remaining items. Indeed, all the treasures in the secret chamber have been collected by Mayene. The Sejan's grimoire provided a storage space, but it could only accommodate half of the wealth contained within. Under Bill's guidance and her own judgment, Mayene selected a considerable number of precious items to place in the grimoire, reserving the remaining space for gold galleons. She filled it to capacity, ceasing only when not even a single galleon could be added. Nevertheless, the remaining wealth was still staggering, leaving Dilly completely unaware that these treasures were merely the leftovers. "My esteemed lord, while these 2 large storage boxes can indeed contain this wealth, their storage duration is limited. After securing the items, you must find a reliable place to store this wealth within half a month. Otherwise, the magical essence of the boxes will deplete, resulting in the expulsion of all stored items. Bill advised, ever the loyal butler." Mayene nodded in acknowledgement, gently pushing aside the young girl who had been using her as a cushion. Under Bill's instruction, she cast the storage spell, allowing the treasures to file into the boxes. She continued until every last treasure was secured, leaving not a single galleon or silver sickle behind. "Can you walk on your own?" Mayene inquired, looking at Dilly. The young girl, having rested well, nodded enthusiastically and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You look a bit pale." Mayene chuckled, "No worries. A good meal will restore my color. Since you can walk by yourself now, you shall carry a box as well." With that, she handed Dilly a box filled with treasures. "Bill, please lead the way." Ever since discovering the treasures left behind by Sejan, Mayene had no intention of letting Bill escape her grasp, lest he reveal the treasure's existence to the Modric family, a recipe for disaster. Thus, she forcefully enlisted the services of the house elf, Mr. Bill, intending for him to manage this wealth thereafter. Throughout their journey, Mayene diligently cautioned Dilly not to disclose the secret of the treasure. After quite some time, the pair, guided by Bill, arrived at an ancient door. Mayene immediately cast the opening spell, revealing the entrance. It appeared to be a broom closet. They squeezed through the narrow space and pushed open a door, entering a dusty cellar that had evidently been untouched for ages. Bill exclaimed with joy. Sir, we have emerged. One of the exits from the Rose Manor's third floor is right here. Mayne nodded and extended her left hand. To Bill's astonishment, the ghostly figure of Bill transformed into a wisp of light and entered the dark ring on Mei Yin's finger. The soul binding ring. Please spare me, sir. Mei Yin replied coolly, I have no intention of taking your life. From now on, you are not suited for the outside world. Rest within the soul binding ring. My dear butler, Alohamra. With a click, the long-sealed door of the cellar swung open, and a long-lost ray of sunlight illuminated Mei Yin's face, causing her to squint in discomfort. As she opened her eyes to scrutinize her surroundings, she was struck with shock and dread. Dillalai, upon stepping out, cast a fleeting glance before covering her mouth in astonishment. After a moment, she whispered in disbelief, Mayne, how do we return to the North Suburb Orphanage? Chapter 16. The Ogre Mountain and the Division of Power in the Wizarding World. Neither of them could have anticipated that after navigating the underground of the Rose Manor, they would find themselves back at the North Suburb Orphanage. This place had once served as the resting room for the stable manager. However, with no horses or manager present, it had now become a storeroom. Mei-Een and Dillalai had previously brought supplies here, so they recognized it immediately. Oh my goodness, how we end up back here? Dillalai stared at Mei-Een in disbelief. Back we go. Without hesitation, Mei-Een took Dillalai's hand and led her back into the cellar, releasing Bill from the soul binding ring. Confronting the spirit, Mei-Een grasped Bill by the neck, her fingers clutching him tightly as if he were prey. My dear butler, this is quite amusing. Isn't it? Do you believe I one team make you disappear right now? The invisible flames of the soul ignited, causing Bill to cry out in pain, pleading for mercy. Oh, sir, what has transpired? What crime have I committed? Mei-Een retorted angrily. Do not feign ignorance. That Modric fellow brought us from the North Suburb Orphanage to the Rose Manor, and you returned us here, yet you claim no wrongdoing? Hearing this, Bill was taken aback. This is the North Suburb Orphanage? What a coincidence. He quickly lamented. It's a misunderstanding, sir. Please calm your wrath. I had no idea the exit of the secret passage would lead us back here. This passage has existed for at least 300 years, while the orphanage is barely a century old. Upon hearing this, Mei-Een was momentarily taken aback. It seemed indeed plausible. If others were aware of this passage, then the relics and treasures of Sejin and Modric would not have been accessible to her. Nonetheless, wrongdoing is wrongdoing, and Mei-Een had no intention of reconciling with the spirit. She stated bluntly, you mentioned there are multiple exits. Where are the others? How many are there? With the invisible flames of the soul dissipated, Bill exhaled in relief, genuinely frightened. This temperamental little master terrified him, and he feared that one misstep could lead to his untimely demise. He quickly replied, there is another exit marked on the map, but it is indicated with symbols of undead creatures and magical beasts. I believe that exit to be perilous, which is why I directed you to this unmarked passage. Very well, it seems you possess a modicum of conscience. Mei-Een released Bill and instructed, lead the way. If we manage to escape alive, I would not mind having you as my cunning servant. The prospect of survival was uncertain, and Bill dared not hope for more. He would be grateful to escape unscathed. Yet, as a seasoned survivor, he knew well how to flatter. Thank you for your generosity, sir. I shall lead the way at once. The two retraced their steps through the passage, and after estimating they had traveled 3 or 4 miles, Bill halted at a bend, pointing to a nearby stone wall. The fork in the secret passage marked on the map is right here. I will tell you the spell. Sir, you may open the door. As Mei-Een recited the incantation given by Bill, the stone door of the forked path creaked open. She swiftly dispatched an owl specter to scout ahead before taking Delirali's hand and leading her into the secret passage. Mei-Een, slow down, I can't see, Delirali murmured. The passage was shrouded in darkness, and while Mei-Een's owl night vision proved advantageous, Delirali struggled to adapt, frequently stumbling over stones. Reluctantly, Mei-Een conjured a spell for illumination, casting a shimmering glow that quickened their pace. However, for Bill, the ghost, the light was unbearable. He loathed brightness but dared not object, knowing Mei-Een possessed means to confront spirits. Thus, he hastened to conceal himself in the shadows. After nearly an hour of cautious advancement, they finally emerged from the passage into an underground cavern, where the air turned cold and damp. Bill, recalling the route in his mind, guided them and warned, extinguish the light. The map marks this area as perilous. Heeding his advice, Mei-Een snuffed out the illumination, only to feel Delirali's grip tighten around her hand. Do not worry, just follow me slowly, and we shall soon exit the cave. Mei-Een reassured in a hushed tone. Fortunately, even in darkness, the cavern was not entirely devoid of light, as bioluminescent fungi adorned the surroundings, allowing for minimal visibility. However, as they progressed, the once fresh, damp air grew foul and nauseating, reeking of rot. It seems we have encroached upon the territory of some large carnivorous creatures, Delirely whispered. Mayne nodded, her eyes glinting with caution as she surveyed the area, wary of any lurking monstrosities. Soon, the owl specter relayed its vision back to them. Near the cavern's entrance, several colossal, humanoid creatures were feasting upon their prey. Mayne and Delirely crept forward stealthily, daring not to make sound. With the faint light of the cavern, they discerned 5 shaggy humanoid beasts, 4 large and 1 small. The largest loomed like a small mountain, easily standing 2 meters tall even while seated. Indeed, monsters do exist. What manner of creature is that? Mayne inquired of Bill. Startled by the sight, Bill stammered. They are Ogre Mountain trolls, quite terrifying. Judging by their size, one must be a 4th-tier magical creature, accompanied by 3 3rd-tier creatures. And the smallest is at least a 1st-tier. Goodness, how could there be Ogre Mountain trolls near Modric City? Mayne asked with intrigue. Monsters are indeed categorized by tiers. Bill explained. Just like human wizards, various magical creatures are classified according to their strength. At the exit, the 5 Ogre Mountain trolls indulged in their dinner, rendering Mayne and Delirely unable to escape. Thus, they sought a concealed spot to inquire about the wizarding world. Human wizards or sorcerers are classified based on their magical power and mental fortitude into apprentice wizards, junior wizards, intermediate wizards, senior wizards, great wizards, archmages, grand archmages, and holy wizards. Some refer to wizards as sorcerers. The tiers remain the same, merely differing in nomenclature, such as apprentice wizards, also known as mage apprentices. Some human wizards utilize tiers for comparison against various magical beings. For instance, junior wizards are referred to as 1st-tier wizards, intermediate as 2nd-tier, and so forth. Engrossed in the conversation, Mayne and Delirely were astonished. So, those hulking brutes are equivalent to a great wizard and 3 senior wizards, plus 1 junior wizard? That is simply terrifying, Delirely exclaimed. Bill nodded. That's a fair assessment, though wizards possess remarkable and formidable abilities. Generally, 4th-tier Ogre Mountain trolls cannot contend with a great wizard. If a high-tier wizard wields exceptionally powerful magic, it is not impossible for them to defeat a 4th-tier Ogre Mountain troll, a phenomenon known as tier jumping. He recounted, according to historical records, the ancestor of the Modric family. The calamity wizard Sejan Modric was an exceedingly formidable sorcerer. Not only could he engage in tier-jumping battles, but he could even surpass tiers. He was a legend in the wizarding world 3 centuries ago. Chapter 17. By the spirits, how can there be wizards here? As the light at the cave's entrance gradually diminished, Mayne realized that night had fallen. Undoubtedly, news of their escape had reached the Modric couple by now, though she pondered whether they could locate the 3rd floor of Rose Manor and follow the passage. With night's arrival, the smaller Ogre Mountain troll was driven by the larger one into a smaller cavern, where it commenced amorous activities with the other 3 trolls. This spectacle prompted Mayne and Delirely to hastily withdraw their heads, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Oh, how revolting, Delirely scoffed. Mayne shrugged. It seems we must wait until they fall asleep before we can find an opportunity to sneak out. I'm so hungry, I long to eat something. Delirely's stomach grumbled audibly. In a peculiar synchronicity, Mayne's own belly echoed the sound. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow, Mayne lamented. So could I. Thus, the two awkwardly awaited the completion of the Ogre Mountain trolls coupling. As hunger gnawed at her, Mayne felt her limbs weaken. Glancing at the heavy storage boxes in her possession, she pondered and subsequently dug a deep hole in the secluded corner of the cavern, burying both boxes. Additionally, she placed a large stone atop them and scattered various size pebbles around for camouflage. I can't move anymore. I'll hide them here for now and retrieve them later. Delirely nodded. A splendid idea. I was thinking the same. Then, with frustration, she lamented, couldn't these creatures finish sooner? Don't they understand the benefits of an early night? Oh, I'm so hungry. Delirely was on the verge of despair, having never experienced such an intense hunger before. Yet the fear of the Ogre Mountain trolls stifled her. The prolonged wait compelled Mayne to meditate for rejuvenation, while Delirely idly toyed with her wand. Examining the ring and necklace Mayne had gifted her, these were magical items, surely possessing wondrous functions. She had to study them thoroughly. At long last, when the 4 Ogre Mountain trolls had concluded their activities and settled down, Bill swiftly returned. Oh, sir and miss, someone is pursuing you. 2 formal witches. You must hide quickly. Upon hearing this, Mayne and Delirely immediately heightened their alertness, holding their breath and crouching to conceal themselves. Soon, 2 points of light illuminated the direction of the passage, undoubtedly the result of a light spell. As they approached, Mayene recognized that those were the very caretakers who had confined them to the basement of the orphanage near Rose Manor. It was astonishing that only the two of them had come in pursuit. However, reflecting on it, if not for Mayene's unforeseen presence, dispatching the two witches to pursue would have sufficed. Although they were strong, they lacked the aerial perspective granted by Mayene's command of the Owl Spectre. Consequently, even though they were close to the Ogre Mountain trolls, they remained oblivious to their presence. Just as the witches were about to spot the trolls, a discordant laugh echoed from behind them. Two-legged sheep, hee. It was a small Ogre Mountain troll who had disobeyed and failed to rest. After its parents had settled, it had slipped out to continue playing, inadvertently encountering the two pursuing witches. The reason ogres are called ogres is that humans are prominently featured on their menu, and indeed, at the very top. Upon sighting the two witches, the small Ogre Mountain troll was filled with glee, raising a wooden club to strike down upon them. The two witches barely had time to cast their spells, and instinctively dodged out of the way. The wooden club missed its target, but its terrifying force shattered a large stone, causing flying debris to injure the two witches indirectly, eliciting cries of anguish. It's the Ogre Mountain beast. We must flee before those giants awaken, one of the witches exclaimed in pain. However, this alerted the little Ogre Mountain beast, which raised its club once more and swung it at her. A brilliant light erupted. The witch raised her wand, which had initially emitted only a dim glow for illumination, now radiated overwhelming brilliance. The dazzling light caused Mayene and Lee, who were lurking at a distance, to squint in astonishment. It's the flash spell. Lee whispered in discomfort, shielding her eyes. Mayene quickly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, "Stay silent and be ready to follow me." The close-range flash caused the little Ogre Mountain beast to shield its eyes and emit a piercing scream, wildly flailing its other arm. It struck the witch who had cast the flash spell, sending her sprawling. Fortunately, she had cast a protective charm on herself, suffering no serious harm. "Hurry!" the other witch urged as she rushed to assist her, retreating towards the hidden passage. The little Ogre Mountain beast's scream immediately roused four fully grown Ogre Mountain beasts, disturbed from their slumber, roared in fury upon witnessing their offspring being bullied. Armed with clubs, they charged after the two witches. As the four Ogre Mountain beasts gained some distance, Mayene seized Lee's hand and sprinted towards the cave exit. They had to escape while the larger ogres were absent and the little ogre was in a disheveled state. Yet, they had not run far when the recovering little ogre spotted them. With a roar, it charged, indifferent to whether Mayene and Lee had harmed it. One hand rubbed its eyes while the other gripped the club, pursuing them relentlessly. "Oh no, the monster's caught up. Run, Mayene," Lee shrieked. Mayene wished to run faster, but after so much exertion, his legs felt weak from hunger. Though he could still move, his pace was sluggish. Fortunately, the little Ogre Mountain beast was also in poor condition, stumbling and struggling to keep up. "Just a little further, hold on." Mayene encouraged himself while pulling Lee along, who was in an even worse state than he was. The little Ogre Mountain beast, although relatively small compared to the 3 or 4 meter tall adult ogres, felt like a hulking brute to Mayene and Lee, wielding its club with a menacing aura. A single blow would surely crush them. Thankfully, the little ogre stumbled over a rock, slowing its pursuit, allowing the two to dart out of the cave. However, just as they emerged, a massive humanoid figure rounded the corner, colliding with them. It was unmistakably an adult Ogre Mountain beast. Lee screamed in terror, the sound reverberating painfully in Mayene's ears. He too was frightened, a chill creeping up his spine. Yet rather than scream, he closed his eyes and summoned all his strength to shout at the approaching creature. Brilliant light. The radiant glow of the silver dragon's heart illuminated the night sky. "Oh, my eyes. What in the world? How can there be wizards here? Stop." The spell was cast. Chapter 18. They are humans, not monsters. We are saved. The shimmering light revealed that the figures before them were indeed humans, not monsters. The newcomers were clearly wizards, the brightness of their wands illuminating their forms. However, given the sheer bulk of one of them, it was hard not to mistake them for a beast, especially in the late hours of the night. Aside from one ordinary-looking person, the other towered nearly twice the height of an average human. Mayene estimated that he was only as tall as the giant's thigh. Realizing that the newcomers were two strangers, Mayene quickly covered Lee's mouth, whispering, "Stop. They are humans, not mountain beasts. Whose children are you? What are you doing in such a perilous place at this hour?" Quirrell inquired gravely, his wand aimed at the two, ready to strike. Had it not been for Hagrid blocking the way earlier, he too would likely have been caught off guard. Mayene maintained his silence, eyeing the two with tension. unwilling to make a move. He was certain that any sign of aggression would invite immediate repercussions. Upon hearing the stranger's voices, Dealey Lee's tense body relaxed slightly, and she opened her eyes to gaze at the imposing giant with a beard nearly reaching his waist. "Hagrid, is it you?" she exclaimed in delight. "You know each other?" Mayene and Quirrell asked in unison. Dealey Lee, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to articulate her thoughts, while the giant rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Oh, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. Who are you?" Dealey Lee, in her excitement, found herself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry, I know your name is Hagrid, and you seem familiar, but I can't recall more details," she confessed. "Hagrid, do you know my past?" This revelation left Quirrell bewildered. What an odd situation, encountering acquaintances in such a dangerous place at night, and especially two children who seemed unaware of their own histories. Hagrid's expression shifted with recognition. "You're Dee Lee. Oh goodness, I remember now. That voice is indeed familiar. Where have you been all this time?" "Just wait a moment." Hagrid fished out a potion from his pocket and applied it to his eyes. After rubbing them for nearly a minute, he finally opened his eyes to scrutinize Mayene and Dee Lee closely, especially Dee Lee, before smiling in relief. "It's so good to see you, Dee Lee. I believe Professor Dumbledore will be overjoyed to hear about you. You know, ever since you went missing, the Dumbledore family has scoured the magical world for you." "How did you end up here?" "Dumbledore family? That sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it," Dee Lee lamented, clutching her head in distress. Observing her state, Hagrid asked, "What is wrong, Dee Lee? You don't remember who you are?" Mayne interjected, "Mr. Hagrid, we were kidnapped and subjected to a forgetting spell. Dee Lee likely remembers you because of your distinctive appearance." "And you are?" Hagrid inquired, curiosity piqued as he looked at Mayene. "It was his kid who nearly got blinded earlier," Mayne explained apologetically. "You can call me Mayene, Mr. Hagrid. I'm Dee Lee's good friend, also abducted and raised alongside her. I sincerely apologize for the spell earlier. I mistook you for an ogre mountain beast." "Oh dear, kidnapped and raised? What have you two been through?" Hagrid's expression turned serious, his curiosity piqued, yet he hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject, given their tender ages and the enchantment placed upon them. "From now on, you must stay by my side until your families come claim you. And you, young one, I accept your apology. Next time you cast a spell, be sure to be more discerning. I can't guarantee that others will be as lenient as I am." Mayene nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the warning." Hagrid then asked, "Do you know why they kidnapped you?" Mayene did not conceal the truth, responding directly, "To eat us. As far as I know, 7 or 8 children with awakened magical abilities have already been served up on the dinner table before us." "Oh dear, it is the Death Eaters, those malevolent beings, who actually raise children as ingredients," Hagrid said in disbelief. Beside him, the ever-curious and serious Chilo inquired, "How do you know this so well?" Mayene looked at Chilo, her eyes filled with questions. Hagrid introduced, "Mr. Quirinus Chilo, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, is specifically tasked with combating evil dark wizards. You can trust him." Upon hearing this, Mayene explained, "I have been able to see ghosts for a long time. Whenever a child is adopted, their ghost returns to the orphanage that same night or the following night." Dilly had witnessed this firsthand and even inquired about their experiences after leaving. After providing her explanation, Mayene fell silent as her stomach growled audibly. Hearing the sound, Dilly's stomach seemed to respond in kind, growling as well. "Mr. Hagrid, do you have any food? We haven't eaten since we escaped, at least for a day. Also, we must leave here quickly. There are 5 trolls in the cavern, although most have been drawn away by the wizards pursuing us. One small troll is still hunting us. Well, the little troll probably won't dare to come out after seeing you. However, those larger ones won't hesitate upon their return," Hagrid replied. "We are here to deal with the trolls. They have entered the Muggle world and abducted 2 Muggles, who are likely beyond rescue now." Upon hearing this, Mayene realized what the troll's dinner had been. Remembering this, Dilly promptly retched. "What's wrong, Dilly?" Hagrid asked. Dilly, filled with fear and disgust, replied, "Those 2 Muggles must have been eaten. We saw them having dinner earlier." "Well, that is indeed unfortunate news. But there is nothing we can do to rectify it now. I believe our priority should be to feed you both and clarify your situation," Hagrid stated. "What do you think, Chilo?" Chilo nodded. "Yes, the Death Eaters raising children is far more serious than the troll incident. Let us leave here first. Come, hold my hand, and I will take you to eat," Hagrid said, seemingly fearing they might not hold on tightly enough, pressing Mayene's and Dilly's small hands together. Apparate. When Mayene regained her senses, she found herself on an ancient and unfamiliar street. The two felt dizzy and unsteady on their feet, relying on Hagrid for support. "Welcome to Moldrick's Cross, a magical street open exclusively for wizards." looking at the bustling crowd, mostly cloaked in black robes. Mayne realized they were truly safe and had escaped. Chapter 19. The reasonable explanation of Sturm's ambush. The abduction and torment of children by the Death Eaters is a matter of grave seriousness. Chilo summoned 5 Aurors to join him in questioning Mayne and Dilly about the orphanage in the northern suburbs. The two spoke candidly, recounting everything they knew about the orphanage, from the headmistress to the caregivers, to every person who came to adopt, and the ghosts that lingered in the orphanage. Most of the narration came from Mayne. For some reason, Headmistress Shamira summoned us all and suddenly cast a sleeping spell on us. Then, that Mulderic came in, saying he wanted to weave us a new fate. He mentioned he had brought in many children of various ages to make the orphanage appear normal. Since we awakened our magical powers, he ordered us to be locked in the basement of Rose Manor, saying it was for the next gathering. They also mentioned Dumbledore during their conversation. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Mayne sensed the atmosphere around them grow considerably more tense. Chilo stammered, "See, can you elaborate? We need to know more." Mayne glanced at Chilo, naturally forgiving his stutter, rubbed her forehead, and continued. They mentioned the prophet, and Headmistress Shamira advised Mulderic to go into hiding. Mulderic told Shamira that prophecies are about things that have not yet occurred. Since they have not yet occurred, everything can be changed. He also said that if Dumbledore did not take action himself, who could imprison him in Azkaban? That is all I know. Who exactly is Mulderic? And what is his connection to Mulderic City? Hagrid said solemnly, "That's enough, Mayne. Leave the rest to the Aurors. Trust in their strength. They excel at handling dark wizards." At that moment, a young and handsome Auror suddenly spoke up. "I have a question, and I would appreciate Mr. Mayne's clarification." Mayne, puzzled, replied, "Please go ahead." The man smirked slightly condescendingly. "You said that Shamira cast a sleeping spell on you. How is it that you're so clear about what happened afterwards, while Miss Dilly has no recollection? Children who lie possess a wretched character, and we must adhere to the truth." Mayne glared at the man, feeling quite displeased, and bluntly retorted, "Sir Auror, it is your duty to seek the truth and combat evil. I am merely stating what I know. You may choose not to believe me, but please do not insult my character. I simply wish to verify the accuracy of your statements, nothing more. Your reaction is quite extreme. One might think you are indeed lying," the man countered. "May I inquire your surname, Sir Auror?" Mayne asked bluntly. "Sturm Mulderic, heir of the pure-blood Mulderic family." "You may refer to me as Mr. Mulderic," Sturm declared proudly as he looked at Mayne. Upon hearing this, both Mayne and Dilly were taken aback, and Dilly instinctively drew her wand, pointing it at Sturm, her body tense. "Oh, put down your wand, Dilly. No one can harm you while I'm here," Hagrid interjected, stepping in front of Dilly and speaking softly to reassure her. He then turned to Sturm, saying sternly, "Mr. Sturm, please temper your arrogance. Do not provoke them simply because you are in Mulderic City. They have suffered enough, and your family bears a share of that guilt. Do not forget that the infamous Da Vinci hails from your Mulderic family. Do not think that merely claiming to sever ties with him will absolve you from suspicion, unless someone from your family can personally deliver him to Azkaban." Hagrid then turned to Chilo. "Chilo, I believe this matter is not suitable for the involvement of the Mulderic family." Fluent in speech, but stuttering in intervention, Chilo quickly cast a spell to eliminate his stutter. "Calm down, Hagrid. I believe Sturm did not intend to provoke. I, too, wish to know why our young friend Mayne was aware of events that unfolded after everyone else fell unconscious. Mr. Mayne, can you enlighten me?" Chilo wore an insincere smile, but as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and Mayne had nothing to conceal. She replied directly, "Perhaps I have a higher resistance to that sleeping curse. Of course, it could also be that the Headmistress Shamira cast the sleeping spell in a group attack on over 30 children, so the power was somewhat dispersed. Regardless, I did not fall asleep after being cursed. I merely pretended to be unconscious to avoid detection." Mayne would not disclose that she had resisted the spell due to the protection of the Owless ghost. This was a secret she kept to herself. Sturm, already displeased by Hagrid's reprimand, felt immense pressure and dared not act out. Upon hearing Mayne's words, he immediately retorted, "I do not believe it. You, a wizard apprentice, can withstand a formal wizard spell." Mayne shrugged. "What I said is the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Turning to Hagrid, I said, "Mr. Hagrid, I believe that Dilly and I have finished our meal. We are quite fatigued and in dire need of rest." Dilly, clutching Hagrid's clothing, chimed in, "Indeed, Hagrid. I have longed to leave. I have no desire to see the Mordlick family any longer." Hagrid nodded in agreement, stating, "I surmise as much. In that case, Kiro, we shall conclude our meeting here. I trust you will refrain from further disturbances." Kiro, albeit resigned, acknowledged that he had gleaned all he needed to know and had more pressing matters to attend to. The orphanage in the northern outskirts required urgent investigation. The cover of night was their best ally. Very well, Hagrid. Until tomorrow, Kiro said as he rose to bid farewell. Hagrid nodded, taking Melon and Dilly with him as they turned to depart. Yet, just as the trio pivoted, Sturm abruptly drew his wand and cast a sleeping charm at Melon. Melon fell to the ground, unconscious. The spell's force shot forth from the tip of the wand, striking Melon directly. In the next moment, Melon rolled his eyes back and collapsed. This scene genuinely astonished everyone present. Dilly immediately drew her pink wand, positioning herself protectively in front of Melon, glaring at Sturm. You scoundrel, that was a sneak attack. Melon, are you all right? Wake up. Hagrid, equally bewildered by the unfolding events, angrily drew his wand, addressing Sturm with a low voice. Sturm, you had better provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to impose some punishment. As the keeper of the grounds at Hogwarts, Hagrid's true prowess remained a mystery, but it was undoubtedly formidable, especially given his giant lineage. In close combat, he could likely dispatch Sturm with a mere swipe. Faced with Hagrid, Sturm felt a twinge of fear, hastily explaining, I merely wished to demonstrate that he was lying. You see, he displayed no resistance to the sleeping charm whatsoever. Chapter 20. Dilly, a direct descendant of the Dumbledore family. If I were to cast a sleeping charm on you from behind, would you be able to raise a protective barrier in time? Attacking a newly awakened young wizard from behind, Sturm, you have certainly grown bold. I must report this incident to the Ministry of Magic. You are unfit for the Auror profession. With that, Hagrid, his expression darkened, ignored Sturm and prepared to carry Melon away. Just then, Melon, who had been unconscious moments before, suddenly lifted his head, brandishing the heart of Silver Dragon and retaliating against Sturm. Sleep. The spell struck Sturm, causing his mind to swirl in dizziness. Yet Sturm merely staggered back 3 steps before shaking off the disorientation. Glaring at Melon with a scowl, he was met with yet another sleep. This time, however, Sturm was prepared. He swiftly cast a counterspell, neutralizing Melon's sleeping charm. Just as Sturm, enraged, prepared to cast another spell at Melon, Hagrid disarmed him with a flick of his wand. Disarm. Sturm's wand flew from his grasp, and faced with Hagrid's wand, he lost the will to fight. It seems our Mr. Melon does indeed possess a certain resistance to the sleeping charm. Mr. Sturm's actions have provided the clearest evidence of this. Hagrid remarked with a raised eyebrow, clearly taunting. He then disregarded the assembled company, escorting Melon and Dilly away. Kiro and the other 4 Aurors exchanged glances of resignation. They too did not wish for Sturm to partake in the pursuit of Devonshire, given their shared surname of Mordlick. However, they were in Mordlick City, the very stronghold of the Mordlick family. By the way, didn't you just escape? How is it that you possess a wand? And a rather fine one at that? Hagrid inquired, curiosity piqued as he departed with Kiro and the others. Melon promptly responded, it was acquired during our escape. Hagrid mused, you truly are fortunate. It seems the phrase danger and opportunity coexist is not merely a saying. But how were you able to successfully cast the sleeping charm? Logically speaking, you have only recently awakened your magical abilities and have yet to undergo systematic training? Melon shrugged. I endured 2 sleeping charms myself, combined with the magical principles explained to me by Dilly and the ghostly butler, along with my own understanding. I was merely inclined to return the favor in a fit of anger, and to my surprise, it actually worked. Oh, you are indeed a genius, Mr. Melon. I believe that without the hindrance of magical barriers, the Book of Knowledge will surely sense your presence, and before long, you shall receive your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Hagrid exclaimed in admiration. Dilly quickly interjected, and what about me, Hagrid? Am I able to attend Hogwarts to study magic? Hagrid chuckled. You needn't worry, Dilly. From the moment of your birth, you were marked for Hogwarts. Once your magical abilities awaken, you will automatically qualify for admission. Why is that? Dilly asked curiously. Hagrid squatted down, smiling sincerely, because your full name is Dilly Lilymani Dumbledore, a direct descendant of the Dumbledore family. You are a descendant of Professor Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Naturally, you must learn magic at Hogwarts. The inn and tavern were merely separated by a wall. Hagrid secured a spacious room for the 3 of them to reside in. Given the recent chaos in Mordlick City, I must keep watch over you, even while you sleep. Hagrid stated firmly. Dilly looked around the room in astonishment. There is only one bed. How will we sleep? Hagrid shrugged nonchalantly. You 2 can share the bed while I take the floor. Noting the lingering questions in their eyes, Hagrid quickly explained, in fact, whenever I stay at an inn, I always sleep on the floor. The beds are far too small for me. I fear that if I were to truly sleep in a bed, the cost of damages would far exceed the price of lodging. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Professor Trelawney's 3 prophecies have come to the attention of the Daily Prophet's gossip column, published as a joke in the entertainment section. However, many nefarious dark wizards are eager to investigate further, rendering Mordlick City perilous, especially for young wizards like you. While it may seem that the Dark Lord is no more, his remnants linger in the shadows, perhaps under different names. The wizarding world appears to have regained its tranquility. Yet it is anything but safe. What organization? What prophecies? Melon inquired with curiosity. Hagrid responded in a hushed tone. It refers to the Death Eaters who captured and kept you. Ever since the Dark Lord's disappearance, they have gone into hiding or rebranded themselves under new names. The most formidable faction is said to be called the Black Cloak Society, led by the Dark Wizard Devonshire Mordlick, who is among the most malevolent wizards today, rivaling the Dark Lord himself in potential. Thus, your escape has truly been a stroke of luck. Dilly asked, and what are the 3 prophecies? What do they speak of? And why would they attract so many wicked dark wizards here? Hagrid replied, it is no harm to share. This is no longer secret. However, you should rest now. Look at how exhausted you both appear. Once you awaken, I shall tell you more. Hagrid's expression left no room for argument, suggesting he would resort to a spell to ensure their slumber if necessary. Melon yawned. He was indeed weary and fatigued. Until now, he had maintained a tense demeanor. But with Hagrid's imposing presence, he felt an unusual sense of security. The weight of fatigue washed over him, and he lay on the bed, falling asleep within 30 seconds. Clearly, this journey of escape had taken a toll on his mental fortitude. Hagrid gently removed Melon's shoes and outer garments, covering him with a blanket. He then turned to Dilly, saying, Dilly, it is time for you to rest as well. I trust you do not require my assistance. Dilly nodded, yes, Mr. Hagrid, though I am not yet very sleepy. Previously, during the 2 instances of the sleeping charm, it was Melon who carried me while I was unconscious. My mental fatigue is not significant. Hagrid nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. It seems he is a child of commendable character, worthy of deep friendship. Delirely also nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she gazed at the slumbering Mayeen. Indeed, Hagrid, he is a friend to be trusted. After an indeterminate passage of time, Mayeen finally stretched contentedly, awakening to find that the night still enveloped the world outside. However, his spirits had been completely restored. Upon noticing that Mayeen had awakened, Delirely joyfully dashed over from the table, exclaiming, Wonderful, Mayeen, you have finally awakened. At that moment, Mayeen's eyes brightened at the sight of Delirely, who was adorned in a pristine white dress, her hair gently cascading in soft curls, evidently arranged with care. Oh, Delirely, you are truly beautiful, like a legendary fairy. Nay, even fairies may not possess your beauty. This compliment made Delirely blush, yet she graciously responded, Thank you for your kind words, Mayeen. Do you have any idea how long you have been asleep? A full day and night. 24 hours. I was nearly bored to death. Mayeen glanced around, realizing Hagrid was nowhere to be seen, and quickly inquired, Where's Mr. Hagrid? Delirely replied with a smile, Mr. Hagrid had to leave for a while, but he has cast a magical barrier around the room, so there is no need to worry about our safety. Mayeen sighed in relief. I hope that is indeed the case. Chapter 21. I, Mayeen, shall henceforth be the sole heir of the lineage of Sejanus Maud Derek. It must be said that Hagrid is an exceedingly responsible, kind-hearted, and detail-oriented individual. Although he was absent, he had prepared brand new clothing and ample food for both Delirely and Mayeen to satisfy their hunger at any moment, fearing that Delirely might grow bored. He had also thoughtfully provided her with leisurely reading materials regarding magic, as well as several copies of the latest Daily Prophet. After changing into the new attire Hagrid had prepared, Mayeen's appearance was instantly elevated. Delirely looked on, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As he filled his stomach while rapidly perusing the information in the Daily Prophet, he soon discovered the 3 prophecies concerning Professor Trelawney that Hagrid had mentioned the previous night. Not only that, but he also stumbled upon discussions regarding the mysterious disappearance of owls in Hogwarts. This topic led to the revelation of a city-wide owl disappearance crisis in Maud Derek. According to the statistics from the Owl Tribe, nearly 400 owl messengers possessing magical lineage had vanished over the course of a year in Maud Derek. This alarming figure caught the attention of the Magical Creatures Regulation Office. Moreover, whispers of a clandestine owl butcher who hunted these enchanted owls had begun to circulate, resulting in a climate of fear among the owl messengers, who now refrained from delivering letters to Maud Derek. Consequently, this had led to a significant backlog of correspondence in the city, particularly affecting the costs of long-distance message delivery. Coupled with Professor Trelawney's 3 prophecies, Maud Derek was now steeped in uncertainty and mystery. Mayeen, could it be that this owl butcher is you? Delirely whispered, her tone suggesting more certainty than inquiry, prompting Mayene to quickly cover her mouth. Shh, Delirely, this matter must remain between us. No one else can know. If word gets out, the owners of those owls will surely beat me to death upon discovering the loss of over 100 owls from Hogwarts in my possession. Besides, I wish to attend Hogwarts, so this secret must not reach Hagrid. Delirely chuckled softly, understood. Fortunately, you possess a way to deal with the owls, which brought Hagrid here. Otherwise, we would have found it quite difficult to escape. Your reasoning has proven sound. Mayene nodded. My poor owls, they are heroes suffering on our behalf. Thus, he hesitated, unsure how to articulate his feelings. So what? Delirely inquired curiously. After a moment's thought, Mayene grinned, so the next time I encounter them, I shall treat them with an array of delightful spices, crafting them into the most exquisite dishes. Plain broth is rather unremarkable. Oh, you scoundrel, you owl butcher. You must cease the senseless slaughter of owls, Delirely exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Mayene's unexpected response. She was evidently displeased, her demeanor suggesting that if he did not comply, she would reveal his identity as the owl butcher, inviting others to punish him severely. I merely gesten, deludi. Your anger is quite endearing, Mayene teased. Delirely scoffed, this joke is hardly amusing. Owls are among the most loyal friends of wizards. Mayene sighed, very well, Delirely. I promise you, I shall never intentionally seek trouble with the owls unless they provoke me to the point of no return. I would not betray our friends without cause. Delirely, exasperated, retorted, Mayene, is this truly your nature? Reckless, indifferent to the cycle of life and death. Oh, Delirely, you have misunderstood me. That truly saddens me. If I were truly reckless and indifferent, I would not have gone to such lengths to save you time and again. You must understand. I merely enjoy jesting and know how to make choices, he explained. By the way, let's not dwell on this. What are your thoughts on the 3 prophecies by Professor Trelawney in the Daily Prophet? Mayene was eager to shift the conversation away from the owl incident, and Delirely recognized that continuing to debate this topic served little purpose. After some contemplation, she replied, ultimately, it matters not how we interpret them. We are far too weak. Our best course of action is to head to Hogwarts and avoid remaining in such perilous surroundings. Of course, it would be ideal to hear news of the children's rescue from the orphanage in the northern suburbs before we embark. Mayene nodded in agreement, indeed. That is also a concern of mine. However, we currently have no knowledge of Hogwarts' location or how to reach it. It seems we must wait for Mr. Hagrid to return and lead us there. Nonetheless, before that, we should retrieve our treasures. By the way, is it safe to store our treasures at Hogwarts? Delirely pondered. I'm uncertain. My memory has not returned sufficiently. However, my instincts tell me that Hogwarts is the safest place, and hiding some treasures there should pose no issue. Furthermore, these treasures must remain concealed. Otherwise, I'm certain the Maud Derrick family would demand them back. Endlessly, no less. After all, they belong to their ancestor, Sejanus Maud Derrick. Mayene nodded. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it seems prudent to find a name for these treasures, ensuring they rightfully belong to me. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly brightened. If I were to master all the spells found in Sejanus Maud Derrick's grimoire and become his sole disciple, would it not be natural for me to inherit his legacy? Oh, your ambitions are truly grand. After all, he was a master of calamity magic. Do you truly believe you can learn all his spells? Delirely questioned skeptically. Mayene raised an eyebrow. Where their essay will, their essay way. I believe I can achieve it, though it will require time. So, Delirely, you must keep this a secret from me. Once I have learned some of Sejanus' spells, I shall proudly declare myself as his distant disciple. As Mayene engaged in light-hearted conversation with Delirely, he simultaneously scrutinized the 3 prophecies of Professor Trelawney in the Daily Prophet. Externally calm. Internally, he was a tumultuous sea of unease. Could the soul of mixed virtue and malevolence from the East, mentioned in the prophecies, truly be his? And who was this mysterious figure? The prophecy suggested that this enigmatic individual existed in a state of soul before their resurrection. He indeed possessed methods to confront souls, but at present he was still far too weak. Those individuals dare not even utter the name of the mysterious figure, clearly indicating the formidable prowess of this enigma. Even in death, their strength is undoubtedly extraordinary, far beyond what I could contend with at present. Thus, Mayene resolves to bide his time, regardless of whether the person foretold in the prophecy is indeed himself. Furthermore, there exists the Black Pearl of the Undead, reputed to be an ancient relic of the undead. It possesses the power to command catastrophic forces of the undead, making it a formidable adversary and a coveted treasure sought after by all undead beings. According to the Daily Prophet, Should a powerful soul successfully merge with it, they would transform into a reaper traversing the earthly realm. Well, that is clearly a hyperbolic embellishment on the part of the newspaper's editor. Nevertheless, it is undeniably captivating, is it not? Lastly, there is the enigmatic figure, Devonch Mordlick. If all goes as anticipated, this malevolent antagonist is none other than Mr. Mordlick, the one who has been keeping this group of children confined. All these threads seem to weave me into a grand affair surrounding Mordlick. The door swung open, and Hagrid's colossal figure squeezed through. Upon seeing Dilly and Mayene adorned in the garments he had prepared, he exclaimed, "Wow, good evening, Miss Dilly and Mr. Mayene. You both resemble characters who have stepped out from fairy tale. Simply enchanting." Chapter 22. Intermediate Meditation State. A genius in Hagrid's eyes. Hagrid, may I inquire how much longer you intend to stay in Mordlick City? When shall we return to Hogwarts? After exchanging pleasantries with Hagrid, Mayene posed the question directly. Hagrid replied, "I reckon it will take another couple of days. I am still at a loss regarding the disappearance of the Hogwarts owls. Not only am I clueless, but I have also misplaced my white spirit. I hope it has returned to Hogwarts. I will search for another 2 days, and if there are no leads, I suppose we will have to return and address it later." Upon hearing this, Dilly and Mayene exchanged a furtive glance, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Surely, they could not disclose that the culprit behind the owl disappearance was right before Hagrid. Unperturbed by their silent exchange, Hagrid continued, "However, since we are in Mordlick City, I must deliver the overdue acceptance letters to the Hogwarts students who have yet to receive them. I wonder how those 3 little wizards must be feeling right now, having not received their Hogwarts acceptance letters." Mayene interjected, "I imagine they must feel quite disheartened. When shall we go? Would you like us to accompany you?" "Of course. Now that you are both awake, I shall not let you stray too far from me. Starting tomorrow, wherever I go, you must follow closely, understood?" "Thank you for your kindness, Hagrid," Dilly replied joyfully. "Do not call me Mr. Hagrid, it sounds rather odd. Just call me Hagrid, and let us keep it friendly." Hagrid sincerely corrected the two. Mayene nodded and smiled warmly. "Very well, Hagrid, but you must refrain from calling me Mr. Mayene as well. Simply address me as Mayene, in a more familiar manner." Dilly enthusiastically agreed. "I have no objections to that. Now, Mayene, Dilly, rest well. We must rise early tomorrow, as the place where our little friend resides is not close to Diagon Alley." Dilly nodded in response. "All right, Hagrid. I was planning to rest as well." She then turned to Mayene and inquired, "What about you, Mayene?" Mayene shook his head, somewhat exasperated. "I have only just awakened. I cannot possibly sleep again now. However, you both may rest. I assure you I will not disturb you. I will merely read by the window and draw the curtains. That will suffice, but do remember, you must not sneak out while I am asleep. Whatever happens, you must wake me at once. And don't read too long. Keeping the lights on for an extended period is not good for your eyes." After giving Mayene a few instructions, Hagrid performed a cleansing charm on himself and Dilly, such as the simplicity of a wizard's morning routine. With the curtains drawn, Mayene picked up the Daily Prophet to continue his reading. Once both of them were sound asleep, he summoned the Tome of Catastrophe from his left arm. The legacy of the Catastrophe Mage, Seekins, left by Mordlick, was extraordinary. Upon recognizing its master, it transformed into a tattoo affixed to Mayene's body. The heart of the silver dragon wand adorned his right arm, the Seekins tome rested on his left, and the azure orb lay upon his chest. Without summoning them, an ordinary person would remain oblivious to their existence. Even if Mayene were stripped bare, only the tattoos would be visible. Having acquired Seekins' legacy, Mayene had yet to delve deeply into the legend of this figure, but now he found the perfect opportunity. No one could comprehend him better than his own possessions. Mayene directly inquired of the tome, "Seekins, enlighten me as to why Lord Seekins Mordlick is known as the Catastrophe Mage, and how may I learn his magic?" The tome opened, revealing its text. "Because the previous master, Lord Mordlick, has cultivated his mastery over the 4 elemental magics to the pinnacle of this world. Each element, when wielded to its full potential, transcends the existence of forbidden spells. Whether it be meteor showers, tornadoes, landslides, or cataclysmic floods, each can wreak devastation on a city scale, more terrifying than mere calamity. The few instances in which he unleashed his full power have placed him at the zenith of the magical world at that time. As for how to learn the catastrophe magic of the previous master, one must begin with the 4 basic elemental magics, progressing step by step. The former master, Seekins, once stated that elemental mages do not possess the same advantages as wizards with bloodlines. Bloodline awakening grants innate talents, enabling the casting of various spells of differing strengths. Furthermore, unlike wizards who grow stronger with age, elemental mages require specialized meditation techniques for gradual cultivation. It is an unwavering pursuit of ultimate power, a path of self-evolution and transformation. Mayene frowned, finding the discourse rather tedious. Did Seekins not comprehend the arduousness of cultivation? Get to the point. How do I learn Lord Seekins' elemental magic? The tome ceased its rambling and presented new text. Understood, Master. I shall now unveil the cultivation path the previous Master envisioned for his disciples. All 4 elemental magics are available. You may choose to begin with the element to which you are most attuned. There are also unique spells of wizards included. Feel free to inquire if you require them. Moreover, before you embark on the study of elemental magic, I highly recommend that you thoroughly read the previous Master's insights on elemental and wizard magic. It may provide you with considerable inspiration for your upcoming cultivation. As dawn approached, the horizon barely illuminated, Dilly was roused by Hagrid. She was aware of the need to rise early today, but did not anticipate it would be so early. Just as she was about to grumble about her morning fatigue, she noticed Hagrid making a shushing gesture at her. He then pointed toward the flickering candlelight behind the curtain, whispering, "Be quiet, do not disturb him." Curiously, Dilly rubbed her eyes and peeked around the curtain, discovering Mayene seated in stillness, exuding an unusual aura. "What is he doing, Hagrid?" Dilly asked in a hushed tone. Hagrid's face lit up with admiration as he replied quietly, "He is meditating, Dilly, though. It is a meditation technique for elemental mages. Achieving an intermediate meditation state at such a young age is truly remarkable. If all goes well, he shall become an exceptional elemental mage in the future. Is that rare, Hagrid?" Dilly queried. Hagrid nodded, speaking softly, "Indeed, Dilly. 4 young wizards like yourselves who have yet to advance to formal wizards. Merely entering a beginner's meditation state is already quite impressive. Moreover, for him to attain an intermediate state is beyond mere commendation. Only titles such as genius or prodigy can aptly describe him. How long must he maintain this?" Dilly asked, her curiosity piqued. Hagrid perceived that once they had tidied themselves up, Mayene's round of meditation was nearly complete. "Good morning, Hagrid and Dilly." As Mayene concluded her meditation and opened her eyes, she beheld the 2 individuals across the room preparing to partake in breakfast. Hagrid raised an eyebrow at Dilly and remarked, "How did I predict?" Just as he was ready, he woke up. He then smiled at Mayene and said, "Good morning. Mayene, come over for breakfast." "Good morning, Mayene," Dilly chimed in cheerfully. The trio then joyously commenced their breakfast. While eating, Mayene inquired, "Hagrid, what are our plans for today? Is there anything we need to prepare particularly?" Hagrid chuckled. "You need to prepare a good mood, because the young wizards receiving their acceptance letters are your fellow classmates, and perhaps you will even be sorted into the same house." Just then, a loud knock echoed through the air, accompanied by a somewhat familiar stuttering voice. Hagrid, open the door. Chapter 23. It was Ms. Malova. But who was that Ms. Malova just now? As the door swung open, Chilo tumbled directly into Hagrid's embrace. Stammering with difficulty, he urged, "Quick, notify the Auror office. Devereux has appeared." As Hagrid helped the bloodied Chilo to his feet, he exclaimed, "Oh, goodness, how did you get so injured?" Just as Hagrid wished to learn more, he noticed that Chilo had succumbed to unconsciousness. It seemed that today, as plans had been altered, they first needed to get him medical attention. The previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned tense. As Hagrid prepared to carry Chilo away, Dilly asked, "Aren't you going to treat him first? I don't practice healing magic, and I am unaware of the curses he may have suffered. Rushed treatment could potentially cause him greater harm. Professional matters should be handled by a professional," Hagrid replied. "Breakfast is over. Dilly, Mayene, come with me." Hagrid strode purposefully, cradling Chilo, while Dilly and Mayene had a jog to keep up. Fortunately, the crossroad was not large, and the only wizarding clinic was not far from their lodging. "Ms. Malova, please take a look at him. What has happened to him?" Hagrid clearly was not a stranger to this wizarding clinic, especially to the attending physician within. "Oh my, his injuries are severe. What has transpired?" Ms. Malova gasped upon seeing Chilo's condition. However, she quickly regained her composure, directing her assistants to begin examining and treating Chilo. After a considerable amount of time and effort, Ms. Malova emerged, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Fortunately, he has been saved. The internal and external injuries are manageable, but the psychological trauma is somewhat more complicated." "Hagrid, who is he? What exactly happened?" "I found traces of the Cruciatus curse on him. Who cast such an unforgivable curse upon him?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that after enduring such immense suffering, Chilo's first discovery would be that. This inexplicable sense of trust moved him deeply. Chilo Quirrell, a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, Currently employed at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he is an excellent Auror specializing in tracking dark wizards. It appears he encountered a setback in his mission and requires assistance from fellow Aurors, Hagrid stated gravely. Ms. Malova exclaimed, "Oh dear, the dark wizard Devereux, who gave him the audacity to pursue him. That fellow is utterly merciless, not even sparing his own kin. Could his injuries be the work of Devereux? Devereux has appeared in Molderic." A barrage of questions left Hagrid momentarily at a loss for answers. All he could say was, "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. But this matter must be promptly reported to the Auror office." Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, Chilo explicitly requested assistance before losing consciousness. "It seems I must personally handle this." Hagrid appeared conflicted, yet ultimately resolved. "Malova, please take care of Mayene and Dilly for me. I will return shortly." Without a moment's hesitation, Ms. Malova replied, "Of course, Hagrid. Go on, I'll ensure their safety." Hagrid crouched down, turning his back to Ms. Malova, and instructed Mayene and Dilly, "Stay close to Ms. Malova. She will protect you. Do not wander off, understood?" He gently patted their shoulders for reassurance. Feeling the magical warmth emanating from Hagrid's hand and observing his ever-blinking eyes, Mayene and Dilly's expressions changed subtly. However, it was only for a brief moment before they began to feel a sense of reluctance. "Yes, Mr. Hagrid, we will abide by your instructions. Please return quickly to fetch us," Mayene stated earnestly. "We will miss you," Dilly added, her voice tinged with sadness. Hagrid nodded solemnly, then turned his gaze to Malova. "I leave them in your care. See you soon." With that, he swiftly departed the wizarding clinic without looking back. "Ms. Malova, is there anything we can assist you with?" Not long after Hagrid left, Dilly, feeling like a nervous little girl seeking approval, hoped to gain the acceptance of the clinic's owner. Mayene, on the other hand, resembled a shy child, reluctant to engage with strangers, quietly trailing behind Dilly. "Oh, no need for that. You won't be of much help here. The consultation room is up ahead. It's not convenient for you to stay here. Come with me to the back room for some warm drinks, Ms." Malova cheerfully addressed the two. Without delay, she led the way into the back room. "What are you waiting for? Come along." Dilly and Mayene exchanged glances, their intertwined hands growing clammy with sweat. Nevertheless, they maintained a cheerful demeanor as they followed. "Really? Thank you so much." The two appeared curious about the unfamiliar surroundings, glancing around with wide eyes. Upon arriving in the back room, Ms. Malova had already prepared 2 cups of coffee. "Come, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home." Dilly gratefully accepted a cup. "Thank you, Ms. Malova." Mayene cautiously lifted the remaining cup, echoing her gratitude in a soft voice. "Thank you, ma'am." "Not at all. Give it a taste and see how my skills measure up," Ms. Malova encouraged. Dilly and Mayene exchanged excited glances, and before Ms. Malova, they took a small sip. "Wow, this is delicious. What is this? It feels strangely familiar," Dilly exclaimed. Mayene, lost in thought, added, "I feel the same. It seems like I've had this before." The two seemed to drift into nostalgia, savoring the rich coffee. Observing this, Ms. Malova chuckled. "Take your time enjoying it. Just wait here for Hagrid. I'll be stepping out for a bit." "All right, Ms. Malova, goodbye," Dilly politely replied. Once Ms. Malova departed, the two exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at each other before swiftly springing into action. Mayene patted his stomach and moved his hand upward, subsequently expelling a mouthful of rich coffee soup. Dilly, lacking such prowess, could only induce her gag reflex beside the trash bin. "Ugh," she continued until she could no longer force anything out, then weakly ceased. Looking at Mayene, who had just locked the door and pushed a table against it, she asked what on earth happened. Why did Hagrid warn us to be cautious of Ms. Malova? Mayene hesitated to respond immediately, as he sensed a human presence lurking within the room. He motioned for silence and summoned the heart of the silver dragon, approaching a storage cabinet. "Come out. I have already detected you." When no one responded, Dilly curiously approached and tugged at the cabinet door, but it wouldn't budge. "It's locked, Mayene. Is there someone inside?" Without hesitation, Mayene cast the unlocking charm, Alohomora. With a click, the cabinet door unlocked, and Mayene deftly waved her wand, causing it to swing open. Inside lay a figure they recognized all too well. "Oh heavens! How could Madame Malova be here?" Dilly exclaimed in astonishment. "But who was that Madame Malova we just saw? Which one is the real lady?" Chapter 24. If magic cannot interrupt, then let it be interrupted by physical means. Mayene examined the situation before speaking. She has been ensnared by a sleeping charm. If my intuition serves me correctly, this is the genuine Madame Malova. Oh dear, what on earth has transpired? Why is this happening? Who is the imposter? Is this merely an accident or a cunning trap? If it's an accident, that's one thing, but if it's a trap, then Hagrid is in grave danger. Mayene, we must alert him. Dilly was on the verge of losing her sanity. having thought they were enjoying a peaceful day only to be embroiled in such turmoil once more. Yet, Mayne shook her head, saying, "There is no need for us to warn him. It is evident that Hagrid has already sensed something amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discreetly warned us to be cautious and not to consume anything here." Dilly questioned, "If he knows there is an issue, why would he leave us here?" Mayne pondered for a moment and replied, "Clearly, he may have sensed a greater danger. Bringing us along could plunge us into even deeper peril. After all, if the adversary were to confront two mere children, they likely would not resort to excessively violent measures. A few minor tricks, such as using a sleeping potion to render us unconscious, would suffice." As she spoke, Mayne glanced at the two half-full cups of coffee, continuing, "However, accompanying Hagrid would be entirely different. If someone were to engage him in combat, we would undoubtedly be at risk of collateral damage. Furthermore, we would become a liability, diminishing his combat effectiveness. This could lead to catastrophic failure, whereas if we separate, even if we are captured, as long as Hagrid remains safe, he can come to our rescue. Even if he cannot save us, as long as he is alive, he would summon help. Let's not forget, you are Dilly Monkey Dumbledore. With you around, he could never abandon us. One must admit, Hagrid is a man of both courage and wisdom, bold yet meticulous." Dilly, feeling both helpless and speechless, remarked, "Oh, your analysis does evoke such a sentiment. So what shall we do now? Should we merely await the whims of fate?" Mayne shook her head. "Waiting is inevitable, but venturing out now would certainly lead us directly into the arms of that impostor. Neither of us possesses sufficient strength to contend with them. The best course of action is to awaken the real Madame Malova. Given that she runs a wizarding clinic on Crossroad Street, she must at least be a qualified wizard. Moreover, her acquaintance with Hagrid suggests she would not pose too much trouble for us. And how do we awaken her? Can you do it?" Dilly inquired. Mayne shook her head, indicating her inability. Yet, just as Dilly was about to express her disappointment, Mayne smiled and said, "I cannot, but my butler can." With that, Mayne extended her left hand, revealing the soul ring adorning her finger. The summoned Bill appeared, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that Mayne and Dilly had escaped from the troll's lair and returned to the human realm. However, he was perplexed by the situation of the unconscious woman before him. "Mr. Butler, can you awaken this lady?" Mayne inquired. Bill circled Madame Malova a couple of times, saying, "It's a sleeping charm, designed to put her into a deep slumber. Who would be so malicious? Can she be awakened?" Mayne pressed. Bill shook his head. "If I were still alive, this would not be a problem. But I am dead now, a ghost, and I can no longer cast the spells I once knew." Bill expressed his regrets, but Mayne remained undeterred, saying, "No matter, just teach me how to dispel the charm." Mayne was an eager learner. Although Bill doubted Mayne could master the counter-charm in a short time, he could not resist his fear of her. Thus, he relayed the incantation and the techniques required to break the sleeping charm to Mayne, guiding her in the process. After casting the counter-charm a dozen times, with her magical energy diminished by 70%, Mayne still could not rouse Madame Malova. Bill displayed disappointment, yet feigned indifference, remarking, "It seems you lack talent in counter-charming." Mayne shrugged and retorted, "Perhaps your teaching leaves much to be desired." Bill was rendered speechless, feeling a surge of irritation. But Mayne's next words soothed his anger. "Don't take offense, I'm jesting. I believe my attempts have made some impact. However, the spellcaster's level is likely far superior to mine, making it improbable for her to awaken soon. Dilly, why don't you give it a try?" Dilly was taken aback. In truth, she had been quietly learning while Bill instructed Mayne. I cannot guarantee success either." Mayne nodded, "Of course. This is a rare opportunity. Consider it early practice for your magic. Perhaps she does not wish to be awakened by a prince, but rather needs a princess like you." Seeing Mayne's playful demeanor instead of anxiety, Dilly chuckled, "You certainly know how to flatter yourself." Nevertheless, Dilly accepted the challenge, following Bill's instructions to attempt the countercharm. After the first attempt yielded no result, and the second proved equally futile, as Dilly prepared for a third attempt. Madame Malova's eyelids fluttered, her brow furrowing in concentration. At this, both Mayne and Dilly's eyes brightened. "It's working. Quickly, try again." Madame Malova rubbed her forehead as she began to awaken, and suddenly, as if recalling something, her eyes shot wide open with vigilance. Her gaze fell upon Bill, who was hovering nearby, assessing her condition. "Oh, a ghost! Away with you, fiend!" A radiant light emanated from Madame Malova's hands, forcing Bill to retreat with a scream. Counterspell! Mayne reacted swiftly, casting her own countercharm. Yet, her attempt had little effect, failing to interrupt Madame Malova's ongoing spellcasting. Seeing that the holy light posed no threat to him, Mayne swiftly grasped Madame Malova's hand, pulling it into her embrace to shield Bill from further harm. If magic could not interrupt, then let it be interrupted by physical means. Simultaneously, Mayne called out, "Calm down, madam. That fellow is an ally." As the holy light dissipated, Mayne quickly retrieved the injured Bill back into the soul ring. The soul ring. You control that ghost. Who are you? Madame Malova regarded the two with suspicion. Dilly smiled and greeted her. "Hello, Madame Malova. We are friends of Hagrid, and it's a pleasure to meet you." "Friends of Hagrid? I don't recall him mentioning any little friends like you." Mayne replied, "In truth, we have only known Hagrid for a short while." "Dilly, why don't you summarize the events from this morning until now for Madame Malova? I believe she will understand our predicament." Dilly nodded and, without hesitation, recounted the events that had unfolded since they first encountered Quirrell's plea for help. Madame Malova listened, her expression filled with incredulity. "You claim it was you two who cast the countercharm? How could that be possible? That's a high-level sleeping charm. You two are mere apprentice wizards." Mayne and Dilly exchanged a glance before turning back to Madame Malova, asserting that is indeed the case. Perhaps the spellcaster was a fraud posing as a high-level wizard. "Very well, we should not linger on this issue. Our immediate concern is to save ourselves." Madame Malova quickly set aside her doubts and inquired, "May I have your names?" Chapter 25, I despise Death Eaters. I prefer vengeance that knows no delay. Dilly Munki Dumbladura. Mayin Maile Mailin. Dilly and Mayne replied in turn. Upon hearing their names, Madame Malova was left utterly astonished. The wizard from the Dumbledore family, along with the bloodline of Merlin. "Well, I find myself somewhat inclined to believe that you are the ones who have lifted my slumbering curse." Mayne and Dilly exchanged curious glances and inquired, "Is our surname particularly renowned?" Malova nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Lord Merlin was once a godlike figure in the magical realm. Although the lineage of the Merlin family has considerably thinned over time, it remains one of the ancient wizarding bloodlines that cannot easily be forgotten. As for the surname Dumbledore, it inevitably brings to mind one of the most formidable wizards of our time, Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Universally recognized as the White Lord of the magical world and one of the individuals most feared by the Dark Lord. Seeing that the two did not exhibit much reaction, Malova felt somewhat exasperated. "Shouldn't you be in awe?" Dilly awkwardly admitted, "We had a bit of an incident. It was only a few days ago that Hagrid informed me of my connection to the Dumbledore name." "Oh, it seems you have quite the story to tell. Never mind. We can discuss it later." "Dilly, may I borrow your wand for a moment? My wand has been taken by my sister." Mayne and Dilly exchanged a glance, realizing that the false Malova outside was her sister. No wonder she had been placed under a slumbering curse and remained unharmed. Dilly was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, "Of course, just treat it kindly." Upon receiving the pink wand, Malova felt a jolt of energy as an invisible magic intertwined between her and the wand. A powerful resonance arose between her own magic and the wand. "Excellent, my affinity with it is quite remarkable. It rivals my original wand. Come, let me lead you outside." With a flick of her wand, Malova effortlessly moved the table blocking the door aside. With a flourish, she opened the door, only to encounter the false Malova approaching to check on the situation. Upon seeing the true Malova, the false Malova immediately reached for the wand at her waist. "Draw your weapon." However, she had scarcely drawn her wand before the true Malova sent her flying with a wave of her wand. Partial petrification. The false Malova attempted to flee, but was caught by the true Malova's spell, which petrified her hands and feet. The pink wand pointed at the false Malova's forehead as the true Malova retrieved her own wand from within her robes and returned the pink wand to Dilly. "Miji Wa, you have deeply disappointed me. I am your sister, and yet you would turn against me," Malova chastised with indignation. "Now, what is your true intention?" Mayne and Dilly exchanged astonished glances, realizing that these two were sisters. "Ha ha!" The false Malova, though restrained by Malova, showed no signs of fear. Clearly, she was confident, or perhaps she understood that Malova would not take her life, considering their sisterly bond. "What are you laughing at?" Malova demanded angrily. "Me dvoitevea," replied. "Oh dear, you've caught me. But it seems our plan has already succeeded, so revealing it to you is of no consequence." A sense of foreboding washed over Malova as she shouted, "What plan? Speak quickly." "Ha ha ha. I can tell you, but first, I want to know how you managed to awaken. I refuse to believe you could have broken my slumbering curse by yourself," Miji Wa declared defiantly. Malova glanced at Mayne and Dilly, but chose not to respond. Yet this moment did not escape Miji Wa's notice, dismissing it with disdain. "Don't tell me it was those two little lambs who broke the spell for you." I simply do not believe it. Upon hearing this, Malova's fury intensified, her face paling with rage. Raising her wand, she levitated Mi-Ji-Wa into the air. Wretch, what did you call them? Little lambs? When did you become a Death Eater, and why? Clearly, Malova had made the connection and demanded answers. Mi-Ji-Wa, however, offered no rebuttal, seemingly unperturbed by her status as a Death Eater, instead expressing admiration. Talent, power, and wondrous magic. What is wrong with joining the Death Eaters? Look at me, your once ordinary sister. Catching up to you, surpassing you, is merely a matter of time. Huh? Oh, damn it, you've become a Death Eater out of jealousy. It is simply unforgivable. Malova's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two as she cast the Heartache Curse upon Mi-Ji-Wa. The once smug expression on Mi-Ji-Wa's face transformed into one of agony as she cried out in pain. Hearing the commotion, the two assistants in the clinic rushed in with their wands drawn. However, as the door opened halfway, Malova retaliated with a magical shockwave that sent both the door and the assistants flying. They collapsed to the ground, and before they even hit the floor, Malova cast a sleeping charm on them. Let us go. I'll take you to Hagrid. As Malova prepared to lead the two away, she noticed Mayene and Lily staring intently at the suffering Mi-Ji-Wa. What is the matter? Malova inquired, perplexed. Lily took a deep breath and replied, It's nothing, Mayene. Let us go. However, Mayene shook her head and turned to Malova, speaking solemnly. What curse did you just cast on her? The Heartache Curse. Is there a problem? Malova questioned, bewildered by Mayene's serious demeanor. Mayene responded, Can you teach me? Now. Absolutely not. This is a very dangerous spell. You're not ready to learn it yet. It would be best if you never had to use such a curse in your lifetime. Seeing Malova's refusal to teach, Mayene reached into her Soulkeeper ring and pulled out Bill halfway. Bill, tell me how to use the Heartache Curse. Now, quickly. Seeing Mayene's stern expression, Bill, who had previously appeared resentful, immediately shrank back, unwilling to resist. He dutifully described the incantation and key points for casting the Heartache Curse. Subsequently, he was returned to the Soulkeeper ring. After closing her eyes and concentrating for nearly a minute, Mayene summoned the heart of the Silver Dragon and cast the Heartache Curse on the now slightly alleviated Mi-Ji-Wa. Heart like a knife. Failure. Mi-Ji-Wa's suffering did not intensify. Heart like a knife. Still a failure. Heart like a knife. Another failure. Heart like a knife. Yet again, failure. Just when Malova was at a loss for words and utterly bewildered, Mi-Ji-Wa's screams suddenly escalated. The Heartache Curse had succeeded. Mayene unleashed 3 successive Heartache Curses on Mi-Ji-Wa before finally ceasing. She turned to the dazed Malova and Lily, a touch of satisfaction gracing her features. I detest Death Eaters and prefer to exact my revenge without delay. Lily, would you like to try? Chapter 26. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Malova was utterly shocked, finding it difficult to comprehend. Both the lifting of the slumbering curse and the casting of the Heartache Curse were not mere trivial spells, not to mention the magic that commanded spirits. Ordinary young wizards could hardly even approach such magic, let alone wield it. Yet here stood Mayene, seemingly unbound by any limitations, not only instructing a spirit in dark curses, but succeeding in casting them as well. Most astonishing of all was her ability to evoke fear in a spirit. A mere apprentice wizard could instill terror in a spirit and even command it. Moreover, Malova could not fathom why Mayene harbored such animosity toward Mi-Ji-Wa. Lily had no intention of tormenting Mi-Ji-Wa, yet she did not chastise Mayene like a saint. Instead, she glanced at Malova and explained, Malova, we have suffered greatly at the hands of the Death Eaters. Many of our friends have been captured and devoured by them. While I cannot say if your sister is among them, the Death Eaters are despicable, and that is why Mayene is so agitated. I hope you can understand. Seeing Lily's serious and vengeful expression, Malova was convinced. Her sister had undoubtedly committed some grievous acts. It matters not. Wrongdoings will inevitably attract their just punishment. Come, let us seek out Hagrid. Malova refrained from probing further, fearing that discovering the extent of her sister's misdeeds would compel her to return and administer another thrashing. The trio found no trace of Chilo in the clinic, and it was evident that he had been abducted by Death Eaters. Their foremost priority was to reunite with Hagrid. As they stepped outside the clinic, the air before them rippled with a distortion, a sign that someone had just operated nearby. The three raised their wands in caution, only to behold Hagrid's colossal figure materializing before them. Oh, Malova, it is such a relief to see you unharmed, Hagrid exclaimed, his wand gripped tightly, his visage and attire marred by the remnants of battle. Hagrid, what has transpired? Are you all right? Hagrid exhaled deeply. I'm fine, just sustained a few minor injuries. No treatment is necessary. A brief respite will suffice. He then turned to Mayeen and Dilly, assessing their condition. Mayeen, Dilly, has anything untoward occurred on your end? Dilly, brimming with joy, scampered over to Hagrid, wrapping her arms around his massive knee in a warm embrace. We are unharmed. It is wonderful to see you, Hagrid. Mayeen approached Hagrid, a subtle smile gracing her lips. We are well, but it appears Chilo has been taken by the Death Eaters, and we are uncertain of his whereabouts. Dilly nodded, adding after we escaped, we lost sight of him, but I believe Ms. Malova's sister may know where he has been taken. Just then, Malova stepped closer to Hagrid, her expression apologetic. I am sorry, Hagrid, for the trouble I have caused you. What has happened on your end? Hagrid shrugged. It's nothing to worry about. Fate is unavoidable. Upon entering, I realized that the individual was not you, but rather your twin sister. The assistants were unfamiliar as well. Confronting them here could have jeopardized your establishment, so I led them away to deal with them in stages. Malova praised, Hagrid, your resourcefulness remains unmatched. Your little friends have proven quite capable. They cast the counter curse that revived me. Indeed, it seems my decision to keep them was wise. Hagrid looked down at the two, commending, you both performed admirably. What shall we do now? Mayeen inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hagrid replied, First, we must rescue Chilo. I've left a magical mark on him. Malova, do you wish to accompany us? Malova pondered. Should we not inform the other Aurors first? Hagrid nodded. They have already been notified, but I intend to divert those individuals' attention to prevent Chilo from succumbing to impatience. What about the two of them? Malova hesitated. Mayeen and Dilly were too fragile. Bringing them along would only hinder their efforts. Hagrid glanced at Mayeen and Dilly. Of course they will accompany us. I cannot trust leaving them alone on Diagon Alley. Besides, our primary goal is to attract attention. If we can rescue Chilo, we will, and if not, we will do our utmost to delay. He continued, I have relayed Dilly's situation back to Hogwarts. I am confident that even if we do not receive Auror support in time, assistance from the Dumbledore family will arrive. Very well. I will do my utmost to assist you in protecting them, Malova declared. After strategizing, Hagrid extended his hand. Come, reach out. We shall apparate. I can sense the mark lies to the north, not too far. With a twist of space, the four reappeared in an unfamiliar location. Hagrid closed his eyes momentarily to sense his surroundings, then led the way. After traversing less than 100 meters, they confronted a steep cliff, beneath which lay a forest. Not far from the forest's edge stood several dilapidated wooden cabins, resembling an antiquated estate, encompassed by an expansive fence. What place is this? Malova inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hagrid, visiting for the first time, shook his head. I did not know, but the mark I sensed is within that estate. Dilly voiced her confusion. I feel a strange familiarity here. May nodded. How could you not? This is the Northside Orphanage. Dilly, who had never seen the aerial view of the orphanage, recognized it immediately from observing the perspective of the owl spirit daily. Mayeen had not anticipated returning here. It seems our connection to the Northside Orphanage is not yet severed. Indeed, this is the Northside Orphanage, where we previously resided. If you examine the arrangement of the cabins closely, it will become evident, as well as that surrounding fence. At Mayeen's reminder, Dilly quickly covered her mouth, nearly gasping aloud. Oh, it truly is the Northside Orphanage. Hagrid, are we certain we wish to go there? Hearing Mayeen and Dilly's words, Malova's curiosity intensified. How did you come to reside in this orphanage? Are you not members of the Merlin and Dumbledore families? Dilly replied, It is not a pleasant tale. How does Ms. Malova know of this orphanage? Upon hearing this question, both Mayeen and Hagrid turned their curious gazes toward Malova. She nodded, her pride evident. Indeed, my family donates supplies to the orphanage annually, including the Northside Orphanage. I also set aside some of my savings each year to purchase supplies for their donation. Mayeen inquired solemnly, May I ask your surname, milady? Is Modric. Why do you ask? Your expression appears quite grave, Malova responded. Upon hearing the surname, Mayeen grimaced. Had they inadvertently stumbled upon the Modric stronghold? It was astounding how they continued to encounter members of the Modric family. Fortunately, Malova Modric did not seem malevolent. Mayeen remained silent, and Dilly too fell into contemplation, leaving Malova feeling rather perplexed. What is it, Hagrid? In desperation, Malova turned to Hagrid for assistance. Hagrid recounted Mayeen and Dilly's experiences, leaving Malova utterly incredulous. No wonder Mayeen cast the Cruciatus curse on McGonagall. I initially thought the child had some flaw, but now I understand. My apologies, Mayeen and Dilly. I truly had no idea that McGonagall had already become a Death Eater. I also abhor the actions of Devonshire. He has brought shame upon the Modric family. Mayeen chose not to respond, opting instead to bypass the matter entirely. After all, Malova was a trusted friend of Mayeen's. and he wished to avoid any unpleasantness that might jeopardize their future collaboration. Hagrid, we have reached a dead end. How do we descend? Hagrid observed the distant estate. We operate here, but we're still quite far from Chilo. Clearly, there are magical barriers surrounding the estate, preventing us from operating further. It appears we must traverse on foot, perhaps taking a shortcut. Let us jump down from here. It appears there is a path below. Dilly gazed at the steep cliff, her legs trembling. Hagrid, jumping down like that could lead to a shattered body. Oh, Dilly, have you forgotten what you are? You are a witch. Levitating should not pose a problem. Dilly pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting we use the levitation charm to descend? Hagrid nodded. Precisely. The levitation charm is a fundamental spell that you will learn in your first semester. Consider it an impromptu, practical lesson in magic. I shall teach you how to use the levitation charm. Mayene and Dilly exchanged glances, both expressing their eagerness to learn the spell. As the small stone pointed at by Hagrid was considered diminutive only from his perspective, it certainly appeared quite substantial to Mayene, Dillalai, and even Malova, measuring nearly a meter in size. Wingardium Leviosa. Uttering the incantation with precision, Hagrid flicked his wand upward, causing the small stone to levitate. With a confident wink at the two girls, he continued to manipulate his wand, sending the stones soaring higher and higher. Levitation was merely the fundamental application of the spell. With a bit of enhancement, it could be transformed into something more impressive. As he spoke, Hagrid spun the stone vigorously before propelling it into the distance. At the apex of the spell's kinetic energy, he relinquished control, and the stone shot away rapidly, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. The levitation spell had evolved into a projectile spell. Was it not remarkably simple? Dillalai and Mayene exchanged glances, their expressions clearly reflecting their astonishment at Hagrid's demonstration. Malova, witnessing the spectacle, praised him, saying, Hagrid, I believe you are entirely qualified to teach the practical magic course at Hogwarts, rather than merely serving as the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid raised an eyebrow, neither refuting nor agreeing, but instead turned to Mayene and Dillalai, saying, Why don't you two give a try? I need to discuss something with Ms. Malova. As Hagrid and Malova stepped aside to converse quietly, Dillalai took out her pink wand and selected a stone comparable in size to Hagrid's demonstration to practice the levitation spell. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Meanwhile, Mayene closed her eyes, mentally rehearsing the incantation Hagrid had taught them before locating a stone of similar dimensions to practice with. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Before long, Hagrid and Malova returned to the two girls, observing them intently waving their wands, furrowing their brows at the unmoving stones before them. Hagrid reassured them, Do not be disheartened. Many spells require extensive practice to master. Malova, somewhat exasperated, suggested you should try a lighter object like a feather. Hagrid nodded in agreement. Indeed, at Hogwarts, feathers are typically used for levitation spells. Here, lacking feathers, you may use tufts of grass or leaves as substitutes. Upon hearing Hagrid and Malova's advice, Mayene and Dillalai exchanged a sudden, enlightened glance, as if struck by a revelation. Why had they chosen to practice with such heavy stones? Dillalai was the first to abandon the large stone, instead directing her spell at a smaller, fist-sized rock. Wingardium Leviosa. As her wand flicked, the stone began to rise. Once it reached an appropriate height, following Hagrid's demonstration, Dillalai flung the stone away. Almost simultaneously, Mayene accomplished the same feat, her expression one of realization. Oh, splendid. You two are truly magical prodigies. Hagrid couldn't help but commend them. Malova then suggested, You should propose to Hogwarts to become a professor of magic courses. Just look at the quality of your teaching. Hagrid shrugged, remarking, I assure you, not even 9 out of 9 first-year students at Hogwarts could achieve what they have. Such exceptions are rare. Though this interlude seemed to stretch, it hardly consumed much time. The 4 of them, under the influence of the levitation spell, quickly arrived at a narrow path beneath the Cliff woods. At that moment, Dillalai finally released her hand from her mouth, taking a deep breath. That was exhilarating. I was so afraid of screaming when we jumped off the cliff that I had to cover my mouth. Now, having experienced the thrill of plummeting through the air, her heart raced uncontrollably. She glanced at the composed Mayene beside her and curiously asked, Mayene, aren't you afraid? Mayene shrugged and replied softly, Not at all. I've experienced the sensation of flying before. Dillalai's eyes widened in intrigue. When? How come I didn't know about this? Mayene did not answer directly, but instead smiled mysteriously. When I have the time, I'll take you to try it. Hey, you two, hurry up. Hagrid urged from ahead. Mayene and Dillalai quickened their pace to catch up. As they approached the fence, Dillalai suddenly halted. What is wrong, Dillalai? Hagrid inquired. Looking up at Hagrid, her face pale, Dillalai confided, I just remembered that we were subjected to the weakening curse and the heartache curse. If we get too close to this fence, it will trigger, and I dread experiencing that unbearable feeling again. Chapter 28. Ruby is Hagrid, the half-giant. As soon as Dillalai finished speaking, she felt warmth in her palm. It was Mayene, who had stepped forward to hold her hand. Don't be afraid. The curses we bore were lifted when they sent us away from here. Mayene gently reassured her. Taken aback, Dillalai realized this was news Mayene had yet to share. Mayene nodded. I suspect if the curses hadn't been lifted, we wouldn't be able to escape the confines of this fence. Upon hearing Mayene's words, Malova and Hagrid exchanged serious glances, regretting their decision to bring the two girls along. Hagrid, Ms. Malova, if you have the chance, please save the children here, Dillalai implored. They, like us, have been abducted. Hagrid nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought a way to address this matter. Malova affirmed, her expression grave. We will do our utmost, and you too, Miss Dillalai and Mr. Mayene. Though a few malevolent dark wizards have emerged from the Modric family, the majority of its members still stand for justice. Mayene nodded, pulling Dillalai along as they followed Hagrid. Let us transform quickly. Malova waved her wand in a circle at the fence, intending to create a passageway. Unfortunately, the magic had no effect on the fence. Instead, it bounced back. There's a counter curse on the fence. We need to think of another way in, Malova remarked, frowning. Simultaneously, she understood that this place was far from a mere orphanage. If magic fails, what about climbing over? Mayene suggested. I had wanted to climb out earlier, but with the heartache and weakening curses, I couldn't get close. Hagrid nodded in agreement. You're right. Since magical attacks are ineffective, let us try a physical approach. Perhaps it will yield surprising results. Hagrid stepped forward and knocked on the fence's bars, assessing its strength. This has been reinforced with magic, capable of rebounding a certain intensity of spells, making it sturdier than an ordinary fence. An average wizard wouldn't be able to break it with sheer strength, but fortunately, I am no ordinary wizard. With a resounding crack, one of the fence posts broke under Hagrid's immense strength. However, this alone was insufficient for him to pass through. After breaking two more posts, he finally created an opening large enough for his frame. We can enter now. As Mayene and Dillalai stepped inside the fence, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. The sky within the enclosure seemed to darken considerably. Malova, entering last, sensed the atmosphere and solemnly stated, There's a magical barrier. The air carries a scent of death. I can assure you that someone has died here within the last 12 hours. Moreover, the deceased were not ordinary individuals. They were wizards of considerable power. Malova, your perception remains as keen as ever. Can you ascertain how many wizards have perished? Hagrid asked in a low voice. Malova closed her eyes to concentrate, then replied. The magical barrier retains traces of post-battle magic, for almost dissipating remnants of magic exude a sense of death. If I'm not mistaken, for powerful wizards met their demise here not long ago. Hagrid lamented solemnly. If I surmise correctly, it must have been Quirrell and his companions who fell victim to misfortune. The six of them were in pursuit of the whereabouts of Da Vinci. Just the night before, they had gleaned information regarding the orphanage in the northern suburbs from Mayene and Dilly. The hidden Death Eaters there appeared to possess formidable strength, and it was highly probable that Da Vinci himself was overseeing matters from this location. At this point, Hagrid halted, refusing to advance any further. What is the matter, Hagrid? Are you contemplating retreat? Upon hearing Da Vinci's name, even Malova involuntarily swallowed hard, her expression turning exceedingly grave. Although Da Vinci Mordlick could be considered her great-uncle, he was undeniably a genuine dark wizard and a Death Eater. Not only was he cruel and ruthless in his methods, but he also possessed tremendous power. Decades ago, when he severed ties with the family, he was already at the level of a great wizard. After all these years, it was reasonable to assume he had grown even stronger. Retreating would indeed be the wisest choice. No, I suddenly feel that if Da Vinci is here, bringing Dilly and Mayene along would be exceedingly perilous. I'm contemplating whether we should leave them in the woods outside the barrier, set up a protective enchantment, and then proceed inside, Hagrid remarked. Malova nodded in agreement, stating, let us first hide them away. However, at this moment, Mayene gazed towards the sky and spoke solemnly. It's too late. We have already been discovered. Following Mayene's gaze, Hagrid and the others noticed several crows circling ominously overhead. They had not seen these creatures outside. They were red-eyed crows, the eyes and ears of the Death Eaters, indicating that they would have to face combat directly. Dilly, Mayene, where do you think those Death Eaters are most likely hiding? We'll charge straight in, Hagrid spoke in a grave tone. Hearing this, Mayne was taken aback. This fellow actually intended to confront them head-on. This was a place that had left even Chilo and the other Aurors at a standstill. Was such audacity truly necessary? I believe they should be in that building. The rooms there are the cleanest and best kept, a place where we are allowed to clean, but not to reside, Dilly stated decisively. Mayne nodded in agreement. If there were outsiders at the orphanage, they would certainly be accommodated in the finest quarters. Very well, we shall proceed there. Malova, I will lead the assault, and you will provide support and protect them, Hagrid assigned. Malova nodded, her confidence shining through as she assured, rest easy, Hagrid, with me here. You need not worry about the battle. Mayne, however, was at a loss for words. Didn't we agree to delay and wait for reinforcements? Are we really going to take the initiative? Hagrid nodded resolutely. We are being watched. If we proceed methodically, we will soon find ourselves in a passive position. It is better to strike swiftly and disrupt their plans. Quite right. Who says that those with large physiques lack wit? Under Hagrid's leadership, the four swiftly advanced towards the wooden house indicated by Mayne and Dilly. As they dashed forward, the circling crows cawed loudly, adding an air of terror to the orphanage. Just as Hagrid and his companions were making their way towards the wooden house, a plume of black mist erupted from within, blocking their path. As the mist dissipated, a cloaked figure emerged, shrouded in darkness. Beneath the pointed hood, a veil of black mist obscured the figure's features, and an aura of malevolence and dread halted the group in their tracks. Ruby is Hagrid, the diminutive giant, a hybrid of man and giant. I can scarcely fathom how your human father managed to impregnate a female giant. What a remarkable act of interspecies bestiality. Are you certain you wish to wade into this murky water? The raspy, sinister voice echoed like a ghoul's whisper, sending chills down their spines. Mayne furrowed his brow, sensing the aura of necromancy emanating from this individual. Could it be that he was a wizard well-versed in the dark arts of necromancy? Simultaneously, Mayne could feel Hagrid's fury, evidently incensed by the man's vile words. Hagrid bellowed, "Whoever you are, you shall pay for your insolence today." Chapter 29. Hagrid's Fury. The cloaked man is indeed a necromancer. As their wands flicked into action, enormous waves of magical energy radiated outward. Mayne and Dilly struggled to maintain their footing, ultimately seeking refuge behind Malova, who conjured a protective magical barrier. At that moment, Hagrid engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked man, spells flying from his lips with ease. With the aid of his wand, he wielded his magic as if uttering divine decrees, the incantations transcending the boundaries of standard spells. The magic employed was highly simplified, at times even silent in its casting. The manifestations of their magical energies were starkly contrasting. Hagrid's magic shimmered in earthy yellows interlaced with fiery reds, while the cloaked figure radiated the quintessential grayish-black magic of a dark wizard, imbued with an icy chill. "Giant bear, arise!" Hagrid roared, and with a flourish of his wand, a colossal bear of earthy yellow burst forth from the ground, charging at the cloaked man. Crack! The protective barrier shattered, and the cloaked figure hastily conjured a black magical shield. However, having lost the initiative, he was swiftly overpowered by the giant bear. The cloaked man attempted to fend off the bear, yet Hagrid's control over it kept him firmly pinned down. At that moment, Mayne bore witness to the fierce spectacle of high-level wizardry. The power manifested in their battle was enchanting and overwhelming. At this juncture, Mayne realized that with his current abilities, even employing the Seven Mysteries rapid movement technique would not bring him close to their level. Malova, what level of wizard are Hagrid and that cloaked man? They are so formidable, Mayne inquired, intrigued by Hagrid's advantage. Malova replied thoughtfully, "Both are at the fourth tier of great wizards. In terms of wizarding ranks, Hagrid is evidently superior to the cloaked figure." "So, does that mean Hagrid is bound to win?" Dilly exclaimed joyfully. Malova did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, "Wizards are an enigmatic group. Until a definitive victor emerges, we cannot guarantee who will ultimately prevail. For a wizard's powers are wondrous and varied, not solely confined to the potency of a particular spell. Oftentimes, the decisive factor in victory lies in their mysterious bloodline heritage or some unknown, powerful magic." "Are you suggesting that the cloaked man still has hidden cards?" Mayne asked, his curiosity piqued. Malova replied, "It is likely. Did you not notice how he remained calm despite being suppressed?" Hagrid was evidently enraged by the cloaked man as prior insults towards his parents, unleashing his full might without reservation. The magical bear's eyes blazed with fiery intensity as it raised a massive paw and struck downwards. Crack! Once more, the cloaked man's magical shield shattered. Boom! The magical bear-ass strike left a colossal crater in the earth, while the cloaked figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, narrowly escaping the onslaught. When he reappeared, he had retreated beyond the combat range, a distance of over 100 meters from Hagrid. However, he immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, clearly having sustained significant injury from the bear's assault. You have enraged me, Rubius Hagrid. Prepare to face the judgment of death. Arise, my minions. As the cloaked man waved his wand and chanted a mysterious incantation, black mist swirled around him. With that, skeletal ghouls and emaciated undead creatures emerged from the ground, surging towards the group. Witnessing this scene, Mayene was astounded. Wow, there really is such a profession as a necromancer? Dilly gasped in disbelief. There are too many of them. Hagrid can't hold them back. Quickly, prepare for battle. The sheer number of undead creatures was overwhelming, and they were scattered widely. Unless Hagrid unleashed a massive area of effect spell, he would be unable to contain them. Yet, casting such a spell would rapidly deplete his magical energy. It was evident that the cloaked man aimed to exhaust Hagrid through sheer numbers of the undead, because Hagrid did not exert his full strength to cast widespread magic. The undead creatures would bypass him and directly assault Malova and the two children. He doubted that Malova, a senior witch, could possibly protect both children against the relentless onslaught of these undead beings. In this manner, they would inevitably become a burden, and it was only a matter of time before Hagrid would be worn down. Malova also recognized this reality and shouted at Hagrid, "Maintain magical stamina and come join us to combat the undead," although she refrained from uttering the phrase "stall for time." Hagrid clearly understood her intent and quickly made his way towards the trio. "Malova, I will take the front while you guard the rear, keeping them protected in the middle. We must delay as long as possible. I refuse to believe that he can summon an endless horde of undead creatures. Once they are all summoned, we can deliver a decisive blow if necessary." It was evident that Hagrid had his own strategy. The two of them shielded Mayene and Dilly, and as the undead beings encroached within their spell range, waves of fire spells and magical shockwaves were unleashed. These attacks aimed to thwart the advance of the undead, but their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Mere basic spells could not suffice to halt them all. Those that slipped through would fall to Malova to handle. Mayene watched as Hagrid and Malova engaged the undead, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement. Fear was a natural response, while excitement stemmed from the rare opportunity for practical experience. It felt wrong to simply stand by and let others protect him. However, rather than joining the fray immediately, Mayene directed his gaze towards the crimson-eyed crows in the sky. He realized that they had to be dealt with first, otherwise their group would find themselves in a precarious position. Revenant Strike. Mayene waved his wand, pointing at the three red-eyed crows. An invisible spell shot forth, aimed directly at them. Yet, the red-eyed crows were no ordinary fowl. They were extraordinary creatures endowed with a mystical lineage. Sensing the magical assault, they swiftly evaded the attack. However, just as they were dismissive and self-satisfied, the misspelled magic unexpectedly manifested three owl revenants that surged into their bodies. The three red-eyed crows spiraled wildly in the sky, but soon regained their composure. After returning to normal, an unusual glint emerged in their eyes. Noticing Mayene directing his wand at the red-eyed crows, Hagrid reacted. "Malova, find a way to deal with those three eyes, or we will be at a disadvantage." "All right, Hagrid, you focus on the undead," Malova replied. Upon hearing this, Mayene's eyes widened, and a sly smile crept across his lips. The ambush was successful. The eyes were now his to command. Meanwhile, in the hall of the cabin, the crystal ball before a group of cloaked figures, which had been displaying the external battle, suddenly distorted and became muddled, eventually vanishing altogether. How could this happen? Has the blood crow been slain? Some expressed disbelief and approached the window for a better view. The blood crow was still intact, diligently executing its task. Is your magic malfunctioning? The blood crow appears to be functioning perfectly. Impossible. Such a thing has never occurred before, the blood crow's master asserted, personally approaching the window to investigate. Indeed, the three blood crows continued to soar and circle in the sky. What on earth is happening? Seeing Malova preparing to attack the red-eyed crows, Mayene hurriedly intervened. "Lady, do not engage them. I've already taken control of them. Let them distance themselves from the battlefield to survey the surroundings." Upon witnessing the three red-eyed crows fly away as commanded, Malova was filled with astonishment. How did you manage that? Chapter 30. The Development of Levitation and the Undead Wizard's Collapse. You may consider this my bloodline talent. Mayene casually fabricated an excuse. Now is not the time for in-depth inquiries amidst the chaos of battle. Although Malova remained skeptical, she refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets, and a powerful ally was a boon. She then shifted her focus back to the undead threat. Mayeen was elated. Owl revenants were quite formidable in this magical realm. Certainly not the most basic of entities. He sensed that the power of the owl revenants far surpassed that of most undead creatures summoned by the cloaked figures. The terror surrounding undead beings stemmed from the physical attacks generated by the souls controlling their lifeless forms, along with the frightening necrotic virus they carried. Very few could match the strength of a vengeful spirit. It was best to avoid close combat with such creatures and to obliterate them with fire. Thus, Hagrid and Malova predominantly employed fire spells, shockwaves, and explosive charms, focusing on speed and precision to prevent the undead from closing in. Mayeen and Dilly wished to assist, but as apprentice wizards, their spell range was limited, and their attack spells were insufficient to combat these undead beings. Mayeen had some concealed tactics, such as commanding the owl revenants to assault the undead, but these were unconventional methods. Employing spirits in the magical realm was undoubtedly considered dark magic, and he had no desire to be labeled a dark wizard prematurely. Furthermore, Hagrid and Malova did not require their limited combat capabilities for support. For the time being, the two felt rather idle. We truly are a burden. We can't be of any help, Dilly lamented. Mayeen chuckled gently. Why not become a cheerleader and dance to boost their morale? Dilly retorted sharply. If anyone should dance, it's you. I refuse to engage in such foolishness. Mayeen smiled at Malova. Lady Malova, please send a skeleton my way. I would like to practice my skills with Dilly. Seeing the eager expression on Mayeen's face, Malova was taken aback. You are the boldest child I have ever encountered. However, considering Mayeen's ability to command spirits, it seemed only natural. Very well. I will summon one for you. Do your utmost to eliminate it. With that, Malova deliberately summoned a skeletal undead into the range of their spells. Mayeen refrained from acting first, gesturing for Dilly to take the lead. Dilly, undeterred, had long been able to see spirits, and thus was not overly frightened by the undead. Besides, with Hagrid and Malova by her side, she felt emboldened. Sleep now. Dilly waved her wand and cast a sleep spell at the advancing skeletal undead. The spell was successful, yet the magic had no effect on the skeletal being. How can this be? I clearly succeeded in casting the spell, Dilly exclaimed in disbelief. Mayeen shrugged, reminding her it's a skeleton. It has no brain. Isn't it normal that a sleep spell wouldn't work on it? Dilly felt a surge of frustration for not having thought of that. Angry, she unleashed another curse, heart like a knife. The painful curse, which she had practiced in secret after Bill taught it to Mayeen, was now unleashed with full malice. The spell successfully propelled the undead back 2 or 3 meters, yet the skeletal being remained unharmed as it charged forward. Mayeen once again reminded her. It has no heart. Oh, you bastard. Magic missile. Dilly cried in exasperation, witnessing the skeletal undead almost reach her. She hastily cast the most basic attack spell a wizard could perform, the kind that could be executed with just a wand. The skeletal undead was pushed back once more, but remained unscathed, just as Dilly was unable to cast another spell in time. Malova was about to step in to eliminate the undead when she suddenly heard Mayeen chant a spell rapidly. Wingardium Leviosa, with a deft flick of his wand. Mayeen sent the skeletal undead, which had just charged forward, soaring into the air, spinning before being hurled back. However, such maneuvers inflicted minimal damage on the skeletal creature, which promptly rose again, relentlessly advancing towards Mayeen. This relentless nature of undead beings is truly terrifying. As long as their deathly power remains unspent or unshattered, they will continue their assault, causing incessant annoyance to their adversaries. Observing this, Mayeen remained unfazed and cast another levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. With a subtle flick of his wand, he did not merely send the skeleton back to create distance between them, but instead continued to manipulate his wand, elevating it higher and higher. After reaching nearly 10 meters, he abruptly directed his wand downwards, sending the undead skeleton crashing rapidly to the ground. Boom! Crack! Bone fragments flew in all directions as the skeletal remains shattered upon impact with the stone surface. Witnessing this spectacle, both Dillalai and Malova gazed at Mayeen in astonishment. Who knew the levitation charm could be wielded in such a manner? Mayeen felt a bit shy under their scrutiny and explained, I believe this seemingly basic spell possesses the potential for significant impact, which is why I have longed to experiment with it. It appears to have yielded impressive results, and I sense even more possibilities. Oh, Mayeen, your ingenuity astounds me, Malova praised without reservation, her eyes sparkling with inspiration as she swiftly began to recite the incantation for the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa, with a flick of her wand. She sent 3 ghouls and 2 skeletons, charging towards Hagrid, soaring into the air, then spinning around before being cast back. She continued to elevate 4 more undead creatures that charged at her, launching them nearly 30 meters away before finally directing her wand downward. Boom! 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 3 resounding cracks echoed as the 3 skeletal undead shattered, while 1 ghoul was firmly planted into the ground, its internal bones breaking, rendering it unable to rise again. This feels fantastic. The magical energy consumption has decreased significantly, and I can affect multiple targets. Even a horde of threats feels manageable now. Ha! Hagrid, send more my way. I'm ready to unleash my full power. Mayene and Dillalai exchanged glances, marveling at Malova's remarkable aptitude for learning. Not only did she exhibit exceptional learning capabilities, but she also transformed the single-target levitation charm into a multi-target spell. Hagrid, witnessing this transformation, tilted his head in contemplation before his eyes gleamed with excitement as he too cast the levitation charm, this time as a mass levitation spell. A multitude of undead beings were propelled into the air by Hagrid's wand. Inspired by Mei Yin's demonstration, Malova and Hagrid exuberantly engaged in a newfound technique. The act of levitating the undead to create distance became their standard practice. They soon developed additional techniques, such as falling corpses, guiding levitated undead to plummet rapidly, super collision, directing 2 groups of undead to collide, and remote targeting, rendering them immobile while executing precise strikes. They consistently managed to eliminate numerous undead creatures with minimal energy expenditure. Consequently, the cloaked figure was left bewildered and despondent, as his once proud necromantic summoning technique was ruthlessly dismantled. After all, the magical energy required to slay a ghoul was significantly greater than that needed to levitate one and let it fall to its demise. With this imbalance, the undead would inevitably be eradicated, as they lacked the means to counter the levitation charm. Ah, damn it. This cannot be happening. Chapter 31. Guardian Charm, Holy Light Angel. The cloaked figure never anticipated that his esteemed necromantic magic would falter against such a rudimentary levitation spell. It was utterly bizarre. That young wizard had merely altered the application of the levitation charm, leading to the complete collapse of his plans. As a result, Hagrid's magical energy expenditure was now considerably lower than his own. What was he to do now? It wasn't he that the undead he summoned were weak. Rather, when compared, the individual strength of the undead fell far short of Hagrid's and Malova's prowess. Each levitation was precise, completely immune to the spells of Hagrid and Malova. Once the advantage of group combat was lost, facing a powerful wizard like Hagrid became a daunting task, let alone contending with a high-level sorceress like Malova, who could effortlessly levitate an entire swarm of foes. Their group assault tactic lost its numerical superiority against such formidable mages. Oh my, how could this happen? Unless he abandoned his strategy of mass assault and summoned individual, powerful undead creatures, the situation seemed dire. Witnessing the abrupt change in the battle's dynamics, Dillalai was left in awe, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression adorably astonished. Mayene, your tactics are simply brilliant. That undead sorcerer must be fuming. Dillalai gazed at Mayene with starry eyes. During this time, she had also employed the levitation charm to execute falling corpses, shattering 2 skeletal undead and significantly boosting her confidence. Perhaps the undead weren't so terrifying after all. In truth, Mayene was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that a small gesture would inspire Malova and Hagrid to such an extent, directly altering the course of the battle and dismantling the necromancer's powerful methods. Can I call this an accident? Or perhaps it was simply that Hagrid and Malova were exceptionally astute, adept at drawing connections. Moreover, they were already quite powerful. It was likely that a less capable wizard would struggle to replicate their fluidity. Mayene gestured to himself and Dillalai, stating, you see, we can only tackle foes one at a time. We cannot perform mass levitation spells. Dillalai raised an eyebrow and smiled. Against the 2 of us, he needn't even resort to necromancy. Mayene shrugged. That's true. His powerful tactics have essentially been neutralized. I suspect he might become furious. So we should be cautious to avoid any collateral damage. Mayene promptly pulled Dillalai back behind Malova, refraining from further engagement. As expected, with the failure of his mass assault strategy, the cloaked figure summoned forth 2 towering bone golems, each standing a formidable 5 meters tall. The ghastly green flames flickered in their skeletal eyes, exuding an aura of terror. Their sturdy, bony frames radiated an unsettling strength. With a single step, the skeletal feet sank half a foot into the ground, indicating their immense weight. These skeletal figures, shrouded in deathly black mist, evidently possessed significant magical resistance. Against such powerful undead beings, the levitation charm would undoubtedly prove ineffective. As the two bone golems advanced towards Hagrid and the others, the tremors of their heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground. Malova, protect Mayeen and Dillalai. Leave the bone golems to me, Hagrid instructed, distancing himself from the trio to prevent any unintended harm during the battle. However, the cloaked figure was unwilling to grant them respite. With an incantation, he summoned 3 wraiths to command them towards Malova and her companions. While corporeal undead could be countered by the levitation charm, he was confident that these incorporeal wraiths would not be similarly restrained. Yet, controlling these intangible wraiths proved far more challenging than commanding the tangible skeletons and ghouls. Thus, the number of wraiths he could summon was limited, and conjuring 3 high-tier wraiths to confront Malova was likely his utmost capacity. Begone, evil! A radiant beam of light struck the descending wraiths head-on. As a healer, how could Malova not possess the means to dispel malevolent magic, to combat incorporeal entities like wraiths? Illuminating them with light was the simplest solution. Nevertheless, the 3 wraiths were evidently formidable, as the brilliant light merely caused them to retreat. No actual harm was inflicted upon them. Mayeen sensed that the 3 undead banshees had reached a level of malevolence akin to that of vengeful spirits. And they were not merely newly promoted entities. Indeed, great wizards are not to be trifled with. Their hidden cards are numerous. Seeing that Malova was at a loss, the 3 banshees suddenly let out a chilling wail. Their lamentations were not merely sonic assaults. They were interwoven with mental attacks. The horrific howls echoed endlessly, piercing the eardrums and instilling a profound sense of dread, as if one could hear the call of their ancestors. At this moment, casting a spell seemed a far-off luxury. Merely maintaining composure was an achievement. Melody and Dilly covered their ears, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale and their eyes vacant, as though their very souls had been siphoned away. Even Malova, a high-ranking sorceress, found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the onslaught of mental attacks, grimacing in pain as she instinctively covered her ears. Yet at the very last moment, she resolutely waved her hand to cast a spell. Guardian Spirit. A radiant white light erupted. A celestial light angel manifested above the 3, swiftly raising a protective barrier to shield them. With the appearance of the Guardian, Malova's mental state rapidly rejuvenated. Moreover, upon the emergence of her guardian, her entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation, her body radiating a holy luminescence in harmony with the angel. Malova rose, her eyes aglow with divine light. Holy light judgment. As she cast her spell, intricate magical runes swirled around the angel in a mesmerizing dance. 3 swords of holy light materialized silently, swiftly launching towards the 3 banshees. The banshees attempted to flee, but their speed could not compare to that of the holy light. They were impaled directly in their spectral cores. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 banshees exploded into fragments of spirit, irretrievable and scattered. Oh, cursed be it! How could your guardian spell summon a light angel? This is inconceivable. The figure in the black robe was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The loss of skeletal minions and ghouls did not trouble him. After all, they were easily crafted if the materials were sufficient. However, these incorporeal banshees were far more challenging to create than the high-ranking sorceress variants. Each was a meticulous creation of his, effective against the brutish foes with low intelligence and magic resistance. They were among his most prized trump cards, and to have 3 of them obliterated by a nemesis was infuriating. It is rare to encounter someone capable of summoning a divine light angel through a guardian spell. To think he would encounter such a rarity. Yet, before his fury could subside, Hage had also shattered a bone demon. The soul fire of the bone demon attempted to coalesce and escape, but was ensnared by Hage's fierce fire spell. Malova, come, let experience the warmth of holy light. Chapter 32. Magic knows no color, but wizards do. No, the figure in the black robe exclaimed in anguish, unable to prevent Malova's holy light sword from striking. The soul fire of the bone demon erupted, irretrievably destroyed. This was true annihilation, impossible to reverse. The figure in the black robe glared at Hage and Malova, filled with hatred, recalling the remaining bone demon to prevent further calamity. Ruber Hage, Malova Modric, I shall remember you. Do not fall into my grasp, or you shall find yourselves in a predicament from which there is no escape. Everyone can boast. If you possess the skill, come again, Hage retorted defiantly. The figure in the black robe seethed with frustration. One-on-one, he found it challenging to contend with Hage. Yet, as a dark sorcerer. Why should he engage in a fair fight? You'll have been watching for so long. Why do you not come out and assist? The figure in the black robe bellowed. Malova and Hage stood at the ready, tense and alert. However, after a lengthy tirade, no one responded. Only the cawing of crows filled the air, making the atmosphere awkward. Cursed be these scoundrels. Seeing no one come to his aid, the figure in the black robe was seething with rage, transforming into a cloud of smoke and fleeing towards the wooden cabin. Hage and Malova exchanged glances. They quickly rushed to check on Mayeen and the others. Mayeen and Dilly, how are you? Hage inquired with concern. Mayeen shook her head, regaining her composure. Ugh, those whales were truly unbearable. They gave me a headache, Mayeen complained, rubbing her temples. Seeing that Mayeen was relatively unharmed, Hage turned his attention to Dilly Lee. Malova remarked, she is not gravely injured. I can force her awake, but a bit more rest would be beneficial. Hage nodded, placing great trust in Malova's medical skills. If she deemed rest necessary, then rest it was, as Dilly Lee's assistance was not essential at the moment. Mayeen, how did you wake up so quickly? Hage asked curiously. Not only did she awaken swiftly, but it seemed she had also suffered little harm. Perhaps my magical resistance is high, especially against undead creatures. Lady Malova, do you agree? Mayeen replied. Malova nodded, acknowledging that possessing the ability to command spirits would naturally confer a certain affinity and enhanced magical resistance against them. However, now is not the time to dwell on Mayeen's situation. Malova turned to Hage, inquiring. He seemed to be calling for help just now. Why did no one come to assist him? I too am curious about that. It is not unusual for dark wizards to find themselves abandoned in times of need. Hage responded. Malova nodded, in agreement. So what shall we do now? I wish to go inside and see what those individuals are up to. We have engaged them in battle, yet they appear to disregard us entirely. They must have more pressing matters at hand, neglecting our presence. I'm certain they are up to no good. However, I believe it is wise to wait for aura reinforcements, Malova suggested. Hage pondered for a moment. But I fear Kylo may not hold out. If we delay, there may be unforeseen consequences. How about you guard the two of them while I investigate? Malova looked at Hage, then at Mayeen and Dilly Lee. Is it absolutely necessary to go? I cannot remain idle while my friends are in danger, Hage replied earnestly. Recognizing Hage's steadfast nature, Malova refrained from further persuasion, simply advising, be careful, I will look after them. I will. Please take care of them, he said. Then turned to Mayeen. Mayeen, Malova is one of my most trusted companions. You can rely on her completely. Mayeen nodded. Understood. A dark wizard's guardian spell cannot summon a light angel. Oh, you were not even knocked unconscious and witnessed Malova's guardian angel, Hage exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected the sonic assault from 3 high-ranking banshees to leave her unharmed. This was truly remarkable. Considering Mayeen was merely a wizard apprentice, it defied logic. How did you manage that? Hage could not contain his curiosity. Hage, I do not wish to deceive you, but there are some secrets I am unsure how to convey. I can only tell you that, in order to survive here, I practiced an ancient dark magic from the East. I did some rather infuriating things, which enhanced my soul's power beyond that of an average individual, thus allowing me to mitigate a certain degree of dark magic attacks. Mayeen decided to gradually reveal her abilities and the truth of her circumstances. This way, when she later employed unconventional magic, she would have a plausible explanation if questioned. Sensing Mayeen's unease, seemingly troubled by her dark magic practice, Hage, oblivious to her turmoil, instead offered comfort. Mayeen, as a wizard, you must first understand this principle. Magic is merely a tool. In essence, it knows no moral distinction. It is the wizards who do. All right, I will go investigate now. We can discuss this topic further when the opportunity arises. Furthermore, I believe it would be prudent for you to vacate the orphanage and seek refuge in the woods. As Hagrid cautiously opened the wooden door of the cabin, he entered with great care. Mayeen inquired earnestly, has he always been like this? Malova, perplexed by Mayeen's question, countered like what? Brave and fearless, daring to venture into the jaws of danger for the sake of his friends, Mayeen replied. In her eyes, that cabin undoubtedly represented a perilous lair. Malova nodded in agreement, stating, he possesses his own convictions. He is a friend worth forging a deep bond with. Come, I shall lead you to a hiding place to avoid entangling Hagrid in a potential confrontation. With a flick of her wand, she levitated Dilly, cradling her in one arm. However, Mayeen remained still and called out to Malova, wait, Ms. Malova, grant me 3 minutes to collect the fragments of lingering soul energy. What do you need these for? Malova asked curiously. Mayeen had no intention of concealing his proficiency in dark magic from Malova any longer. He stated plainly, I can command spirits, and these fragments of soul energy are the finest sustenance for them, both high in quality and easily absorbed. As he spoke, Mayne swiftly gathered the remnants of soul energy that had yet to dissipate, channeling them into his soul convergence ring. Observing this, Malova furrowed her brow. Truth be told, she harbored a disdain for dark magic, particularly that of the necromantic variety, which she regarded as her arch-nemesis. Yet, she reasoned, what malice could a mere child harbor? He had previously mentioned that he had practiced dark magic solely to survive the hell that was the orphanage in the northern outskirts. This hell, she suspected, bore the influence of their Modric family. With this thought, a wave of remorse washed over Malova. If the soul fragments were not collected in a timely manner and preserved with specialized items, they would inevitably vanish. Although the remaining fragments of soul energy were not abundant, they were certainly significant. If collected as Mayne intended, it would likely take no less than half an hour. Malova waved her wand, directly summoning all the residual soul energy fragments from the surroundings to coalesce. Witnessing this, Mei Yin's eyes lit up, hastily absorbing the gathered fragments with his soul convergence ring. Chapter 33. A convergence of witches, the northern outskirts orphanage bustles with activity. Having secured all the gathered soul fragments, Mei Yin's heart raced with excitement, unable to contain his elation. Although the three wraiths had been obliterated by the sword of holy light, resulting in a significant dissipation of their soul energy, the remnants that remained were still considerable, at least 1/10 or 1/12 of their original essence. Moreover, the quality of this soul energy had reached the 3rd tier. Additionally, the residual soul energy from the bone demon, which had been destroyed, though only 2/3 of its original essence remained, was of the 4th tier quality. While these soul fragments held decent quality, they were generally deemed of little use to other wizards, even scorned by necromancers who preferred fully sentient spirits. Typically, such soul fragments served as sustenance for spirits. However, for Mayne, who could consume souls to amplify his own power, these remnants were akin to a panacea. Furthermore, due to their fragmented nature, they lacked any cohesive resistance, making them remarkably easy to refine. Could he not be overjoyed at having gathered so many high-quality soul fragments? Malova, along with Merlin and Dilly, did not retreat into the woods for concealment. Instead, they retraced their steps, seeking a discreet hiding spot near the previously breached fence. After further disguising themselves, they positioned themselves to observe the happenings within the orphanage. This way, should Hagrid require assistance, Malova would be the first to notice. Mayne commanded 3 red-eyed crows to scour the entire orphanage, finding not a single soul, nor even a hint of life. The orphanage appeared eerily desolate, devoid of vitality, as if it were a haunted ruin. Mayne relayed this unsettling observation to Malova, expressing his confusion. According to what I heard earlier, they intended to retrieve children of various ages to continue their rearing, thereby rendering the orphanage appear more normal in light of Professor Trelawney's 3 prophecies impacting Modric City. They aimed to prevent the orphanage's anomalies from drawing the attention of the magical community. Their plan seemed to hinge on the long-term development of the orphanage. However, the current situation contradicts the information I received. Surely, so many children and caregivers cannot all be asleep in broad daylight? Malova inquired. Did you check inside the building? Mayne replied. Where there are windows, I had the crows approach to investigate. Those without windows likely do not harbor anyone. Of course, I did not allow the crows near the newest-looking cabin that the cloaked figures entered. Perhaps they are hiding there. Malova remained uncertain about the situation. Casting a concealment and protective spell over their hiding place, I shall restore my strength. Keep an eye on the situation inside, and alert me immediately if anything unusual occurs. May nodded. Very well. Ms. Malova, you should focus on your recovery. Previously, the casting of the Patronus charm had taken a toll on Malova, and she needed to recuperate swiftly. Otherwise, should another confrontation arise, they would be at a disadvantage. Malova meditated to regain her mental and magical energy, while Mayne continued to manipulate the 3 crows to monitor the orphanage. In secrecy, he began to refine the recently collected soul fragments, simultaneously providing the fragments to the 4 owl wraiths to absorb and refine at their leisure. As for the white owl spirit, Mayne attempted to feed it a fragment, but it was far too low in level to absorb the energy from the 3rd tier soul fragments. The same applied to Bill, who resided within the soul convergence ring, as he too was a spirit. With these comparisons, Mayne began to ascertain the strength levels of both himself and the owl wraiths. Among the undead creatures previously encountered, skeletons were classified as 1st tier, ghouls as 2nd tier, wraiths as 3rd tier, and bone demons as 4th tier. Using this as a reference, He deduced that the spirits he had crafted corresponded to first tier for the owl spirits and second tier for the wraiths. Should they grow and advance further, the powerful spirits would equate to third tier, the red robe spirits to fourth tier, the black spirits to fifth tier, and the white spirits to sixth tier. The 7 owl wraiths were comparable to 7 second tier undead creatures, while the single owl spirit equated to a first tier undead creature. This distinction clarified why the owl wraiths could absorb and refine third tier soul fragments independently, whereas the owl spirit could not. Mayeen estimated that his magical prowess remained at the apprentice wizard level, while his soul level appeared to have reached the mid to late stages of the second tier. Otherwise, he would not be able to command 7 owl wraiths. The strength of the 7 owl wraiths was approximately at the early second tier level, still with ample room for growth. Simultaneously, Mayeen sensed that he had reached the limit of how many wraiths he could control. Any more, and he risked losing control, as attempting to increase their numbers could lead to a backlash from the wraiths. Thus, he intensified his efforts to consume and refine the soul fragments, yearning for swift enhancement of his strength. Regrettably, he wished to proceed steadily and cautiously. However, the battles he encountered previously had been of a high caliber, leaving him little room to maneuver, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster. For instance, Mayeen was well aware that the orphanage's headmistress, Shamira, was exceptionally powerful, far beyond his capacity to handle. Through interactions with Hagrid, Malova, Chilo, and others, one can roughly ascertain Shamira's rank. Shamira is at least a high-level sorceress, while the caretakers attending to them are predominantly novice wizards, with the occasional intermediate sorcerer making an appearance. This is precisely why, after evading Shamira, he dared to secretly command ghosts within the orphanage. However, due to the curse afflicting him, he refrained from exposing his abilities to flee. For if his powers were revealed and he failed to escape, he would face certain doom. Mayeen felt that to establish a foothold in this magical realm and possess a degree of self-defense, one must at least attain the status of a high-level sorcerer capable of wielding the killing curse. Without lethal means or a threatening trump card, his frail limbs would be easily manipulated by others. Suddenly, Mayeen sensed something and looked up, only to see several dark figures soaring towards him from afar. The shadows, akin to black mist, resembled the flight of the previous hooded figure, rapidly approaching the northern suburbs orphanage. After circling in the air, they headed straight for the wooden house where the hooded figure had entered. Malova, there's something amiss, Mayeen whispered. Malova slowly withdrew from her meditation and, following Mayeen's gaze, looked towards the wooden house. She then observed 4 hooded figures quietly slipping through the door. Before Malova could inquire further, 3 more wisps of black mist flew in from the distance. Like a chain reaction, dozens if not hundreds of black mist surged from all directions. Oh, are they gathering for a meeting? So many sorcerers have arrived, Mayeen marveled. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Malova's complexion turned pale. They are Death Eaters. Hagrid is in danger. Confused, Mayeen queried, how do you know they are Death Eaters? Malova replied gravely, by their mode of flight. This is a special method developed by the Dark Lord. Only Death Eaters possess this ability, and only high-ranking ones can transform into black mist to fly. Upon hearing this, Mayeen's expression darkened. All Death Eaters, and at least advanced dark wizards, so many of them. Even if Hagrid is large, he cannot possibly withstand them all. We must think of a way to rescue him. Malova nearly choked upon hearing this. She wished she could peer into Mayeen's mind to understand his thought process. At such a critical moment, his comments were astonishing. Not every dark wizard is a ravenous beast, after all. Just as Malova was at a loss for how to proceed, numerous figures appeared in the sky once more. However, this new batch did not arrive as mist, but rather rode broomsticks, soaring swiftly towards them. Observing this, Mayeen pondered aloud. Malova, it seems we have lost some crucial information about this place. Chapter 34. The prophecy unfolds. News of the Black Pearl of the Undead emerges. Such a large gathering of wizards indicates that something significant has transpired at the northern suburbs orphanage. Yet, evidently, they remain unaware of the gravity of the situation. Both Mayeen and Malova were bewildered. According to Malova, those capable of transforming into black mist are essentially dark wizards, while normal wizards typically fly on broomsticks. Now, both dark and light wizards had amassed in great numbers. The initial dark wizards had already entered the wooden house, while the subsequent ones had not yet made it inside when they were spotted by white wizards arriving on broomsticks. Without hesitation, the leader drew his wand and launched an attack on the dark wizards. A brilliant bolt of lightning shattered one dark wizard's shield, causing him to collapse on the spot. Run, it's Mad-Eye Moody. Upon hearing this, the dark wizards, who had initially intended to fight, were struck with fear and transformed into black smoke, scattering in all directions. They sought refuge through windows, chimneys, and any available crevice to escape into the wooden house. Some even fled into the distance as black mist. The dark wizard struck by the curse did not perish, but had lost his ability to move, his eyes betraying a look of terror upon seeing Moody. Congratulations. You've earned yourself a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Mad-Eye Moody merely cast a glance at him, and then turned away. Capturing the fugitive was a task for others. Observing this scene, Mayeen thought to himself, this man is incredibly formidable. He single-handedly frightened away a group of dark wizards. Who is he? So impressive. Mayeen inquired. Malova was equally astonished. That's Mad-Eye Moody, one of the most formidable Aurors. It is said that half of the Death Eaters in Azkaban were apprehended by him. If the newcomers are indeed a group of Aurors, then they are in for an exciting time. It feels as though a police versus criminal showdown is about to unfold. Mayeen thought with excitement. Malova nodded in agreement, but added, it's not just Aurors. There are also individuals from other departments of the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, there are other wizards as well. I spotted members of our Molderic family, and quite a few at that. As they watched the wizards enter the wooden house one after another, Mayeen suddenly realized something. Malova, have you counted? How many people just entered that wooden house? Can it even accommodate them all? Mayeen was utterly astonished. The wooden house was not large, comprising 3 floors and a basement. The number of wizards entering had exceeded 200. It was not merely a matter of whether it could fit. Cramming them would require a significant squeeze. But what sort of gathering is this? Dark wizards, Death Eater criminals, and a magical world's law enforcement. Can they truly coexist so calmly in such close quarters? Clearly, that was impossible. Upon hearing this, Malova also came to the realization. She had been preoccupied with other matters and had not paid attention to this detail. It was evident that the wooden house could not accommodate that many people. I must go find out what's happening. Mayeen, keep an eye on Dillalai. I will return shortly. With that, Malova softly muttered an incantation, her figure fading into invisibility. When she reappeared, she had already crossed into the fenced area. Wow, an invisibility spell. Mayeen marveled. This magic seemed incredibly practical. A black and white cat quietly emerged into Mei Yin's line of sight, stealthily entering through the large hole created by Hagrid. However, as it crossed the fence, it seemed to sense something, turning its head to glance at Mei Yin's concealed form. A chill ran down Mei Yin's spine. It felt as though the cat's gaze penetrated the magical barrier and discovered him. Fortunately, the cat merely looked around, confirming that nothing was following before re-entering the northern suburbs orphanage. Mayeen was puzzled. While it was understandable for a group of wizards to join the commotion, what business did a cat have running inside? Before long, Mayeen spotted Malova mingling among the crowd of wizards. Clearly, many recognized her and greeted her warmly. It appeared that Malova had a wide and excellent rapport, from youthful, handsome sorcerers to elderly gentlemen with white beards, all engaged in friendly conversation with her. Mayeen, where are we? At that moment, Dillalai groggily awoke, her curious gaze fixed on Mayeen, who was intently observing the scene outside. Oh, Dillalai, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. How do you feel? Have you recovered? Mayeen asked with concern. Dillalai shook her head and rubbed her cheeks, glancing around. I'm fine, nothing serious. What's the situation? Why are we hiding here? Mayeen recounted the events that unfolded while Dillalai was unconscious. Just as he was halfway through, Dillalai suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed urgently, oh, Hagrid was too careless. How could he venture into such a dangerous place alone? That wooden house is not large. By the time you finish speaking, he could have already inspected it thoroughly. He's been gone for so long. Hagrid must have encountered some danger. We need to go rescue him. Mayeen hastily gestured for Dillalai to remain calm, and then spoke, do not rush. I have yet to finish my story. The events that transpired afterward will surely astonish you. He proceeded to recount the gathering of the dark wizards once more, stating, I suspect there might be a secret passage beneath that wooden cabin leading to another location. Otherwise, it would be quite extraordinary for so many dark wizards and Aurors to congregate there without causing a disturbance. As the cabin remains intact, it is evident that these individuals have relocated elsewhere. Let us wait a while. Once Ms. Malova returns, we shall discover the specifics of what occurred. Initially skeptical, Dillalai found her composure after peering through a small opening that allowed her to observe the situation within the orphanage in the northern suburbs. Even at that moment, wizards were still arriving on broomsticks. When Mayeen suddenly noticed that Ms. Malova was nowhere to be seen, he understood that she would soon return. Indeed, it was not long before Malova's figure emerged, startling Dillalai. Ms. Malova, what exactly transpired? Why are there so many wizards gathered at the orphanage? Dillalai, evidently more anxious than Mayene, quickly inquired, suppressing her initial shock. The news regarding the necromancer's black pearl has surfaced. These individuals are here for the ancient artifact. Malova replied, equally surprised. It appears that Professor Trelawney's prophecy has indeed come to fruition. The necromancer's black pearl has manifested in Modric City. And what of Hagrid? Do you have any news about Hagrid? Dillalai pressed further. Malova nodded and answered, yes, if all goes as expected. Hagrid should have entered the Pandora's box and become ensnared in the Pandora Labyrinth. Upon hearing this, both Mayene and Dillalai were taken aback. What is this Pandora's box and Pandora Labyrinth? Mayene curiously asked. Could Ms. Malova provide us with some clarity on the situation? Certainly, but I can only provide a brief account, as I too must enter the Pandora Labyrinth in search of an opportunity for advancement. As for the two of you, it would be best to remain here. No one will have the intent to harm you at this moment. Chapter 35. The fashionable and dapper elder. It turned out that the Aurors led by Kilo, who had come to investigate the orphanage, encountered a frenzied assault by the concealed dark wizards. Of the six, only Kilo and Sturm managed to escape. Kilo's survival was attributed to his formidable strength and exceptional dark magic defenses, while Sturm's escape was due to his lineage, being part of the Modric family. Sturm was considered a junior and posed no threat to the dark-cloaked wizard, Da Vinci, who spared his life to expose him to the true essence of dark magic. Furthermore, Sturm's escape brought forth the news of the imminent emergence of the necromancer's black pearl. The reason for this was that after being captured by the Death Eaters, the other four Aurors were sacrificed as magical materials to the Pandora's box, serving as the medium to open it. Many ancient texts record the rationale behind opening the Pandora's box. The previous necromancer hid the necromancer's black pearl within it as he lay on his deathbed. Thus, knowing the location of the Pandora's box essentially confirms the whereabouts of the necromancer's black pearl. However, whether one can open the Pandora's box to acquire the necromancer's black pearl is another matter altogether. According to ancient records, the Pandora's box contains a mysterious magical labyrinth. To obtain the necromancer's black pearl, one must traverse the labyrinth and overcome numerous challenges. Additionally, the Pandora's box has restrictions. It forbids the entry of powers above the fourth tier. This is why countless Death Eaters, dark wizards, and even Aurors from the Ministry of Magic dare to venture into this perilous situation, knowing that Da Vinci cannot enter himself. He requires other Death Eaters or dark wizards to retrieve the necromancer's black pearl from the labyrinth. So, you're saying that Hagrid is safe, but has entered the Pandora's box? After Malova's succinct explanation, both Mayene and Dillalai let out a sigh of relief. After all, they valued Hagrid and wished for his well-being. Ms. Malova, are you certain you wish to proceed? Might it not be excessively perilous? Mayene expressed his concern. Not only was he worried for Malova's safety, but also for their own, as her departure would leave them without protection. The presence of a powerful wizard was far more reassuring than being alone. Malova responded earnestly. While the Pandora Labyrinth is fraught with danger, it also offers opportunity. This may be my chance to ascend rapidly to the rank of Grand Sorcerer. Thus, regardless of whether I procure the necromancer's black pearl, I must take this chance. Seemingly perceptive of Mei Yin's apprehensions, Malova continued, rest assured, when I depart, I shall establish my strongest protective barrier for you. You should remain safe here. If any unforeseen circumstances arise that even my barrier cannot shield you from, my presence here would be of no use. Upon hearing this, Mayene understood that Malova's decision was resolute. After all, this was her opportunity for swift advancement. She could not possibly forsake it for their sake. As they watched Malova follow the Aurors into the wooden cabin, Mayene and Dillalai exchanged glances, realizing they were now left alone. This is so dull. I truly wish to see what the Pandora's box and labyrinth are like. Is it truly as wondrous as she described? Dillalai lamented with a mix of disappointment and envy. Mayene nodded in agreement. I too would like to go, but we are simply too weak. We would likely perish without even realizing how. Did you not see how a throng of dark wizards rushed into the cabin? Good heavens! How could there be so many dark wizards? All dark wizards should be sent to Azkaban. Mayene chuckled. In that case, Azkaban would need to be significantly expanded to accommodate them all. However, I do not believe that all dark wizards should be confined to Azkaban, as their categorization is rather ambiguous. You are correct. Not all dark wizards warrant imprisonment in Azkaban. In truth, only those who are powerful and truly villainous should be confined there. Otherwise, incarcerating everyone would be a waste of resources, would it not? Suddenly, a kind and gentle voice resonated behind them, startling both Mayene and Dillalai. Oh, wait, I did not mean to frighten you. The elderly man raised his hand, and the two found themselves frozen in place, as if caught in a game of statues. I shall release your confinement, but please refrain from shouting, although I am of considerable age. I am not hard of hearing. Once the old man finished speaking, Mayeen and Dillalai felt a wave of relief wash over them. They instinctively turned to face the suddenly materialized elder, retreating to the corner while keeping their gaze fixed upon him. Dressed in a black and white patterned robe, the old man sported a beard that flowed to his waist. Looking up, one could see a kindly face adorned with a perfectly shaped nose, behind which rested a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles. His skin appeared slightly aged and pale, fitting the archetype of elderly visage, with a charming little hat perched atop his head. He was a fashionable and dapper elder, exuding an aura that suggested he was no villain. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Mayeen exclaimed, his heart racing from shock. This was, after all, a concealed hideout protected by Ms. Malova's triple-layered magical barriers. They could hardly fathom how someone could silently approach them from behind. Hearing Mei Yin's inquiry, the elder smiled warmly. "That question should be directed to our Miss Dillalai, Monty Dumbledore." As he spoke, the elder straightened his attire, waiting for Dillalai to respond. Dillalai, still recovering from her initial fright, found herself engulfed in astonishment. As the elder's eyes began to shimmer with increasing brightness, he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself so overwhelmed with emotion that no words would come forth. Witnessing this scene, the elder gently reassured, "Do not rush. Do not become overly agitated, Dilly." Taking a deep breath, Dilly gazed in astonishment at the elder, sensing that his affection for her was genuine. It was indeed her family that had come to find her. How remarkable it was that they could silently penetrate Lady Malova's magical protective barrier. Once she had regained her composure, Dilly suddenly threw her arms around the elder's leg, burying her head into his embrace. At that moment, tears of either joy or sorrow could no longer be contained. "Albus, it is truly wonderful to see you," Dilly exclaimed with excitement, her grasp tightening around the elder's leg, trembling like a child who has suddenly encountered a long-lost family member. The elder gently patted Dilly's back, allowing her to express her pent-up feelings. After a considerable time spent weeping, Dilly seemed to recall the presence of Mayeen, the outsider nearby, and shyly glanced in her direction. "Mayeen, allow me to introduce you to my great-great-uncle, Albus Dumbledore." She hesitated. "Oh, I cannot recall much more, but I feel a deep kinship with him. He is my family." Albus Dumbledore observed the two with a thoughtful expression. "It appears that you have encountered some rather unpleasant magic, but from this moment forth, things will improve for you both." Mayeen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elder's impressive abilities and the certainty that he could assist them in resolving their issues. "Greetings, Professor Dumbledore. I am Mayeen Melmain, a friend of Dilly's. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are the most distinguished elder I have ever encountered, both in appearance and demeanor." Chapter 36. The freshly issued Hogwarts acceptance letter. As Albus Dumbledore lifted the memory-erasing curse from the two, the buried past within Mayeen and Dilly were unearthed, recalling events that transpired before their abduction to the orphanage in the northern suburbs. "How do you feel?" After a moment, Dumbledore finally inquired, noticing that both were lost in their reminiscences. "I remember everything, Albus. Are my parents all right? I hope they're not too worried," Dilly asked with genuine concern. "They have been searching for you and have never given up hope. I believe they will be overjoyed to receive news of you. However, it will take some time for them to reach you," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing that her parents were on their way, Dilly exclaimed, "Shall we go meet them now? Or will they arrive first? I wish to wait for them." "Do not fret, Dilly. I had already sent a letter to them confirming our means of contact before arriving in Mordoric City. Once they reach Mordoric, we shall be able to connect, and we can meet then," Dumbledore reassured her. Having addressed her own situation, Dilly excitedly turned to Mayeen. "Mayeen, have you recalled any memories from before the orphanage? Have you thought of how to contact your parents?" In response to Dilly's inquiry, Mayeen offered a bittersweet smile. "I have remembered, but it seems my family is not as fortunate as yours. I doubt anyone is searching for me." "What do you mean? Are you truly an orphan?" Dilly gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Mayeen shook her head with a shrug. "Not exactly. My parents lead rather carefree lives, often leaving me with my grandmother while they go off on adventures, sometimes for 10 days or even months at a time. En occasion, they might return with a new sibling for me. I would not be surprised." "Oh, what about your grandparents? They must be quite worried about your disappearance," Dilly inquired curiously. Mayeen sighed in response. "You know, I am of Asian descent. My grandfather is from the East. He had to return to his homeland shortly before I vanished, leaving me in the care of my grandmother, who is also a witch. She is quite passionate about researching new magic, but during one of her experiments, she lost our home in a catastrophic explosion, injuring herself and leaving her in a coma. Fortunately, she had many relatives and friends who came to her aid. While her injuries weren't life-threatening, she needed to recuperate for a month or two. It was during this time that I was abducted by a man in black. To be honest, I have no idea how my family is faring or if my parents have returned or even learned of my disappearance. Oh dear, your parents must be rather careless. Do you know the way back home? Dilly questioned. May nodded. I am aware of the name of the nearest wizarding village, but I'm not entirely sure where it is located. As you know, wizarding homes are often situated in remote areas, some even protected by magical barriers. At that moment, Dumbledore suggested, my dear child, you could initially enroll in Hogwarts, and we will take it upon ourselves to notify your family. Mei Yin's eyes lit up with excitement. Can I really? But I have not received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Dumbledore replied earnestly, under normal circumstances. The Book of Knowledge and the acceptance quill should have detected your magical awakening long ago. However, due to this magical barrier, they were unable to sense it, which resulted in the missed enrollment period. Nevertheless, as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I am permitted to invite 2 latecomers to join us. Winking at the 2, Dumbledore conjured a sheet of parchment and a quill that began to write on its own. Upon completion, the parchment miraculously divided into 2 identical copies. Dumbledore then inscribed Dilly's name and Mei Yin's name on each. After placing them into 2 envelopes and writing their names on them, he sealed them with wax using his family crest. The familiar Hogwarts acceptance letters were now complete. Here, take these, Dumbledore said sincerely. Dilly and Mei Yin exchanged astonished glances, both filled with joy and surprise. After they secured their acceptance letters, Dumbledore smiled warmly. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am your headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you for your generous assistance, Mei Yin replied earnestly. Dilly, however, did not express her gratitude verbally. Instead, she affectionately tugged at Dumbledore's robes, as though fearing he might suddenly vanish. Not all, Miss Melmain. It is your ancestor, Merlin Ambrosius, who has guided our paths to cross today, Dumbledore remarked, equally pleased, as he had not anticipated finding a descendant of his own family, while also welcoming a new student with East Asian heritage and the bloodline of Merlin. It was a delightful outcome indeed. The fact that both children had survived and escaped from the perilous orphanage in the northern suburbs demonstrated their resourcefulness and intelligence. It was a wise decision to enroll them, especially considering the familial connections. Albus, how did you know we were hidden here? Once their enrollment matters were settled, Dilly suddenly inquired. Oh, Professor McGonagall informed me. She mentioned seeing 2 young children here, one of whom appeared to be the girl I was searching for. Mei Yin and Dilly exchanged puzzled looks, as they had not noticed anyone observing them. Professor McGonagall? Who is she? Mei Yin asked out of curiosity. At that moment, Dilly, recalling numerous details, interjected, I know. Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House. She is a formidable, highly disciplined professor. She sounds like quite a stern teacher, Mei Yin remarked. Dumbledore quickly clarified, oh, Professor McGonagall may appear somewhat stern while teaching. However, she is an exceptionally good teacher, and beyond her pedagogical duties, she is remarkably genial. Mei Yin nodded and remarked, she sounds somewhat like a workplace elite. Your observation is not without merit, Dumbledore replied. Albus, what is Professor McGonagall doing here? Is it also related to the Soul Black Pearl? Delighterly inquired with curiosity. Dumbledore chuckled, not quite. She has come to address the issue of the missing Hogwarts owls. It is worth noting that this incident has resulted in several new students being unable to enroll. I suspect she is here to deliver acceptance letters. Her presence here is likely coincidental, especially since Hagrid is involved. She is genuinely a warm-hearted individual, so it is not surprising that she came to inquire about the welfare of Hogwarts staff. Chapter 37. All I wanted was to pet a cat. Yet I find myself entangled in Pandora's box. Albus, where do we go from here? Delighterly asked, now that their great-great-uncle has arrived. There is no need for them to remain hidden in this refuge. In truth, Delighterly could traverse this space freely, provided Dumbledore followed in her wake. With a shadowed gaze, Dumbledore stated, since we are here, we must ascertain who abducted you. Matters of reckoning should not be delayed. Without witnessing Dumbledore cast a spell, Mei Yin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. When he regained his senses, he, along with Delighterly and Dumbledore, found themselves in an unfamiliar basement. Apparition. This magic is executed with remarkable finesse. Notably, they neither touched the magical protective barriers set by Malova upon their arrival nor departure. Professor Dumbledore is indeed formidable. The basement housed a few individuals, among whom a striking one was an eye-patch-clad wizard leaning on a cane. Mad-Eye Moody, the fierce man who had incapacitated a dark wizard upon arrival. The others were taken aback to see Dumbledore. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, Your presence is most fortuitous. With you here, those Death Eaters will not dare to seize Pandora's box again. Such a perilous object ought to be securely contained, or rather, outright destroyed. Greetings, Moody. I merely happened to pass by. Have you seen Devlin? Dumbledore inquired. You have a grudge against him. He is rather elusive. I arrived to find a throng of dark wizards burrowing into Pandora's box, but did not encounter Devlin. Moody responded, striding over to Dumbledore with an air of bravado, as if eager to confront him. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, there exists a bit of personal animosity. Are you aware that this orphanage in the northern suburbs is under his clandestine control? Moody glanced at the two youngsters following Dumbledore, realization dawning upon him. They too are victims? When were they rescued? What the other children? I know that the Aurors have reported on the situation here. However, the rescue operation arranged by the Auror office had not yet commenced before news of the Soul Black Pearl and Pandora's box resurfaced. This is truly relentless. I wish I could cast the killing curse on each Death Eater, Moody lamented, evidently well acquainted with Dumbledore as they discussed the circumstances surrounding Morderrick City and the orphanage. Mayene and Delirely were busy surveying their surroundings, curiously observing everything within the basement. At the center lay a vast hexagram magic circle, within which sat a 1-foot square black cube adorned with intricate, dark red patterns, pulsating with crimson luminescence, reminiscent of a revolving lantern. At each of the 6 points of the hexagram were crosses, and the loose ropes indicated that previously individuals had been bound there. Now, only the slack ropes remained, as if the individuals had vanished into thin air. The entire arrangement exuded a chilling and eerie aura, and Mayene felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. Were it not for Dumbledore's presence, he would have been tempted to leave immediately. Delirely nudged Mayene's arm, signaling him to look in a particular direction. She whispered, Mayene, look over there. How can there be a cat here? Mayene turned to observe a black and white cat resembling a tabby, curiously watching the magic circle. This cat was the very one that had entered through the large hole created by Hagrid. A cat enthusiast, Mayene was particularly fond of petting them. Upon seeing the feline, he instinctively reached out to test its temperament, hoping to coax it closer for some affectionate petting. However, before his hand could approach, the cat turned its head and fixed him with a piercing glare. Undeterred, Mayene again attempted to stroke the cat's head, only for it to extend its paw to swat at him. Realizing this, Mayene quickly withdrew his hand, shrugging in mild exasperation. This cat is quite proud. It seems petting is out of the question. Delirely, somewhat exasperated, replied, what I meant was in such a perilous place, how can there be a cat here? Rather than you attempting to pet it? Mayene retorted, is it so strange? Cats are creatures that can traverse places unreachable by mere flight. What ground is beyond their reach? I once had a tabby that was remarkably adept, able to climb trees to catch birds, swim to catch fish, and even once dragged a large python from a graveyard. Alas, I lost it after my grandmother's failed magical experiment destroyed our home. Delirely's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Are you certain you are speaking of a cat, and not merely a leopard? I know you may not believe it, but that is the truth. I managed to tame a tabby. I have no doubt I could pet a domestic cat easily. As he spoke, Mayene suddenly lunged toward the cat, intending to seize the opportunity to pet it while it was distracted. Come here, little kitty, let me touch you. Yet in the next moment, the cat dramatically expanded in size, an overwhelming surge of magical energy enveloping him. Mayene was propelled towards the magic circle, whereupon the space within twisted, and he vanished. The cat transformed into a tall, distinguished elderly woman. Witnessing this, Delirely exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of everyone present. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I hadn't noticed you were still here. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Delirely quickly covered her mouth, her face a portrait of astonishment. This was Professor McGonagall, who could indeed transform into a cat, and Mayene had just attempted to pet her. By Merlin's beard, this is utterly absurd. Albus, Mayene is gone. Delirely cried anxiously, pointing at the magic circle. Dumbledore, possessing the strength to have already discerned Mayene's disappearance, quickly reassured her, do not fret, Delirely. Mayene has not vanished. He has likely entered Pandora's box. Delirely pointed at the black cube within the magic circle, exclaiming, you mean they all went in there? Dumbledore nodded, indeed. Would you care to join the fun? What? Join the fun? Delirely was flustered. Just moments ago, so many dark wizards and aurors had entered Pandora's box. It would undoubtedly be chaos within. Could Albus truly be suggesting she join in? Had her great-great-uncle lost his senses, thinking this was a place for recreation? Oh, Albus, Professor McGonagall, could you please remain back? It is far too dangerous in there, Delirely pleaded. Having traversed this journey with Mayene, she was not prepared to lose him so easily. Dumbledore, however, simply smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Delirally. In truth, if not for our powers exceeding level 4, we would all have entered. This is a rare opportunity, and you should not let it slip away. Under normal circumstances, no one would contravene moral standards to sacrifice souls to activate Pandora's box. However, since it has been opened, we should not squander this chance. Just as Mayeen regained his footing, a hauntingly whimsical voice of a little girl echoed in his ears. Welcome to the Pandora Game Box. You have 3 minutes to familiarize yourself with the game rules. After 3 minutes, please select a profession to commence the game. Wait, what on earth is this? I merely wished to pet a cat. Yet here I am, ensnared in Pandora's box. Chapter 38. The Maze of Pandora's Game. A scheme I am quite familiar with. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. Any player entering this maze shall automatically succumb to the curse of Pandora's maze, which compels them to randomly select one specialized skill, serving as their entry ticket into the game. Upon this forced selection, the player shall forfeit all proficiency levels associated with that skill. 2. Players shall also be subject to the suppression of Pandora's maze, whereby the power of their original professional levels shall be reduced to the lowest tier. Note that those whose professional level is below the first tier are exempt from this suppression and will not be compelled to select a skill as their entry ticket. 3. Each player entering Pandora's maze shall automatically receive 3 chances for resurrection. Should they perish thrice, they will become a guardian spirit of Pandora's maze. Note, resurrection opportunities can be restored through resurrection items. 4. By vanquishing 3 other players, one may obtain an exit ticket, which allows for an early departure from Pandora's maze. Alternatively, players may leave after completing the maze and receiving their rewards. 5. Once a professional choice is confirmed, it cannot be altered. All items acquired during the game, including weapons, equipment, and skill proficiencies, are merely temporary. Aside from rewards for completing the maze, all other items will be reclaimed by Pandora's maze. 6. The final interpretation of the rules of Pandora's maze is solely retained by Pandora. These 6 stipulations outline the general rules of the game, followed by the selection of professional roles. There are 2 main categories, mages and warriors. Mages are further divided into bloodline sorcerers and elemental sorcerers, while warriors are classified into 3 types. The magic swordsman, who merges magic and fighting energy, the blood knight, endowed with a unique bloodline, and the warrior, who cultivates pure, fighting energy to strengthen their physique. Upon seeing these professional options, Mei Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well acquainted with such schemes from his previous life, having played numerous similar games. Now, however, it was all too real. After pondering the introductions of these professions, he ultimately chose the magic swordsman under the warrior category. The magic swordsman is further divided into 4 elemental types: earth, water, fire, and wind. Mei Yin selected the wind magic swordsman. Why choose the wind magic swordsman? You might ask. Mei Yin reflected that, regardless of his choice, one undeniable truth remained. He was still a child, with short legs that hindered his speed and physical strength. Had he opted for the sorcerer profession, even with 3 chances for resurrection, he doubted he could survive the novice phase. Conversely, the wind magic swordsman would allow him to sidestep this predicament. While strength was debatable, the agile and swift nature of the wind magic swordsman would undoubtedly afford him a better chance of evasion in dangerous situations. Congratulations, player! You have chosen the wind magic swordsman profession and received a novice gift pack. Please check your backpack. The eerie voice of the little girl echoed once more. Who are you? Why do you persist in speaking from the shadows? Mei Yin inquired, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. I am your personal assistant within Pandora's maze, a sprite responsible for assigning tasks and addressing players' inquiries. Mei Yin narrowed his eyes, sensing the mischievousness of this so-called maze sprite. It was merely a little trickster. However, he did not delve deeper, for after confirming his profession, an inexplicable force surged into his body. He felt a substantial enhancement in all aspects of his physical attributes. Notably, he sensed an increase in his strength, enabling him to effortlessly lift objects weighing 20 to 30 pounds. Furthermore, a wind-like energy began to swirl within him. Perhaps the fabled wind magic energy. This energy coursed through his meridians in 3 cycles before settling. Before him, a magical aura enveloped a backpack, undoubtedly the novice gift pack. Mei Yin clenched his fists in admiration, exclaiming, "Is this the sign of a successful class change? It feels rather splendid." The maze sprite responded, "Congratulations, player. You have successfully transitioned, becoming a level 1 swordsman apprentice. You may now open your backpack to claim your novice weapon and skill book." Who on earth designed this game? It feels rather impressive. Although the sprite's words were dubious, Mei Yin sensed that under the immense power of Pandora's maze, Failure to adhere to the game rules would prevent him from even exiting this transition space. Moreover, he faced a rather unfortunate issue. After being thrust into Pandora's maze, he lost all perception of the 3 vengeful red-eyed owl spirits outside. This meant he could now only command 4 owl spirits and 1 owl wraith, significantly diminishing his strength. Upon opening the novice gift pack, Mayne discovered a rusty iron sword and 2 skill books. One skill book was for the swift 3-fold slash, enhancing offensive capabilities, while the other was the Gale technique, augmenting agility. Learning was simple. If the skill book matched his profession, he could simply press it to his forehead and the skill would be learned autonomously. Remarkable. It's just like playing a game. It's so easy to learn. With the novice transition area now open, Mayne was free to depart. Congratulations, player. Your novice transition was successful. Now, embark on your adventure. As a final note, the benevolent Pandora offered a friendly reminder. As a non-formal professional entering Pandora's maze, please endeavor to avoid death. Hee upon hearing the sprite's childlike laughter. A chill ran down Mei Yin's spine. What manner of entity was this? Exiting the transition area, he turned back only to discover that the transition space had vanished, leaving behind a dark, winding corridor whose destination was unknown. Such a remarkable feat of spatial displacement magic. Mayne was certain that this Pandora's game box was an artifact of extraordinary significance. With no clear path ahead, he summoned the owl spirits to scout the area. It seemed that, due to his status as a non-formal professional, the owl spirits were not subject to the level suppression. Before long, Mei Yin's eyes widened with surprise as he spotted a familiar figure. Dilly, how did you end up here? Yes, he noted, releasing the owl spirits only to find Dilly Lee, looking bewildered, seemingly just ejected from her own class selection. Oh, Mei, I'm so glad to see you. This place looks terrifying. Dilly Lee hurriedly approached him, seeking comfort. Noticing Mei Yin's puzzled expression, she explained. Albus insisted that this was a rare opportunity for me to experience the wonders of Pandora's maze, claiming it would aid my future studies in magic. Is he not concerned for your safety in this place? Mayne asked, astonished. Dilly Lee replied earnestly. Albus said he inscribed a magical mark on me, and if I were to die 3 times, he would forcibly open Pandora's box to retrieve me. Goodness. While others enter Pandora's maze risking their lives for growth. You are genuinely here to experience the game. Mei Yin marveled. Chapter 39. Professor McGonagall reminds you to refrain from seeking to pet every cat you encounter. Since Dumbledore dared to send Dilly Lee into Pandora's maze, he undoubtedly had contingencies in place to ensure her safety. However, Mei Yin's situation was markedly different. If he were careless, he could meet an untimely demise without forewarning. Yet, Dumbledore's confidence in Dilly Lee indicated that the odds of survival within this realm were not insubstantial. Albus instructed me to remind you not to be swayed by desire and illusion. Anything gained here, aside from what you already possess, is but a fleeting mirage. One must understand the importance of discernment. Mayne nodded with a sense of relief, saying, It seems our esteemed headmaster is quite commendable. He has not abandoned me yet. Dilly rolled her eyes at Mayne and continued, Furthermore, Professor McGonagall has asked me to remind you not to assume every cat is merely a cat. In a magical realm, a cat could very well be an animagus. Animagus? What is that? Mayne inquired with curiosity. Dilly explained, An animagus is not just an object. It is a powerful form of magic that enables a person to transform into an animal. It is not the same as transfiguration. Mayne tilted her head in confusion. Transfiguration? Dilly shook her head. No, I've read about it in a book on transfiguration. Transfiguration simply alters the shape of a person or object, but their essence remains unchanged. A person is still a person, and an object remains an object. Once the magic dissipates, they revert to their original form. An animagus, however, completely transforms a person into an animal and grants them the instincts and behaviors of that creature. Even in the event of injury, the blood drawn would be that of the animal, not human. An animagus can switch freely between human and animal forms. Professor McGonagall is an animagus. Her animal form is the cat you were so eager to pet. Mayne was astonished, realizing that the cat was none other than Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. He had almost attempted to pet the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and thought to himself that he hoped Professor McGonagall would not hold it against him when he eventually attended Hogwarts. Let's hope so. Now, what shall we do? Dilly asked, glancing around. Mayne replied, I am familiar with this routine. Now that we have chosen our professions, we must certainly engage in combat to level up. Once we increase our levels, we will inevitably be pitted against one another in player versus player duels. By the way, what profession did you choose? Dilly responded, As wizards, we naturally opted for the wizard profession. You and T dare tell me you chose something else, would you? Maine nodded. I have chosen to be a wind mage knight. Oh, how could you choose a different profession? Dillalai exclaimed, incredulous and somewhat disheartened. Albus advised me that it is best to stick with the wizard profession upon entry. This way, when we enhance our abilities within the Pandora game maze, even if our levels and magical skills are reclaimed by the maze at the end, we will have traversed the path of a wizard. This will make it significantly easier for us to improve ourselves later on. This is why so many wizards venture in here. After all, even if they obtain the dark orb of the undead, they might not be able to keep it when they leave. Not to mention, if the Death Eaters or Dark Wizards acquire it, Albus and that Mad-Eye Moody would not let them off easily. However, the experience and skills gained inside are genuinely ours. No one can take that away. Your reasoning is quite sound, but I am different from you. My primary goal is to ensure my survival first, which is why I opted for a profession that allows for quick escape. Besides, the combat prowess of a wind mage knight should not be underestimated, Maine said, waving his rusty sword. The rules clearly stated that once a profession is chosen, it cannot be changed, leaving Dillalai with no recourse. Following Maine's lead, they began to search for monsters to slay. Maine summoned 2 owl spirits to scout the surroundings, one for exploration ahead and the other for vigilance behind. Sure enough, the owl spirits discovered a room not far along the corridor, where 3 skeletal undead were wandering, their strength seemingly comparable to their own levels. However, they had yet to test their actual combat capabilities. Maine observed 3 low-level skeletal undead, likely of a similar level to ours. They're probably spawned by the Pandora maze for us to practice against. He then signaled Dillalai to take action. Cool, you are a wizard and can attack from afar with magic. Lure one over to test our mettle. Dillalai, puzzled, asked, but you can use magic too. Why must I be the one to lure it? Maine rolled up his sleeve to show Dillalai. For some unknown reason, my wand cannot be summoned here. Without the enhancement of a wand, my magic's effectiveness and range are greatly diminished. If I were to lure the monsters, I might inadvertently alert all 3 skeletal undead. Dillalai nodded, acknowledging this point. It seems my wand has also been sealed upon entry. Its compatibility is far inferior to what it was outside. However, after just selecting my profession, I received a wand in my starter kit that is quite compatible with me. Moreover, I just learned a new spell, Exploding Fireball, perfect for testing its power. Upon hearing this, Maine quickly cautioned, no, you should cast Magic Missile instead. Once we lure it over, you can unleash the Exploding Fireball. Otherwise, one Exploding Fireball may attract all 3 skeletal undead. Dillalai nodded, clearly realizing the wisdom in his words. She focused intently, and when one skeletal undead wandered a distance from the other 2, she cast a Magic Missile at it. The spell struck true, causing the skeletal undead to stumble. It did not disintegrate. Instead, it brandished its bony claws and charged directly at Dillalai. With the monster successfully lured, Maine positioned himself in its path, ready to strike. Executing a swift 3-hit combo, Gale Slash, he focused intently, delivering 3 precise slashes to the skeletal undead's bony neck. The head of the skeletal undead flew off with a resounding crack, scattering bones across the ground. However, the head remained animated, clearly not yet defeated. Boom! Dillalai cast an Exploding Fireball, striking the skeletal head. Maine sensed the flicker of the soul's fire within the skull extinguish. Was it truly dead now? Almost immediately, he felt a surge of mysterious energy flow into his body. Dillalai, too, looked at him with astonishment. Maine, it seems we can level up by defeating monsters. Dillalai exclaimed in wonder. Maine nodded enthusiastically, a broad smile spreading across his face. I feel it too. Huh, what are we waiting for? Since this is a game, let us play to our heart's content. Chapter 40. The Resurrection Square and Joining Hagrid. While they shared laughter and light-hearted banter, Maine was cautious not to take his life lightly. Although there were 3 chances for resurrection here, who could say if that was not just a ruse? After all, the final authority rested with Pandora, the master of the game maze, and should he perish even once, it could mean irreversible loss. Moreover, even with resurrection chances, the likelihood of sustaining injuries that could render him incapacitated was very real. The prospect of being in a state of neither living nor dying was the most terrifying of all. Furthermore, in this game that boasted absolute realism, injuries were painfully real. Thus, caution was imperative. However, after their initial foray, Maine felt a newfound confidence. Meanwhile, the maze's sprites provided answers to his queries and assistance from the shadows. The owl spirits maintained aerial surveillance, ensuring everything was under control. Maine felt as though he had returned to a previous life, passionately engaging in the game. leading Dillalai with minimal risk and maximum safety as they fought their way through. Skeletons, ghouls, ghosts, and puppets fell one after another under his strategic kite-fighting tactics, all contributing to his experience and strength. Eventually, Mayne sensed a qualitative surge in the power bestowed upon him, experiencing a transformation in his physical, mental, and magical prowess. Dillalai, I think I have advanced to the rank of a first-level mage knight, Mayne exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Beside them, Dillalai opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, I too have reached the threshold of a novice sorceress. How swift and wondrous. I feel that even if this power were to return me to the Pandora game labyrinth, I could cultivate my skills in a short span of time. Mayne nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is the opportunity sought by Lady Malova. I wonder if her level has risen to the 4th tier yet? Who knows? Nevertheless, we should hasten to reunite with her and Hagrid. Let's not forget that many dark wizards and Death Eaters lurk here. Should we encounter them, they will not treat us kindly. Dillalai expressed her concerns. Mayne acknowledged her worries. The insidious game rules are designed to incite player-on-player conflict. Yet, it is true that there are no free lunches in this world. Where there is opportunity, there are also perilous elements. Energy conservation, perhaps? Otherwise, how could Pandora's box offer only sacrifice without reward? I suspect the Pandora game labyrinth serves as a soul collector. I am certain that half of those who enter will not escape and will become the guardians of this realm. Thus, we must acquire our exit vouchers at the earliest to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Mei Yin's analysis, Dillalai nodded seriously. Each individual possesses 3 chances for resurrection. Encountering a dark wizard is not entirely out of the question. However, the thought of actually harming someone still unsettled Dillalai. Mei Yin noticed her momentary hesitation, yet he paid it no mind. When the time came, she would have no choice but to act, for they were undeniably the lambs awaiting slaughter. If they did confront a dark wizard, it would not merely be a matter of choosing whether to fight. Resisting would mean death. And other dark wizards would not show them mercy. Mei Yin did not believe Dillalai would be so naive as to wait passively for her demise. At that moment, the voice of the labyrinth sprite rang out. Congratulations to both players on advancing to official practitioners. You have received a reward, 1 random skill book for your profession. The skill book has been extracted and placed into your respective backpacks. In 30 seconds, you will be teleported out of the novice trial zone to the Resurrection Square. A friendly reminder, the Resurrection Square is a safe area within the Pandora game labyrinth. Players are prohibited from using weapons autonomously. Any violation of this rule will result in severe punishment, and in serious cases, annihilation. Goodness, Mei Yin and Dillalai exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed remained in the novice area all along. As the teleportation time approached, Mei Yin, fearing that they might be separated upon arrival, reached out and grasped her small hand. Space twisted around them. When Mei Yin and Dillalai reappeared, they found themselves in the Resurrection Square. While termed a square, it was, in fact, an immensely vast hall with a domed ceiling and walls on all sides. The dome and walls, along with the very ground beneath, emanated a ghastly green and red glow, illuminating the entire square in a macabre light. The atmosphere was both bloody and eerie. As soon as they arrived, they felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them. The so-called gaze, as sharp as a knife, was a sensation Mei Yin experienced acutely. A chill ran down their spines. After turning around to survey their surroundings, they discovered that they were standing right in the center of an arcane magic circle within the Resurrection Hall. Surrounding the circle against the walls were several individuals, divided into 2 factions. One group, clad in black hats and cloaks that concealed them entirely, was unmistakably composed of dark wizards or Death Eaters, clearly representing the forces of evil. The other faction, a haphazard collection of individuals without a uniform appearance, boldly displayed their faces, identifying them as the practitioners of white magic. The 2 sides seemed to be on the verge of confrontation. Among them, Mei Yin spotted several aurors, their badges easily recognizable. One individual stood out remarkably, impossible to miss due to his towering stature. Upon seeing Mei Yin and Dillalai materialize in the center of the Resurrection Square's magic circle, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, heavens! How'd you 2 get here? Wasn't Malova supposed to have set up a hiding place for you?" Delighted, Dillalai rushed over to Hagrid. "I'm so glad to see you safe, Hagrid," she beamed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Mei Yin, too, approached Hagrid amid the multitude of watchful eyes, giving him a hug around one of his massive legs, feeling a profound sense of relief. "It is truly wonderful to see you, Hagrid." One could not deny that his imposing presence instilled a sense of safety. However, Hagrid appeared quite helpless, frustrated, and somewhat at a loss. He pulled Mei Yin and Dillalai to a corner and spoke in a hushed tone. Seeing you two here brings me no comfort whatsoever. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is right now? If anything were to happen to you here, I would feel immense guilt. I wouldn't know how to explain it to your parents. Mayeen and Dillalai exchanged bewildered glances. Mayeen asked curiously, what has happened? Is it serious? Hagrid nodded gravely. Yes, I have some very distressing news to share with you. Lowering his voice again, he continued. The Dark Lord has appeared within this Pandora game labyrinth. Do you see all these people in the Resurrection Square? A significant number of them were killed and have returned here, including myself. Upon hearing this, Mayeen was puzzled, while Dillalai gasped, covering her mouth to stifle her shock. The Dark Lord? Doesn't he have a name? Is he truly formidable? Mayeen bombarded Hagrid with questions, leaving both Dillalai and Hagrid momentarily speechless. Goodness. It seemed he was unaware of the true terror of the Dark Lord. His perspective was rather limited. Just as Hagrid contemplated whether to enlighten Mayeen about the Dark Lord's notorious deeds, Dillalai took the initiative to speak up. Chapter 41. The Phantom Voldemort. An existence beyond measure. After listening to Dillalai's recounting, Mayeen was taken aback. He had initially thought that his reincarnation, imbued with memories from his past life, was merely a result of the Mangpa soup being diluted. Now, it appeared that he had traversed into the world of Harry Potter. He recalled watching a film during a family visit while helping his sister care for her children. It was called something like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. The protagonist was named Harry Potter, while the antagonist was referred to as Voldemort, also known as the Dark Lord. Mayeen had not paid much attention to the plot, as it was primarily a children's story that held little interest for him. His knowledge of the storyline was limited, and he could only vaguely recall a few names. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing Hagrid and Dumbledore's names. The origin was here. In the film, Mayeen did not regard Voldemort highly. In the eyes of Eastern practitioners, he was merely a villain crafted for the sake of the narrative, not a true Dark Lord. In Eastern lore, what Dark Lord does not bear the weight of countless lives lost? The number of lives Voldemort had taken was insufficient for an Eastern Dark practitioner to forge a soul sale. Voldemort? Mayeen remembered seeing promotional posters for the film, where he was humorously dubbed Baldy Strong. Quite an apt description, wouldn't you agree? Seeing Mayeen's peculiar expression, Dillalai asked curiously, why do you seem completely unafraid? Mayeen responded, should I be afraid? What kind of expression would adequately reflect your terrifying description of him? Oh heavens, I hope you can maintain this mindset. You must understand that the entire magical community in Britain has endured many anxious days under his shadow, Hagrid remarked. Mayeen had yet to experience the true horror of Voldemort. Naturally, he would not allow himself to be consumed by fear over the unknown. Understanding the intricacies of the situation and knowing the formidable adversary one is about to confront is sufficient. It is indeed peculiar for a minor character like Calami to stand against such a formidable antagonist. So what shall we do now? Mayeen inquired of Hager. We wait. Each time we perish and resurrect at the Revival Square, we are mandated to rest for at least an hour. This allows everyone to recover from the dread of death before once again challenging the labyrinth of Pandora. Mayeen nodded in approval, remarking, it seems that the spirit of the Pandora labyrinth possesses a certain humanity. By the way, Hager, what level have you attained here? Hager replied, I'm at level 9 of the first tier. I should soon ascend to the second tier after vanquishing a few more undead. How about you? Mayeen responded, the two of us have only just completed the novice trials, so we should be at level 1 of the first tier. Hager nodded, that is fortunate. You haven't entered too late, and our levels are quite comparable. We can team up and assist you in leveling up. Also, Mayeen, why do you wield a dagger? Mayeen was taken aback. What dagger? This is merely a long sword that I can adeptly wield. However, observing Hager's physique, it could indeed be considered a dagger in his grasp. This is my professional weapon, Hager. I have opted for a melee class. Mayeen replied directly. Such a profession, which reveals itself upon engagement, is hardly something to conceal. Hager expressed incredulously, oh heavens, you're clearly a sorcerer. Why would you choose a warrior class? You are squandering the opportunity to experience the advancement of your true profession. Mayeen shrugged nonchalantly. Melee classes are swifter. Although this environment allows us to experience the future realms of magic and magical skills, it is genuinely lethal here. A considerable number of dark wizards have infiltrated, and I believe we should prioritize survival first. After all, one must live to have a future. And as for the future, who can truly predict it? If the Pandora Labyrinth is as wondrous as rumored, then its master could potentially create powerful beings en masse. Hager nodded. Perhaps you are correct. Ever since encountering the mysterious figure, I feel the dangers here have increased at least tenfold. I lack confidence in my ability to survive. Noticing Hager's expression, Mayeen frowned. Is that Voldemort truly that terrifying? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The mere mention of Voldemort cast a heavy pall over the revival square, drawing numerous gazes towards the trio. Especially the players nearby instinctively distanced themselves from them. Witnessing this, Hager quickly whispered, "Do not utter that name directly. He and his Death Eaters can sense it. Use the mysterious man instead." Maine was equally astonished. Goodness. This bald figure has cast a significant shadow over the British magical community. Even in death, his name retains such formidable power. Once the crowd shifted their attention away, Hager cautiously explained, "The mysterious man is indeed deceased, but his soul persists, constantly seeking opportunities for resurrection. His power has likely diminished to a level that allows him access to the Pandora Labyrinth. It is likely he has possessed one of his Death Eaters to enter. Although his strength, like ours, is suppressed, and he must start anew, his undead nature here is akin to having a cheat code. Whether we can extinguish his soul remains uncertain, but he can genuinely kill us." Many Aurors have lost their lives attempting to eliminate him. Dilly curiously asked, "And you? Why would he wish to kill you?" Hager did not hesitate to respond. "We are sworn enemies, Dilly. A group of us is specifically targeting the Death Eaters, and I am one of them." Well then, if that is the case, it is not surprising that Hager was killed and returned to the revival square. Mayne surveyed all present. There were nearly 50 individuals, meaning around 30 had likely been killed by Voldemort and returned to the revival point. Furthermore, everyone's powers were suppressed, and they had to level up anew through combat. Their levels should be relatively similar. If Voldemort could eliminate so many at the same level, it speaks volumes of his extraordinary strength. Moreover, with his undead trait, he is a formidable opponent here. However, I possess the ability to command spirits and have some methods to deal with supernatural entities, though I'm uncertain how effective they may be against him. After all, Eastern and Western beliefs differ. Yet one thing is certain: direct attacks will inevitably inflict damage upon him. For instance, the soul fire capable of burning and refining souls. It seems prudent to enhance my skills to prepare for an encounter with Voldemort, especially since we are with Hager, one of his sworn enemies. "Hager, how long do you still need to wait?" Mayin inquired. Hager responded, "Approximately 10 more minutes. You may take this time to rest and familiarize yourselves with your recent gains. Carefully perceive and analyze the newly learned magical skills. These skills are indeed authentic. By fully comprehending them, even if all skill proficiencies vanish upon exit, you can begin your training anew. And with this experience, your progress will be unexpectedly smooth." Mayne and Dilly nodded, as they had sensed this as well. They ceased their chatter, closed their eyes, and began to contemplate the magical and combat skills they had acquired. Although Hager had perished once, he had evidently gained much and immersed himself in contemplation as well. Chapter 42. The Forceful Hager, truly completing in 30 seconds. After the rest period concluded, Hager led Mayne and Dilly down a familiar passage to continue their exploration of the labyrinth. He also briefed them on various aspects of the Pandora Labyrinth game. The Revival Square serves as the starting point for all players embarking on labyrinth adventures, with a total of 8 routes leading to the next layer of the maze. Each route comprises 9 distinct challenges, each requiring a combination of strength and wisdom to overcome. Hager had previously traversed the first layer of the Pandora Labyrinth. He was thoroughly acquainted with the challenges of this route, making a second pass remarkably easy. However, the situation was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. The undead creatures he had previously vanquished had resurrected and needed to be defeated once more. It appears that the Pandora Labyrinth is not as simple as I had imagined. It possesses a life of its own. Perhaps due to our increased numbers as a team, the quantity of undead has also escalated. I recall when I faced the first challenge alone, I encountered 3 level 1 skeleton soldiers, and now there are 9. As Hager prepared to charge ahead with Mayne and Dilly quickly interjected, "Wait, Hager, you take the lead. Let's handle this. This is a rare opportunity for trial." Mayne also nodded. Their levels are now comparable to ours, making it an excellent opportunity for practice. When we reach a higher level area and cannot manage, we will coordinate with you. Hager examined the eager expressions of the two and nodded. "Very well. But do not underestimate them. Those bones can inflict pain." Mayne and Dilly had already developed a seamless synergy. Although the strength of these skeleton soldiers surpassed that of the undead they had previously encountered, they were not intimidated. This was because both had gained 2 professional skills as rewards from the Pandora Labyrinth after completing the novice trials. Their power had significantly increased, and their arsenal of skills had expanded as well. Dilly had not only acquired the explosive fireball magical skill from the Pandora Labyrinth, but also gained the skills of magical attraction and the Arad magic shield. The combination of explosive fireball, Arad magic shield, and magical attraction One offensive, one defensive, and one supportive, formed a flawless trio of skills. Meanwhile, Mayene had also gained the skills of Gale Blade and Gale Cross Slash. The Gale Triple Slash, Gale Blade, Gale Cross Slash, accompanied by Gale Technique, 3 offensive skills and 1 supportive. It is abundantly clear that Mayene is suited to the path of an agile attacking swordsman. Moreover, as a magic swordsman, he inherently possesses wind, a tribute magic power within his fighting spirit. Both Gale Blade and Cross Slash can be utilized for ranged attacks akin to magic. Gale Blade is capable of unleashing wind attribute sword energy up to 10 meters, while Cross Slash boasts an attack range of 5 meters. Although these distances do not rival the 30 meters or more typical of magic spells, their potency appears to surpass that of similarly ranked magical wind blades. Dilili, harnessing her magical prowess, drew a skeletal soldier towards them. As Mayene, who had long been prepared, executed a swift Gale Triple Slash. He severed the skeleton's bony legs with precision. The skeletal soldier, unable to react, collapsed to the ground, thrashing helplessly. It brandished its bone sword in a frenzied manner towards Mayene. In response, Mayene struck it again with a Gale Blade, cleaving through its skull. Dilili, instinctively following up, unleashed a magical missile that shattered the already frail flame of the skeleton's soul. The bones lay scattered, the skeletal soldier defeated. Observing the swift and efficient dispatching of the skeletal soldier, Hage was utterly astonished. The synergy was nothing short of divine, and after a moment of wide-eyed admiration, he exclaimed, "Well done. It seems my worries were unfounded." Dilili and Mayene exchanged a knowing smile, their minds in sync as they continued to engage enemies. With Hage providing backup, the duo fought without fear of unforeseen events, their combat experience rapidly escalating as they pressed on, reaching the 9th level before halting. However, the 9th level presented 2 level 10 guardian bosses, an elite skeletal soldier and an elite ghoul. Despite their several coordinated attempts, Dilili and Mayene were unable to defeat them, ultimately retreating with their tails between their legs. Are these undead creatures like a stubborn adhesive? They cling together, making it impossible to separate them for combat. How are we to defeat them? Dilili lamented after their failed attempts. Mayene shared her frustration, recognizing that both undead creatures had formidable attack power, high defense, and substantial health. Their combined offensive capabilities were insufficient to inflict any significant damage in a short span. Yet, they were hesitant to absorb the attacks from the 2 elite undead bosses, particularly Mayene, who lacked armor or a shield for protection, not even possessing a parry skill. Should he be struck by the skeletal soldier, he feared he would be cleaved in 2, sword and all. Moreover, given that they were facing 2 elite undead bosses, the geographical constraints rendered kite tactics ineffective. Mayene found himself ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Hage, as an outsider, could you identify our shortcomings in battle? Mayene inquired directly, noticing Hage casually observing the fray. After all, a bystander often perceives the essence of weaknesses more clearly. Hage nodded. Of course, let us begin with you, Mayene. While your agility is commendable, allowing you to evade attacks from most peers of your level, your offensive power is equally lacking. Your agile melee class excels against living adversaries, as even if you cannot deliver a fatal blow, you can still inflict injuries that weaken your opponent's combat effectiveness. However, against these undead entities, your efforts may prove inadequate. If you cannot deal the expected damage, you find yourself at an impasse, for they do not bleed or feel pain. Unless you can shatter their skeletal structure, your attacks do not count as harm. In this case, failure is merely a matter of time. What you're currently lacking is formidable offensive power. I suggest you elevate your skill levels and overall strength, as both will augment your attack potency. Dilili, too, faced similar challenges. Although her magical attacks could inflict greater damage, it was evident that her magical output was insufficient, especially against robust bosses like these. Furthermore, she lacked a variety of versatile magical skills. It is essential to understand that a sorcerer often relies not merely on strength, but on wisdom. Mayene nodded in understanding, while Dilili appeared somewhat perplexed. So Hage, how did you conquer this level? Dilili inquired curiously. Hage chuckled. This level was a breeze for me. I completed it in under 30 seconds. Mayene and Dilili exchanged incredulous glances. In the outside world, before being cursed by the Pandora Maze, Hage would undoubtedly have crushed these 2 undead creatures. Yet, having journeyed thus far, his level was hardly superior to theirs. How could he possibly clear it in 30 seconds? Seeing their skepticism, Hage drew his wand and cast a spell on one of the skeletal soldiers. Bah! The skeletal soldier transformed into a sheep, spinning in place. Transform into sheep. The other ghoul, witnessing this, charged at Hage. With a swift kick, Hage sent the ghoul crashing into the wall, where it could no longer rise. Grabbing the sheep by its hind legs, he forcefully slammed it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the skeletal structure shattered, and the skull rolled to Mei Yin's feet. The flickering flame of its soul extinguished. The skeletal soldier boss had fallen. "Hey, what are you two waiting for? We cleared it. Let us go." Mei Yin and Dilly Lee exchanged glances, utterly flabbergasted. It truly had taken less than 30 seconds. Chapter 43. The Three True Yin Flames. I am indeed suited for the dark arts. One transform into sheep and a single kick, and 2 level 10 guardian bosses were vanquished. Hage was indeed powerful. Yet it seemed he had barely tapped into a fraction of his potential. Logically, one should feel elated to be accompanied by such a formidable ally. Yet Mei Yin could not shake his unease, for it was this extraordinarily strong Hage who had already fallen to the first blood. The killer was none other than the enigmatic Bald Chong, still a specter in spirit. His terror was palpable. If he could slay Hage once, he could undoubtedly do so again. As an adversary, the archvillain would not easily let Hage escape. Being in Hage's company would inevitably make him a target as well. After all, Bald Chong had sent numerous souls to the Resurrection Square, and he would not spare them out of kindness, leaving Hage to fend for himself in the maze. Awaiting the arrival of others to ultimately clear the final level together seemed a viable option. Yet, both Dilly Lee and Hage would not permit such a thing. After all, allowing him to explore the maze alone posed significant dangers. Kind-hearted Hage would never allow it. Moreover, human nature is the most inscrutable. Mei Yin could not guarantee that others would not see him as an easy target to eliminate for a ticket to escape this place. What should he do? If he continued to methodically battle monsters to improve his strength, when would he attain the capability for self-preservation? Mei Yin had no desire to perish. Though he possessed 3 chances for resurrection, he wished to avoid death altogether. Congratulations, player, for conquering the 9 levels of the first layer. Evaluation: perfect. Players may select 3 rewards from the 6 randomly presented items as a clearing prize. You have 10 minutes to make your choices. After 10 minutes, the clearing gate will open, allowing entry into the second layer of the maze. As the trio approached the gate, the voice of the maze's sprite echoed forth. Soon, platforms appear before them, each displaying 6 items accompanied by descriptions of their functions. Clearly, they had entered the reward distribution phase. Mei Yin swiftly scanned the rewards, noting that they were largely similar: various pieces of equipment, skill books, and special items. In a selection of 6 items, 3 must be chosen, and the rewards are indeed quite remarkable. Before Mei Yin lay a long sword, a wand, 2 skill books, and 2 items. Similarly, Dillalai and Hagrid faced the same rewards: 2 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, and 2 items. Drawing from his experience, Hagrid was the first to speak. Let us not rush to confirm our choices. Instead, let us examine one another's items. Perhaps there are things among us that are more valuable to you or me, and we may exchange accordingly. Mei Yin and Dillalai nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential for maximizing their gains. The trio took turns reviewing the items before them and those of their companions. Ultimately, Mei Yin chose a unique item: a vial of 3rd-tier Hellfire. Dillalai opted for the special item before her, a vial of 3rd-tier Wraithfire. Hagrid selected a special item as well: a vial of 3rd-tier Melting Agent. Dillalai then decided on 3 universal skill enhancement books. Hagrid looked at Mei Yin and Dillalai, saying, "If there are any other items you desire, feel free to choose. Make full use of your opportunities, as I have no further need for these rewards." After some contemplation, Dillalai chose a magic skill book, Transfiguration. Meanwhile, Mei Yin picked up another special item before him: the Soul Restoration Potion. He then turned to Dillalai and said, "You have one more chance. Choose for yourself." "I am satisfied with my selections." Dillalai nodded and, without hesitation, selected a special item: a vial of Mana Restoration Potion. After they had completed their choices, Dillalai immediately learned the new spell, Transfiguration. Utilizing the 3 universal skill enhancement books, she elevated her Fireball spell to level 5. Upon testing it, Dillalai found that the power of a level 5 Fireball was tremendous. If she were to encounter the 2 undead bosses again, she was confident she could obliterate them with a single spell. Seeing Mei Yin's choices, both Dillalai and Hagrid were filled with curiosity and confusion. Although the special items, Hellfire and Wraithfire, were potent and capable of dealing significant damage to 3rd-tier undead creatures, they were consumable and could only be used once. They paled in comparison to the practicality of the items chosen by Dillalai. The Soul Restoration Potion was understandable, but what purpose did the Melting Agent serve? Noticing their inquisitive gazes, Mayeen smiled and remarked, "Upon seeing these special reward items, I was suddenly reminded of a unique fire-type magic from the East, which could be effective against undead creatures. Perhaps it is worth attempting to cultivate it." Indeed, upon seeing the Hellfire and Wraithfire, Mayeen thought of refining the Three Flames True Fire. The Three Flames True Fire encompasses more than one type, depending on the formula. The resulting flames vary in efficacy and potency. The finest variant is derived from the three essences of humanity, serving as the ultimate companion for safeguarding oneself against all malevolent influences and protecting the primordial spirit. This is known as the Essence Fire, Chi Fire, and Spirit Fire, which when fused together, create the Three Flames True Fire. The next variant is simply referred to as the Three Flames True Fire, which is cultivated from the Heavenly Fire, Earth Fire, and Human Fire. Notably, the Three Flames True Fire can also be classified into Yin and Yang. For instance, the Thunder Fire and Earth Vein Fire belong to the category of Yang Fire. The flames cultivated from the true essence of humanity yield a formidable Three Flames True Yang Fire, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Conversely, the Phantasmal Ghost Fire and Hellish Cold Flame are categorized as Yin Fire, resulting in the eerie and sinister Three Flames True Yin Fire, adept at soul refinement and dissolution. Upon discovering the Hellfire and Wraithfire, Mayeen resolved to refine the Three Flames True Yin Fire. If successful, not only could he contend with enemies of a higher tier, but he could also possess a powerful trump card. After all, lingering in high-level encounters without a safety net left him feeling quite uneasy. Materials for the Three Flames True Yang Fire are notoriously rare, making successful refinement exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the materials for the Three Flames True Yin Fire can be artificially cultivated, albeit through gruesome and heinous methods. For instance, one of the materials, Blood Infant Fire, requires the sacrifice of an infant born during a specific time in a Yin year, a method of extreme cruelty. Thus, the Three Flames True Yin Fire is considered a forbidden technique of the authentic Mao Shan school. In his previous life, Mayeen had aspired to study it, but lacked the necessary materials to begin. Faced with the opportunity now before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. With 6 or 7 minutes remaining before the next level of the labyrinth would open, Mayeen wasted no time. He intended to extract a small portion of the Hellfire and Wraithfire to experiment with. To his astonishment, the process was unexpectedly effortless. It felt as though he were favored by the heavens. The refinement of these threads of Hellfire and Wraithfire was as simple as eating or drinking, and he quickly produced a tiny, ephemeral seed of the Three Flames True Yin Fire. Witnessing this, Mayeen's spirit soared, and he hastened his refining efforts. By the time the second layer of the labyrinth opened, he had successfully cultivated a seed of the Three Flames True Yin Fire the size of a mung bean. At this point, he no longer needed to worry about the flames dissipating at any moment. Observing this development, Mayeen could not help but marvel at his innate talent for dark cultivation. Progressing through the orthodox practices felt like a tortoise's crawl, while mastering the forbidden arts was akin to a rabbit sprint. Chapter 44. The Spirit of the Pandora Maze, Collecting Souls. From this moment on, you must stay closely behind me, for it is from a second layer onward that the true Pandora game maze begins. The undead creatures encountered here will no longer be limited to mere skeletons and ghouls. There will be a variety of other undead beings: zombies, corpse demons, black knights, vengeful spirits, bone mages, liches, abominations, soul reapers, and even bone dragons. Their levels and strengths vary widely, should luck be unfavorable. Encountering a first-tier character against a fourth-tier bone dragon would not be surprising. Therefore, while slaying the undead to gain experience, one must always be prepared to flee. Here, one must guard against not only the undead, but also other players who have entered. After all, there are quite a few dark wizards among us. Not to mention, even white wizards might temporarily turn dark under the threat of death, dragging others down with them. Hagrid led Dillalai and Mayeen onward, wands in hand, traversing through the labyrinthine chambers. Yet they encountered no living souls, nor even any undead creatures. It appeared that the undead at the entrance had already been cleared by those who came before and had yet to respawn. We must proceed further inside, Hagrid advised. What is our primary objective now? Dillalai inquired. To slay monsters and gain experience, collect professional skills, equipment, and items, and strengthen ourselves as much as possible. If all goes well, there will be a fierce battle ahead. I must prevent the mysterious figure from acquiring the undead Black Pearl. That individual possesses tremendous power. I need to find some allies. Oh dear, Hagrid, you intend to confront the mysterious figure. Isn't that too perilous? Can't we allow him to acquire the undead Black Pearl and then let Dumbledore deal with him once he exits? Dillalai suggested anxiously. Born into the magical realm, she had grown up hearing terrifying tales of the Dark Lord. During the time the Dark Lord was alive, the entire British magical community had lived under his shadow. Only Professor Dumbledore was capable of standing against him. Even in death, Dillalai did not believe Hagrid had the strength to confront the Dark Lord. After all, the mysterious figure was not truly mortal. Hagrid shook his head. No, if the mysterious figure obtains the undead Black Pearl, he could use it to resurrect himself. Once revived, if he chooses to flee, even Professor Dumbledore would be powerless to stop him. Thus, the best outcome is to prevent him from acquiring the undead Black Pearl here. Mayne curiously asked, "Do you know where the undead Black Pearl is?" Hagrid shook his head. "I'm not sure. But as long as we locate the enigmatic figure and thwart all his endeavors, preventing him from seeking the necromancer's black, that should suffice." Mayne nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, likening their task to a near-suicidal venture, especially since he had already met his demise once. Anxious about the potential fate awaiting them, Mayne was determined not to follow Hagrid into the jaws of death. It appeared imperative for him to grow stronger swiftly. He could not afford to accompany Hagrid to his doom. He was aware that his subsequent actions would be perilous. Yet whispers suggested that the Pandora game maze harbored another narrative. Allegedly, if one persevered for 3 days upon the conclusion of that time, all participants would be automatically transported out. Sensing the concern etched on Mayne and Dillalai's faces, Hagrid elaborated, "Wait, are you implying that the Pandora game maze has a time constraint?" Dillalai inquired, curiosity piqued. Hagrid affirmed, "Indeed, I once encountered this in an ancient tome within the restricted section of the school library. After each bloody sacrifice, the Pandora box remains open for 72 hours, 3 full days and nights. Once that time elapses, everyone inside will be forcibly ejected. However, it was rumored that no one had ever managed to endure the full 72 hours and be automatically expelled." Dillalai, bewildered, questioned, "Why is that? If so, what purpose do the early exit passes and completion passes serve? Isn't that redundant?" Hagrid continued, his expression contemplative. "Such arrangements must serve a purpose. Those who enter the Pandora game maze are granted only 3 chances at resurrection. Once those are depleted, any subsequent death results in true demise, transforming the individual into a guardian spirit of the maze, a mere puppet. However, should one successfully slay 3 others after 3 deaths, they can obtain an early exit pass to escape, thus evading death. Furthermore, it is said that those who successfully complete the maze can exchange the number of opponents they have vanquished for the opportunity to retain skills acquired within the maze upon their departure. Thus, beneath these seemingly straightforward rules lies a sinister undercurrent. The spirit of the Pandora maze seems to be ensnaring all players into mutual slaughter. I suspect it is harvesting souls." As the unsettling implications sank in, Mayne inquired, "How many dark wizards have you slain? Can you escape early?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid sheepishly replied, "Currently, none at all. In fact, I was defeated by the enigmatic figure once." Well, Hagrid is formidable yet kind-hearted. Although the trio engaged in conversation, their pace remained brisk. Hagrid, a towering figure, moved with alarming strides, forcing Dillalai to sprint to keep pace. Consequently, Hagrid, finding Dillalai's speed inadequate, hoisted her onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Mayne, having transitioned to a wind elemental magic swordsman, trailed closely behind Hagrid without losing momentum, appearing remarkably composed, even refraining from employing his wind spells. This highlighted the physical prowess inherent in melee classes. After traversing several labyrinthine gates, they finally encountered a skeletal creature, a corpse demon, after a few minutes. Its level was comparable to Hagrid's. However, before it could unleash any spells, Hagrid levitated it with a floating charm, rendering it off balance. In a swift motion, he unleashed a magical wind blade, cleaving it in 2. The display of power was formidable. Dillalai and Mayne had not even the opportunity to engage before the battle concluded. The corpse demon dropped a skill book, which Hagrid glanced at dismissively before discarding. "What is this?" Mayne picked it up and was astonished to find it was a skill book for a physical archer profession, piercing arrow. Since Hagrid had no use for it, and Dillalai could not learn it, Mayne decided to try his luck. To his surprise, he found he could indeed learn this physical class skill book. Adhering to the principle that knowledge is never burdensome, he decided to acquire it. Observing this, Hagrid expressed confusion. "What purpose does learning this serve? It's of no use and only distracts you." Mayne smiled. "Knowledge is never a hindrance. By learning various skills from different professions, I might ultimately transition into a versatile jack-of-all-trades, perhaps even a ranger." Dillalai retorted, "Are you certain such a profession exists?" Mayne replied, "Not certain. But since this is a game, I intend to learn everything I can. It may prove advantageous later." The trio rapidly navigated the maze, seeking to eliminate undead creatures to expedite their level progression. They encountered other players along the way, yet everyone remained cautious, keeping a respectful distance from one another. Mayne noticed several predatory glances aimed at him and Dillalai, clearly indicating that these individuals sought to accumulate kills from them. However, upon spotting Hagrid, they masked their intentions, refraining from direct confrontation. Mayne, wary of the situation, summoned 2 owl specters to maintain vigilance while simultaneously absorbing hellfire and ghostly flames, refining them to cultivate his soul fire into a more potent version. The dangers were escalating, and he needed to establish a trump card swiftly. Chapter 45. The Physical Death Curse, equally effective. Upon realizing Mayne could manipulate the owl specters for vigilance, Hagrid and Dillalai acknowledged his strategic approach. While it might seem a stretch to label it as merely floating along, the scouting efforts of the owl specters allowed the trio to consistently detect the approach of undead creatures or other players, enabling them to prepare adequately. Thus, the 3 merrily traversed the second level of the maze, battling monsters and leveling up until Hagrid reached level 9 of the second tier, and Mayne and Dillalai attained level 7. They paused, feeling that the undead creatures they had been slaying were no longer yielding substantial benefits for their growth. Hagrid had likely refrained from mentioning this, as he intended to assist the others in leveling up. Throughout their journey, they had defeated numerous undead beings, acquiring a plethora of equipment and skill books, significantly enhancing their arsenal. At that moment, Dillalai and Hagrid sported a new black mage robe and a magical hat, while Mayne donned a leather outfit, wielding a small shield in his left hand and a sharp magical short sword in his right, having replaced his rusty beginner sword. "We should depart from the second level and proceed to the third level." Neither Dillalai nor Mayne objected, and the trio retraced their steps to locate the entrance to the third level of the maze. Just as they were about to enter, a figure clad in black robes suddenly burst forth. Upon seeing the 3, his astonishment was evident, particularly at Hagrid's imposing stature. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Mayne, who had been scouting ahead. Avada Kedavra! Boom! The killing curse sent Mayne's shield flying far away. As the dark-robed figure reveled in his apparent victory, he quickly realized that it was merely the shield that had been sent hurtling, and Mayne was nowhere to be found. Disarm. Suddenly, a spell echoed in the dark-robed figure's ear, and he felt a sharp pain as his entire arm, wand in hand, was severed. He screamed, clutching his severed limb in agonizing despair. "Mayne, are you all right? Mayne, what happened?" Hagrid and Dillalai rushed forward, their faces etched with concern for Mayne. The dark-robed figure had appeared without warning, casting the killing curse before they could intervene. Fortunately, Mayne had reacted swiftly, evading the lethal strike. Seeing the dark-robed figure incapacitated, Hagrid delivered a decisive kick, rendering him unconscious, prompting a sigh of relief from Mayne. The encounter had nearly terrified him. Thankfully, he was familiar with the incantation of the killing curse. Sensing the malevolent intent of the dark-robed wizard, he had remained vigilant and reacted the moment the first syllable left the wizard's lips. Ultimately, he had diverted attention with his shield, employing his wind elemental swordsman's displacement skill to evade the attack, before swiftly closing the distance and casting the disarmament spell. He directly severed her entire arm. But what was that guy's deal? Why did he cast the killing curse on me the moment he appeared? Mayne said, still shaken. It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough interrogation. Seeing that Mayne was indeed unharmed, Hagrid sighed in relief and dragged the dark-robed wizard aside, intending to wake him for questioning. "Mayne, you're really all right?" D. asked, still uncertain. Mayne pondered for a moment and replied, "Is a racing heartbeat something to be concerned about? Well, if I could still joke around, it seems I'm truly fine. Not an issue." The two approached Hagrid, who had already removed the dark-robed wizard's hood and mask. It was a woman. Hagrid clearly did not recognize her, but Mayne and D. were profoundly familiar with her. "It's her," D. exclaimed in shock. "You know her?" Hagrid asked curiously. D. and Mayne nodded. "She is a caregiver at the North Suburb Orphanage. It seems she is also a Death Eater," D. explained. "A caregiver from a North Suburb Orphanage, a member of the Black Cloak Society, and a subordinate of Devenki?" Hagrid furrowed his brow, but upon reflection, it made sense. Since the Pandora's box was opened at the North Suburb Orphanage, how could the members of the Black Cloak Society not have infiltrated? Or perhaps they had already done so. Goodness, having captured a carrier pigeon, the Veritas room we just obtained will come in handy. Hagrid immediately administered a vial of Veritaserum to her, then cast a petrification spell to immobilize her remaining hand and legs before awakening her. I ask you answer. Do not resist, for you cannot. Do not refuse, for you have no choice. Cooperate well, and it will spare you some torment, Miss Caregiver, Hagrid said, squatting down. Though his words were light-hearted, they carried a considerable weight of intimidation. What do you want to ask? The caregiver replied, her face pale and pained. I want information about Devenki and the mysterious figure. I think you know quite a bit, Hagrid inquired gravely. Hearing this, the caregiver shook her head repeatedly. Fear etched across her face. I don't know anything. You have the wrong person. Please lift the curse. I apologize for what I did. If apologies were sufficient, we would need Oris. Now I ask, who brought the Dark Lord in? Reveal everything you know about him. Hagrid pressed without delay. The caregiver wished to refuse to speak, but her mind could not control her mouth at that moment. Oh, I cannot say. I cannot betray my master. It was Devenki who brought him in. Although the caregiver was resolute, she could not withstand the effects of the Veritaserum. Soon, she divulged everything she knew about the Dark Lord and Devenki. Hagrid proceeded to ask her more about the North Suburb orphanage and the Pandora S-Box incident, to which the caregiver recounted every detail. Afterward, she wept, tears of fear streaming down her face. Betrayers never meet a good end, even if it was not by their own will. I have finished my questions. Do either of you have anything to ask? Hagrid turned to D. Lily and Mayene. D. Lily shook her head, acknowledging that Hagrid had been thorough. However, Mayene stepped forward and said, I have one more thing I wish to know. I need to ask our caregiver aunt. Seeing Mayene approach and gaze at her, the caregiver was taken aback and confused. Mayene had been cared for by her. Back at the orphanage, she had been timid and fearful. Why was she so bold today? The caregiver thought it would be easy to deal with this little brat, but she had not expected to lose her entire arm in an instant. The speed had caught her completely off guard. W, what do you want to ask? I've told you everything I know. Mayene paused for a moment before asking, what happened to the other children at the orphanage? Where did you take them? Now that she had been rescued, Mayene also wanted to save the other children. After all, one of the noble traditions of Hogwarts is that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Upon hearing this question, the caregiver's gaze faltered, and she stammered, they were sent to other orphanages, but before she could finish, the Veritaserum took effect, and her tone abruptly changed. They were offered as sacrifices to open Pandora's box. Surprised, aren't you? If it weren't for the two of you awakening your powers, intending to keep you for gatherings, you would have been sacrifices too. It was evident that the caregiver wanted to keep quiet, but alas, the truth spilled forth uncontrollably. They're all dead, and died as sacrifices. D. Lily stood frozen, clearly struggling to accept this grim reality. Mayene's expression remained blank, seemingly numb, merely nodding slightly at Hagrid and saying, I have finished my inquiries. Do you have anything further to ask? Hagrid shook his head, indicating he had no more questions. Just as the caregiver thought the questioning was over, Mayene suddenly shouted at her, Avada Kedavra, as Hagrid and D. Lily stared in disbelief. Wondering when Mayene had learned the killing curse, a flash of black light erupted, and a large head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The shocking scene made D. Lily scream in terror. After comforting D. Lily, Hagrid turned to Mayene and said, I thought you really would use the killing curse. Mayene wiped the blood from the black sword on the caregiver's body, contemplating, a physical killing curse works just as effectively, doesn't it? Hagrid nodded. Indeed, you executed it well. However, it's not good for a child to be so ruthless. It may leave psychological scars. Remember to let me handle it next time. Chapter 46. The 3 flavors of true fire slays the undead, and surprisingly, soul crystals emerge. Thinking of the children from the orphanage who had been sacrificed alongside D. Lily and Mayene, Hagrid clenched his fists involuntarily. Those were living, breathing souls. Death Eaters truly deserve their fate. Noticing that Mayene seemed lost in thought, Hagrid asked, among those children, were there any friends of yours? Mayene silently nodded. There were a few exceptionally kind-hearted children who, upon seeing his timid and cowardly nature, often helped care for him. In return, Mayene would sneak them some stewed allanite. Now, the 3rd level of the maze was perilous. According to that caregiver, the wizards inside had gone mad. Are you planning to accompany me to the 3rd level for some adventure and leveling up, or stay here on the 2nd level? Following Hagrid brought a sense of security, and D. Lily didn't hesitate to say, Hagrid, I want to go with you. She then turned to Mayene and asked, you want to choose to stay on the 2nd level alone, will you? Mayene nodded. Leveling up on the 2nd level was too slow, and eventually, they would have to move to the 3rd level. As for the players on the third level being crazed and dangerous, was there anywhere that wasn't he dangerous? Hadn't they seen the caregiver start attacking on the second level? Staying here was no guarantee of safety either. Rather than passively waiting for death, it would be better to take the initiative. Whether it was dangerous or not would be determined once they ventured forth. As for who would kill whom, that remained uncertain. Before heading to the third level, you all should rest for a bit. Wait for me. I need to practice a fire magic from the east. Hagrid and Lily nodded, as they indeed wanted to take a breather. Since they were about to enter a perilous area, Mayne decided not to hide his intentions anymore. He was determined to master the 3 flavors of true fire. Leveling up while secretly training was far too slow. Mayne laid out 4 vials containing Hellfire, Soulfire, Melting Agent, and Soul Restoration Potion. The formless Soulfire drew the Hellfire and Soulfire together, rapidly fusing and refining under the influence of the Melting Agent. The resulting white 3 flavors of true fire, guided by Mei Yin's soul force, transformed into delicate strands of special flame energy, which he absorbed into his divine palace to nourish the seed of the 3 flavors of true fire. Matters proved to be far more manageable than Mei Yin had anticipated. This is not to say that Mei Yin possessed an extraordinarily high aptitude for the dark arts. Rather, it was the peculiar effects inherent within the Pandora S-Box that facilitated this ease. To put it in simpler terms, one might refer to it as the favor of the heavenly path. It is likely that this heavenly path is embodied by Pandora, the spirit of the labyrinth. The hellfire and spiritual fire, contained within the vessel and not yet unleashed in their explosive forms, exhibited an unusual docility, making them particularly amenable to refinement, which allowed Mei Yin to reap considerable benefits. Otherwise, true third-tier hellfire and third-tier spiritual fire would be far too formidable to be contained within a mere magic bottle in the outside world. Having absorbed and refined the hellfire and spiritual fire, not even half an hour had passed before Mei Yin opened his eyes, a flicker of white flame dancing within them, sending a shiver down the spines of Dilly Lee and Hagrid. Oh, Mei Yin, what manner of magic is this? A fire-devouring spell? It feels immensely powerful, instilling in me a sense of dread, one that resonates on a soul level. Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment. Mei Yin shook his head and replied, "You know, I am of Asian descent. This is a fire magic that originates from the East. It was only after Professor Dumbledore restored my memories that I recalled it. It is a fire magic specifically designed to counteract spiritual and soul entities." "That sounds quite promising. What is its potency?" "Dililin Kidat. You shall find out when you try it. Come, let us ascend to the third level." Upon passing through the entrance to the third layer of the labyrinth, the trio was randomly transported into a chamber containing 3 third-tier ghouls. Dilly Lee and Hagrid, in perfect synchrony, each took on 1 ghoul, transforming them into sheep, leaving the remaining 1 for Mei Yin. Without further ado, Mei Yin unleashed a burst of white flame upon this ghoul, surrounded by swirling black mist. The ghoul was protected by a natural defensive magic known as the corpse barrier, which granted it a formidable resistance to attacking spells. Ordinarily, flames of such intensity would struggle to penetrate the corpse energy enveloping it. Yet, miraculously, this flame disregarded the corpse barrier entirely, striking directly at the ghoul's essence. Boom! The moment the white flame made contact, it swiftly engulfed the ghoul, igniting it in a furious blaze. Particularly, its head blazed with an intensity that suggested the very soul was ablaze. The ghoul let out a chilling wail, clutching its skull in agony, but within mere seconds, its cries ceased abruptly. 10 seconds later, the entire third-tier ghoul was reduced to a mere wisp of ash. Witnessing this, Hagrid could not help but swallow hard. He sensed that the power contained within this flame was only at the second tier, yet it had obliterated a third-tier ghoul in an instant, reducing it to ashes in a matter of moments. This fire magic seemed to be exceptionally effective against undead creatures. Dilly Lee, taken aback, stood agape, struggling to articulate her astonishment. After a prolonged silence, she finally exclaimed, "Incredible." However, Dilly Lee seemed to recall something and quickly asked, "Wait, the labyrinth's rules state that once a profession is confirmed, it cannot be changed? How can you, as a magic swordsman, wield magic?" Mei Yin pondered for a moment and responded, "This likely relates to my Asian heritage. It appears that the Pandora game labyrinth primarily targets the professions of the Western continent. Upon my entrance, the soul power cultivated through Eastern practices did not feel suppressed, allowing me to command a second-tier owl spirit. Of course, it may also be due to our low magical levels upon entry, still being mere wizard apprentices, which granted us a novice benefit in the Pandora labyrinth, allowing our growth to remain unrestricted. You see, you haven't learned the floating spell here, Yet you are still able to cast it, are you not? Dilly considered this and realized it was indeed the case. Mayne once more unleashed the three flavors true fire upon the two sheep. The moment they were attacked, the sheep swiftly reverted to their ghoul forms, but soon succumbed to the searing heat of the three flavors true fire, turning to ashes. Mayne and Dilly felt a surge of power, each leveling up. This felt splendid. With the ability to obliterate third-tier undead creatures, Mayne was in high spirits. With such a trump card at his disposal, he felt considerably more secure, although the cost of casting the three flavors true fire was somewhat steep, necessitating caution. What is this? Dilly seemed to have discovered something, and with her foot, kicked a small, dark stone from the ashes. Oh, goodness, it's a soul crystal. A third-tier ghoul actually dropped a soul crystal. Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. What is its purpose? Dilly asked with curiosity. Hagrid explained. Soul crystals are invaluable magical materials for crafting soul potions. However, it is said that within the Pandora game labyrinth, one can directly absorb the power contained within soul crystals to rapidly level up. Upon hearing this, Mayne promptly picked up the soul crystal, feeling the potent energy within that could indeed aid in their ascension. Moreover, the power contained within was immensely greater than the meager energy the labyrinth would naturally provide them upon slaying it. The strength within this crystal was at least tenfold that of the energy returned by the labyrinth upon their victory. Mayne dug through the other two piles of ash and, indeed, unearthed another soul crystal. The drop rate is rather generous, isn't it? Mayne squinted, as if he had found a swift path to advancement. Chapter 47. The Dark Lord's exclusive venue. Players are going wild. Come, Dilly, take him to the resurrection square. Hagrid seized a black-robed figure, lifeless as a dead dog, and flung him in front of Dilly. Dilly wore an expression of conflict, saying, "Oh no, Hagrid. He is a person, not a monster." Hagrid replied sternly, "Just treat him as a monster." He did not hold back against this earlier. Seeing Dilly's reluctance to send him to the resurrection square, the black-robed man began to struggle and plead, "Oh, kind little girl, I did not mean it. Please let me go. I only have one chance to resurrect. If you spare me, I promise I will not trouble you again." Dilly looked at Hagrid, unwilling to take a life, even if this man still had a chance to revive. Mayne recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and pulled back the black-robed man's hood and mask. It was a temporary caretaker from the orphanage in the northern suburbs. Someone Mayne and Dilly had encountered before. Mayne regarded the caretaker and then glanced at Dilly, asking, "Are you certain you wish to spare him? Our other companions were all sacrificed by them." Explosive fireball. Recognizing him as an acquaintance, Dilly furrowed her brow and cast an explosive fireball, sending him to the resurrection point in a cloud of obliteration. She did not wish to take a life, but these fiends were no longer human. Fortunately, Mayne was quick on his feet. Otherwise, he would have been splattered with blood. "Well done, Dilly. Your kindness is not meant for such individuals." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let us take you to slay 2 more dark wizards, and you can exchange for an early exit ticket. We must hurry and claim some kills." The trio learned from the female caretaker that the Dark Lord had already reached the 4th level of the Pandora game labyrinth, and had claimed it as his own. Others wishing to enter the 4th level would need to kill 2 individuals, using 2 kills to exchange for a single entry slot and receive his protection. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would simply send them back to the resurrection square. The terror of the Dark Lord had long since permeated the hearts of all, whether dark wizards or white wizards. Upon learning that the Dark Lord had occupied the 4th level of the Pandora labyrinth, many lost the courage to confront him. This creature, which could not be killed no matter the means, left few with the bravery to face him, even in a ghostly state. The choices left to players within the Pandora labyrinth were thus reduced to 2. Either kill 2 individuals to exchange for an entry slot into the 4th level and gain the Dark Lord as protection, or kill 3 individuals to exchange for an early exit ticket, distancing themselves from this perilous place. The situation now stands thus. The Dark Wizards are intent on eliminating 2 individuals to secure their passage to the 3rd level and obtain the Dark Lord's protection. Conversely, the White Wizards seek to vanquish 3 Dark Wizards in exchange for an early exit from this perilous realm. It is impossible to level up peacefully in the 3rd layer. If you do not slay others, others will come for you to claim their kill points. Thus, chaos reigns in the 3rd level of Pandora's labyrinth. Even Hagrid feels the mounting pressure, lacking the certainty that Delirium and Mayne will remain unharmed by the frenzied wizards. Consequently, he resolves to first eliminate a few dark wizards, allowing Delirium and Mayne to depart this treacherous place ahead of time. Freed from the concern for Mayne and Delirium, he can unleash his full potential. Having taken the first step, Delirium steels herself. Although she is reluctant to take a life, the thought of killing those Death Eaters from the North Suburb Orphanage burdens her not at all. It stands to reason that many Death Eaters have ventured here. Both she and Mayene can distinctly sense that Hagrid has more pressing matters to attend to. Yet he remains uneasy about their safety, prompting him to expedite their exit. 5 wizards are advancing toward us, searching. We must evade them. Mayene, through her owl spirit, is the first to perceive the situation, swiftly leading Hagrid and Delirium to conceal themselves. In this frenzied atmosphere, both dark and white wizards pose a threat. Hagrid, ever in search of allies, leads the two in stealthily observing their surroundings for any familiar and trustworthy faces. Regrettably, none of his acquaintances are present, and the garb of those they encounter does not resemble that of dark wizards. Let us move to another location, Hagrid whispers. However, even in his hushed tone, he is detected by a particularly perceptive wizard, who promptly casts a Lumos charm toward them. Who goes there? Hagrid brandishes his wand, shielding Delirium and Mayene behind him, asserting, "Do not be alarmed. We are not dark wizards." Upon realizing they are not alone, the 5 quickly encircle them. Identify yourself, and what is that behind you? Rubus Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Behind me are my companions. And you are. Hagrid's sentence is abruptly cut short as one of the assailants launches an attack. Disarm. The spell hurtles toward Hagrid. Boom! A small shield flies from behind Hagrid and collides with the spell, only to be sent careening away, spinning on the ground. The disarm spell necessitates either defense or nullification. Hagrid is taken aback by the audacity of the assailant, attempting to disarm him. By the time he considers countering, he has already lost the initiative. Fortunately, Mayene, directing the owl spirit, is vigilant and observes the imminent threat. She cannot permit anyone to disarm Hagrid, the most formidable and versatile among them. Protect all. Hagrid immediately casts a protective spell for the trio. You will provide me with an explanation, he states, his wand aimed sternly at the 5. Apologies, our companion acted rashly. One of the women begins to explain, but the man who had attacked interjects vehemently. Explain what? There are only 3 of them, 2 of whom are mere children. If we send them to the revival point, we can secure an early exit ticket. As he speaks, he begins to chant a spell rapidly, culminating in the incantation, Inferno. As his wand sweeps, a torrent of raging flames fills the corridor, surging toward the 3. With the man's aggressive action, the remaining 3, minus the woman, are eager to join in. Let us go. These lunatics are too numerous. We cannot contend with them. Hagrid turns to warn Delirium and Mayene, only to find Mayene already carrying Delirium and sprinting away, calling out, Hagrid, come quickly. Hagrid is somewhat exasperated. It seems his concerns were unfounded. Mayene, a wind elemental sword mage, possesses extraordinary speed, and even Hagrid's long legs are no match for their pace. Once they start running, the magical flames cannot keep up, and there is no way those shorter-legged wizards could catch them. The trio quickly distances themselves from the fray. Oh, these people are mad. Why do they keep trying to send us to the revival square? Delirium remarks, exasperated. If you lived under the reign of the Dark Lord, you would understand, Hagrid replies. Under the oppressive weight of the Dark Lord's terror, few remain sane. What shall we do now? They outnumber us. It seems we cannot simply keep fleeing, Delirium contemplates. Mayene squints her eyes, a sly smile forming. What else can we do but fight back and eliminate them? They are relentlessly pursuing us. Delirium blinks in surprise. You mean they're still hunting us? Chapter 48. Apologies, but only you shall perish. I will take to the skies. Mayene nods. It appears our decision to lay low has made them perceive us as easy prey. Hagrid, I have a plan that may ensnare them, allowing us to retaliate. I will need your cooperation. Hagrid's eyes brighten. Do tell. Mayene explains. The owl spirit has detected a nearly level 40 undead boss. A ground dragon, not far from our location within the labyrinth. I intend to lure them there, letting the ground dragon deal with them. You and Delirium will need to block the exit once I lead them in and assist me in escaping. ISNT that rather perilous? There are 5 wizards, all of whom must have reached the 3rd tier to survive here. Are you certain you can manage it? Perhaps I should go while you 2 block the door and assist me? Hagrid suggests. However, Mayene shakes her head. You're not as swift as I am, nor do you possess as many displacement skills. If you attempt to draw their attention, I fear you may not escape. Moreover, pursuing a child will certainly be less daunting for them than chasing an adult man, making them more prone to fall into a trap. Additionally, I have the owl spirit monitoring both sides at all times, allowing for better adjustments to our plan. Mayene meticulously outlines her strategy and thoughts to the 2. Hagrid and Delirium nod earnestly in agreement. Although wizards possess many wondrous spells, They indeed have shortcomings in physical prowess and short-distance displacement. In terms of agility and nimbleness, Mei-In, the Wind Elemental Sword Mage, is undoubtedly superior. With the duo prepared, Mei-In sets off to attract the attention of the 5 wizards. To avoid raising suspicion, she deliberately pretends to limp, as if injured, for it would be implausible for a Wind Elemental Sword Mage, who can outrun a rabbit, to be caught by wizards with shorter legs. Of course, those capable of flight are the exception, but the 5 pursuing wizards cannot fly. Chili, you are too impulsive. That is the Keeper of Keys at Hogwarts, and you dare to attack him? Do you not fear retribution once we are outside? Chili expresses his regret. What is there to fear? The mysterious one has secured this venue. If we cannot exit early, our very survival is uncertain. Why should I fear his vengeance? Besides, we are merely incapacitating them. It's not as if we are killing them outright. The woman retorts, what if they have no revival chances left? You will be directly taking their lives. Chili snarls. Then it serves them right. If they enter Pandora's maze seeking breakthroughs, they must be prepared for death. Miss Lizzie, the most crucial issue now is that we must survive, particularly that child. As the group rounds a corner in the labyrinth, Chili spots a small figure at the tunnel's end rising from the ground and fleeing rapidly, albeit appearing somewhat limpy, as if injured. Chili's expression brightens with realization. Those 3 seem to have been attacked by others. Hurry, let us pursue them and ensure no one else claims the kill. With that, Chili dashes forward, followed by the other 3 eager for kill points, while Lizzie has no choice but to join in the chase. 1 escapes, and 5 pursue. Although Mei-In may not be a master thespian, he possesses a modicum of acting skill, particularly when it comes to feigning injury and enduring pain in order to escape. The sorcerer's casting range is considerable, yet their precision diminishes with distance. Each time he lured them a certain length away, Mei-In would strategically position himself within their casting range, enticing them to unleash several spells before employing his displacement skill to make a hasty retreat. This created the illusion that they were on the verge of capturing Mei-In, only to be thwarted by the fickle hand of fate. Eventually, he led them into a vast labyrinthine chamber. Boy, let us see where you can run. A male sorcerer cackled, blocking the exit of the maze. At this moment, apart from the sorceress Lizzie, the other 3 were grinning as they advanced menacingly towards Mei-In, who appeared to be limping more severely due to his frantic escape. Suddenly, one of the men inquired, how are we going to distribute this kill point? Chili responded, naturally. I shall claim this kill point for myself. With it, I will have amassed enough to exchange for an early exit voucher. Another man protested. You already have 2 kill points. This one should rightfully belong to me, as I have yet to earn a single one. Mei-In, exasperated, stamped his foot to draw their attention, exclaiming, Hey, are you underestimating me? Do you think you've got me cornered? Did it never occur to you that you might stumble in the gutter? You, a melee class, and you think you can bring us down? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Don't you realize why there are so few melee physical classes in contrast to these half-baked magic classes? Chili scoffed dismissively. Mei-In was indeed oblivious to this fact, but it was evident that Chili had no intention of enlightening him. Pointing to their flank, Mei-In declared, I can't allow you to be the ones to stumble. However, what about that? Seeing Mei-In's earnest expression, the trio felt an ominous premonition. Although they directed their wands at him, they found themselves involuntarily turning their heads to look. Roar! A massive, withered earth dragon head bellowed at them. A chilling wind swept through, and a noxious stench almost caused them to lose their sanity. The overwhelming aura of death made it difficult for them to breathe. Run! It's a level 39 earth dragon boss. We cannot defeat it. Lizzie suddenly shouted from afar, although she did not wish for them to indiscriminately slay innocents. She also did not desire to witness their demise. While the earth dragon and Lizzie drew everyone's attention, the guard stationed at the entrance suddenly became alert. However, his reaction was too slow. As he turned, a colossal fireball hurtled toward him. Explosive fireball. Boom! The guard was obliterated, reduced to nothingness, and promptly sent to the resurrection square. Though unseen from the outside, everyone knew that there were individuals lurking there who could transport them back to the resurrection square. Within the labyrinth, the undead earth dragon boss loomed threateningly, while an unknown danger lurked outside the exit. At that moment, Chili and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They seemed to have fallen into a trap. Their gazes toward Mei-In turned to one of contempt. You're quite clever, using the price of death to lure us into a trap. How ruthless! Mei-In straightened his posture, shaking off any pretense of injury, as if he had never limped at all. Since the truth was laid bare, there was no need for further theatrics. As for who had used death to ensnare them, it was merely them who would perish. The vengeful spirit of an owl fused with him. Puff! A pair of ethereal, ash-gray owl wings unfurled from Mei Yin's back. Apologies, but the only ones who will die are you. I will soar. This was the essence of killing without recompense. Did they truly think he would accompany them to the grave? Mei Yin flew over their heads with ease. They wished to stop him. Yet the undead earth dragon had already charged forth. Unable to catch something flying above, can they not pursue what runs on the ground? Focus all efforts on defeating this undead earth dragon, and then we can find a way out. Chapter 49. One must not be overly reckless, otherwise one may find oneself soaring to the heavens. Mei Yin soared toward the exit of the labyrinth, while Lizzie merely glanced at him, her eyes reflecting a profound light. Yet she did not advance to intervene. Oh, my heavens, Mei Yin, you can fly? What kind of magic is this? Dilili exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Mei Yin soaring back. It is known that sorcerers typically fly on brooms, although winged sorcerers do exist. However, such magic is exceedingly rare and not widely disseminated, except for a certain Dark Lord's dark mist flight magic, which advanced Death Eaters can typically learn. Mei Yin replied directly. Dilili, puzzled, asked why not. Mei Yin chose not to answer her, but instead turned to her and Hagrid, saying, "Seize the opportunity to take advantage of their misfortune. These fellows do not seem to be of good character. It is better to send them to the Resurrection Square early to spare them from suffering. Revenge should not be delayed. Since they have attacked us three, we must retaliate." With the undead earth dragon restraining them from the front, and Mei Yin and his companions lurking in the shadows, Chili and the others felt a mix of fear and anger. Lizzie was the most exasperated. This was truly an undeserved calamity. How had she ended up in a team with these four fools? Together, the four could barely hold their ground against the undead earth dragon. However, events did not unfold to their liking. As they began to tire from their battle with the dragon, Mei Yin and his companions made no effort to hide as they stepped forward, rather than allow the undead earth dragon to dispatch them. It was better for the trio to take action and claim the kill points for themselves. Upon seeing Mei Yin and his companions, Lizzie realized the situation was dire and immediately pulled out a magic scroll, activating it. With a flash of magical light, Lizzie vanished from the scene. Damn it! A random teleportation scroll. That wretched Lizzie has fled first. Chili seethed in frustration. However, with her having escaped, he could do nothing to stop her. He quickly produced a magic scroll of his own. Witnessing this, Mei Yin could not allow him to escape as well and rushed toward him. Before he could approach, he unleashed a swift wind blade, aiming to interrupt his spellcasting. Yet, as the magical barrier flickered upon the scroll, Chili did not disappear. Instead, he pointed at Mei Yin. Mei Yin felt the surrounding space warp, and when he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar labyrinthine corridor. He stood there, momentarily bewildered. This time, it was not Chili who had been teleported away. It was he himself. What was going on? Seeing Mei Yin vanish, Hagrid and Dilili gasped in shock. Bastard! What did you do to him? Dilili exclaimed. More experienced, Hagrid demanded. Where did you send him? Guess. Since that little brat dared to trick me, I've sent him to experience ultimate terror. The atmosphere grew heavy, as though some terrifying presence lurked nearby. Mei Yin carefully surveyed the corridor walls, confirming that he was no longer in the third layer of the Pandora maze, nor the second or first. Each layer of the maze had subtle differences in the patterns and colors of the passageways. Others might not have noticed, but he did. Is this the fourth layer of the Pandora game maze? Perhaps even higher? Truly, one must not be overly reckless. Otherwise, one might find oneself soaring to the heavens. The fellow had escaped, but why had he acted so impulsively? Had he not been tricked into this predicament? However, who could have anticipated that the Pandora game maze would possess a magical item like a random teleportation scroll capable of sending others away? Yet, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He hoped Hagrid and Dilily were safe. The owl spirit surged forth as two owl spirits darted into the maze corridor. Not long after, Mei Yin's eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned to flee down the passage. Before long, Mei Yin spotted a towering skeletal warrior, nearly 3 meters in height, wandering ahead. Unlike the skeletal undead he had previously encountered, this particular apparition was no mere collection of bones wielding rudimentary weapons and shields to engage players in one-on-one combat. This skeletal warrior was clad in an entire suit of armor shrouded in ominous black mist, brandishing a massive shield in its left hand and a hefty sword in its right. The skeletal hand gripping the sword emitted a dark luminescence, while a ghastly green flame flickered from its eye sockets, imparting an overwhelming sense of dread. Mei Yin sensed that this creature possessed strength comparable to that of a red-robed specter, indicating it was at least of the 4th tier. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had indeed stumbled into the 4th layer. "May Sprite, are you there?" Mayne pondered before quietly calling out to his surroundings. "Yes, how may I assist you?" "Player?" The voice of the Maze Sprite suddenly resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this, Mayne felt an inner smile bloom. His suspicions were confirmed. The Maze Sprite was indeed monitoring the player's situations at all times. Without Dillalai and Hage by his side, he felt emboldened enough to reveal some of his unconventional insights. "Before anything else, I have a few suggestions regarding the Pandora game, Maze, that I hope you will consider for improvement." "Oh." The Maze Sprite responded with a hint of skepticism. "Is my game Maze not perfect?" Mayne nodded. "To be frank, the experience is somewhat lacking." "You lie." "This was crafted in collaboration with numerous esteemed figures from my era of magic. How could it possibly be imperfect? Are you not enjoying yourselves?" Mayne retorted. "Players within the maze are currently in a frenzy. Is that what you consider enjoyment?" "Indeed. The more you kill, the happier I become. For all who perish here will remain to accompany me in play." The Maze Sprite chuckled, seemingly relishing the outcome. Mayne realized that this was not merely a maze assistant sprite. It was akin to the spirit of Pandora's box conversing with him, or perhaps a fragment of its essence. He sighed deeply, acknowledging that his thought processes were clearly not aligned with those of a non-human entity. "I understand that your aim is to collect fresh souls, but it cannot be denied that the game experience leaves much to be desired." "Impossible. You are lying." The Maze Sprite adamantly refused to acknowledge any flaws in its maze design. Mayne chuckled. "You mentioned that this is a product of your era. How many years have passed since then? Hundreds or even thousands. Your once great masterpiece has now become outdated. Shall I offer you some suggestions for revisions?" Suddenly, Mayne felt the surrounding space ripple, and he found himself transported to an opulently adorned grand hall painted in shades of pink. At the center of the hall sat a crystalline throne upon which a small girl, adorably adorned with a crystal crown and dressed in a pink gauzy gown, was perched. Upon Mayne's gaze meeting hers, she opened her eyes, which were deep and inscrutable, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. He quickly averted his gaze, gasping for breath. "How impressive! I have encountered a formidable presence. Speak your suggestions for improvement. If it do not satisfy me, I shall reduce you to the most abject skeletal servant." Her melodious voice could melt even the hardest of hearts. Yet the words she uttered caused Mayne to mentally slap himself. He realized that he should not have been so reckless with his tongue. A single misstep could trap him in this realm indefinitely. Chapter 50. Chilo, unaware of his black wizard label, negotiating with the spirit of Pandora. He proposed that if she perfected the game maze, she would set him free. Otherwise, he would rather die than comply, challenging her to either kill him or accept his terms. How absurd! Did he truly believe himself to be the chosen one? Such a powerful non-human being could possess any number of strange abilities, perhaps even the power to invade memories. To threaten her would be a grave mistake. He might not even know how he met his end. Mayne dared not gamble with his life. Dying in the game, Maze afforded him 3 chances at resurrection. But being killed by this girl could very well mean his true demise. Rather than risk it, he chose to comply. Without further ado, Mayne began with flattery. As the saying goes, you should not strike a smiling face. He proceeded to outline all the game experiences and design aspects he could think of, including player attribute settings, monster attribute settings, quest module settings, maze map settings, leaderboard configurations, and kill point settings, explaining the utility and potential effects of each. As expected, the small girl's eyes brightened with excitement, as if his words had sparked a cascade of ideas within her. "What do you think of my suggestions, esteemed Lady Pandora?" Mayne nodded slightly, performing a gentlemanly bow. Though Pandora the sprite did not speak, he sensed a change in the surrounding space, and he was suddenly returned to his previous location. He let out a sigh of relief. He had emerged unscathed, though the little girl was indeed terrifying. Mayne felt a mix of elation and disappointment. Having provided so many valuable suggestions, he hoped for some form of reward. Yet he reasoned that surviving was reward enough. It was prudent to limit interactions with an entity capable of manipulating space at will. As Mayne glanced back at the armored skeletal warrior, he hesitated, contemplating whether to test its strength. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar object hovering above the warrior's head, an apparent health bar. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he focused intently, and indeed, it was a health bar. The black skeletal armored warrior was level 47, with a health pool of 100, the bar's color a deep crimson. Wait, changes have occurred so swiftly? Mayne marveled, incredulous that his recommendations had already influenced the creatures in the Pandora game maze. Could it be? His eyes brightened as he mentally called out, "A tribute panel." Sure enough, An attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Player L10085993, customizable. Class: Wind Mage Swordsman. Level: 33. Health: 100. Magic Combat Energy: 75. Class Skills: Gale Technique, Level 3. Gale Assault, Level 4. Gale Phantom Slash, Level 3. Gale Triple Slash, Level 3. Gale Blade, Level 5. Gale Cross Slash, Level 3. Gale Sword and Shield, Level 4. Non-class skills: Shield Bash, Level 1. Heavy Strike, Level 1. Rapid Fire, Level 1. Precision Shot, Level 1. Unknown skills. Revival chances: 3. Gazing at his attribute panel, Mayne couldn't help but smile. It truly bore the essence of the MMORPGs from his previous life. Faced with the level 47 black skeletal armored warrior, he opted to retreat in the opposite direction. He needed to find some undead creatures of a lesser level to bolster his own before engaging further. Mayne maneuvered his owl spirit stealthily, evading the higher-level undead creatures whenever possible. If he couldn't avoid them, he would fly away, and if he couldn't fly over them, he would take a detour toward areas of relatively lower levels. It was during this cautious navigation that he encountered a familiar face, Chilo Arrow, the individual who had sought Hage's aid and had been abducted by Death Eaters at the Crossroads Wizard Clinic. Mayne had presumed he had been sacrificed as one of the offerings to activate the Pandora box, yet here he was. Chilo had just slain 2 Black Knights. Who goes there? Step forth. Chilo's wand was pointed in the direction of Mei Yin's concealed presence, alert and wary. The owl spirit, having been detected, had given away his position. After a moment's deliberation, Mei Yin resolved to reveal himself to gauge the situation. If it turned unfavorable, he could always make his escape. Greetings. Or Chilo, it is I, Mei Yin. Upon witnessing Mei Yin emerge from the shadows, Chilo's astonishment mirrored that of Mei Yin. Is it truly you, young Mei Yin? Were you not accompanying Hagrid? How is it that you find yourself here? Mei Yin shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. That is a tale of considerable length. Then you may abbreviate it, Chilo replied, remaining vigilant, his wand pointed at Mei Yin, signaling him to maintain distance and converse from afar. Recognizing the unspoken boundary, Mei Yin complied, preferring to keep his distance from Chilo, as they were not well acquainted. Moreover, the 4th level had been claimed by the Dark Lord. So how could an Auror navigate the trials set by him to be here, leveling up? Mei Yin recounted the journey from when the trio escorted Chilo to the Wizarding Clinic in Diagon Alley, through the events leading to his rescue that led him to the orphanage in the northern suburbs, and finally to his unexpected entry into the Pandora game maze. Chilo's demeanor softened slightly, his wariness easing. He then inquired curiously, how did you manage to ascend to the 4th level alone? Where are Hagrid and that young girl? This too requires a succinct elaboration, Mei Yin replied, offering a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding the 3 of them. He then countered with a question of his own. And you, or Chilo, how did you come to enter the 4th level? Chilo pondered momentarily. I am uncertain. I regained consciousness only to find myself here. My level has already reached 40, as informed by the maze sprites. I am equally perplexed about what transpired prior to my awakening. Noticing Chilo's expression did not suggest deceit, Mei Yin was engulfed in curiosity. He concentrated on Chilo, whose level and health bar became visible. Player L10083321, Dark Wizard, level 46. Health 75. Mei Yin squinted. This newfound visual data feature had only just emerged, and it was evident that Chilo was unaware of it. He would not have accessed his attribute panel to modify his name either, which still bore a numerical designation, ranking over 200 positions ahead of his own. Most notably, this individual bore the Dark Wizard label from the Maze's spirit, completely oblivious to it. It appeared that Chilo harbored significant secrets, making it prudent to maintain distance. Mei Yin contemplated, there is no need to dwell on this. As long as we are alive, we shall eventually unravel these mysteries. Mr. Chilo, could you direct me to an area where the undead creatures are of a lower level? I was inadvertently transported here and require a location with lesser threats to level up. Chilo nodded in agreement, affirming that as long as they were alive, clarity would come in due time. Upon hearing Mei Yin's request for a lower-level training area, he pointed towards a passageway. Proceed down that path. Take the left at the fork and continue until the end. The undead creatures there are of a lower level and should have respawned by now. Thank you, Mr. Chilo. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mei Yin responded and began to depart. However, as he turned to leave, Chilo seemed to recall something and spoke up. With Hagrid absent, I should accompany you for a while. I am wary of leaving you alone. Mei Yin's heart raced, sensing impending trouble. Good sir, it is you who bears the Dark Wizard label from the Maze's spirit. It is I who should be concerned. He quickly declined. No, Mr. Chilo. You must not squander your time on me. You need to swiftly level up and acquire more powerful equipment and items. Hagrid will need your assistance to thwart the Dark Lord from acquiring the undead Black Pearl. Within the expansive confines of the 4th level maze, a towering skeleton head, its soul shattered yet still 2 meters high, was suddenly awakened by a figure clad in a billowing black robe, the aura of darkness emanating from it. In a raspy whisper, it murmured, "Dark Lord, who dares to invoke my name?" It appears a little unregistered mouse has wandered into the 4th level. Chapter 51. The Firewind Swordmaster. A true man should wield his blade with such ferocity that it cleaves flesh effortlessly. Mayene implored Chilo to hasten his leveling up to avoid endangering himself, then seize the opportunity to flee swiftly. What a jest it would be to have a dark wizard trailing him. He could hardly feel at ease. Mayene had no faith in the maze's spirit randomly assigning labels. Following Chilo's indicated path, Mayene pressed onward, undeterred by the potential for ambush. Aided by the owl spirits that cleared the way. As anticipated, after advancing a certain distance, he encountered several lower-level undead creatures. Wailing Banshee, level 40. This type of undead lacked a physical form, rendering it immune to 90% of physical damage. Even the Wind-type Swordmaster's attacks, which carried magical enhancements, were significantly weakened. As a level 33 player, confronting such undead creatures was tantamount to courting death. Yet, he was not the only one wielding extraordinary powers. He too possessed enhancements. 3 flavors of true fire, specifically designed to counter shadowy undead creatures. However, the potency of this fire was not a reflection of the Wind-type Swordmaster's level, but rather correlated with Mei Yin's own soul strength. Thus, despite ascending from the 20s to the 30s, the strength of the 3 flavors of true fire remained unchanged. Previously, a single orb of this fire could obliterate a 3rd-tier ghoul in 3 seconds and reduce it to ashes in 10. Now, however, a single orb could only reduce a 4th-tier Wailing Banshee's health by 55. It would take 2 orbs to vanquish it. This was quite a substantial expenditure. And after experiencing a setback, landing a second strike on the Banshee proved arduous. Fortunately, as a speed-oriented class, Mayene managed to evade disaster. For had it been another class, the agility of the Wailing Banshee would surely have spelled doom. Upon dispatching 1 Wailing Banshee, Mayene noted the considerable drain on his soul power. It was not that the 3 flavors of true fire lacked strength, but rather that the speed at which it traveled was insufficient, allowing most of it to be evaded by the Banshee. Given the current attack speed, it was somewhat effective against similarly tiered, agile undead creatures, yet when faced with those of superior agility, it was less than satisfactory. With respect to superior tier undead, even landing 1 out of 3 shots will be a stroke of good fortune. This would not do. He must devise a strategy to ensure the 3 flavors of true fire could strike true against these specters. For if his soul power was depleted in a futile endeavor, how could he hope to level up swiftly? Mayene sought refuge in a corner, setting up surveillance. While his mind raced with thoughts on how to enhance the attack speed of the 3 flavors of true fire, the first step would be to enhance his soul strength. As his soul strength increased, so too would the attack speed of the 3 flavors of true fire. The second step would be to reduce the size of the fireball without diminishing its potency, as a smaller fireball would encounter less resistance, thus naturally increasing its speed. With a resolution to act, Mayene promptly attempted to refine and absorb the recently dropped soul crystal to enhance his soul strength. The sensation was promising. Aligning with his expectations, soul crystals could indeed be utilized to elevate not only his professional level, but also his soul level. However, after a brief period of absorption and refinement, Mayene opted to cease. Realizing that the soul essence derived from the undead creature soul crystals felt foreign and unaligned with his own. In simpler terms, it felt as though it did not belong to him. While it was usable, there lingered a disconcerting feeling that it could be extracted at any moment. Much like his Wind-type Swordmaster class, it was merely a trial version. Once he departed, the power of the Swordmaster would dissipate. The soul was paramount, and Mayene was unwilling to merge it with uncertain elements. Thus, he redirected his efforts to minimize the size of the 3 flavors of true fire. After several trials, he successfully managed to compress and control the size of the fireball to enhance its speed. However, the effect was minimal, and it inadvertently prolonged the casting time. As one conjures the elemental fireball spell, akin to refining and compressing the fire element into a hand-formed orb, a certain casting time is inherently required. After experimenting with numerous methods, every attempt seemed to yield unsatisfactory results. What should one do? Should I approach the undead creatures and press the 3 flavors of true fire directly upon them? Mayne pondered in silence. The image that surfaced in his mind was rather amusing. Wasn't he that merely courting disaster? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Mayne, prompting him to slap his own face in realization. How foolish of me. Such a simple solution had eluded me until now. Feeling a mix of frustration and determination, he immediately set about experimenting. The Wind Mage Swordsman represents a fusion of wind magic and the martial energy of a swordsman. If the martial energy of a swordsman can be combined with wind magic, then why not merge it with the 3 flavors of true fire? After all, the wind can indeed bolster the flames. The skills of a Wind Mage Swordsman emphasize rapid assault, characterized by an extremely swift attack speed. If my attack skills could incorporate the 3 flavors of true fire, the more Mayne contemplated, the brighter his eyes became. A chilling white flame erupted from his palm, no longer forming a fireball, but instead enveloping the black sword in a fiery embrace. Mayne meticulously controlled the 3 flavors of true fire, ensuring its formidable power did not incinerate the black sword, but rather permeated it, intertwining with the wind-infused martial energy. The Wind Blade of Fury. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the deep white sword light extended 15 meters, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind being cleaved. With a blade passed, traces of wind and fire were left in its wake. Success! Mayne beamed with joy, albeit uncertain of the power it wielded. He was eager to test its might immediately, yet he ultimately restrained himself, opting to practice the control and fusion of these 3 powers to achieve optimal balance. After a considerable period, Mayne felt he had nearly mastered this new power, prompting him to rise and charge toward his predetermined target. Wind Blade of Fury, triple slash of the gale, the swift cuts. As he entered the attack range, Mayne unleashed a Wind Blade of Fury, striking first in the battle against the Wailing Banshee. The Banshee, caught off guard by the sudden assault, was cleaved in half before she could react. Had it been a previous iteration of the Wind Blade of Fury, she would have undoubtedly restored herself in the blink of an eye, suffering minimal damage. However, now, the severed spirit burned at the edges with the chilling white flames, thwarting her regeneration. Seeing the effectiveness of his strategy, Mayne executed a displacement skill, Gale Strike, closing in on the Wailing Banshee. He unleashed the triple slash of the gale once more. The severed Banshee, still wailing, was again fragmented into 8 pieces. At this moment, due to the influence of the 3 flavors of true fire, the Banshee had lost all capability for retaliation. What awaited her next was a relentless barrage of strikes infused with the 3 flavors of true fire from Mayne's black sword. The Banshee was reduced to mere fragments, consumed entirely by the flames that accompanied her wounds. Mayne let out a long sigh of relief. A perfect conclusion. He chuckled, noting that he had expended only half the energy with no waste whatsoever. Truly, I am a genius. He praised himself and even bestowed upon his profession a new title, Wind and Fire Mage Swordsman. Simultaneously, he found himself enamored with the exhilarating sensation of rapid assault and decisive kills. A true man should engage in such visceral combat, slicing through flesh with every strike. Chapter 52. A cordial greeting from the Dark Lord. Ecstatic beyond measure, Mayne's power surged significantly after advancing to the Wind and Fire Mage Swordsman class. Particularly in combating undead creatures, he could now dispatch level 40 phantoms even at level 33. This undoubtedly accelerated his leveling speed, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. However, his elation was short-lived as the Owl Wraith detected a swirling mass of black mist approaching him. Unsure of its nature, Mayne commanded the Owl Wraith to investigate. The black mist passed directly through the Owl Wraith's form, swiftly heading toward Mayne. Attempting to evade, he soon realized that no matter how he maneuvered, the black mist relentlessly pursued him. Danger! Wind Blade of Fury! The chilling white sword light cleaved the black mist in twain, igniting it in flames. Yet, a small portion of the mist, not entirely consumed, struck him. Mayne paused, momentarily stunned. Upon assessing the situation, he sensed no immediate harm. Just as he began to contemplate, a raspy voice, reminiscent of something infernal, echoed around him. Like a shadow of a demon, it enveloped him, igniting a primal fear deep within his soul. Ah, I have found you, little mouse sneaking in without paying the toll. Excellent. I have a pack of cats. Just perfect for a game of cat and mouse. Ha ha ha. With the voice fading, the shadow that had encased him dissipated, releasing him from the grip of terror. Mayne inhaled deeply, realizing that the atmosphere of fear had caused him to forget to breathe. and he now felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. Cold sweat soaked his entire being. This was a fear he had never before experienced. If one were to liken a 10-year-old child to being frightened into a faint or even death, it would not be far from the truth. How terrifying! Could this be the legendary Dark Lord? Mayene was overwhelmed with dread. Previously, the mere mention of this name had left him unfazed, even finding it somewhat humorous. Yet now, having felt the palpable fear firsthand, he understood that the terror of the Dark Lord was not merely a product of exaggeration. But how had he discovered Mayene's presence? What was that black mist earlier? Mayene pondered, realizing that the voice had emerged only after the mist had entered his body. Could that mist be a magical mark? It must be so, otherwise. How could it have pinpointed him? As for how the Dark Lord had detected him, Mayene thought of Chilo. After entering the 4th layer, he had encountered Chilo alone, who had also guided Mayene on his leveling path. It was clear that this matter was closely tied to him. Moreover, Chilo had been marked as a dark wizard by the spirit of the labyrinth. With these troubling thoughts swirling in his mind, Mayene's hostility toward Chilo grew considerably. He promptly placed Chilo on his blacklist of individuals to avoid. What a disaster! Just as he had devised a method for rapid leveling, the Dark Lord had marked him. Before he could even elevate his own level, he was now faced with the prospect of the Dark Lord's pursuit. This was unfair. Mayene quickly relocated, seeking a secluded spot to investigate his own condition. After a thorough examination, he found no signs of any marking. Even with his soul power, he scrutinized his flesh and spirit, finding nothing amiss. Such formidable dark magic. My own strength is inadequate. Mayene lamented, resigned to the fact that he must continue hunting monsters to level up. It is said that what is a blessing may not always be so, and what is a curse cannot be evaded. The Dark Lord had mentioned a pack of cats, implying he would not personally intervene. This line of reasoning made sense. If the Dark Lord were to personally deal with a mere novice like him, it would be beneath his dignity. As long as it wasn't he, the Dark Lord himself, who took action, Mayene still had a chance, right? After all, wizards are not known for their agility, and he had the Owl Wraith providing comprehensive surveillance to prevent ambushes and traps. Battling level 40 undead creatures at level 30 was immensely gratifying, particularly those undead reduced to ashes by the 3 flavors of true fire would drop soul crystal stones, expediting his leveling process even further. After slaying 3 wailing banshees and absorbing their soul crystals, Mayene ascended to level 34. After defeating 4 more, he reached level 35. Meanwhile, the Owl Wraith detected the presence of a figure in a black robe, seemingly in search of something. Mayene was acutely aware that the cat had arrived. Given his current low level, whether he could contend with it was secondary. He was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Only a fool would engage it head-on. Thus, Mayene fled, seeking a different location to continue slaying monsters and leveling up. At level 36, the figure in the black robe discovered traces of Mayene's battles during his training, and the fresh evidence spurred an intensified pursuit. By level 37, the black-robed man spotted Mayene's silhouette, yet Mayene managed to evade him once more. At level 38, Mayene could distinctly sense that the black-robed figure was beginning to struggle in his pursuit. By level 39, the black wizard was elated, as he observed that the diminutive figure ahead seemed on the verge of collapse, unable to run much longer. At level 40, Mayene had traversed a wide circle, leading the black-robed man back to their original point, and he finally ceased his flight, turning to face the black wizard directly. Player L10083342, the black sorcerer, level 43. Life, 85. So, you are the cat nurtured by the Dark Lord, sent to capture me. This mere mouse? Mayene gasped, kneeling on one knee with his sword in hand, visibly exhausted and lacking the strength to continue the fight. Upon realizing that his pursuer was neither a dwarf nor a gnome, but rather an Asian child, the black wizard was taken aback, feeling a profound embarrassment wash over him as he realized he had been led in circles by a mere child. You have provoked my ire, little one. Would it not be better to comply and allow me to send you to the Resurrection Square? Must you insist on this struggle? Now, observe how I shall deal with you. The black wizard cast 2 protective spells upon himself before cautiously advancing with his wand towards Mayene. However, Mayene did not wait for him to close the distance. Instead, he rose once more and fled around the corner. Damn it, how does this little brat still have energy? The black wizard, exasperated, hastened after him, fearing that he would lose him again. Yet, upon rounding the corner, he found Mayene seemingly exhausted, hunched over and not having run far, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he contemplated what spells he might use to torment this child who had treated him like a dog, He failed to notice the broad crescent of a smile forming at the corner of Mei Yin's mouth, who was anything but depleted. Fool! Do you not understand that one's vitality and spirit are restored to their peak after leveling up here? Exhaustion? How could that be possible? While others might experience such a state due to slow leveling, Mei Yin had never been fatigued. The hunched Mei Yin suddenly turned, a wild glint flashing across his youthful face, sending chills down the black wizard's spine. Gale Assault, Gale Shield Break Slash, Gale Triple Slash, Gale Cross Slash, Gale Explosive Blade Strike. Chapter 53. Wizards who cannot fly are worthless. Gale Assault closed the distance, and Gale Shield Break Slash shattered the magical shield, albeit only the first layer. Gale Triple Slash made another attempt to break the shield, failing again, but depleting a significant amount of the shield's energy. Gale Cross Slash tried once more to breach the shield. Success. The black wizard was launched into the air by the tremendous force, needing to create distance. With a swift motion of his wand, he prepared to cast another magical shield. However, Mei Yin would not allow this. He unleashed his ultimate attack. The area damage Skill Gale Explosive Blade Strike, delivering a decisive blow. The sharp rays of sword light cascaded down like a torrential downpour, turning the black wizard into a mere sieve. This chain of attacks was a masterpiece that Mei Yin had meticulously prepared, aimed at sending the black wizard to the resurrection square in one fell swoop. Initially, he believed that Gale Shield Break Slash would suffice to obliterate the black wizard's magical shield. Unbeknownst to him, the sorcerer had laid down 2 layers, nearly thwarting his plan. Thankfully, he succeeded in the end, although the cost of executing Gale Explosive Blade Strike was considerable. The drop rates for high-level undead beings when hunted by lower-level players were quite favorable. During his time at level 40, Mei Yin had consecutively obtained 2 skill books, Gale Shield Break Slash and Gale Explosive Blade Strike, significantly enriching his offensive repertoire. Without such skills, defeating this black wizard would have been a far more daunting task. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? What class are you? The black wizard gasped. Still alive. Mei Yin was astonished. The vitality of this black wizard was indeed formidable, but it appeared he could not hold out for much longer. Curious to know? Mei Yin inquired, adopting a tone that suggested he was inclined to engage in a lengthy discussion. The black wizard nodded weakly, eager to learn what class had bested him. I shan't tell you. It would only infuriate you, Mei Yin retorted playfully. What do you think? If I divulge it, once you are resurrected, you would target me specifically for revenge? Not a chance. With that, Mei Yin cast a physical execution spell, sending the black wizard to the resurrection square. He needed to focus on leveling up, with no time for idle chatter. After reaching level 40, Mei Yin noticeably felt his leveling speed slow. Concurrently, he identified a rather serious issue. While defeating monsters yielded equipment, items, and skill books, food and water remain elusive. Furthermore, it seemed that the sensation of hunger was masked within the Pandora labyrinth, easily overlooked. Although Mei Yin did not feel hungry, he distinctly sensed his body craved sustenance. Estimating the passage of time, he realized he had been in this place for at least a day and a night, under such intense leveling circumstances. A day and a night without food or water felt decidedly unnatural. Pondering this, Mei Yin resolved that finding an opportunity to exit was imperative. After all, 2 formidable threats loomed over him, the Spirit of Pandora and the Dark Lord. However, to leave prematurely, he required an advance exit ticket, which necessitated 3 soul marks for exchange. No, they were no longer called kill points. The Spirit of Pandora had renamed them soul marks. To escape, he needed to exchange 3 soul marks with the labyrinth sprite for an advance exit ticket. Currently, he possessed only 2 soul marks, and to secure his exit, he would need to eliminate another black wizard. Yet, the black wizards on the 4th level were no pushovers. Aside from surprise attack with a series of combos, Mei Yin lacked confidence in confronting them head-on, just as he grappled with whether to level up first or seek out a black wizard for practice. An alarm from the owl wraith indicated the approach of black-robed figures. Sharing vision, Mei Yin discerned 2 black wizards cautiously making their way toward him. Their intentions were clear. They too seemed intent on escorting him to the resurrection square. Indeed, he had been marked for tracking, otherwise, how could these black wizards pinpoint his location? Fortunately, it appeared that they could only detect his general whereabouts and lacked the ability to scout like he could. The wizards, with their keen senses, discovered the trembling owl wraith hidden in a corner of the labyrinth as they drew closer. However, they paid it no mind, dismissing it as a mere specter that posed no threat. Seizing the opportunity, the owl wraith took flight, distancing itself from the 2. The reason it had risked staying put and waiting for the 2 to approach instead of fleeing was to glean their basic level information. If they were too far apart, he could only see the silhouettes of the black-robed figures without discerning their levels or health bars. Both were black wizards, one at level 43 with full health, and the other at level 44 with half health. Mayeen surmised that those who had paid the protection fee to the Dark Lord on the 4th level had been branded with the Black Wizard label. Upon receiving this information, Mei Yin's eyes lit up. A half-health black wizard pursuing him? Was this some sort of jest? Was he to accept this goodwill? Or remain cautious and let them pass? He even began to suspect it might be a trap, designed to lure him into revealing his position with a half-health wizard. After all, the Spirit of Pandora had revised the Labyrinth game for quite some time, and many must have uncovered the secrets of levels and health bars. There was no room for risk. He resolved to prioritize leveling up. Mayeen concluded that it would be prudent to level up first, evading them for a while longer. After all, as a magic swordsman, one's physical prowess inherently surpasses that of a wizard. Would it not be more advantageous to appear once they are utterly exhausted from a chase, and then strike back? With this thought in mind, Mayeen hastily set off to slay monsters and level up, disregarding the two pursuers. Monitored by the Owl Wraith, Mayeen maintained a considerable distance from them. Whenever they chased, he would flee. Whenever they paused, he would halt as well. His control of the rhythm was impeccable, leading the two dark wizards to feel a growing illusion that their quarry was nowhere to be found, convinced that the tracking mark provided by the Dark Lord was erroneous. Noticing that the duo was considering abandoning their pursuit, Mayeen, having finally warned them out, could not allow it. He promptly ceased leveling, turned back swiftly, and feigned an accidental appearance to draw their attention before fleeing once more. Upon spotting their target, the two wizards resumed their frantic chase, only to lose sight of him after a brief distance. Just as they contemplated resting, the target reappeared, prompting another furious pursuit. After several such cycles, the two finally realized they were being toyed with. Frustrated, they began to curse as they chased, vowing to catch the mischievous Mayeen. After successfully ambushing and dispatching a level 42 zombie, Mayeen also ascended to level 41. His attention was immediately drawn to two items dropped, a spear and a skill book for the precision throw ability. Precision throw was a ranged physical skill that Mayeen had long desired. Upon examining the spear that had also dropped, a clever idea sparked in his mind. Having just leveled up and restored to his peak condition, Mayeen wasted no time in learning the precision throw skill, then charged toward the two dark wizards without hesitation. Having been toying with them for so long, the two dark wizards were both enraged and fatigued, and most critically, they were unable to catch up. As they realized they had lost their target yet again, a surge of frustration welled up within them. It was the first time they truly recognized the shortcomings of the wizard profession, feeling that a non-flying wizard was akin to trash, unable to catch even a mere child. They also developed a strong yearning for the flight spell developed by the Dark Lord, which did not require a broom. If only they could fly, they mused, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Just as they thought they were powerless against Mayeen, his figure suddenly charged toward them from the end of the passage. Simultaneously, a youthful voice echoed with startling clarity, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 54. Indeed, a dark wizard. Not even his own kind is spared. The infamous name of the killing curse reverberated through the air, prompting immediate vigilance from the two. They swiftly focused, preparing to cast counterspells or protective charms to shield themselves from the potentially fatal magic. Their sole aim was to avoid being struck by this lethal spell. As they intently watched Mayeen charging toward them, it was evident he wielded a dark sword, yet there were those who could disguise wands as long swords. There was also the possibility that he held a magical sword capable of both slashing and casting spells. Avada Kedavra! Mayeen shouted, but the long sword unleashed a chilling beam of sword light instead. Not the killing curse. Relief washed over them. The fear had been unwarranted. After all, how could a mere child possibly cast such a spell? However, they were clearly unfamiliar with the swift wind blade skill and mistook it for a standard attacking magic. The level 43 dark wizard attempted a counterspell, successfully intercepting the magic but only nullifying the wind element of the swift wind blade. Despite its diminished power, it continued its trajectory toward him. Oh hell, what kind of magic is this? The level 43 dark wizard exclaimed, realizing it was too late to cast a shield spell. He could only dodge to minimize the damage. Meanwhile, the level 44 dark wizard quickly cast a magical shield on him. Just then, a swift shadow darted through the air, piercing directly toward the level 44 dark wizard. As he tried to evade, it was already too late. He was pinned to the ground by a long, dark spear. The events unfolded in an instant, and before either dark wizard could react, one of them had already lost their combat capability. Oh, what the hell? How could this happen? The pinned dark wizard was not dead, but his health had plummeted to a critical state, and he was rapidly losing life, clearly on the brink of death. Mei Yin, however, wore a knowing smile, having successfully employed diversionary tactics. The moment he audibly invoked the killing curse to attract their attention, the fate of the half-health wizard was sealed. Just as Mei Yin believed he had secured another kill, the level 43 dark wizard suddenly struck back, casting a burst spell that sent the critically wounded level 44 dark wizard to the resurrection square. The violent explosion of magic knocked Mei Yin back several paces, leaving him astounded. Truly, a dark wizard would spare no one, even resorting to such brutal means against their own. Mei Yin was at a loss. He realized he was not ruthless enough, having been outmaneuvered. Damn it, how dare you steal my kill? Filled with indignation, he charged once more toward the level 43 dark wizard. To make it difficult for the dark wizard to lock onto him, Mei Yin's form flickered, creating afterimages as he rapidly approached. The dark wizard, pale with fear, hastily cast another magical shield for protection. Swift wind shield break slash. Boom! The magical shield shattered, and propelled by the recoil, Mei Yin swiftly retreated 3 meters before launching another assault. Boom! The second swift wind shield break slash shattered the dark wizard's second layer of protection. Yet thankfully, he managed to conjure a third shield just in time. The level 43 dark wizard was terrified. He had never encountered such a frenzied and powerful attack before, as if it was designed specifically to dismantle magical shields. His magical defenses had always been formidable, yet he had never seen anyone capable of breaking them in a single strike. However, the more powerful the skill, the more stringent the conditions for its use. Mei Yin could execute the swift wind shield break slash twice consecutively before needing to take a brief respite, commonly referred to as skill cooldown. Nevertheless, Mei Yin would not afford the dark wizard ample time to react. In a fit of rage, he surged forward once more, unleashing a torrential barrage of slashes upon the dark wizard's magical shield. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly until the third shield absorbed damage to its limit and shattered once more. The ferocity of his onslaught left the dark wizard trembling. Yet during this interval, he had amassed enough concentration to cast a formidable spell. As the level 43 dark wizard waved his wand, fiery tendrils erupted violently, surging outward in all directions with overwhelming heat. The sheer power of the flames scorched the air, causing pain to any exposed flesh. Mei Yin sensed that this was no ordinary fire spell. It seemed imbued with exceptional potency and special effects. The 3 flavors true Yin fire surged forth, enveloping Mei Yin and allowing him to retreat swiftly to safety where it dissipated. Mei Yin reflected that had he not been shielded by the 3 flavors true Yin fire, he would have suffered a significant setback just now. This wizard was remarkably powerful, capable of casting such formidable magic. Mei Yin could not help but admire the wizardry. This level of power was certainly beyond what a physical class could readily achieve. As the flames subsided, so too did the dark-robed figure. Mei Yin was astonished. Had he inadvertently caused the wizard's demise, or had he fled? He had not realized the latter until now. No need to search. He must have exchanged his exit voucher and left early. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from not far away. Mei Yin turned towards the sound and beheld Lady Malova, who had appeared at the corner of the labyrinthine passageway. Lady Malova, what a delightful surprise. How did you manage to enter the 4th level of the maze? Mei Yin inquired, feigning concern while subtly probing into Malova's circumstances. After all, the 4th level of the maze was the domain of the Dark Lord. Malova gazed at Mei Yin with incredulity and asked curiously, "That's precisely the question I wish to pose to you. Weren't you instructed to remain in your hiding place? How did you arrive here, and why did you choose such a profession to reach the 4th tier?" Upon hearing Malova mention the term hiding place, Mei Yin was almost convinced that this was indeed Lady Malova, rather than an imposter. Given their acquaintance, Mei Yin decided to be forthright and briefly recounted his situation. He then turned to Malova and asked, "And what about you?" "I'm in a similar predicament," Malova replied. "However, I obtained the teleportation scroll to the 4th level by defeating undead creatures myself." Mei Yin glanced at Malova's health bar. Player L10085557, Elementalist, level 39, health 96. "Wait a moment, an Elementalist?" Mei Yin inquired with intrigue. "Lady Malova, why did you choose the Elementalist profession to experience an upgrade in power, rather than opting for the wizard class? Wasn't your goal to seek advancement?" Upon hearing this, Malova momentarily froze, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. She looked at Mei Yin intently and asked in a low voice, "How do you know I chose to be an Elementalist and not a wizard?" "I haven't disclosed that information to you." Chapter 55. The trial of evil in Pandora's labyrinth. Mayene was at a loss for words. Did Lady Malova truly not realize that character panels and monster information were updated? Thus, Mayene urged Malova to focus intently on what was above her head. Malova stared for a moment and then, puzzled, remarked, "There's nothing there." Mayene was taken aback. Surely, if he could see it, she should be able to as well. Could it be that the spirit of Pandora had granted him a VIP status in the game? Why don't you try calling forth your attributes panel in your mind? Mayene suggested once more. Malova attempted to summon it and, upon opening her eyes, looked at Mayene with suspicion. Something has changed. It seems a screen has appeared before me that only I can see, displaying data loading. What does that mean? Mayene was astonished. Indeed, he had been granted an early VIP experience card. Could this be the spirit of Pandora's reward for his suggestions for improving the maze game? It was no wonder that the two dark wizards had seemed so anxious when he had recited the death curse. They must have believed he was also a wizard, unaware of his true class and level information. They had mistaken his wind-fire blade skill for a spell meant to cast a dispel. It appeared that his prior plans had been successful due to a stroke of luck. He wondered how long it would take for others' data to load. But wait, would this potentially skew the entire aesthetic of the Pandora maze game? Malova had been quite considerate towards him and Dillalai, so upon encountering her, Mayene decided to lend her a hand. He extended an invitation to team up. Although they could have previously formed a party to share the rewards of defeating undead creatures, it was now distinctly more straightforward. Malova accepted the invitation, and once they teamed up, Mayene led her to confront a level 40 Wailing Banshee, intending to elevate her to level 40 and acquire some 40-level equipment and items to bolster her combat prowess. To Mayene's surprise, the elementalist attacks were tremendously powerful. In comparison, his wind-fire magic swordsman's attack, enhanced with the 3 flavors of Truine Flame, was hardly inferior. Mayene utilized the speed and defense of the magic swordsman to draw the Wailing Banshee's attention while simultaneously dealing damage, while Malova unleashed her fire-based spells with full force. Their coordinated assault allowed them to swiftly eliminate a Wailing Banshee without sustaining any injuries. The rapidity of their success left Malova utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that leveling up by defeating undead creatures could be so effortless. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord, sensing that yet another feline had perished, chuckled with curiosity. How amusing! A little mouse that sneaked in has managed to take down 2 of my kittens, and even frighten one away, ha ha ha. His raspy laughter sent tremors through the ranks of cloaked figures behind him. Who among you will capture this little mouse for me? I wish to discern what makes him so special. An atmosphere of silence fell over the group, none daring to speak first. It was not that they feared the little mouse's strength, but rather that they were apprehensive of the consequences should they fail to carry out their task. After all, 3 individuals had already fallen into the pit. Although those 3 were merely the most expendable, one could surmise that an intruder capable of sneaking in would possess considerable prowess. No one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. Fortunately, the first black wizard who had perished returned from the Resurrection Plaza. He dropped to his knees before the Dark Lord, his voice trembling as he declared, "I apologize, my esteemed master. I have failed in the task you entrusted to me. I could not eliminate that little mouse. Instead, I was the one who fell into his trap." The cloaked figures prostrated themselves in fear. "Oh, so you were outsmarted, rather than overpowered?" The Dark Lord inquired with evident interest. The black wizard quaked as he replied, "Indeed, my lord. That fellow is exceedingly cunning and remarkably swift. It seems he has not chosen the wizard class. He never engages me directly and keeps me running in circles within the maze." The black wizard recounted his misadventures, embellishing the tale to disguise his incompetence, striving to present the narrative as one of being outmaneuvered rather than simply outmatched. Others listened and assumed that the black wizard had merely encountered a clever little mouse. "In that case, I shall grant you another opportunity to capture him. But he must be brought back alive," the Dark Lord said with keen interest. Upon hearing this, the black wizard felt a mix of elation and trepidation. He was glad to have avoided punishment, yet anxious about his ability to capture the elusive rascal. If the little one continued to flee, would he be able to keep pace? He silently lamented the rules of the Pandora maze game, which required one to defeat undead creatures and level up in order to acquire skills related to their class. All the magic he had mastered before entry was rendered useless. Had he been able to cast the Black Misflight spell, he would not have struggled to catch even a mere child. The wizard class was far from the weakness he had initially perceived. It seemed the Dark Lord had sensed the black wizard's anxiety, for he pointed a finger with a malicious grin. A swirl of dark energy shot from his fingertip, entering the black wizard's body. The black wizard trembled at the Dark Lord's action, but did not dare to evade it. allowing the dark energy to envelop him while he shut his eyes in anticipation of impending doom. However, in the next moment, he felt no punishment. Instead, he sensed that the suppression of his original powers as a wizard had eased. As he quickly assessed the situation, the Black Wizard realized that he could now cast the Black Mistflight spell. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy, and he promptly prostrated himself, offering the Dark Lord his most heartfelt praise. Meanwhile, Mayene and Malova sat down to rest, sharing magical bread and sipping from spring of magical water. Mayene couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic-based classes. The Elementalist's inherent abilities included the remarkable spells of food creation and water creation. No wonder they had been unable to obtain food and water from defeating undead creatures. He had assumed it was a bug in the Pandora Maze game. Little did he know that the source of sustenance lay within this very realm. The bread was magical, capable of swiftly restoring health and vitality. The water is an enchanted spring, capable of swiftly replenishing magical energy and fighting spirit. While it may not rival potions of the same caliber, it far surpasses the restorative properties of mundane food. What? You claim that the Pandora Maze game we are currently experiencing is not the genuine Pandora Maze, but rather a trial of Pandora's evil? During a brief respite, Mayene received this startling revelation from Malova. Nodding in affirmation, Malova recounted, I once encountered a passage in an ancient tome housed in my family's library that detailed the Pandora's box. It is said that Pandora's box was a legacy bequeathed to humanity by the goddess Pandora, crafted to prevent a disruption in civilization during times of calamity. The most formidable champions of that era were summoned to forge it, containing a complete inheritance of various vocational paths. However, not everyone can acquire these vocational legacies. One must endure a series of rigorous trials to gain access. Furthermore, the ancient text states that Pandora's box can be opened for a legacy trial once every 100 years. The world within is unlike this one. It is a realm as enchanting as a fairy tale, entirely distinct from the malevolent trials initiated through sanguinary rituals. Chapter 56. You can fly. Apologies, so can I? Malova, I can't shake the feeling that you're recounting a myth, Mayene remarked, astonished and uncertain of the truth in Malova's words. Malova did not dispute this, but continued, Isn't it true that tales of the divine, when passed down through the ages, become myths? Mayene nodded, conceding the point. She pondered whether Hage had ascended to the 4th floor. Was he truly confronting the mysterious figure? Such a venture seemed perilously reckless. Perhaps we should head to the entrance to intercept him and dissuade him from this notion, suggested Malova. Mayene looked at Malova with a shrug. Do you even know where the entrance is? Malova shook her head and retorted, You don't know either? Mayene replied, Like you, I was teleported here. Well then, 2 stowaways, utterly bewildered. Perhaps we should focus on leveling up instead, maximizing our experience and adapting to the vocational system we've chosen. For while the powers gained from this game will dissipate upon our exit, the experience remains a tangible asset, allowing us to start anew. Retracing our steps will undoubtedly be much easier. Thus, the higher our levels within the Pandora Maze, the more comprehensive our vocational supplements, equating to a richer legacy acquired. However, unlike the ordinary Pandora Maze, in the trials of Pandora's evil, dying 3 times results in true death upon the 4th. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid depleting our death count. Aware of this, the 2 cautious individuals became even more vigilant. Yet, as fate would have it, they had scarcely resumed their training when an ominous mass of black mist rapidly approached. Through shared vision, Mayene quickly discerned that it was a flying dark wizard. She had witnessed this form of flight when the assembly of witches congregated at the orphanage in the northern outskirts. Trouble. A flying dark wizard is upon us. And at such speed, Mayene exclaimed, hastily pulling Malova to flee. Why are you running, Mayene? If it is a dark wizard, we should escort him to the Resurrection Square, Malova stated with seriousness. Mayene paused, then realized, chuckling, apologies, it's a habit. I was thinking of leading him on a chase until he tires. She had not accounted for the fact that this new adversary could fly, rendering her previous tactics ineffective. However, this dark wizard was now seeking trouble and had unwittingly bitten off more than he could chew. Malova, you should conceal yourself. I bear a magical mark and cannot hide, but you can. The plan was to draw the dark wizard's attention, allowing Malova to strike from the shadows. Undoubtedly, the most efficient strategy. Though Malova felt that ambushing was beneath a wizard's dignity, she did not refuse, considering they were up against a dark wizard. The arrogant dark wizard, empowered by his ability to fly, charged directly at Mayene, landing in an optimal position to cast spells. Boy, let us see how you escape this time. Mayene feigned shock at his sudden appearance and turned to flee. The dark wizard did not pursue immediately. He waited until Mei-yin was nearly out of sight around the corner before transforming into black mist and darting after her. After having been outmaneuvered by Mei-yin previously, the dark wizard was determined to exact revenge, intent on chasing her down like a dog. With the experience of nearly being killed last time, this dark wizard was particularly cautious, maintaining a significant distance to cast spells. No matter how Mei-yin attacked, he would have ample time to respond. He was confident that, as a wizard, he could easily deal with a melee fighter, as in this world, wizards were akin to favored children of the divine. As long as he kept a safe distance, he believed he could easily toy with Mei-yin. With a sudden burst of speed, the dark wizard flew around the corner, only to be met with Mei-yin's counterattack, Galeblade. The attack range of Galeblade now extended to 15 meters. If she surged forward briefly and then unleashed the technique, it could indeed harm the dark wizard. After all, the maze's corridors were only about 12 meters high, and the dark wizard couldn't fly directly against the ceiling. Mei-yin believed she had a chance to injure him. The dark wizard, realizing this, also prepared for Mei-yin's sudden retaliation. He swiftly retreated, laughing victoriously. So it's this trick again. You truly lack creativity, little brat. Now, allow me to show you the true power of a wizard. Let us see if I can't kill you this time. Seeing Mei-yin's counterattack thwarted, the dark wizard laughed with glee. Whispers arose from the swirling black mist, signaling his intent to cast spells. Mei-yin soon felt waves of magical energy surging toward her from the darkness. Although she was uncertain what consequences awaited her should she be struck by these spells, it was clear they would not bode well. Many of a wizard's magical attacks often appeared deceptively innocuous, yet their effects could be devastating. For instance, spells like the heart-piercing curse, soul snatch, and even the death curse manifested in seemingly subtle forms, lacking the visual flair of a fire spell, yet wielding terrifying potency. Thus, Mei-yin dared not allow any of these spells to strike her. With all her might, Mei-yin evaded and maneuvered, narrowly dodging the barrage of spells, appearing quite disheveled. This delighted the dark wizard, who seemed to regain his confidence in that moment. Ha, boy, there's nowhere for you to run. Mei-yin, meanwhile, was strategizing how to lower the dark wizard's guard. Approaching the ambush point, she resolved to feign greater vulnerability, reducing her evasive maneuvers to appear more beleaguered. Several spells grazed her clothing, narrowly missing their target. Suddenly, Mei-yin stumbled, seemingly tripping over something and propelling herself forward several meters. Realizing escape was futile, the dark wizard cackled and unleashed a spell. However, as he invoked the incantation, a sharp blade of wind shot forth from the shadows, aimed at his back. Though the dark wizard successfully cast his spell toward Mei-yin, he was also caught off guard by the wind blade, leaving him no time to summon a shield. The wind blade's speed and stealth were unmatched, and he could only barely evade a fatal strike. Curse it! An ambush! At the same moment, Mei-yin pushed off the ground, launching herself forward 2 meters, narrowly escaping the incoming spell, then twisting midair to retaliate with precision. The black sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the direction where the dark wizard attempted to evade. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, though the dark wizard narrowly avoided the full brunt of the wind blade's ambush. He was not entirely safe from the black sword wielded by Mei-yin, which intercepted him. His perceptive abilities remained sharp, yet his agility left much to be desired. Although the wounds were not fatal, they caused a significant loss of blood, severely diminishing his combat prowess. Bastard! Who dares to ambush me? He exclaimed, but his query was met only with a barrage of wind blades. A tempest of wind blades. An elemental mage. It seems there is not just one rat hiding here. Those who defy the rules set by their master, surrender your kill points and brace yourselves for the master's wrath. The dark wizard cursed furiously as he remained vigilant against the unseen elemental mage's attacks, swiftly retreating. However, as he turned, he was confronted by the very child he presumed to be grounded. With fists imbued with the power of wind and fire, the child struck directly at his skull. Just before consciousness faded, he glimpsed a pair of dark gray wings sprouting from the child's back. Boom! The gruesome spectacle would haunt the child in nightmares. Once again, the dark wizard was sent by Mei-yin to the Resurrection Plaza. Chapter 57. I disagree, no one leaves. Mei-yin approached Malova, dispelling the vengeful spirit that enveloped her, causing the owl wings to vanish. Malova's eyes sparkled with astonishment. You can fly. What kind of magic is this? No, didn't you choose a melee class? Both delighted and curious, Malova found this method of flight far more impressive than riding a broomstick. It's a long story, but I doubt you could learn it. Mei-yin replied evasively. Many wizarding families possess unique spells, a well-known fact. Some have even become trademarks of certain families or individuals. Thus, Mayin's non-answer came as no surprise to Malova. Setting aside that topic, Malova inquired again, "How many kill points do you have? Is it enough for 3? Mayin nodded, 3 just enough. Why? Then you must hurry and head out to inform the Aurors outside about the mysterious individual seeking the black soul orbs in the Pandora game maze. They need to prepare for the possibility of this mysterious person resurrecting with the orbs," Malova urged. "Wait, didn't you say Professor Dumbledore came after I left? Convey this information to Professor Dumbledore. He is likely the only one in the entire British magical community who can contend with the mysterious individual." Curious, Mayin asked, "If I leave, can I come back?" Malova, exasperated, warned, "Why would you want to return? Do you wish for total annihilation? The mysterious individual is here, monopolizing the 4th level. You are marked. Here you're merely a moving target. If you do not leave now, countless Death Eaters and Dark Wizards will come to hunt you for the mysterious individual's amusement. Moreover, the trials of evil in the Pandora maze can only elevate you to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. You are already level 42, and your Wind Mage Swordsman class is nearly complete. Remaining here serves little purpose. It is wiser to exit and alert those outside. Otherwise, if the mysterious individual truly resurrects, the entire British magical community will plunge into endless panic. Please, Mayin." Seeing Malova's earnestness swayed Mayin somewhat. Initially, he had planned to exchange for an early exit ticket only when faced with mass pursuit, but it seemed he would have to do so earlier. However, he remained cautious and asked, "Then why don't you go out and inform them?" Malova replied, "I haven't killed a single Dark Wizard yet, and without kill points, I cannot exchange for an early exit ticket." "Ah, I see." Mayin realized that Malova was a player who preferred a peaceful gameplay experience. After pondering, he suggested, "Those entering the 4th level need to pay a protection fee of 2 kill points to the mysterious individual. This implies that kill points are transferable. How about I give you my kill points, and you go report?" Malova considered, "That could work, but are you sure you want to do this? After all, you are marked by the mysterious individual, and staying here is perilous." Mayin nodded affirmatively. "Then let us trade," Malova said. It appeared she genuinely wished to send a message. "All right, I trust you. You're not trying to deceive me, but genuinely looking out for my well-being. How do we trade?" Mayin inquired. Malova responded, "You don't know?" Mayin replied, "I don't. Do you?" They exchanged bewildered glances. Mayin, intrigued, asked, "Then how does the mysterious individual manage it?" Malova replied, "If I knew, I wouldn't still be a high-level wizard." That made sense. Mayin contemplated and called upon the Maze Sprite, asking, "Hello, Maze Sprite, can kill points be traded?" The Sprite replied, "Apologies, player, but the soul marks obtained from killing other players cannot be traded and are for personal use only." "Then why can others trade?" Mayin queried in confusion. "Apologies, player, but this pertains to the maze's secrets, and I cannot divulge that information. Would you like to use 3 soul marks to exchange for an early exit ticket?" Mayin nodded at Malova, indicating his intention to exit first. He then addressed the Maze Sprite, "Exchange, and use it. Transaction successful. The early exit ticket has been used. Wishing you a pleasant journey." The space around Mayin began to ripple, indicating the onset of the teleportation. However, when the spatial fluctuations stabilized once more, Mayin found himself not outside the Pandora box, but rather back in that large hall resembling a pink barbecue. A jolt of alarm surged through him. "What? Why am I back here again? Is this a transit station for early exits? Why are you thinking of leaving early? The maze game has been revised based on your suggestions. Do you not find this enjoyable?" The adorable voice of the little girl was enough to melt hearts. Yet, to treat her as merely a child would be a grave mistake. It was clear that he had not only been marked by the Dark Lord, but also by the spirit of the Pandora maze. "Impressive indeed, dear Lady Pandora. I urgently need to step out. By the way, can I re-enter after leaving?" Pandora replied, "No, every time the trials of evil are initiated through a soul sacrifice. Each individual only has one entry opportunity. Are you certain you want to leave? Your collection of the Wind Mage Swordsman legacy is not yet complete." Mayin nodded with a smile. "I am certain. I believe in contentment. I'm already very satisfied with what I have obtained." "I disagree. You must remain to complete the collection of this profession's legacy before you can leave." Pandora's words left Mayin momentarily speechless. "What is happening?" Mayin asked. "I possess an early exit ticket." Pandora countered, "I disagree. Having an early exit ticket does not allow you to leave." Mayin, at a loss for words, retorted, "Madam, this is not how it works. I truly have urgent matters to attend to. There is a supervillain here. Staying would mean certain death for me. Please don't disrupt the game rules." Pandora replied with an adorable laugh. "Isn't this more interesting? Moreover, I am not violating the game rules. Mayne stared in disbelief. I already have an early exit ticket, yet you still let me go. Isn't that a violation of the rules? Pandora, however, gleefully declared, Rule number 6. All rights to interpretation reside with Pandora. This means I supersede all rules. If I do not allow you to leave, then you cannot. Mayne felt tears welling up. Sister, though we may appear as children, we are not mere children. Please, stop throwing a tantrum and let me leave. I promise to return to play the next time. Yet such thoughts remained unvoiced. Mayne was eager to inquire, Dear Lady Pandora, may I ask why you insist on keeping me here to complete the collection of the Wind Mage Swordsman Legacy? The little girl floated gracefully towards Mayne, smiling as she said, It is because you must stay to confront the wicked villain. Chapter 58. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate external aid has been successfully activated. Please embark on your adventure. The spirit of Pandora appeared as a young girl, her demeanor reflecting that of a child. Should she be cast into the outside world, she would undoubtedly be considered an adorable treasure. Yet, Mayne was far from deceived by her charm. However, it seemed that the spirit of Pandora was well aware that Mayne was not merely a child, as she stated directly, within the trials of Pandora's labyrinth of evil. A non-human, demonic entity has invaded, wreaking havoc upon the rules of the game. I require your assistance to eliminate it. Mayne was taken aback, instantly realizing whom the spirit was referring to. Pointing at herself in disbelief, she exclaimed, Me? A child? You want me to defeat the Dark Wizard? Pandora, this is no jest. Such tales are not crafted in this manner. With my frail limbs, how could I possibly confront the Dark Wizard? It would be far more prudent for me to alert the outside world to prepare for his arrival, thereby sparing you the trouble. The spirit of Pandora did not respond, but instead waved her small hand, summoning a massive pink mirror before the two. The surface shimmered, revealing a silent scene, akin to a television playing a film without sound. Goodness, a video projection? Mayne pondered. No, it was more akin to shared vision. There, a towering figure shrouded in black mist commanded a group of dark sorcerers as they assaulted a colossal zombie bear. The reason Mayne identified them as dark sorcerers was due to the health bars hovering above their heads, much like the one displayed above the giant zombie bear. Zombie King, level 50, health 15. Other human players were similarly labeled as players so-and-so. Level X Dark Sorcerer, health Y. Mayne recognized several familiar faces, all associated with the North Suburb orphanage, such as the Mortar couple, who had previously sought to adopt him, and Dillalai, and Shamira, the orphanage's director. Even those who had volunteered briefly at the orphanage or sought to adopt children had turned out to be dark sorcerers. The most terrifying of all was the imposing figure commanding the dark sorcerers. Unknown player, level 59, health. Profession, unknown, health, unknown, level 59. While the other players peaked at level 49, this one had seemingly surpassed all expectations. What is the meaning of this? Was it not stated that within Pandora's labyrinth of evil trials, level 10 corresponds to the first tier, level 20 to the second, and so forth? How is it that this level 59 has achieved the pinnacle of the 5th tier? Was it not said that the highest attainable level in the trials is capped at level 49? Mayne gazed intently at the towering figure cloaked in black mist. His curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Could he be the Dark Wizard? This malevolent being who disrupts the trials of evil? I need you to eradicate this phantom of his. The spirit of Pandora spoke earnestly. Mayne scrutinized the image of the Dark Wizard, then turned his gaze to the spirit of Pandora, finally glancing at himself. I am level 42, he is level 59. Setting aside any considerations of class advantages, the mere difference in levels is enough to crush me. What do you expect me to use to defeat him? A thought lingered unvoiced. Why should he be the one to confront him? Would it not be wiser to avoid him altogether? You need not evade him. I'm here to assist you. Surpassing the level 50 restriction is a trivial matter for me. I can even help you breach the level 60 barrier, provided you manage to slay him. In return, I shall grant you one wish. The spirit of Pandora smiled charmingly. Upon hearing this, Mayne felt a shiver run down his spine and retorted angrily, You are intruding upon my thoughts. That is exceedingly rude. Why should I concern myself with your feelings? It is your own lack of vigilance that has led to this, Pandora replied with a chuckle. Mayne was left speechless. With your capabilities, how could I possibly guard against you? And why should I seek vengeance? Aren't you fond of confronting your foes directly? He has dispatched several waves of minions to eliminate you. Must you continue to endure this indignity without retaliation? Moreover, I sense your eagerness to send those dark sorcerers back to the revival square. Surely you must harbor a grudge against them. Should I assist you in avenging yourself? Would you not be grateful rather than dismissive of such a fortuitous opportunity? Pandora appeared somewhat perplexed by Mei Yin's logic. I find your reasoning nonsensical. Avenging oneself also requires a consideration of the disparity in power. While your suggestion is indeed tempting, why should I trust you, Ms. Pandora? You must trust me. The spirit of Pandora insisted. Why must I? Mei Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. With an air of arrogance, Pandora declared, because here I am a godlike presence, and you cannot refuse. Now, I present you with two choices. First, willingly enter into an equal contract with me. I shall assist you, and in return, you will help eliminate the so-called dark wizard who disrupts the rules. Second, I shall impose a mandatory task upon you to slay the dark wizard, granting you a modest reward upon success, while failure shall condemn you to become a guardian spirit of the labyrinth for eternity. Third, I shall forcibly enslave you, transforming you into a servant of the labyrinth, thereby ensuring your absolute obedience to my commands. Which will you choose? Mei Yin was utterly at a loss for words. Was there truly a choice to be made? However, he refrained from selecting immediately and instead asked with curiosity, if you were so powerful, why not simply eliminate him yourself? Pandora seemed to have anticipated this question, responding directly, I am the spirit of rules. I must adhere to the established regulations. I cannot reveal my powers to directly intervene in the labyrinth's operations unless absolutely necessary, as it is immensely draining on my essence. Understanding dawned upon Mei Yin. The dark wizard was not yet a threat significant enough to warrant her revealing her trump card. Thus, she sought a proxy. But why me? He pressed further. Because you are enigmatic, possess considerable potential, and harbor many intriguing thoughts I find delightful. Therefore, you were chosen, Pandora stated. Now, quickly decide, equal contract, task contract, or enslavement contract. Which will it be? Mei Yin rolled his eyes at the spirit of Pandora. Is there truly a choice? Naturally. It shall be the equal contract. If we can coexist as equals, why should I submit to servitude? It was evident that any rational individual would not opt for the latter two choices. With no choice left but to accept, he resolved that perhaps after signing the contract, she might become akin to an external aid or system for him. I knew you would choose that. With blood as my medium, I vow through thought and link through magic, we shall establish an equal contract. Mei Yin was unfamiliar with such magical contracts, leaving everything in Pandora's hands. Ultimately, the magical contract divided into two, one portion merging with Pandora's essence and the other integrating into Mei Yin's mental realm. Mei Yin felt as though he had forged a mental connection with some powerful and mysterious entity. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate external aid has been successfully activated. Please embark on your adventure. Hee. Mei Yin, your thoughts are so fascinating. Do I not now resemble a system aid or a golden finger to you? Pandora's voice echoed in Mei Yin's mind. Fuming, Mei Yin retorted, do not pry into my thoughts. It is exceedingly impolite. Otherwise, I fear you may become tainted. What taint? Do you harbor any unspeakable secrets? Chapter 59. Level up to catch up with the Dark Wizard. It's simple. I shall grant you a cheat. Mei Yin truly grasped the terrifying nature of the spirit of Pandora. He merely pondered casually, and she discerned his thoughts and acted upon them. Fortunately, as long as he refrained from thinking, she could not access the deepest secrets of his memory. Very well, Lady Pandora, now that we have forged our pact, do share your plans with me. How might I ascend swiftly, break through the level 50 constraint, and become formidable, with no other recourse? Mei Yin has resolved to speak candidly and take action. Foremost, I am quite displeased that the Dark Lord has marked me, sending his minions to hunt me down in a game of cat and mouse. Does he not heed the ancient Eastern adage that a warrior may be slain, but cannot be humiliated? Previously, I refrained from seeking vengeance due to a lack of capability, for a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Now that I have the opportunity to enhance my strength and retaliate, I shall embrace the principle of immediate retribution without delay. Since we have entered this covenant, there is no need for formality. You may simply address me as Pandora. As for augmenting your combat prowess, there are three primary avenues. First, your inherent level. Higher levels correlate with greater strength. With my assistance, your ascent will be expedited. I shall grant you the advantages you require. Second, your weaponry. As a wind mage, you need not worry about your equipment. Simply engage in combat against monsters and the undead, and I will enhance your drop rates. Third, we have supplementary powers and items, which encompass elements beyond your class level and gear. This is divided into two segments. One-time use powerful items, such as the fiery vials you previously acquired, which can also be obtained through monster hunting. Adhering to the rules, I can provide you with some leeway. While I cannot guarantee unlimited drops, I will ensure you have sufficient resources. Secondly, your exceptionally potent fire abilities, which are particularly effective against undead beings, are of utmost importance to me. These abilities can also severely undermine the Dark Lord. However, the current quality of your flames is insufficient to inflict significant damage upon him. Thus, you must devise a method for me to assist you in enhancing the quality of your flames. Ma Yin nodded, eager to increase the damage of his 3-flavored true Yin fire. He would need to contemplate the methods required. As he gazed into the mirror, witnessing the arrogant Dark Lord depleting the health of the giant Bear King and looting several worthless items, his eyes twitched in irritation. It was outrageous that defeating a boss yielded mere trash. It was evident that the Dark Lord was being targeted by Pandora, the spirit of the rules. Strangely, this realization brought a flicker of joy to Mei Yin's heart. Observing the Dark Lord's frustration at the drop rates, he curiously inquired, "Is that fellow truly in a ghostly state? Can he really be revived?" Pandora nodded. Although he is shrouded in deathly energy, a ghostly soul exists in a liminal state between life and death. Should he acquire the Black Pearl of the Undead, there is indeed a possibility of his revival, ascending to become a new undead sovereign. Thus, you must thwart him. Otherwise, should he return, the magical realm outside may very well undergo a cataclysm. Could you not simply conceal the Black Pearl from him? Mayne asked. Pandora shook her head. That is not permissible. The rules dictate otherwise. I am merely the spirit of the rules birthed by Pandora's box. I must adhere to the established regulations. While I can tweak certain aspects of the rules, I cannot alter the fundamental truths they embody. Mayne pondered for a moment, still somewhat perplexed. Could you elucidate further? Perhaps with an analogy? Pandora nodded. Consider their current objective, to eliminate the 7-level 50 undead kings of the 4th layer. This is to acquire the undead core from each king. Then, by utilizing the 7 cores, they aim to summon the hidden undead Lord Bone Dragon. Once the Lord-level Bone Dragon is defeated, it will invariably drop the Black Pearl of the Undead. Mayne felt a twinge of incredulity. It bore a striking resemblance to a scenario where one collects the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, albeit with a markedly different outcome. Typically, one would wish upon the dragon. Here, the goal is to vanquish it. What do you mean by collecting the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon? Pandora inquired, intrigued. Mayne, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Did you not hear me say not to pry into others' thoughts?" Pandora chuckled, "Apologies, it is a habit. I shall be more cautious next time. By the way, what is this tale of the Dragon Balls?" Mayne sighed. "It is a fairy tale. If you wish to hear it, I shall recount it when I have the time. For now, let us focus on the matter at hand. Where are we? Yay, I adore stories. You mustn't deceive me. Deception is for puppies," Pandora chimed. Mayne replied, Yes, please continue with your previous discourse." Pandora, grinning, resumed as I was saying, "The defeat of the Bone Dragon will inevitably yield the Black Pearl of the Undead. The rules are set thus. While I can modify the rules to increase their challenge, I cannot deny the key items. Much like our own dynamic, I possess great power to assist you. Yet I cannot directly elevate your level or strength or hand you equipment and items outright. All must follow the established procedures. Do you understand?" Ma Yin nodded. "I comprehend. You can alter the rules, but cannot change their essence. Everything must proceed according to protocol, and you dictate the process." Pandora nodded, then shook her head. "Well, it is not entirely impossible to change the rules, but the cost is too great and not worth it. Have you decided how to enhance the quality and power of your flames?" May nodded. "I have. I require more Hellfire and Een Spirit Fire. Their tier and quality must align closely with my soul level. Furthermore, I seek items that can bolster the strength and quality of my soul. First, I will elevate the 3-flavored True Een Fire to tier 3, then gather flames of an even higher quality step by step. Without delay, Mayne returned to the 4th layer of the labyrinth, startling Malova. You were supposed to be gone. How can you return? Is it possible to exit and re-enter?" Mayne shrugged. "The labyrinth sprite informed me that Pandora's game labyrinth has been compromised by a virus, leading to modifications in the rules, and I can no longer escape." "What?" Malova exclaimed, bewildered. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Mayne retracted his words that did not mesh with this world's aesthetic and explained, "Lady Malova, an unforeseen event has occurred. The labyrinth's assisting sprite has informed me that due to the Dark Lord marking me for death, I am temporarily unable to leave. Unless he perishes and the mark dissipates, I shall remain trapped here indefinitely. Given that the root of this predicament lay with the Dark Lord, it was only fitting that he bore the blame." Mayne intended for Malova to understand that his forthcoming actions were all in the name of survival. "Come, let us continue our leveling." Malova wished to say more, But Mayne had already seized his weapon and dashed outside. Then an astonishing event unfolded. The previously formidable 45-level corpse demon, which had required their combined efforts and a fair bit of strategy to defeat without injury, succumbed effortlessly to Mei Yin's onslaught, as if his attributes had been drastically diminished. The corpse demon resembled a creature ensnared by a slow spell, its counterattacks sluggish and ineffectual. What astounded her most was that these wandering undead beings, typically yielding only a couple of worthless items upon defeat, now dropped a plethora of equipment and items akin to those of a hidden boss. Moreover, the shimmering magical glows emanating from the dropped items indicated that they were far from trivial. How could this be? Am I under the influence of an illusion spell? Malova pondered, arriving at a realization. She swiftly cast a series of protective spells upon herself and kept a vigilant eye on Mei Yin and their surroundings. Chapter 60. A moment of advantage is pleasurable. Continuous advantage is exhilarating. Despite her vigilance, no anomalies or dangers presented themselves. Mayne joyfully tossed her tome on mass attack spells for wizards, then, absorbed in her own pursuits, began to play, if one could call it that. After defeating monsters and looting items, Mayne requested her assistance in keeping watch while he practiced his fire manipulation. It was then that she sensed a profound transformation in the bone-white flames he controlled. Following his absorption of several vials containing 2 distinct types of flames and a few soul potions, she felt her soul strength had reached the 3rd tier, and her 3 Truine flames had also attained the same level. Elated, Mayne rose and called out, "Lady Malova, come, let us embark on a journey of advancement." Malova, incredulous, replied, "Wait a moment. Could you elucidate what has transpired?" Mayne shook his head, stating, "I cannot." Malova, taken aback, inquired, "Why not?" Mayne explained, "For it would take too long to recount. If we manage to survive this place, I can narrate the tale at leisure, but time is of the essence. Just know that all my actions are aimed at preventing the Dark Lord's resurrection. Additionally, I have encountered some fortuitous events that will facilitate swift elevation in levels." "What?" Malova exclaimed, her confusion evident. Mayne's expression turned serious as he concealed his childlike wonder. "Lady Malova, I lack the time to indulge your curiosity. You have 2 options. First, venture forth alone to level up, which may afford you some safety. Second, accompany me, and I can guide you swiftly to advancement, even aiding you in completing the Elemental Mage's legacy. However, there are stipulations. Do not question my actions excessively. While I am training, you must protect me. Should any dark sorcerers pursue me, you must not abandon me. Most importantly, when I confront the Dark Lord, you must lend your assistance." "Oh dear, are you serious about facing the Dark Lord?" Malova gasped. Mayne, with a sigh, spread his hands. "I have been marked for death by the Dark Lord for so long. Do you think he would spare me if I did not eliminate him? Thus I must resist. You may choose to participate or refrain, though I sincerely hope you do not align yourself with his forces against me. So what will it be?" Seeing Mayne's earnest demeanor, Malova, after a moment of silence, decided, "I choose to accompany you. After all, I do not wish for the mysterious one to be resurrected." Mayne nodded, a smile returning to his face. "Very well. Let us proceed. I will guide you in your ascent." Suddenly, 2 spectral owls burst forth from Mayne's form, soaring through the passageways. Malova, startled, remarked, "Your owl spirits seem considerably strengthened." Mayne nodded. He had not only elevated his own soul level using soul potions, but had also upgraded his 2 second-tier owl spirits to 3rd-tier owl wraiths, intending to replace the wraiths with the upgraded versions for sentry duties. Seeing Mayne's transparency, Malova could hardly believe it. "How did you accomplish that?" Mayne did not respond directly, instead saying, "Follow me, and you shall discover." Meanwhile, in his mind, he communicated with Pandora. "Pandora, grant Lady Malova a stroke of luck. She may assist me in confronting the Dark Lord, but ensure she has a means of counteraction, lest she turn against me." Pandora, astonished, replied, "If you do not trust her, why keep her close? Why not leave her behind entirely?" Mayne countered, "I do trust her, yet her surname is Modric. It is prudent to maintain necessary precautions. Moreover, who knows what cunning abilities the Dark Lord possesses? What if he has the capacity to temporarily control allies to inflict harm upon me? Furthermore, many desire to prevent the Dark Lord's resurrection. Are you not designing an updated maze game? Within the quest system, issue richly rewarding tasks to those virtuous players who seek to thwart the Dark Lord's return. Preventing his resurrection and bestowing them with a stroke of luck would provide ample assistance. This is far preferable to proceeding alone, especially with the many dark sorcerers surrounding him. Of course, you could also divide everyone into factions and initiate a faction war." Upon hearing Mayne's suggestion, Pandora burst into laughter. Maine, your mind is truly sharp. I wish I could peer inside to see what it is made of. Maine felt a shiver run through him. He had perhaps revealed too much. Just joking. Do you have any more brilliant suggestions? Pandora reassured him. After a long pause, Maine responded. The best approach would be to ensure that even if the Dark Lord kills the hidden boss, the Bone Dragon, we simply overturn the table and deny him the opportunity to claim the Soul Black Pearl, infuriating him. Pandora replied, that is not permissible. Maine continued, then let us employ a strategy to cut off his resources. That way, you would not be violating any rules. Pandora, intrigued, asked, what does cutting off the resources mean? As the saying goes, cheating is momentarily exhilarating. To cheat continuously is to bask in unending joy. While battling monsters and honing their skills, time passed swiftly, and both Maine and Malova ascended the levels with astonishing speed, akin to riding a rocket, soon reaching level 47. They could effortlessly defeat several undead creatures to gain a level and loot a plethora of precious items. Had it not been for Maine's need to train and elevate his soul level and flame abilities, their levels would likely have soared to 49 in no time. After absorbing the last vial of 4th-tier Hellfire, Maine stretched contentedly. His soul strength and the quality of his 3 true Een Flames had both reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. It was time to strategize for breaking through the 50-level limit. Let us first elevate our levels to 49, Maine cheerfully suggested to Malova. Having sensed the power of the flames Maine controlled, Malova, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, what was that fire you wielded? It felt immensely powerful, sending shivers through my soul. That was mutated Hellfire, a gift prepared specifically for the Dark Lord. I am certain he will find it quite delightful. Maine chuckled. Malova nodded, saying, I am beginning to believe you might pose a genuine threat to the Dark Lord. Indeed, a threat. In Malova's eyes, Maine was still insufficiently formidable to confront the Dark Lord, despite his rapid leveling. Unperturbed, Maine directly inquired in his mind, Pandora, how can I break through the 50-level restriction? Pandora responded, by killing. The soul imprint gained from slaying players is the key to transcending the level cap. The more soul imprints you obtain through killing, the higher the level you can unlock. Maine now understood why the Dark Lord sought to monopolize the 4th level of the maze, collecting protection fees. It was indeed for this reason. Rather than hunting down enemies one by one like a rabbit in flight, it was far more effective to wait for them to come to him. Suddenly, Maine shouted aloud, Voldemort, Dark Lord, you are nothing but the spawn of Frog, a wild child born of a muggle. Dare to send dark wizards to hunt me down? Just wait until I unleash my wrath upon you. Voldemort, blind and clumsy, fell to the ground, crawling like a dog, even eating the dirt beneath him. Maine wished to curse him with even harsher words, but hesitated, fearing that the Dark Lord might not comprehend his references. Thus, he opted for insults that would be understood in this realm. Hagrid had mentioned that a formidable entity like the Dark Lord would sense any direct mention of his name or title. For instance, names like Voldemort or the Dark Lord would resonate, which is why other wizards often refer to him merely as the Mysterious One. Therefore, to attract the Dark Lord's attention and incite him to send more dark wizards to pursue him, Maine boldly uttered Voldemort's name. Upon hearing Mei Yin's words, Malova's eyes widened in disbelief, not understanding why he had suddenly begun to curse the Dark Lord. After a brief tirade, Maine smiled at Malova and said, Let us slay monsters as we await the Dark Lord's minions to come after us. Are you doing this on purpose? You want to lure those dark wizards here? Malova exclaimed, astonished. Maine nodded, of course. I'm a civilized person and rarely resort to insults. Are you not afraid the Mysterious One will come personally to deal with you? Malova questioned. Maine shrugged, not at all. He has more pressing matters to attend to. At most, he might send 2 additional dark wizards to hunt me. Do you think with our current levels, strength, and equipment, we would fear that? As long as those dark wizards dare to come, I shall slay them, regardless of their numbers. It's an excellent opportunity to diminish their power and slow their growth. Well, you're certainly bold for someone so young, Malova remarked, realizing that he was a daring child, oblivious to fear. In the depths of the labyrinth, Voldemort, resting with a cadre of dark wizards, suddenly felt a disturbance. He sensed someone calling his name, Voldemort, and uttering various unsavory remarks. The voice seemed familiar, and although others could mention his name with little connection, he had often sensed discussions revolving around it. That feeling of familiarity confirmed to him that the little mouse he had marked was still preoccupied with thoughts of him. The amusing entity that had previously eluded his subordinates now boldly addressed him by his fearsome title, cursing him in the process. Iota. Pursue that little mouse until it is dead, transforming into the guardian spirit of the Pandora Labyrinth. Voldemort commanded, wickedly pointing at Chimera and her two companions. Initially, he had only intended to send the little mouse back to the revival square, but now he wished for it to regret its audacity. Understood, Master. Chimera and her companions bowed before retreating into the shadows, transforming into dark mist as they flew away. While the higher levels generally made leveling up slower, it seemed to be different for Mayene and Malova. During their wait, both leveled up to 48. Their equipment had undergone a remarkable upgrade as well. Had Mayene not instructed Pandora to conceal the display of their equipment, they would have been radiant with magical brilliance. They were exceptionally powerful. Even without enhancing his abilities with the 3-flavor true fire, Mayene could easily defeat an elite undead creature of the same level. Thanks to his Wind Mage Knight's class and equipment, Malova felt similarly. As a level 48 elemental mage, she was equivalent to a late-stage 4th-tier archmage in the outside world. This was something she had never even dared to dream of before, and it was a complete legacy that could lead her to the pinnacle of archmage status. As long as she could survive, it would be a tremendous gain. Here they come, Mayene exclaimed, grinning as he dispatched the undead creature before him. He swiftly drew his spear, closing his eyes and preparing to launch it down the corridor. Seeing this, Malova cast an invisibility spell to conceal herself. Mayene silently counted down 3, 2, 1. With a sudden thrust, the spear shot forth. It flew with astonishing speed, producing only a faint sound. Just as it was about to pierce the wall at the corridor's end, a dark mist emerged from around the corner and collided with it. Indeed, as if by a prearranged signal, it appeared before the spear. With a sharp thrust, the spear penetrated the mist, pinning a dark-cloaked figure against the wall. A piercing scream echoed, a witch, as the sound suggested. This unexpected turn caused the other 2 dark mists rushing in to retreat in haste. They had come to kill, only to find one of their own slain before they even encountered the target. Isn't the opponent a melee class? How could they strike from a distance? Yet, regardless of class, before formidable magic, they were but fodder. Activating her magical detection skill, Chimera sensed Mayene's presence. She unleashed a fire spell, sending a raging flame surging through the labyrinth corridor toward him. Observing such a fierce magical assault, Malova quickly dove into a nearby room to avoid being caught in the fiery wave. Meanwhile, Mayene was engulfed by the fire spell. Sensing her target consumed by the flames, Chimera smirked with a sense of superiority. She inwardly cursed the previous dark wizards for their incompetence. Unable to handle such a mere little mouse, Chimera approached with her wand, flames swirling at its tip, controlling the inferno that surrounded the now unrecognizable, charred figure. Trash. It's gone in one blow. How dull. I expected more of a challenge, she remarked, gazing at the charred remains resembling a giant egg. However, just as she came within 3 meters of the charred remains, they suddenly shattered. A shadow darted through her body, leaving her in a state of numbness. Feeling something amiss, she looked down to find a charred hole gaping between her chest and abdomen. A familiar yet strange voice mocked her from behind. We meet again, my dear headmistress. I believe you've been thinking of me quite a lot. Chapter 62. What is the use of numbers if they are merely swept away in one wave? Mayene felt no pity for the orphanage staff who treated them like livestock. Those who could be slain would not be spared to wander about. Allowing them to live for even a second was an act of kindness. Chimera turned, disbelief etched on her youthful face as she gazed at Mayene. Incredulous and weakly uttering, "It's you?" How could it be? Before she could finish, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As for the remaining dark wizard, witnessing the pinned figure against the wall and Chimera's pierced body, he recoiled in terror, transforming into mist and fleeing rapidly. This was no ordinary child. This was a demon. Just 2 strikes, and he had claimed the lives of 2 colleagues. Mayene did not pursue, having sensed that Lady Malova had taken a shortcut to intercept. Indeed, soon after, violent magical fluctuations emanated from the direction the dark wizard had fled. The magical disturbance quickly subsided, and through the owl spirit's shared vision, Mayene discovered that the dark wizard had been obliterated by Malova's magic. The elemental mage is indeed ferocious. It seems I must diligently study the magical legacy of His Excellency Seggins Modric, Mayene mused. After reuniting with Malova, the 2 continued their leveling journey. However, Mayene surmised that it would not be long before the Dark Lord would once again dispatch his minions to hunt him down. The next time, it was likely that the number of assailants would not be limited to just 1 or 2, and they would not be as careless as the previous dark wizards who had fallen prey to surprise attacks. After all, having been outmaneuvered by him and Malova on several occasions, the dark wizards should have learned their lesson. Furthermore, after experiencing repeated failures, The Dark Lord's patience must surely be wearing thin. As for whether the Dark Lord would take matters into his own hands, Mayene harbored no concerns. Even if he wished to personally intervene, it was probable that his cadre of Death Eaters and Dark Wizards would dissuade him, for they could not afford to lose face. If they could not even handle a mere child, how could they dare to stand alongside the Dark Lord? It was unlikely that he would be called upon to act until his subordinates were entirely depleted. Thus, Mayene remained unperturbed, continuing with his affairs as usual. As long as the Dark Lord did not personally engage, he was confident in his ability to contend with the throng of Dark Wizards. Of course, this presupposed that they did not come in excessive numbers. As expected, upon the demise of the three, the Dark Lord became aware of it. However, he did not display any anger. The fate of these subordinates was of little concern to him. What mattered was that events were not unfolding as he had anticipated, which only added to his amusement. With a derisive chuckle, he scorned their incompetence, and this time he chose not to speak, merely casting a glance that instantly communicated to several Dark Wizards that Shamira and her companions had failed. It was their moment to shine, and they promptly knelt, eager to capture the elusive Mayene. Voldemort let out a sinister laugh, stating, "This little mouse is quite intriguing. Be wary. For carelessness may indeed lead him to the Resurrection Square." Several had already been sent there by him. Could you manage it? He regarded them with skepticism. Esteemed master, here we are unable to exhibit our true combat capabilities, and it is only natural to suffer minor setbacks due to carelessness. However, with the warnings provided by our predecessors, I believe that if we proceed with caution, capturing that little mouse should pose no challenge. Please grant us the opportunity to prove ourselves. One of the cloaked figures trembled. Whether from fear or excitement was unclear. Very well, go forth, and do not disappoint me, the Dark Lord commanded with a wave of his hand, sending them away in a flurry of excitement. He then turned to the cloaked figure beside him, inquiring, "Have we located the last of the Lich Kings?" The figure respectfully replied, "Honored master, we have just received word that the last Lich King has been sighted. He is a formidable flame Lich Knight." "Ah, then let us set forth," Voldemort declared. Indeed, Mayene's predictions were accurate. The Dark Lord did not personally come to confront him, but instead sent 5 Dark Wizards to do so. It appeared that in the Dark Lord's eyes, he remained merely a mischievous little mouse of no consequence. This was advantageous. The more he underestimated him, the greater the shock would be when the Dark Lord eventually realized his growth. With the Owl Spirit Guardians at his disposal, Mayene felt no fear of being ambushed or surrounded. Under the vigilant watch of the Owl Spirits, the 5 Dark Wizards would find it impossible to conceal themselves upon entering their line of sight. Even invisibility spells would be rendered futile. Currently, Mayene's 4 Owl Spirits had all ascended to level 49, thanks to the resources obtained from Pandora's open door, equating to the formidable strength of a 4th-tier Crimson Spectre. The terror they embodied was beyond the capabilities of ordinary undead creatures. Beneath the gaze of their blood-red eyes, no stealth could evade detection. Should they attempt a surprise attack, it would be a farcical endeavor. Moreover, if they truly wished to overwhelm Mayene, they would soon find themselves on the receiving end of a counterattack. Mayene and Malova conferred, with Malova opting to remain concealed while Mayene would act as bait. Until the official onset of battle, they aimed to minimize the exposure of their tactics. After all, should these Dark Wizards perish, they would merely return to the Resurrection Square before rejoining the Dark Lord, thereby revealing their strategies. Mayene intended for only himself and Malova to engage the 5 Dark Wizards, keeping the existence of the 4th-tier Owl Spirits hidden for the time being. The 5 Dark Wizards, cautious and alert, donned protective spells and magical shields as they approached the designated target. Thus, even if Mayene were a physical combatant with remarkable agility and close-quarters prowess, achieving a one-hit kill would be improbable. As long as they were not eliminated in a single blow, they would possess means to retaliate. Furthermore, if one among them encountered trouble, the remaining 4 would certainly be able to fulfill their mission. Yet, their assumptions were naively optimistic. Mayene was not merely a high-level ambusher. Throughout this period of slaying monsters and leveling up, he had amassed a wealth of powerful items. Among them, several potent one-time use items known as thunderclaps were nearly filling an enchanted storage ring. With remarkable speed and stealth, he unleashed 3 thunderclaps into the defensive perimeter of the 5 Dark Wizards. They had no time to react. It's thunderclap. Quick evade. Before they could finish their warning, 3 deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession, shattering the protective barriers of the 5 Dark Wizards. Fortunately, each wizard had taken precautions and layered their shields, or else the thunderclaps would have decimated their ranks. However, although they had not lost any members, they found themselves in a precarious situation. their shields shattered and injuries sustained. The combat experience of the 5 dark wizards was evidently extensive. Upon the initial assault, they gritted their teeth and sought to cast protective spells anew before anything else. Yet, before their incantations could be completed, yet another explosive item materialized among them, detonating with a thunderous roar. The 5 dark wizards were momentarily stunned by the explosion. A gust of wind swept past. Fortunately, it was not a thunderclap. But the next moment, they were left in shock as their movements suddenly slowed to a crawl, their voices becoming sluggish as well. It was a slow spell scroll. Mayne nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "You were correct. It is indeed a slow spell scroll. But even being right won't spare you from your demise." As he observed the swarming magical blades of the windstorm spell engulfing them, he swiftly turned away, unable to bear the sight of their impending doom. Crushed, they were utterly obliterated. Chapter 63. The Flying Swordmage. Pray tell, do the short-legged wizards fear it? The 5 dark wizards were swiftly dispatched. Malova's windstorm claimed 3, while Mayne dealt with the remaining 2, effectively eliminating the entire group. Though the endeavor had been somewhat taxing, they had succeeded. Mayne, was that not rather reckless? Revealing the thunderclaps at the outset means you could have saved them as a trump card against the Dark Lord, Malova chided lightly. Yet, Mayne merely smiled and shook his head. There is no rush. I did it intentionally. Intentionally? What do you mean? Malova inquired, puzzled. Ma Yin explained. If we cannot be eliminated, more dark wizards will surely come to confront us. By revealing the thunderclaps, I am sending a message, no matter how many come. Should they dare to group together against us, they must be prepared to be obliterated by the thunderclaps. Thus, when they return, they will undoubtedly maintain their distance from one another. Even if they attempt coordination, their numbers will not exceed 2 or 3 at most. Do you think we would fear merely 2 or 3 dark wizards? Malova nodded. Ah, I see your reasoning. It is not without merit. But what if they do not adhere to your expectations and continue to come in groups of 3 or 5? Mayne shrugged. What else can we do? If they dare to group together, we will simply unleash the thunderclaps again. Previously, we had amassed a plethora of disposable items from slaying monsters, which were intended for this very purpose, weren't they? Malova exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't the plan to collect them for dealing with a mysterious individual? Utilizing them against these dark wizards seems rather wasteful, doesn't it? Mayne fell silent for a moment before chuckling. Fret not. Once they're depleted, we can simply gather more from our monster hunts. Come, we have endured enough harassment from these dark wizards. It is now our turn to pay them a visit. Malova, a tad perplexed, inquired, Are we seeking them out for trouble? Aren't we supposed to be leveling up? Mayne replied, Of course, leveling up is essential. However, even if we elevate our ranks to the 4th tier's limit, we cannot surpass the 50 level cap. It would be more prudent to focus primarily on exterminating the dark wizards, with leveling up as a secondary goal. This way, once we gather sufficient soul marks, we should naturally reach the 4th tier limit, allowing us to break through the 50 level barrier. Soul marks? A level cap? We can surpass level 50? Isn't the cap for the Trials of Evil in the Pandora maze capped at 49 levels? Malova expressed her disbelief. How can we breach the 50 level limit? Mayne, what do you know? The more she listened, the more incredulous she became. Though Mei Yin's resolute demeanor suggested he was not fabricating this information. Without reservation, Mei Yin explained, by expending 10 soul marks, one can transcend the 50 level cap. Subsequently, every 3 soul marks unlock an additional level. Malova queried, What exactly are soul marks? Mayne clarified, soul marks are not mere objects. They're the kill points mentioned within the rules. Malova paused, then said, So, to surpass the 50 level restriction, we must eliminate 10 players within the game maze? And if we desire further advancement, we must slay 3 for each subsequent level? Mai nodded precisely. Thus, to transcend the 50 level cap, we must engage in combat. But do not carry the weight of guilt. There are plenty of dark wizards in the 4th layer, aside from those like us who entered through magical items. The rest are either Death Eaters or Dark Wizards. Some even paid tribute to the Dark Lord with 2 soul marks to gain entrance. These individuals have aligned themselves with darkness and bear the Dark Wizard's label. Their demise is inconsequential. Malova was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know all of this so clearly? Mayne shrugged. I possess divine assistance, which naturally grants me greater insight. So, what say you, Lady Malova? Shall we proceed? Yes, of course. Isn't it merely about slaying dark wizards? That's what I relish most. Without hesitation, Mayne dispatched 2 owl spirits to scout for the dark wizards. He kept one for his own defense and instructed the other to carry Malova. Indeed, he intended for her to ride it, for both mages and wizards share the burden of shorter legs, making them somewhat sluggish. While mages do possess a couple of formidable teleportation skills, Those are reserved for life and death situations and are not suited for traversing short distances. Oh, Mei Yin. This is utterly astounding. Your owl spirit can serve as a flying mount. It is remarkably obedient, Malova marveled. Mei Yin, however, refrained from elaborating. How could they not obey? These owl spirits were forged through the flames of soul essence, akin to his own manifestations. Once all preparations were complete, Mei Yin swiftly advanced towards the direction from which the dark wizards had come. Since they originated from that area, it was reasonable to assume that it was teeming with individuals. In no time, under the synchronized vision of the owl spirits, Mei Yin spotted a solitary figure engaged in leveling up. He instructed the owl spirit to draw closer. The player, a level 46 dark wizard, had 51 health points. Excellent. A dark wizard. This time, Mei Yin did not utilize the 7 Mysteries body technique to enhance the owl spirit's speed and flying capabilities. Instead, he directly charged at the dark wizard riding the owl spirit. Before nearing the target, he unleashed his professional skill, Gale Blade. At that moment, the level 16 Gale Blade released a chilling sword light nearly 5 meters wide, directly assaulting the dark wizard and shattering his already crumbling magical shield. The strike cleaved him in two. The sword light continued its trajectory, only dissipating after traveling nearly 30 meters. Haha, foolish one, your shield was on the verge of shattering. Yet you failed to reinforce it. Do you even understand how to play a magic class? The level 46 dark wizard not only fell, but also became the subject of Mei Yin's mockery. Simultaneously, Mei Yin silently praised his initial class choice. Indeed, speed reigned supreme in the realm of martial prowess. Now, unless they encountered a boss or a horde of undead creatures, the duo could march forward unimpeded, evading nothing. They would engage in battle when possible and retreat when necessary, specifically targeting isolated or sparse dark wizards. They first executed a surprise attack, hoping to eliminate the target with a flurry of strikes. Should the ambush fail, they would combine their efforts for a decisive kill. With the owl spirit's speed augmenting their efficiency, they swiftly dispatched a dozen scattered dark wizards, sending them to the resurrection square. At this juncture, Mei Yin had accumulated 16 soul marks, while Malova had amassed 11. Let us proceed, Lady Malova, to vanquish more undead creatures and elevate our levels to 50. Mei Yin declared with unbridled enthusiasm, for surpassing the 50-level cap would significantly enhance their class abilities. Meanwhile, Voldemort was in a state of vexation as the 7th undead king. The Dark Knight was on the verge of being subdued when it unexpectedly activated an invincibility shield for 10 seconds and fled through a dark portal. Having been overly confident in capturing the Dark Knight, Voldemort had neglected to place a magical mark on it, resulting in his momentary loss of its whereabouts. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Search! Find it and bring it to me." Chapter 64. A special delivery of warmth, reaping hellish steeds. As Mei Yin found himself face to face with the towering, terrifying Dark Knight, he instinctively launched a counterattack. Then, there was a sudden silence. The nearly defeated Dark Knight toppled from its mount, spilling forth a dazzling array of items, equipment, and skill books. Mei Yin's level surged by 3, reaching 52, while Malova ascended a level, breaking through to 50. Meanwhile, the soul marks they had earned from slaying dark wizards were entirely expended. This unexpected scene left both Malova and Mei Yin in a state of bewilderment. What in the world was happening? Had Voldemort witnessed this spectacle, he would have surely been devastated. The disparity in outcomes was staggering. He had brought down 6 undead king bosses, yet had only received a handful of quality items, with the majority being subpar or merely excellent quality. In stark contrast, Mei Yin merely executed a casual counterattack, vanquishing the nearly defeated undead king boss, leveling up thrice, and acquiring a plethora of exquisite equipment, including numerous items that surpassed excellence, reaching the realm of the epic. Pandora, did you orchestrate this? Mei Yin pondered, recognizing the implausibility of such fortune falling into his lap. Soon, he discerned the key to the situation. Oh, what a coincidence. The location to which that fellow fled was not near you. I merely facilitated its teleportation to your vicinity. The kill, of course, counts as yours. Thus the rewards are rightfully yours, Pandora teased with a playful grin. It is quite reasonable that the undead king boss you dispatched yielded such a fortunate bounty, correct? Indeed. Entirely logical, without infringing upon the game's rules in the slightest. Mei Yin chuckled. Where did this wounded undead creature come from? It appears quite formidable. Pandora mischievously replied. It escaped from that Dark Lord you mentioned. Aren't you delighted and surprised? Mei Yin smiled knowingly and chose not to elaborate further, as those who understood. She then commenced the task of sorting through the spoils of battle. To her astonishment, upon clearing the loot, She discovered an entire set of epic magical armor and a trio of weaponry. The reason it was called magical armor was that it perfectly fit whoever donned it. The weapon trio consisted of a black shield, a black sword, and a set of 5 short spears that could be strapped to one's lower back. Additionally, there were skill books, one for survival and another for escape, named Gale Guardian and Gale Flash. There were also resources for 5th tier fire cultivation, among other treasures. This was no mere equipment drop from monsters. It was akin to a warm gift sent from afar. Malova observed everything and realized that Maine indeed had divine assistance. How else could such an implausible occurrence take place? After selecting the items usable by Malova, Maine smiled. This is for you. Please hold on to it, and I request your protection while I absorb these flames. Malova nodded. Very well. Attend to what you must. I shall keep watch. Maine initially intended to rest and refine the 5th tier hellfire and netherfire that had just been obtained. However, upon turning her head, she noticed that the hellish steed ridden by the Dark Knight had not yet vanished. Pandora, what is the meaning of this? Maine inquired curiously, gazing at the blazing hellish horse. Pandora chuckled. That's your newly acquired mount, courtesy of the whip. Imprint your mental energy onto it, and it shall belong to you. Once bound to it, you can summon or dismiss the hellish horse at will. Grasping the whip, Maine probed with her mental perception and discovered its numerous intricacies. She promptly left her mental imprint, exclaiming, a splendid item. I shall not be polite. After establishing a connection, Maine infused a small amount of magical energy into the whip. With a flourish, the hellish steed reappeared before her, engulfed in hellfire. Its appearance could only be described with one word. Magnificent. Truly striking. However, Maine surmised that aside from herself, anyone else attempting to ride it would find it quite uncomfortable. Pandora, this hellish horse seems extraordinary. It exudes a powerful aura, Maine remarked. Pandora replied, of course. I would never present you with something inferior. This hellish steed possesses mid to late 5th tier strength. Not only is it incredibly swift, but it can also achieve short bursts of flight. Should you find yourself in peril, it will instinctively protect you. Additionally, it wields 3 formidable primary skills: Hellfire Guardian Barrier, Hellfire Steed Charge, and Hellfire Stampede. When utilized effectively, it can yield excellent combat results. Make good use of it. Do not squander such a splendid mount. Upon hearing Pandora's words, Maine was taken aback. If what she said was true, this was no mere mount. It was akin to a guardian steed. After a brief examination, Maine stored the hellish horse and began refining the 5th tier hellfire and netherfire. She needed to elevate her 3 flames of true Een to the 5th tier as well. After absorbing the recently acquired hellfire and netherfire, Maine's 3 flames of true Een indeed reached the 5th tier, significantly amplifying its potency. Just then, a black wizard flew in their direction. Upon spotting Maine and Malova, he hastily halted and inquired, have you two seen a Dark Knight riding a hellish steed? The one in a weakened state? Malova furrowed her brow, realizing this individual was not seeking trouble with them, but rather searching for the already deceased Dark Knight. Just as Malova was about to speak, Maine, without a second thought, sent a fireball of 3 flames of true Een hurtling towards him. The black wizard, at level 45, was taken off guard and could not evade the rapid strike. He was struck squarely by the fireball. Initially, he had dismissed the small fireball, doubting its ability to breach his defenses, even smirking at the thought. However, in the next moment, the fireball disregarded his defenses entirely and impacted him directly. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the black wizard in an instant. 5 seconds later, when the flames extinguished, he was nowhere to be found. Hiss! Malova gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what a powerful flame. Maine nodded in satisfaction, humbly remarking, it's adequate. It should suffice against the Dark Lord. I wonder where he is now. Simultaneously, Maine pondered, Pandora, do you believe my current strength could rival that of the Dark Lord? Pandora responded gravely, your flame abilities will undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon him. However, he possesses many subordinates. Are you certain you can confront him, approach him, and slay him? Chapter 65. Is this truly worthy of being called a Dark Lord? It seems almost trivial. Esteemed Master, your faithful servant Sturm has matters to report. Sturm Modlik lay prostrate on the ground, his heart filled with panic and dread. The betrayal of the Modlik family by Devonshire had already instilled enough fear within him. Little did he expect an even more alarming development. Devonshire had directly recommended him to the Dark Lord as a person of potential. A person of potential, indeed. This was a matter of life and death. However, with no alternatives left, he had to choose between becoming a mere dog or being sacrificed as a magical material to unlock Pandora's box. Naturally, he opted for the former. If I must be a dog, then so be it. Living is better than dying. Who knows? Perhaps this dog will eventually evolve into Fenrir. Sturm often encouraged himself with such fantasies to numb his fears. Oh, dear Mr. Sturm, there is no need for you to be anxious. As long as you perform well, I shall be your steadfast support. You have done remarkably well this time, attracting many old friends and aurors, adding much enjoyment to the trial of evil. By the way, are you satisfied with your reward? Voldemort smiled down at the figure prostrate at his feet, offering words of comfort, yet he made no move to assist Sturm in rising, as if doing so would diminish his own superiority. Sturm quickly replied with reverence, I am extremely satisfied. Thank you for your generous gift, great master. Ha! Though it was flattery, Voldemort was still pleased. Now, tell me, what news do you bring? Upon hearing this, Sturm hastily declared, Esteemed master, if all goes as expected, the escaped Dark Knight should have already been killed by someone who took the core of the undead king. What? Voldemort's brow furrowed, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. What makes you think so? He rasped. Although the Dark Knight was in a weakened state, his terrifying defenses and extraordinary regenerative abilities were certainly not something an ordinary wizard could contend with. Besides himself, who could possibly face that Dark Knight alone? It was important to note that, aside from him, none of the others had even surpassed the level 50 threshold. Sturm remained prostrate. Master, this is not mere conjecture. I possess actual reasoning and evidence. Elaborate. Voldemort granted Sturm the opportunity to present his findings. Master, do you recall the little mouse you marked earlier for trying to sneak past without claiming a kill? When I went out searching for the Dark Knight, I encountered him. Initially, I intended to take him down, but I discovered that he, like you, had surpassed the level 50 limit, reaching level 53 with terrifying strength. I realized I was no match for him. Due to his adeptness in dealing with undead creatures of the same caliber, he effortlessly eradicates them in a single wave. Moreover, I observed him mounted upon a hellish steed, identical to that of the Dark Knight. Thus, I surmise that his hellish mount is indeed the very same one belonging to the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was slain by him, and in the process, the hellish steed was acquired. Upon hearing Sturm's account, Voldemort found himself at a loss for expression. He initially intended to keep this little mouse alive to assess the competence of his subordinates. However, he was taken aback by the rapid growth of this mouse, who had astonishingly surpassed the level 50 threshold and even ascended a few additional levels. The recent string of failures from those dispatched only added to Voldemort's frustration, as if he possessed teeth to grind. No wonder he couldn't locate the Dark Knight after such a prolonged search. It turned out he'd been vanquished by another. Go forth, slay him, and bring back the King Escor. Sturm, you shall deliver the final blow. Lady Malova, do you know Sturm? 10 minutes prior. Mayne inquired curiously of Malova. Malova nodded and replied, Indeed, he is a renowned young scion of the Morderic family. At merely 20, he passed the assessments to join the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement as an Auror. How can I not recognize him? But he has now become a dark wizard. Did you see the mark upon his brow? Mayne remarked. Malova affirmed, I did see it. However, he did not attack you, did he? Besides, this is merely the trial of evil in Pandora's labyrinth, not the real world. He is merely branded as a dark wizard, not genuinely one. Mayne retorted, Perhaps, but my first impression of that fellow is rather unfavorable. We nearly came to blows upon our first encounter. Malova looked perplexed. She could not fathom how an Auror could possibly be entangled with a mere child. I also have a question. Why are you all so terrified of the Dark Lord? Is he truly that fearsome? How many has he slain? You dare not even utter his true name? Or does he possess some unique charisma that compels so many dark wizards to join him? Mayne inquired with curiosity, having been influenced by Hagrid and other sentiments. Mayne understood that the Dark Lord was a terrifying existence, yet the specifics of his horror remained elusive to him. He was unaware of the dreadful feats that had earned him the title of Dark Lord, to the extent that his true name was scarcely mentioned. Replaced instead with the moniker of the mysterious man Malova, unfazed, proceeded to recount several of Voldemort's publicly known malevolent deeds. Mayne listened with a bemused expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. What troubles you, Mayne? Do you have further inquiries regarding the mysterious man? Malova asked, intrigued. Mayne suddenly halted his hellish steed, covering his face as laughter overtook him. The Dark Lord? Just this? Publicly murdering a dozen individuals and employing the unforgivable curses upon wizards. And he earns the title of Dark Lord? This title seems far too easily attained. Mayne recalled a certain television series from his past life, in which a notorious villain eliminated an entire family of 13 for the sake of a woman, sparing not even their dog, and utilized wealth and power to thwart any attempts at justice. To the people of his previous life, he was merely seen as a villain. Yet here, killing a dozen would elevate one to the status of Dark Lord. The magical realm here seemed overly sensitive. One could only imagine what would happen if a true practitioner of Easter magic were to roam here, performing their rituals and summoning legions of spirits. Would the inhabitants not be terrified, hailing such a figure as a patriarch of malevolence? Seeing that Mayene reacted with excitement rather than fear upon hearing of the Dark Lord's deeds left Malova perplexed. Could it be that this fellow was either insane or possessed by a demon? After stifling his laughter for some time, Mayene curiously asked, "What's to be done with those who commit grievous crimes here? For instance, what of murderers like the Dark Lord?" Malova replied, "Unless they are directly slain in battle. As long as they are alive, they will face judgment from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Law and be incarcerated in Azkaban." Mayene inquired, "Is there no death penalty?" Malova countered, "Isn't being imprisoned in Azkaban, where Dementors feed upon your joy, more terrifying than death itself?" Chapter 66. A Turn of Fortune. The Madness of Dark Wizards. Mayene grasped the perspective of the magical law enforcers. For those steeped in sin, granting them a swift death would not be punishment but rather a release. If a criminal knows they cannot survive, they may seek death as an escape, which will be a disservice to them. Hence, it is preferable to confine them to Azkaban, allowing the Dementors to drain their happiness, causing them to languish in despair while they await their inevitable demise. Such an experience of prolonged waiting for death as arrival undoubtedly serves as a more potent deterrent against the proliferation of evil. Seemingly reading Mayene's thoughts, Malova spoke solemnly. "Do not underestimate the Dark Lord simply because he has killed a dozen. His true terror lies in his political manipulation of the magical realm and the societal dread he instills, leading to the paralysis of the magical community. Moreover, his insidious methods and the dark forces he secretly nurtures create a psychological intimidation for wizards, not to mention his formidable magical prowess. His mastery of magic transcends the definition of genius. During the height of his power, it is likely that only Professor Dumbledore could match him directly. It is this accumulation of factors that underpins his ascension to the title of Dark Lord." Mayene shrugged, conceding, "All right, I admit he was quite formidable in his prime. As for now, I am not underestimating him. I genuinely cannot feel fear towards him. That said, if you all wish to defeat him and prevent his resurrection, you must not harbor fear. Otherwise, there will be no further opportunities for play." Malova nodded. "We are aware of this, yet it is difficult to restrain ourselves. In the past, we could not help but fear him due to the vast disparity in power. Now that you have reached level 50, you should be able to conquer that fear. Otherwise, when you confront the Dark Lord, your combat potential will be utterly diminished." Malova continued, "I understand. Thus, I have been encouraging myself internally. Otherwise, upon hearing your intention to oppose the mysterious man, I would have outright refused. Come, let us find more dark wizards to send to the Resurrection Square. I require additional soul marks to level up and to obtain the complete legacy of a 5th-tier elemental mage." Mayene nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. The Dark Lord had reached level 59. He too must ascend to that level, or he would suffer a disadvantage in their encounter. However, the nearby dark wizards searching for the Dark Knight had been cleared out by the two of them, and it would take some time for more to return. To obtain additional soul marks, they would need to venture into other areas to continue their hunt, with the owl ghost leading the way. Mayene rode closely behind on his hellish steed, while Malova followed on her owl ghost, maintaining a vigilant distance. This was the simplest cooperation between swordsman and mage. Both had now surpassed the level 50 threshold, significantly strengthening their abilities compared to before. Coupled with the synergy between close combat and ranged attacks, they effortlessly trampled through dark wizards, as the ones wandering about were merely scouts seeking the undead boss, the Dark Knight. Unbeknownst to them, the Dark Knight had already been vanquished by Mayene. Thus, they remained relatively dispersed, typically forming groups of no more than 3. Upon spotting Mayene, rather than exhibiting caution, they displayed expressions of excitement, believing that Mayene and his companions sought to eliminate them for soul marks, while they themselves wished to slay Mayene for the kill points and thereby acquire early exit vouchers. As for fear, in the realm of magic, there exists a hierarchy of disdain, or perhaps a comparative chain of power. Bloodline sorcerers surpass elemental mages, who in turn outclass bloodline knights, while bloodline knights are superior to ordinary martial practitioners. In simpler terms, sorcerers reign over magicians, who overshadow bloodline knights, who ultimately dominate swordsmen. This hierarchy elucidates why Mayene and her companion consistently achieve their objectives. For the black sorcerers who have narrowly escaped death at Mayene's hands, the sight of her a melee class, incites excitement. Coupled with her deceptively youthful visage, their delight is palpable. Why flee? What is there to escape from? They perceive it as an opportunity, hastening to claim easy victories. However, upon realizing that Mayeen is merely a bait, their escape becomes futile. They are not only confronted with the onslaught of a ranged magician, but must also contend with the true terror that lies in their primary target, the child herself. After more than an hour of relentless engagement, the tides began to turn for Mayeen and her companion. The black sorcerers previously dispatched to the Resurrection Square returned to share intelligence, revealing a startling truth. A mere child and a magician had orchestrated the demise of over 50 of their ranks. Among them, nearly 10 had perished more than once, losing face in the process. The revelation that the Dark Knight had fallen to this child left them utterly astounded. Given the limited number of revivals, the black sorcerers dared not operate independently, instead forming squads of 8 to 10, intent on finding the little mouse and reclaiming the king's core. It was an unspoken understanding among them. The squad that succeeded in retrieving the core would undoubtedly gain favor in Voldemort's eyes, receiving accolades and rewards. The allure of glory among black sorcerers would undeniably satiate their vanity. Yet, the winds of fortune shifted. Previously, Mayeen and Malova had pursued isolated black sorcerers, but now they found themselves being hunted by a throng of adversaries. Indeed, a multitude, were it not for the confined passages of the labyrinth. Allowing only a limited number to fly in tandem, it is likely the two would have been dispatched to the Resurrection Square long ago. Coordination was not exclusive to Mayeen and Malova. Each black sorcerer was a seasoned veteran, adept at cooperative tactics. After familiarizing themselves with the duo's methods, the black sorcerers regrouped, employing a strategy of advance and retreat, meticulously preventing Mayeen and Malova from finding respite. Even with an arsenal of powerful disposable items at their disposal, the tide of battle remained unchanged. The effectiveness of their surprise attacks was diminished, and even if a few black sorcerers fell, it would hardly impact those pursuing them. Had it not been for their steeds, they would not have withstood the onslaught for long. Pandora, what is happening? Have these black sorcerers taken stimulants? Mayeen inquired. Your slaying of the Dark Knight has been exposed, Pandora replied. These black sorcerers aim to eliminate you and reclaim the undead king's core. Mayeen, taken aback, retorted, and who leaked that information? The Hell Steed was ridden by the Dark Knight. Now that you are gallivanting about on it, is it really so difficult to deduce? Realizing the source of their oversight, Mayeen conceded, all right, in my moment of elation, I forgot to be discreet. With their numbers so few, a direct confrontation was not viable. However, being perpetually hunted was not a sustainable strategy either. Mayeen pondered. What progress has been made on the contingency plan I mentioned earlier? Upon hearing this, Pandora smiled. It is nearly complete and feels quite promising. Mayeen returned her smile. That is reassuring. In that case, I shall entrust the items to you. Suddenly, a bolt of dark crimson lightning erupted from the throng of black sorcerers behind them, shattering 2 layers of Mayeen's magical shields and leaving the third precariously intact. Startled, Malova swiftly enveloped Mayeen in an additional 3 layers of protection, urging, we must flee. A formidable opponent has joined the ranks of the black sorcerers. Chapter 67. Facing the Dark Lord, 1,000 miles to deliver heads. Mayeen was left reeling from the impact of that strike. Malova, now at level 55, wielded formidable magical shields. Yet who would have anticipated that a sorcerer could obliterate 2 layers with a single spell, nearly breaching the third? There was indeed a master among them, one skilled in lightning magic. Lightning magic is swift, precise, and brutal, and the suddenness of the attack caught Mayeen off guard. Do sorcerers even wield lightning magic? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Some do. This must be that sorcerer's bloodline talent. It is evident that this sorcerer possesses a strong affinity for lightning magic. Those with bloodline talents are the most formidable among sorcerers. Given their overwhelming attack power, we cannot withstand them. We must retreat and wait for them to disperse before striking them down one by one. Mayeen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sheer number of foes. 4 or 5 would be manageable, but with 4 or 5 dozen unleashing magical projectiles, they would be overwhelmed, especially with a bloodline talent wielder among them. Without hesitation, Mayeen declared, you go ahead. I will stow away the owl and the hell steed before following. Until we regroup, we must avoid confrontation with the black sorcerers and focus on leveling up. Malova nodded. Understanding her role as a mage did not lend her the melee defense or mobility of Mayeen, the wind element magic swordsman. Understood. Take care. I will make my exit. With that, Malova produced a random magic scroll and vanished upon the back of her owl spirit. Retrieving all the owls, Mayene urged the Hell Steed forward, galloping away. The speed of the Hell Steed was nothing short of remarkable. Had it not been for the Black Sorcerer's ability to fly, she would have been beyond their reach. Even though the Black Sorcerers managed to keep pace, they could only barely match the Hell Steed's velocity. Otherwise, Mayene would have been overwhelmed long ago. Upon witnessing Malova's sudden disappearance, a voice erupted from the Black Sorcerer crowd. Stop hiding. They have random teleportation items. Act quickly. Do not let them escape. Among the Black Sorcerers, not all were weaklings. In fact, due to their nature, Black Sorcerers often exhibited greater combat prowess than their white counterparts. However, most Black Sorcerers preferred to conceal their true identities, wary of revealing themselves in the magical community. Yet in this instance, a group that could not subdue two individuals would face utter disgrace. How could they explain such failure to Voldemort? As Malova fled, some among them grew anxious. Unfortunately, their shout came too late. Prompted by his words, powerful magical strikes surged from the crowd toward Mayene. Yet, before the spells could reach their target, Mayene vanished from sight, having utilized the random teleportation scroll. This very scroll was the source of her and Malova's confidence in facing a horde of Black Sorcerers. You are weak, I will slay you. You are strong, I will flee with the initiative in hand. What was there to fear? Mayene felt a surge of joy. Though they were primarily being pursued, this real-life game of CS was undeniably thrilling. Indeed, with the mindset of an adult and the resurrection nature of Pandora's Labyrinth, Mayene regarded this as a game, skillfully navigating through it thanks to his extensive online gaming experience. However, the next moment, his amusement was swiftly extinguished. For the location to which he randomly teleported rendered him utterly motionless. In a vast chamber of the labyrinth, Voldemort was convening a specialized seminar with his most trusted followers, deliberating on the acquisition of the Undead King's core. To summon the Bone Dragon, what strategies and collaborations are necessary to defeat it with minimal cost? A group of individuals formed a circle, and as Mayene was randomly teleported, he found himself right in the center of this circle. He had previously seen the visage of the Dark Lord and his followers in the magical mirror of Pandora's Pink Palace. Upon teleportation, he instantly recognized the Dark Lord, his heart racing with alarm. Was this a cruel joke? Being sent here felt like a death warrant. He was ill-prepared to confront the Dark Lord directly. Pandora, are you setting me up? Mayene silently implored. Pandora replied, Do not blame me, Mayene. This is truly a matter of luck, a mere coincidence. Coincidence? I trust you as far as I can throw you. As the host sensed the invasion of the Dark Lord's mental magic, your thoughts have been automatically shielded. Pandora warned him. Upon hearing this, Mayene noticed a flicker of confusion on the Dark Lord's face, evidently due to his failed attempt at mind probing. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had not anticipated such an advantage after contracting with Pandora. The ability to block others' mental invasions undoubtedly provided him with significant operational opportunities. Who are you? Mayene quickly surveyed the circle before locking eyes with the Dark Lord in astonishment. He resembled a child bewildered by suddenly finding themselves in an unfamiliar place. Hearing Mayene's question, the Dark Lord erupted into laughter. Little mouse, we finally meet. You seem rather surprised. I too am astonished. I sent countless little kitties to catch you. Yet here you are, appearing before me. Pray tell, Mr. Mouse, what is this operation? A death wish? Realization dawned upon Mayene. Ah, so you're the one who marked me with that magical sigil, causing those cloaked figures to pursue me. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to provoke you? And as a wizard, it is quite rude to bestow nicknames upon others. It is rather vexing. You know, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, or I shall not let this matter rest. Surrounded by a cadre of dark wizards, including the Dark Lord himself, Mayene understood that any sign of defiance could lead to his demise. He sensed the terrifying presence of the Dark Lord and his entourage. However, retreating would surely lead to death, while extending his neck might not guarantee it. Since the Dark Lord had not slain him at first glance and was unable to penetrate his thoughts, there remained a glimmer of possibility. You do not recognize me? The Dark Lord queried, taken aback by Mayene's apparent lack of fear. Mayene, both bewildered and curious, scrutinized the Dark Lord once more. Are you certain we have not met? Are you quite famous? Indeed, he had never seen such a diminutive figure in the papers. But the name alone could surely send a mouse into a panic. The Dark Lord, holding his wand with an air of gentlemanly decorum, introduced himself. Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort. A pleasure to meet you, dear little mouse. Contrary to expectations, Mayene did not display the anticipated terror upon hearing the name. Instead, he wore an expression of amusement. Oh, you are the enigmatic figure Hagrid spoke of. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Voldemort. Chapter 68. Since you have a knack for it, let us together vanquish the Bone Dragon. The surprise on Mei Yin's face and his self-introduction left Voldemort and his cohort of dark wizards utterly astonished. Mei Yin married a Merlin Ambrosius. They had evidently not anticipated that this child possessed the noble wizarding lineage of Merlin. However, given his full name, it was likely a distant branch of the Merlin bloodline passed down through generations. This revelation was particularly astonishing, especially considering Mei Yin's Asian heritage. Mei Yin's candid self-introduction left even Voldemort, who could not discern the true thoughts of Mei Yin, somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom whether Mei Yin was genuinely unafraid or if there was some other motive at play. Mentioning Hagrid, had Hagrid not described his terrifying exploits? What did that hint of reverence mean? I am the Dark Lord. A child like you should be quaking in fear before me. Voldemort mused. But he dismissed these thoughts and directly inquired. Did you not slay a nearly lifeless Dark Knight, a skeletal rider clad in black armor and riding a fiery steed? His armor resembles the one you are currently wearing? Mei Yin innocently nodded. Yes, that fellow startled me when he suddenly appeared beside me. I swiftly struck him down with a single blow, and he dropped a plethora of treasures. This armor I wear is one of them, and his steed is now mine as well. The drop rates here are astonishingly generous. It is quite entertaining. The envy among the dark wizards was palpable. Even Voldemort's eyes gleamed with avarice. They were aware that the drop rates from defeating undead creatures were notoriously low, with most yielding only worthless trinkets. Even the 6 undead kings had followed this pattern, making Mei Yin's apparent luck hard to ignore. Voldemort continued to probe. Did you happen to acquire a hexagonal crystal imbued with the essence of death? Mei Yin promptly retrieved the undead king's core from his storage ring. Is this what you mean? What purpose does it serve? His action incited a mix of envy and excitement among the gathered dark wizards. The envy stemmed from Mei Yin's extraordinary luck in acquiring such a coveted artifact as a storage ring from a monster drop. None of them possessed such a magical item. Still burdened with cumbersome backpacks. If their bags became too full, it would hinder their combat efficiency, which was highly inconvenient. At that moment, many dark wizards contemplated seizing the opportunity, and had the Dark Lord not been present, they might have attempted to ambush him. Upon seeing the undead king's core, Voldemort was equally astonished. He could not comprehend whether this child was genuinely oblivious to the gravity of his actions or merely playing the fool. How could he so easily present him with what he desired? Was he truly an ignorant child unaware of his own terrifying exploits? However, he was in need of the undead king's core, and as a Dark Lord, he would not be coy. He smiled and said, "You will find no use for that item. Hand it over, and I shall demonstrate a summoning spell for you." "Give it to you?" Mei Yin exclaimed, astonished. However, he did not refuse outright, but cunningly calculated. "I might consider it, but I do not wish to witness your performance. I want something in return, an item that can be used outside Pandora's maze." Suddenly, an irate dark wizard interjected. "You insolent wretch. The master deigns to request the undead king's core from you, and you dare to set conditions? Are you not afraid we will simply kill you and take it?" Mei Yin pocketed the undead king's core, casting a look of incredulity at the irate dark wizard. "You refer to this gentleman, Mr. Riddle, as master, which makes you his servant. Does it not?" The dark wizard huffed, but did not refute him. Yet, Mei Yin's tone turned sharp. "As a servant, do you not understand your place? Your master has yet to speak, and you bark here? What gives you the audacity to interrupt my conversation with your master?" Presuming himself clever, he was merely a fool. If they killed him, would they truly receive any spoils? Had he not defeated numerous dark wizards already, collecting an abundance of weapons and equipment? Have you ever witnessed a player dropping their gear upon death? Mei Yin's words thoroughly awakened the dark wizards present, who had contemplated turning on him. Indeed, should we eliminate Mei Yin and the core of the Death Lord does not materialize, what if he reincarnates and remains ensconced in the Resurrection Square? Would that not deprive them of their amusement? It is no wonder that Voldemort refrained from directly confronting Mei Yin with force, instead opting for a deceitful negotiation akin to a childish play. At this thought, the assembly of dark-cloaked figures felt their reverence for Voldemort intensify. Truly, the master is deserving of his title, exhibiting such meticulous foresight. "Mr. Riddle, have you considered what you would offer in exchange for this core of the Death Lord?" Voldemort did not stifle the proceedings, instead observing with a smile. He neither condemned nor praised the dark-cloaked figure's words of support. Upon hearing Mei Yin's comments, he chuckled. "Indeed, you are a descendant of Merlin Ambrosius. What a clever little fellow you are, swiftly identifying the crux of the matter. An exchange, you say? Certainly. I surmise your previous profession was that of a wizard, correct? How about I trade you a wizarding skill in return? Very impressive and practical, I presume? Mayeen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quite practical indeed. How does advanced flight sound? A skill that allows one to soar without the need for a broomstick. An essential spell for tracking, battling, and traveling. Immensely useful, Voldemort replied with a smile. Mayeen nodded. All right, present me the skill book, and once I verify its authenticity, I shall hand you the core of the Death Lord. Observing Mayeen's cautious demeanor, Voldemort found it amusing. He was certain this was indeed a naive child. Thus, he continued, I shall offer another magical skill in exchange for you to strike once, to join us in battling the skeletal dragon. What say you? What? Mayeen was bewildered, failing to grasp Voldemort's intention. I propose another magical skill in exchange for your involvement in the battle. After we summon the skeletal dragon and reduce its health, you would deliver the final blow. How's that sound? Mayeen was taken aback and curiously inquired. Why must I be the one to deliver the final blow? In truth, Voldemort did not wish for it to be so. However, the Dark Wizards had a notorious reputation for being unlucky, rarely obtaining valuable loot from their conquests. Although it was rumored that defeating the skeletal dragon would yield the deathly Black Pearl, what if it were not a guaranteed drop? With their dismal luck, it was highly improbable they would acquire the pearl. As it was crucial to his resurrection scheme, he could not afford to be careless. Since Mayeen was fortunate, it would be wise to let him secure the final kill, thus increasing the likelihood of obtaining the deathly Black Pearl. Therefore, Voldemort invited Mayeen to join them in the battle against the skeletal dragon. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Voldemort remarked, because you are indeed fortunate. Chapter 69, The Death Lord, Skeletal Dragon, Cthulhu. Do you sense the dread of death? What? Mayeen was at a loss, astonished that Voldemort invited him to hunt the skeletal dragon due to his good fortune. Voldemort readily used his mental prowess to imprint 2 skill books and handed them to Mayeen. The ethereal and intangible magical skill books left Mayeen in awe. He had not anticipated that magical skill books could manifest in such a form. Stunned, he hesitated to accept them and quickly inquired within his mind, Pandora, what do you think of these 2 skill books? Are there any issues? There are no problems. These skill books have not been tampered with by the Dark Lord. You can learn them without concern, Pandora assured. With that, Mayeen felt no need for further hesitation, promptly accepting the magical skill books and imprinting them upon his forehead for examination. To say he was examining them was an understatement. He was directly inscribing the skills into his mind for future practice. The first skill was advanced flight, after checking it himself and allowing Pandora to verify it as well. He found it satisfactory. The second skill was called Avada Lightning Bolt, a potent lightning-based attack spell. While it bore some relation to the killing curse, its effects were more aligned with elemental annihilation rather than the intent to kill. Both magical skills were approved by Pandora before Mayeen finally felt at ease. With joy, he handed the core of the Death Lord to Voldemort. I am quite satisfied with this. Here is your item. Haha. Voldemort chuckled heartily upon receiving the core of the Death Lord. Indeed, the mountains and rivers cannot hold back, and a chance encounter brings forth unexpected delight. What an endearing little fellow. In Voldemort's eyes, Mayeen suddenly appeared particularly agreeable. Meanwhile, Mayeen was equally elated. He no longer wished to depart. Instead, he desired to linger with Voldemort and witness the hidden boss, the skeletal dragon. Since this fellow sought the deathly Black Pearl, he would lend a hand. After all, Pandora had prepared contingencies, so he was not overly concerned about any tricks Voldemort might pull. Yet, whether the deathly Black Pearl would actually drop remained uncertain. After all, Mayeen's fortune was entirely attributed to Pandora's covert manipulations. Upon acquiring the core of the Death Lord, Voldemort assembled all 7 cores. He promptly initiated the magical summoning ritual. Under Voldemort's incantation, the 7 cores ascended and formed a heptagram magic array in the air. The arcane light shimmered ominously, and a terrifying aura of death descended, instilling boundless fear within the hearts of onlookers. Who dare summon the great Cthulhu? Do you comprehend the consequences of disturbing my repose? The chilling mental resonance reverberated within the minds of all present. Simultaneously, an immense pressure enveloped their hearts, as if a debilitating spell had been cast upon them. Ding! System notification. You have been intimidated by the dragon majesty of the Death Lord, Skeletal Dragon Cthulhu. All attributes decreased by 15%. Upon hearing Pandora's words, Mayeen retorted, Pandora, since when did you take on the role of the system? That seems like quite an overqualification. Pandora chuckled, hee hee. Does my existence not fit the notion of a system you have in mind? Mayeen laughed. It does indeed possess a semblance of that system-like quality. He then chose not to dwell on that matter, instead focusing on the half-emerged skeletal dragon from the magic array, curiosity peaking within him. This creature appears formidable. It has diminished our attributes before even making its entrance. Pandora nodded. Cthulhu, a fragment of the soul of the former Death Lord, has taken form as a Death Lord-level undead creature, ignited by the flames of the skeletal dragon spirit. Naturally, it wields inherent dragon majesty, making its strength incomparable to that of ordinary undead beings. Those who seek the deathly black pearl from Cthulhu must first contend with the skeletal dragon lord. Let them engage in battle. You shall secure the achievement of defeating the dragon in the end, and I will prepare some excellent rewards for you. Ma Yin silently nodded, recognizing that since Pandora did not object, there was little more for him to say. However, he confirmed, "You are certain you have arranged for contingencies?" "Absolutely. Let them fight the skeletal dragon. I shall reveal a surprise for them in due time." Ma Yin signified his understanding with a nod and swiftly distanced himself from Voldemort. However, he had not fled far before a group of dark-cloaked figures intercepted him. "Where do you think you are going?" One of the cloaked figures intoned sternly. Although these individuals had remained hidden beneath their cloaks since his arrival, obscuring their true appearances, Mayne instantly recognized the one who questioned him. It was Mr. Morderic, the very man who sought to adopt him and Dillalai, yet intended to serve them up as a feast. Despite being shrouded in a cloak and altering his voice, Mayne discerned him immediately by his footsteps and gait. However, since Morderic did not wish for him to acknowledge his identity, Mayne, too, chose to feign ignorance. After all, in this situation, should the Death Eaters reveal themselves, it would lead to an exceedingly awkward scenario. To maintain his facade, he pondered whether it would be better to engage in combat or to retreat. "I shall keep my distance, waiting until you have reduced the skeletal dragon's health before swooping in for the final blow. Rest assured, having accepted my remuneration, I shall not neglect my duties. Stand Azida. Do you not see your master has made no attempt to impede me?" With that, Mayne gestured subtly towards Voldemort, who was summoning the skeletal dragon, Kieran. Mayne harbored no doubts that Voldemort would be oblivious to her departure amidst the summoning of Kieran. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance in her direction, yet remained silent. The figure cloaked in black seemed to receive the unspoken message, parting ways to allow Mayne passage without further obstruction. With a disdainful huff, she departed the throng. Akin to a proud peacock, though inwardly she mused, these individuals undoubtedly possess clandestine means of communication. After her exit, she did not venture far, instead concealing herself at the threshold of this dimension, observing as Voldemort and his cohort engaged in a fierce battle with Kieran. The undead lord, Kieran, boasted a formidable level of 65, with health points that remained inscrutable. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact of his level eclipsed that of the others by a significant margin. Kieran's skeletal frame stretched an imposing 40 meters, his wingspan nearly matching. The spectral flames, flickering in a sickly green hue, seemed capable of incinerating the unwary. The entire skeletal structure emanated a dim, ghostly luminescence, reflecting light as though polished. Kieran's most potent abilities lay in physical assaults and his dark breath. Those cloaked figures, unless clad in 3 layers of armor enchantments, would find themselves dispatched to the Resurrection Square with a mere swipe from the dragon. Even with magical shields, a direct hit would send them soaring into the air. Those familiar with online gaming understand that engaging such a powerful boss without a main tank to draw its attention will be a daunting endeavor. Yet, with no option to alter their chosen professions upon entering the Pandora game maze, it was likely that Voldemort would have otherwise summoned a few shield warriors for support. However, the pure mage class does possess an advantage. Their offensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Surrounding him were elite dark wizards who, despite being severely battered by Kieran, had yet to experience any casualties. Nevertheless, from her vantage point, Mayne recognized that this group alone would not suffice. Without augmenting their ranks or substituting the weakened dark wizards for healers, the situation would soon deteriorate, leading to an inevitable defeat. How dare a swarm of insignificant vermin challenge the might of Lord Kieran? "Prepare to perish," roared the skeletal dragon, unleashing a torrent of dark breath from its maw. Instantly, 7 or 8 black-robed figures found themselves unable to evade the onslaught, obliterated along with their shields and sent to the Resurrection Square. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Kieran's breath attack was truly terrifying. Had others not fled swiftly, the losses would have been far greater. Mayne was equally taken aback, estimating that even with a shield and activating her skills, she would last no more than 10 seconds against such ferocity. However, evasion remained a viable option. Voldemort was equally shaken by the scene, hastily calling out, "Fools, do not cluster together. Disperse, and use control spells to limit its movements." Pay attention to the shape of its mouth. When you see it preparing to cast a dragon language spell, be sure to interrupt it in advance. If one cannot manage, several must unite. The rest, unleash your fiery incantations. Mind your evasions. I should not have to teach you how to fight, you imbeciles. Voldemort's voice rang with anger, clearly displeased with the performance of his cohorts. The rulers of the British magical realm are nothing but worms. Look at what you've become. A pack of toothless, starving wolves. Howling uselessly. You must utilize your individual magical skills with agility. His frustration was palpable. In his mind, the group he had left behind was entirely capable of vanquishing Kieran. Yet, as the battle unfolded, the results fell woefully short of his expectations. Seeing two black-robed figures fail to interrupt Kieran's breath attack, Voldemort's face contorted with disdain as he swiftly brandished his wand and declared, Avada Kedavra. A palpable wave of lethal intent permeated the air, sending a chill down Mei Yin's spine, even from her considerable distance. Unlike the typically invisible killing curses cast by others, Voldemort manifested the spell's power with striking clarity. A thick stream of magical energy shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Kieran's skeletal head and forming a connection. Kieran emitted a furious howl. His breath attack extinguished involuntarily as he struggled against the force of Voldemort's curse. The power of death surged forth, severing the connection with the killing curse. In a mere moment, Mayene observed Kieran's health bar diminish by approximately 5%. She was astounded, never having anticipated that the Dark Lord's offensive prowess could be so formidable. It was worth noting that a group of dark-clad individuals had failed to inflict even a 5% reduction in Kieran's health after an extended battle. This one spell from Voldemort inflicted damage surpassing that of an entire battalion. One could not deny Voldemort's prowess. Mayene mused that if he were to fully embrace his darker inclinations, perhaps by raising a city or annihilating a nation, he would indeed merit the title of Dark Lord. At present, he resembled more a powerful crime lord than a true villain. Seemingly sensing Mei Yin's scrutinizing gaze, Voldemort, after evading Kieran's furious tail strike, shot her a look that conveyed, Why are you so far away? As a melee class, you should rush forth and draw its attention. Upon hearing this, Mayene shook her head vigorously in refusal. No. Why not? Voldemort inquired, perplexed. It is fierce and enormous. I am afraid, she replied. Afraid of what? Voldemort felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Could Mayene, who had proven capable of dispatching dozens of his subordinates, truly be afraid? You're a melee class. To swiftly defeat it, you must endure its frontal assaults. Do not forget, you are being compensated for this. Mayene continued to shake her head in defiance. True, I'm a melee class, but I am an agile melee class, not a stout guardian or shield warrior. My defenses cannot withstand such ferocity. Furthermore, I only agreed to assist once Kieran's health was low. I did not consent to engage throughout the entirety of this battle. It is preposterous to expect me to confront a monster directly. While this may be the trials of evil in the Pandora maze, where death leads to resurrection, suffering injuries from a fall or a blow is still painful. If I were to lose an arm or a leg, the sensation would be very real, as would the experience of death. I wish to avoid such unpleasant encounters. Mei Yin's refusal was resolute, and Voldemort's response was equally decisive. With a flick of his wand, Mayene felt the surrounding space shift unnaturally, a sensation she recognized yet could not resist. When she reappeared, she found herself face to face with Kieran, the dragon's enormous, terrifying skeletal eyes staring back at her. The chilling gaze of its soul rendered her momentarily paralyzed. How dare you deceive me? Mayene seethed inwardly, realizing she had been ensnared by Voldemort, forcibly drawn into the fray. What sorcery was this, capable of executing precise, short-distance teleportation? Time was of the essence. She had no opportunity to argue with Voldemort, for Kieran was once again gathering magical energy. Dare she linger? With a fierce bite of her tongue, she willed herself out of the paralyzing grip of fear and immediately activated her escape skill, darting swiftly beneath the skeletal dragon, where it could not strike her with its initial assault. Mayene's judgment proved astute, for in the next moment, the furious cherubs unleashed another breath of dragon fire. Naturally, such a formidable breath could not be directed downwards towards its own form. That would be akin to roasting oneself. Mayene narrowly evaded this onslaught. However, on the side of the robed figures, two unfortunate souls were directly vaporized and sent to the resurrection square. 3 shields shattered, and those caught in the dragon's breath were left with grievous wounds, rendering them incapable of further combat. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the healer, they would have likely become mere fodder for Robesgaze. For others managed to flee, albeit with diminished health, significantly reducing their battle capability. Fools are you swine? Can't you discern when to flee? Voldemort seethed with indignation. In his plans, Maine was supposed to withstand Rob's strike, drawing him into the fray. Many others had also caught wind of this strategy, watching with a sense of amusement. Consequently, several careless rogue figures, after witnessing Maine's escape, found themselves unable to evade the ensuing chaos. This scenario took Voldemort by surprise. He had not anticipated Maine's astonishing speed. Not only did he swiftly evade Rob's intimidation, but he also executed an unexpected maneuver, brazenly casting a skill to evade directly beneath the dragon. Given Rob's massive size, even a misstep could lead to dire consequences. That Maine could use Rob's as cover attested to his audacity and combat experience, far surpassing that of Voldemort's minions. Under the skeletal dragon, Maine was exasperated, continually dodging the stomps of Rob's. Were he not a speed-focused wind mage, he would have long since met his demise beneath the dragon's feet. Indeed, the Dark Lord's heart was as black as his designs, even ensnaring a child like him. In a tit-for-tat, Maine swiftly retrieved a short spear from his waist. Launching it with precision, whoosh, 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 for spears flew like arrows towards the four injured robed figures. They had barely enough time to raise their shields again before two were struck down by Maine's lethal aim. "You scoundrel! You dare slay my minions!" Voldemort roared in disbelief. Chapter 71. The Eerie Dark Lord, the Indestructible Voldemort. Maine was unfazed. His creed dictated that vengeance should not be postponed. Having previously endured humiliation, he could not allow Voldemort to sabotage him openly. To remain silent would only empower Voldemort's schemes against him. Thus, he resolved to retaliate, loudly proclaiming his defiance through action. "You're the real scoundrel. All of you are. Dare to ensnare me in your traps. Just watch as I strike you down." It was not that Maine wished to slay Voldemort. Rather, he lacked certainty that he could inflict harm without employing the three-flavor true fire. Voldemort intended to deliver a harsh lesson to Maine, yet the latter remained agile beneath Rob's, using the dragon as a shield, merely needing to avoid the dragon's massive legs. Voldemort, publicly insulted, felt a profound humiliation. It had been long since anyone had dared to speak so boldly before him. If he could not impose punishment and demonstrate his power, how could he instill fear in his followers? Avada Kedavra lightning chain. Crack! A bolt of dark green lightning, intertwined with pale flashes, struck Rob's. In an instant, the lightning enveloped the dragon's skeletal form, causing it to tremble and freeze. Simultaneously, Maine felt a shiver run down his spine. As Voldemort conjured the Avada Kedavra lightning chain, Maine's wind-infused combat aura surged, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the dragon's legs. Yet, he was a moment too late. Crack! A bolt of lightning erupted from the nearest bone of Rob's, hurtling toward Maine. He understood that this was due to the metal upon his person, attracting the electrical discharge. Voldemort's mastery of lightning magic was indeed profound. Maine was astounded. Voldemort, as a spectral entity, was capable of wielding thunderous magic. Truly formidable. Typically, lightning magic served as a bane to such spectral beings, yet Voldemort commanded it with ease. However, Maine discerned that the lightning property of Voldemort's spell was of the element. Bracing himself, he met the lightning with his shield, which sent him sprawling backward. Goodness! Voldemort's temper seemed to be quite volatile. Having just been insulted, he retaliated immediately. Roar! Rob's let out a deafening cry, unleashing its undead power and severing the connection of the Avada Kedavra lightning chain. Yet, it remained ensnared within the range of numerous robed figures' fiery spells, sustaining further burns. Meanwhile, Maine, propelled by the lightning's force, executed a skill to evade the fiery onslaught. Internally, he lamented, "Goodness, these robed figures certainly do not regard me as an ally. None of their attacks spared me. It seems my survival or demise is of no concern to them." Once he escaped the attack range, Maine merely shook off his shield, as though to revive his electricity-riddled body. Voldemort was taken aback. He had not expected Maine to emerge unscathed, still lively and without a hint of disarray. "Interesting. I shall remember you." However, Voldemort's focus shifted as Rob's retaliated once more. As a lord of the undead, Rob's was not easily trifled with. After sustaining significant damage from two of Voldemort's attacks, it was enraged. In the next moment, the colossal skeletal dragon vanished, and Voldemort erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! The special effects were maximized. Voldemort was reduced to a cloud of black mist. It was a literal explosion, leaving no time for reaction. As Maine followed the ripple through the air, he caught sight of Rob's tail. Voldemort had been obliterated by a single swipe. Remarkable. Yet Voldemort was not dead. As a spectral entity, he quickly reformed. Nonetheless, his health had plummeted by half, clearly indicating substantial damage. This did not affect his combat prowess. Rather, he seemed to grow more formidable with each passing moment. Utilizing an unknown spell, his figure vanished from Chie-Rub's melee range. Again, a lightning chain struck Chie-Rub's, and he barked, "I will hold it down. You all attack quickly." Many potent spells have time constraints and cooldown periods. Chie-Rub's, having recently severed the Avada Kedavra lightning chain, would be unable to do so again in the immediate future. Thus, it was imperative to exploit this window to deplete its health. Chie-Rub's strength was indisputable, aside from Voldemort. Many of the robed figure's control or interruption spells proved ineffective or minimally effective against it. Therefore, in the face of such a Lord-level boss, only a direct assault could contribute to depleting its vitality. Only Voldemort could confront it head-on. In numbers, the robed figures could collectively pose a threat, their combined might rivaling that of Voldemort. In a moment, Chie-Rub's found itself overwhelmed, its health steadily dwindling amidst the relentless assault, inciting furious roars from the dragon. With melee combat techniques and various necromantic dragon language spells at their peak, the battle against Voldemort and his cohorts raged with fervor. After falling victim to Voldemort's treachery once, Mayne dared not venture too close, fearing he might be conscripted into servitude. Instead, he kept his distance, observing the clash between both sides, reminiscent of a group of players teaming up against a formidable boss in a past life's online game. The Pure Mage team could hardly withstand the onslaught of Chie-Rub's. Without Voldemort's diversion, those robed figures would have been obliterated long ago. Yet, it came at a cost for Voldemort, who found himself vanquished multiple times by Chie-Rub's. What astonished Mayne was that after Voldemort's health bar was completely drained, he did not perish and vanish to the Resurrection Square. Instead, each time his health was depleted, a spirit would emerge from one of the robed figures, merging with his ghostly essence, reviving him to full health. This occurred repeatedly, grinding Chie-Rub's health down to the brink. "Pandora, what is going on? Why can't Voldemort be killed?" Mayne inquired curiously. Pandora's voice echoed in Mayne's mind. His true spirit tier is exceedingly high, or rather, he possesses certain undead traits. As long as his true spirit remains intact, coupled with the power he has infused into the other robed figures, he can swiftly recover as long as he receives timely support, even if he appears to be slain. Mayne was taken aback, so those robed figures are essentially his mobile health packs or resurrection tokens. As long as they exist, he is an indestructible cockroach. Can we not simply eliminate those robed figures? Chapter 72. Summoning Magic Against Summoning Magic. Pandora replied, "That is not feasible. The robed players will also head to the Resurrection Square upon death, so they do not truly perish. You would need to eliminate each of them 4 times to transform them into labyrinth spirits." Mayne pondered, realizing that executing such a plan would be quite the undertaking. He estimated he would tire himself out before managing to defeat them all. Furthermore, would those robed figures not retreat if they could not contend with him? Thus, it was evident that this plan was impractical. How then could he vanquish the Dark Lord and prevent his repeated resurrections? Mayne felt helpless, but knew that Pandora would have a solution. After all, this seemingly young girl was, in reality, an ancient relic with vast knowledge. It's quite simple. Allow him to resurrect, and upon revival, he will alter his own characteristics. He will no longer be able to leverage his prearranged contingencies for repeated resurrections, and then we can dispose of him, Pandora playfully suggested. Mayne was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that to thwart Voldemort's repeated resurrections within Pandora's labyrinth, such a cunning stratagem was necessary. Nevertheless, he still expressed concern. What if he becomes immensely powerful after reviving, and we cannot defeat him? Pandora confidently assured, "Fear not, with me by your side. What can an outsider possibly accomplish? Besides, I am well aware of your capabilities. You shall not miss your mark." Mayne was left speechless. The absurdity of their situation was overwhelming. "Mayne, it is your time to shine. Do not forget, you have been compensated for this," Voldemort's voice called out, reminding him. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Voldemort and Chie-Rub's was nearing its climax. Voldemort prompted Mayne to prepare for a finishing blow. Aware that he needed to be ready, Mayne braced himself, lest Voldemort's insistence lead to dire consequences. The Bone Dragon, Chie-Rub's, was incredibly formidable, having dispatched the ghostly Voldemort multiple times. However, Voldemort's ability to resurrect on the spot allowed his health to be ground down to a meager 3%. Yet, even at this low percentage, Mayne refrained from hastily moving in for the kill. as those in the know understood that a boss with 3% health could still be perilous. Mr. Voldemort, let us reduce its health to below 1% before proceeding, Mayne declared loudly. It was no jest. Everyone knew that a wounded boss was the most dangerous, and Rubes in its current state could easily unleash a fatal counterattack. If he were to engage without delivering a decisive blow, it was likely that he would be the one to fall. Seeing that Mayne did not object, Voldemort smiled knowingly. Then prepare yourself. Damn it. How dare you treat me this way? The great Rubes has never endured such humiliation. I will see you all perish. Necromantic summoning. Rubes seethed, unleashing another powerful ability. However, this time, it did not target Voldemort again, but instead invoked the spell of necromantic summoning. As a lord of the undead, it was only natural that it wielded such a spell, and it opened 7 necromantic portals simultaneously. Yet Voldemort and his cohort had anticipated this retaliatory move, resulting in only 2 of the portals being fully opened. The portals stabilized, and countless undead creatures began to emerge from them. The creatures appear to be the very undead used for leveling within Pandora's labyrinth, summoned forth by Rubes. However, such an occurrence could not be allowed to persist unchallenged. Avada Kedavra Lightning Chain. Avada Kedavra Lightning Chain. The incantations rang out from both Voldemort and one of the robed figures. 2 chains of lightning, differing in strength, struck the 2 portals. In a mere 3 seconds, Voldemort obliterated his target, while the other robed figure took nearly 6 seconds. Very impressive, Da Vinci. Your lightning chain has reached such heights. Splendid. Truly. You are one I have chosen well. Ha ha. Voldemort laughed triumphantly, clearly pleased with Da Vinci's performance. Thank you, my master, for your commendation. I have merely made a breakthrough inspired by you and will continue to strive for excellence. Da Vinci replied with a slight nod, showing respect while remaining vigilant. Although the 2 portals had been open for only a brief moment, nearly 100 undead creatures, all of level 45 or above, poured forth from them. Da Vinci dared not underestimate the situation. To wear down Rubes' health, many of the robed figures had been sent to the Resurrection Square. Now, apart from Voldemort, only 12 robed figures remained. Voldemort needed to restrain Rubes, meaning those 12 would have to contend with the nearly 100 summoned undead creatures. The pressure was immense. Previously, they had outnumbered Rubes, but now they faced an overwhelming tide of foes. Such was the fickle nature of fortune. The tides had turned dramatically. Master, we are outnumbered now and cannot contend with so many undead. If they surround us, they will grant Rubes ample time to recover. With its restoration speed, all our previous efforts would be in vain, Da Vinci pointed out. Voldemort chuckled darkly. How could I allow him to stage a comeback? Summoning magic? I am well versed in that as well. Voldemort seized Da Vinci's arm. His wand pointed firmly at the dark mark on his skin. Come forth, my comrades. Your master requires your service. With Voldemort's summoning, a colossal skull of black mist materialized in the vast labyrinthine space, a massive magical serpent coiling beneath it. The skull opened its maw, and tendrils of black mist surged forth, descending upon the robed figures. The numbers were staggering, amounting to over 100. Mayne was taken aback by this spectacle. He had not anticipated such an ability from Voldemort. What was this? Summoning magic against summoning magic? Mayne realized that many of those summoned by Voldemort were the very figures who had previously pursued him. It dawned on him that Voldemort had summoned all the Death Eaters from Pandora's labyrinth. Such a maneuver was nothing short of masterful. It is evident that Basi was also outmaneuvered by Voldemort. In a moment of disbelief, Voldemort did not grant him the luxury of time. With a decisive flick of his wand, he proclaimed, Perish, you mere skeleton, for my emergence heralds your tragedy. The Avada Kedavra lightning chain was unleashed. As the skill's temporal rewind concluded, Voldemort immediately unleashed his ultimate attack upon Basi. Simultaneously, he turned to Mayne and urged, Hurry, prepare for the kill. Chapter 73. Just when I felt invincible, you audaciously wished to adopt me as your son. Mayne swiftly navigated through the throngs of combatants and the undead. His speed was such that the cloaked figures and the undead could scarcely react as he darted past them. He arrived at the enormous dragon head of Basi's side, activating a frenzied onslaught of combos. Voldemort, retracting the lightning chain, left a mere 0. 3 of Basi's health for Mayne. At this moment, Basi was exceedingly feeble, having lost all capacity for resistance under Voldemort's renewed vigor. Mayne unleashed a relentless melee barrage, extinguishing the flickering flame of its remaining soul. How dare you? Lord Basi is an immortal being. I shall return. The indignant psychic waves surged into Mei Yin's consciousness, conveying Ki Ruaw Basie's wrath. Yet, what awaited it was yet another series of combo skills. Return? Do you think you're the Grey Wolf? Mayene infused a hint of the true essence of Een fire into his strikes. With a resounding explosion, the soul flame was utterly obliterated, and Ki Ruaw Basie's health bar plummeted to 0, signaling death. A cacophony of item drops echoed. Upon Ki Ruaw Basie's demise, a plethora of magically radiant items erupted forth. Witnessing the spectacle, Voldemort burst into laughter. He had surmised correctly. Indeed, Mei Yin's luck was exceptional. Allowing him to secure the final kill would undoubtedly lead to a bountiful reward. Among the scattered treasures, Voldemort's keen eyes immediately spotted a fist-sized, gleaming black magical orb. Without a doubt, it was the undead black orb. Mayene also discerned the undead black orb and reached out to grasp it, only to find his hand slipping through as though it were an illusion. Not only could he not seize the undead black orb, but all the other items eluded his grasp as well, his hand simply passing through them. Observing this, Voldemort chuckled and explained, "Little one, you are unaware of the hidden rules within the Pandora Maze, are you? The ownership of items dropped by monsters belongs to the player who dealt the most damage in this battle." It seemed he had seen through Mei Yin's intent to abscond with the undead black orb. With a smug grin, Voldemort declared, "You merely struck the final blow. Thus you have no claim to these treasures." As he spoke, Voldemort effortlessly picked up the undead black orb, levitating it in the air. "At last I've obtained you. Ha ha ha." Voldemort's laughter echoed rhythmically, brandishing the undead black orb as he commanded, "Clear the field, slay these undead, and welcome the return of your great master." Cheers and praises erupted among the cloaked figures as they vigorously annihilated the summoned undead creatures. Meanwhile, Mayene received a notification from Pandora. "Congratulations, player, for achieving the first kill of Ki Ruaw Basie. Rewards: Ki Ruaw Basie's death mark. Level restriction lifted to 65. Reward: Undead trait in Pandora Maze. Reward: King S Sword of Pandora Maze. Reward: Mark of the God S Domain in Pandora." Though Mayene could not claim the items dropped by Ki Ruaw Basie, the series of intangible rewards left him in a daze as he hurriedly examined their effects. Ki Ruaw Basie's death mark. This allows the summoning of a doppelganger of Ki Ruaw Basie to fight or be ridden, with a level equivalent to the user, and attributes only half that of the Lord level Ki Ruaw Basie. Upon reading this, Mei Yin's eyes lit up. While the doppelganger's attributes were only half that of the original, it was still formidable. It would certainly not be inferior to a similarly leveled undead king-level boss. Pandora had effectively provided him with a combat assistant. The lifting of the level restriction to 65 meant that Mayene could elevate his level to a maximum of 65. This reward was extraordinarily generous. It is known that surpassing the level 50 cap requires 10 soul marks, and each subsequent level requires 3 soul marks. To break through the 60 level barrier necessitates 100 soul marks, with 5 required for each level thereafter. This effectively means that Pandora had granted him 125 soul marks. A substantial sum indeed. Notably, Voldemort had yet to gather the 100 soul marks needed to surpass level 60 after reaching level 59. The power gained from just now defeating Ki Ruaw Basie had already propelled Mayene to level 63, making him the highest level participant present. The undead trait in Pandora Maze ensures that if one is killed within the maze, they will not be subject to the maze's rules, instead being teleported directly to the Resurrection Square. Players can choose to resurrect at their original location or at the Resurrection Square. Additionally, the deaths permitted within the Pandora Maze have increased from 3 to 100. This means that, in this realm, Mayene, much like Voldemort, is exceedingly difficult to kill. The King S Sword of Pandora Maze, a special weapon-type item that can be utilized in battle, imbued with potent necromantic damage. Most significantly, upon each successful charge, it can summon undead creatures of a level lower than the user to assist in battle for 10 minutes. However, there are limitations. The summoned undead creatures' levels must not exceed the user's level by more than 10. The specific mechanics are based on the user's level, with the quantity of lower-level creatures calculated as follows. For 1 level lower, multiply by 3. For 2 levels lower, multiply by 6. For 3 levels lower, multiply by 12. And so forth. Thus, within the Pandora Maze, Mayene could summon up to 533 undead creatures to fight for him for 10 minutes. This cannot be described as merely powerful. It is extraordinarily formidable. Upon reading the description of the King S Sword, Mayene felt an impulse to eliminate this throng of cloaked figures along with Voldemort. As for the last reward, the Mark of the God S Domain in Pandora, Pandora did not provide any explanation. The remainder was filled with question marks. When Mayene directly inquired, Pandora remained silent, merely stating that he would understand in due course. Seeing Mayene momentarily stunned, Voldemort descended gracefully before him and laughed heartily. Very well. You are impressive. You have even sparked a sense of admiration in me. Mayene, was it? How about becoming my disciple? It was as if Mayene had finally caught his attention. Voldemort scrutinized Mayene intently, akin to evaluating an unrefined gemstone. Mayene was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Voldemort wished to adopt him as a son? Observing Mayene's confused expression, Voldemort continued, with an air of arrogance. As my disciple, I shall grant you wealth, power, and women, but more importantly, I shall impart to you the secrets of immense magical power and immortality without reservation. All I ask in return is your loyalty. Upon hearing this, Mayene's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his mind racing with countless expletives. What the hell? Just when I felt invincible. You want me to be your son? No way. I have no inclination to play the role of someone's son. With a surge of energy, Mayene activated a series of attacks, unleashing a tempest of blade-like fury. The formidable wind-fire blade attack shattered Voldemort's ghostly essence, reducing him to mere fragments that subsequently erupted. Voldemort was obliterated. Chapter 74, Slaying the Dark Lord Again. The moment of vengeance had arrived. This spectacle left all the cloaked figures momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Even if Beth were to perish, how could Voldemort be vanquished? And yet, he was annihilated in an instant, with no time to react before being torn to pieces by the storm of blades. Their disbelief was palpable. After all, Voldemort was in a spectral form, possessing substantial immunity to physical attacks. Yet, he had been undeniably obliterated, right before their eyes, with no means of resistance. His protective spells had barely had a chance to manifest. Foolishness, a wizard daring to approach a melee combatant without raising a shield. Who else could perish but him? Mayene muttered to himself. The nearby cloaked figures quickly distanced themselves from the sight of Voldemort's destruction. However, Mayene would not permit this. These dark-cloaked individuals were either the black wizards who had relentlessly hunted him today or old acquaintances from the orphanage. He had endured for far too long. Now, with Voldemort freshly vanquished, he seized the opportunity to deal with them. Sword in hand, he charged towards a group of dark wizards, specifically targeting those who were deeply entangled in battle with undead creatures, their magical shields nearly depleted. With each strike, he sent 7 or 8 cloaked figures to the Resurrection Square in no time. Quick, stop him! Avada Kedavra! Avada Lightning Chain! Gale Assault! Petrification! A barrage of magical attacks rained down upon him. Mayene unleashed his full speed, moving with the grace of a practiced dancer, weaving left and right, forward and back, using the undead and cloaked figures as cover to swiftly navigate the battlefield. He evaded all magical assaults while taking several adversaries with him. The agility of the Gale Magic Swordsman was fully realized by Mayene. His evasion was flawless, and the Black Wizard's reaction times could not keep pace with his rhythm. Of course, another factor contributing to this situation was the level disparity. Mayene was currently level 63, while the vast majority of the cloak figures had yet to surpass the level 50 threshold, remaining at level 49. A level 63 Agile Wind Magic Swordsman was a formidable opponent for a level 49 wizard with shorter legs. It was akin to child's play to slay a wizard once within striking distance. Voldemort took nearly a minute to resurrect successfully. Upon witnessing Mayene's frenzied hunt of the Black Wizards, he was consumed by rage. He had intended to bestow this little brat with the privilege of becoming his apprentice, allowing him to enjoy supreme power and the secrets of immortality. Instead, he found the boy ungrateful, having struck him down once. You little brat, I'll remember you, Mayene. Is it? Avada Lightning Chain. Having anticipated Voldemort's revival, Mayene remained vigilant. As Voldemort unleashed his spell, Mayene took refuge behind a colossal undead abomination. The lightning chain struck the massive creature, eliciting a piercing, anguished roar before it exploded into fragments. Yet, the lightning chain did not dissipate. It continued its pursuit of the fleeing Mayene. Mayene maximized his speed, using displacement skills to evade danger whenever he felt cornered. However, he could not outrun lightning. Fortunately, the lightning chain had a time limit. After a frantic 15 seconds of escape, Voldemort's spell finally faded. Indeed, a mere little mouse, without your sneak attacks. You are at a loss, aren't you? Voldemort cursed himself for having underestimated the boy, believing that a child posed little threat. Even if Mayene were to attack, he thought he would remain unscathed. Who could have predicted that the boy's combination of sneak attacks would lead to his downfall? This child was no ordinary foe. especially with the terrifying fiery power imbued within the blades, capable of cutting and searing souls, inflicting immense suffering. Consequently, Voldemort's resurrection time had doubled. Realizing that this boy possessed the ability to counter him, Voldemort had no intention of allowing Mayene to continue living. He unleashed devastating magic. Mayene understood this all too well. Thus he sprinted with all his might. However, mere evasion would not suffice. Voldemort's endurance was formidable, and a single hit would severely diminish his speed, making it inevitable that he would be slain. Therefore, he could not afford to sustain any injuries. Being injured equated to death. Mayene had no desire to surrender his first blood here. The cloaked figures were still engaged in clearing the undead from the battlefield while Mayene took over Beth's role, drawing Voldemort's attention. Observing Mayene's desperate flight, devoid of any means of resistance, Voldemort regained his confidence. Ha ha ha, little mouse, do you now understand fear? You spurned my gift. Now prepare for complete annihilation. I shall hunt you until you become but a spirit of the maze. Mayene, with every ounce of strength, finally closed the distance to Voldemort, only for the latter to shamelessly take flight, mockingly gazing down at Mayene. A flying wizard posed an insurmountable challenge for a melee combatant. I can fly, you cannot. I can strike you, yet you cannot reach me. It's just so unreasonable. What can you do? Watching you die in despair is far more entertaining than merely killing you, Voldemort thought wickedly. However, this was of no consequence to Mayene. With precise aim, he launched 5 short spears in rapid succession, each slicing through the air with a whoosh. Voldemort smirked, easily dodging the incoming projectiles. With the trajectory of the spears, it was clear that Mayene's attack had missed. Yet, seeing Voldemort's mocking expression, Mayene smiled in return. Voldemort, taken aback by Mayene's grin, was momentarily puzzled. But just then, the spears that had barely missed him erupted in a violent explosion, releasing a torrent of searing flames. Caught off guard, Voldemort was blasted into a weakened state. His entire spectral form was engulfed in the intense white flames, continuing to lose health. You dare deceive me. What kind of fire is this? Why does my counterspell fail? Voldemort seethed with fury and shock, but what left him even more astonished was yet to come. Just as he attempted to dispel the 3 Truine fire, Mayene vanished from his line of sight. By the time he sensed Mayene's presence, the boy was already behind him. His senses did not deceive him. Mayene was indeed behind him. But how was that possible? He was still airborne. A melee combatant could not possess flight skills. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he swiftly turned around, only to be met with Mayene's black sword, swirling with wind and fire, descending upon him. Behind Mayene, a pair of ash-gray wings unfurled. Impossible! Voldemort gasped in disbelief as Mayene cleaved him in two with a single stroke. Yet, the Dark Lord was not finished. Mayene quickly struck again, reducing him to mere fragments. The flames imbued within the strikes obliterated Voldemort entirely. The second kill was complete. In this world, you're not the only one who is extraordinary, Mayene murmured to himself. Simultaneously, he lamented that he had been underestimated by Voldemort. Throughout the encounter, Voldemort had not once raised a shield for protection, as if doing so in front of a mere child would be a disgrace. Mayene then looked down from his elevated position at the group of Devon and the orphanage caretakers, grinning broadly. Now, it is your turn, Mordric.